Chapter 551. Can't anyone call this a battalion? Bourne was full of questions. Jimmy's face remained expressionless, as if this were an extremely ordinary matter. This is a ghost battalion, existing in a state between existence and non-existence. You are the captain of this battalion, and you are responsible for all affairs of this battalion. Bourne shook his head violently. Captain Jimmy, please explain this to me. I'm really confused. Since I have no soldiers under my command, I can't be called a battalion. Does that mean I have to call myself the captain of the 5th Battalion? That's right. Jimmy said, wherever you go, you must call yourself the captain of the 5th Battalion of the 1st Company. What if someone asks me how many men I have? None. Holy crap. Bourne couldn't hold back any longer. Then, what's the point of making me the battalion commander? Jimmy stood up, put his hands behind his back, and slowly said, I want everyone to know that I have 5 battalions here, the strongest and largest companies in the entire Legion. Instantly, Bourne felt he understood something. Captain, you mean? Jimmy's lips curled slightly. If you understand, then go. Be a good captain. But there's still one thing I don't understand. Bourne said, you made me the captain, so what's my task? I can't just do nothing, can I? Jimmy slapped his forehead. Oh right, there really is a task for you. Bourne, this is probably best suited for you. What task? Bourne asked curiously. Ambush the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. What? Bourne was taken aback, thinking he misheard. You want me to single-handedly raid the Purple Fire Mummy Legion? Jimmy waved his hand. Of course not. I don't want you to fight them head-on. You're not capable of that. The Purple Fire Mummy Legion is secretly planning something we can't figure out, but you're different. I think you can definitely complete this mission. Bourne frowned slightly. Had Jimmy already discovered his invisibility ability? But it wasn't a good time to ask. So what intelligence do you have? Jimmy shook his head. They're very shrewd. They haven't left any clues. Bourne gave a wry smile. That's really giving me a tough time. Jimmy stepped forward and patted Bourne on the shoulder. Don't worry, I believe in you. Aside from not having enough men, you can enjoy all the privileges of a battalion commander. Here, this is your token. He handed Bourne a small token. Bourne took the token. It was engraved with his name, proving he was a battalion commander in the 1st Company, but the specific battalion wasn't specified. Bourne was somewhat speechless. He didn't know what use this thing could possibly be. Seeing Bourne's nonchalant expression, Jimmy solemnly explained, this token allows you unrestricted movement throughout the entire company and free access to supplies in the warehouse, except for company-specific supplies, which require application to me. Everything else can be taken at any time. Additionally, this token has a simple communication function. Messages can reach me directly, but only once, and can be used as a means of calling for help in emergencies. Bourne raised an eyebrow. It seemed the token did have some use after all. Do you have any other questions? Jimmy asked. Bourne shook his head. No. Then you better hurry up and go. I'm sure you have a lot to do now. Bourne inwardly groaned. How was he supposed to find clues about the Purple Fire Mummy when he knew absolutely nothing? Besides, he still had the mission Aiden had given him. Come to think of it, this Jimmy might even be colluding with the Purple Fire Mummy. Thinking this, Bourne glanced at Jimmy. If Jimmy really was connected to the Purple Fire Mummy, then what was his purpose in recruiting him? Was it just to cover his tracks? Thinking about it that way, it seemed to make sense. Jimmy noticed Bourne looking at him and frowned, asking what's wrong. Bourne quickly looked away. Nothing. I be going now, he said, quickly leaving the tent. Jimmy had already arranged a place for him, a separate camp from the other 4 battalions. It was large enough to accommodate an entire battalion, but contained only one tent, Bourne's own. Looking at the empty place, Bourne felt utterly alone as a commander. Reluctantly, he went into his tent to rethink his situation. He also contacted Annie, explaining the situation and asking for her opinion. No one in the entire 1st Company is a core member of the Slime Legion or its subordinate legions. Since I arrived, I'm the only one in the 1st Company with core member status. Therefore, Jimmy excluded me from the entire 1st Company and created a separate ghost battalion for me to manage. But why did Jimmy do this? Annie thought for a moment and said, could it be because Jimmy understands that even if he does nothing, Aiden will investigate him, so he might as well actively recruit you, give you an almost impossible mission, and then use your failure as an excuse to get rid of you? Bourne shook his head. No, that doesn't make sense. He made me the captain of the 5th Battalion, so the whole Legion will know that the 1st Company has a 5th Battalion. This is no joke. Only the regimental commander has the authority to form a new battalion, and Jimmy certainly didn't get Aiden's approval. Wouldn't that make Aiden even more suspicious of him? Annie scratched her head. This is really hard to understand. Mainly because there's so little useful information right now, and there's another point. So even Jimmy might not be the mole, there's someone else. Bourne sighed. But Jimmy is the prime suspect. He's not only the strongest and highest-ranking non-core member of the entire Legion, but he also has a personal grudge against Aiden. From any perspective, he has every reason to rebel, even to overthrow Aiden and take his place. Although he made me the captain of the 5th Battalion, everyone knows that the 5th Battalion doesn't actually exist. He might have just used me to distract Aiden and the others, secretly achieving his other goals. Annie sorted out her thoughts. So you think that although he recruited you, he doesn't trust you, and is just leaving you hanging here? But you are, after all, a battalion commander, with the authority to freely move within the company. Isn't he afraid that you discover his secret? Because he was afraid, Bourne said, he gave me an almost impossible task. This way, I no longer have the time and energy to stay in the Legion, but instead have to focus all my efforts on investigating the Purple Fire Mummy Legion's movements, which are very likely also fictitious. After discussing it with Annie, Bourne became even more convinced of his judgment. Annie asked, "So what are you going to do? Go and expose him?" "No," Bourne shook his head. "I don't have any concrete evidence yet that he intends to rebel. The best way now is to investigate secretly. But your actions might already be under Jimmy's surveillance." "I know, but I have plenty of ways to shake them off," Bourne said confidently. "Thank you. Annie, you done me a huge favor this time." Annie smiled wryly. "What did I do for you? Didn't you figure it all out yourself? But you still need to be careful. Aiden and Jimmy are both old foxes, don't let your guard down." "Okay, I understand." After cutting off contact, Bourne wasn't in a hurry to act. He had already discovered that the first company was indeed much stronger. Nuoka, who had brought him to the Nader Legion, was only a battalion commander with peak Feng Yuan strength, but all 4 battalion commanders of the first company were Supreme Yuan experts, and even the company's vice-captain had reached the mid-Supreme Yuan level. If Bourne wants to fight Jimmy, he must first increase his strength. At least the 8th level of the Feng Yuan realm is simply not enough. Breaking through to a higher realm is now incredibly easy. After all, Bourne now possesses all the soul flames in the 3rd company's warehouse, and Makla is probably completely driven mad by it. Bourne grabbed a handful of soul fire and stuffed it into his mouth, then began cultivating using the soul fusion technique. Since there was no one else in the entire camp, Bourne didn't hold back, unleashing the soul fusion technique at full power. The surrounding magic surged wildly, forming a massive vortex that continuously poured enormous amounts of magic into Bourne's body. Several days passed in a flash. Bourne hadn't stopped cultivating, and no one had disturbed him until he felt a pulling sensation, causing him to abruptly stop and open his eyes. Annie? Immediately afterward, a dark opening appeared, its powerful suction pulling him directly inside. In the main plane, Marquis Jonathan was leading a troop of soldiers in a difficult resistance against an attack from the former forces of the Hairy Empire, the current anti-magic alliance. The leader was a renowned general from the former demon-suppressing military region, whose strength had reached the supreme realm. During this time, the demons had slowed their offensive, instead occupying a portion of the southern Norma Empire, giving the anti-magic alliance a chance to regroup. Yaris, originally stationed near the Kozar Mountain military region, hadn't fought the demons for a long time. Being relatively close to the central military region, he led his troops there to probe the Norma Empire's strength. The central military region had long been occupied by the Norma Empire, which had also opened a passage from the northern frontier military region directly to the Norma Empire. This was a thorn in the side of the anti-demon alliance, constantly pricking their nerves. However, due to the relentless demon offensive, they had no time to attend to the Norma Empire. But now things are different. Yaris must seize the central military district before Jack and his forces make a move, thus greatly boosting his prestige. Just a bunch of clowns. They dare to run rampant here without even a Supreme Yuan expert? They're courting death. Yaris surveyed the battlefield with a smile. His troops were mostly drawn from the demon-suppressing military district, battle-hardened veterans, the most elite soldiers of the Hairy Empire. Therefore, they were no less formidable than Jonathan's army, perhaps even superior. Not only had he reached the 2nd level of the Supreme Yuan realm, but he also commanded several Feng Yuan experts, making him virtually invincible on the battlefield. Jonathan's battle lines were stretched too thin. Most of his main force was defending the south against Daeson, and he hadn't expected Yaris to suddenly attack. Initially, Jonathan's troops retreated steadily, but he quickly organized a defense. For him, the rest of the central military district was irrelevant, as long as Shuriken City remained. Jonathan consolidated all his forces in Stonehill City, the most impregnable city in the land, making it virtually impossible to breach. Yaris's tactics were simple. His objective was to capture all other areas except Stonehill City, cutting off the Norma Empire's supply lines. This would trap Jonathan's army within Stonehill City, leaving over 100,000 men without food and water, destined to starve to death. Jonathan realized this, and swiftly sent messengers to Annie for reinforcements, and successfully reached the front lines in Stonehill City just before the passage was closed, and now Bond stood by her side. "Brother Bourne, do you have a way to deal with him?" Annie asked. Bourne frowned, watching the battle unfold. "Those at the Fengyuan realm are no problem, but that Yaris is too strong. I can't handle him alone, but holding him off shouldn't be too difficult. All right, this time we must make a show of force to prevent others from targeting us. This battlefield is littered with corpses. You can possess any one and then hold off Yaris. I find a way to eliminate his Fengyuan level subordinates." Annie's eyes gleamed with determination. Jonathan was terrified. "Annie, don't be reckless." Annie smiled reassuringly. "Uncle Jonathan, don't worry, I'm confident. Since these people dare to plot against us, I definitely make them pay the price." Bourne directly crossed the city wall and entered the battlefield. There were many corpses there. He randomly picked one that looked pleasing and immediately used his possession technique. The soldiers around him were engrossed in the battle and didn't even notice the sudden appearance and disappearance of a skeleton soldier. A moment later, he finished the spell and stood up abruptly. He moved his limbs and chuckled, "Hey, this body's pretty strong, not bad." Then his gaze fell on Yaris in the distance. Yaris was still basking in his own smugness, fantasizing about his elevated status after capturing Stonehill City, completely unaware that he was being targeted by a skeleton soldier. Suddenly, a gigantic phantom appeared on the city wall. Before anyone could react, a terrifying roar rang out, a woo. Yaris's soldiers, clutching their heads, tumbled down the ladders. The weaker ones immediately fainted. Yaris's eyes widened, his heart pounding. A name escaped his lips, Annie. Chapter 552. Yaris's breathing quickened. He knew Annie's signature move, the evil spirit roar, at a glance. Without a doubt, Annie, the most crucial figure in the Norma Empire back then, was currently in Stonehill City. If I capture Annie, I can use her to exchange for more resources with various powers. This way, I have a chance to break through again. Yaris swallowed hard, then quickly ordered, "Everyone, charge. Force Annie out." Instantly, his soldiers were energized, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. A hefty reward always attracts brave men. Everyone wanted to gain merit, and thus more resources and status. Yaris wasn't worried about anything happening. After all, Annie was only a Fengyuan realm mage. Even if Annie personally attacked, she wouldn't be a match for Yaris. Soon, the battle situation changed again. Jonathan's army, which had been retreating to a defensive posture, suddenly launched a frenzied volley of magical cannon fire, instantly crippling the attacking force. But Yaris smiled. The more the enemy did this, the more afraid they were. While the magic cannons were powerful, loading and firing took time, and such a concentrated, large-scale volley would definitely affect the subsequent defenses. However, to Aroz's surprise, after clearing an area, Jonathan's army actually opened the city gates, and a cavalry unit poured out, charging into the besieging army's ranks. Aroz was initially stunned, then overjoyed. "Haha, Jonathan has really lost his mind. Does he really think he can turn the tide with such a small number of cavalry? Isn't he just handing me a free kill?" However, Yaris's smile quickly vanished. This cavalry unit was incredibly powerful, slicing through the siege army's formation like a sharp blade. Heads flew, blood spurted, and screams and shouts filled the air. "What's going on?" Yaris instantly noticed the anomaly. In the previous battles, Jonathan's army had always fought a retreating battle, never displaying such power. Where did these cavalry come from? Did Annie bring them? He had completely misunderstood Annie. These cavalrymen were originally part of Jonathan's cavalry regiment, but Jonathan had kept them hidden in the rear, concealing their strength. Yaris took a deep breath and sneered. "Just a bunch of cavalry. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for my Fengyuan warriors. Once the Fengyuan mages intervene and kill the main force of the cavalry, they'd be annihilated." Sure enough, some Fengyuan warriors in the battle formation, seeing Jonathan's cavalry slaughtering their soldiers like cutting vegetables, were enraged and charged towards the cavalry's position. Aroz narrowed his eyes, waiting to see how the cavalry would be annihilated. But his expectations were dashed again. A third-tier Feng Yuan mage, about 30 meters from the cavalry, was suddenly pierced through by a bone spear. His body flew like a broken doll, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly dead. What? Aros's eyes widened. A single move was enough to kill a Feng Yuan mage. What kind of power was that? It was Annie! Aros instantly realized. In the Norma Empire, the only necromancer with that kind of power could be Annie. This is a golden opportunity. Yaris's eyes gleamed. Ignoring the dead Feng Yuan expert, he drew his long sword, ready to charge forward and capture Annie. However, at that moment, an extremely dangerous feeling arose, causing him to instinctively raise his long sword to his chest. With a clang, a nick appeared in the blade, and a tremendous force forced him, even as a Supreme Yuan expert, back several steps. He looked up in surprise at the Norma Empire soldier, who had appeared out of nowhere, his face filled with disbelief. You, who are you? Bourne curled his lip in regret. It seemed the flaws of invisibility were beginning to show. While invisibility could conceal one's aura, far superior to ordinary disguise magic, it couldn't hide killing intent. This killing intent, normally undetectable, was extremely sensitive to any danger emanating from a Supreme Yuan expert. I'm your father! Yaris scratched his head. Wait, my dad isn't that young. Holy crap, you actually believe that? Bourne's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. Yaris raised his long sword and said, I don't know how you managed to get through all that encirclement to stand before me, but judging from your strength, you're only at the Feng Yuan realm. You're no match for me. Surrender? Bourne snorted coldly, you think you can make me surrender? Who do you think you are? I'm the eldest son in my family. Bourne rolled his eyes, finding it difficult to talk to this guy. A fight would be better. He took a step forward, a layer of punitive power wrapping around his blade, and charged towards Yaris. Aros's eyes narrowed. A lightning elemental mage? In his memory, the Norma Empire had never had such a person. He also activated his magic, and pale blue ripples spread out, his domain power. Within this domain, his speed would be greatly enhanced. Boom! Bourne clashed with Aros again. Relying on his absolute advantage in cultivation level, Aros sent Bourne flying, while he himself staggered back a small step. Humph, now you know how powerful I am. Aros smiled smugly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Bourne, swinging his sword in a slash. Bourne's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed, such speed. Then, with a strange twist of his body, he dodged the slash. Aros could even hear the sound of Bourne's bones breaking, but he simply couldn't imagine whether a human could do such a thing. Due to the effect of his domain power, Aros's speed had surpassed Bourne's. Winning in terms of speed was virtually impossible. Bourne took 2 steps back, slammed one hand on the ground, and roared, 10,000 miles of frozen land. Crack! A ring of solid ice visibly spread out, and the surrounding air was filled with white frost, making it incredibly cold. Yaris instantly felt a binding force. Not only did his speed decrease, but even the flow of his magic became sluggish. You know advanced water elemental magic? What? So you're the only one who can use a domain? Bourne provocatively said, today I show you that the domain power of the Feng Yuan realm is just as formidable. With that, he launched another attack. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought at lightning speed, their swords flashing and blurring, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. After dozens of exchanges, Yaris was utterly astonished and speechless. Based on his judgment, his opponent was at most an 8th level Feng Yuan cultivator, yet he had managed to fight him to a draw. Are all the mages in the Norma Empire this monstrous? Yaris wondered to himself. Bourne's displayed strength had shattered his common sense. Ah! Suddenly, a scream snapped him back to reality. He turned to see his 4th level Feng Yuan captain riddled with bone spears, his body soaked in blood, lying dead on the ground. What happened? Yaris frowned, finally realizing the root of the problem. At this moment, Annie, mounted on horseback, continuously swung her wand, each attack spell taking countless lives. Even Feng Yuan experts couldn't get close. Now that Annie has reached the 7th level of the Feng Yuan realm, her strength surpasses that of ordinary Feng Yuan mages. With Bourne's help, dealing with ordinary supreme level experts is a piece of cake. Attack her together. Stop her! Yaris shouted, trying to give chase. However, a cold light shot towards him. He instinctively dodged the attack, turning back to glare at Bourne. Bourne chuckled, looking around while fighting me? I really underestimated you. Yaris was eager to capture Annie, and didn't want to linger with Bourne any longer. So he further strengthened his domain power, while his magic surged wildly, unleashing several wind blades towards Born. You brat, I think you're really courting death. I take care of you first, then I go after Annie. Bang! 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 Arrows attacked fiercely, instantly suppressing Born. Born was secretly astonished. Arrows was indeed no ordinary person. A powerful figure capable of fighting against demons was truly formidable. However, Born was not afraid. He waved his left hand, causing the ground to tremble, making Arrows lose his footing and almost fall. Born seized the opportunity to thrust forward, his soul-severing blade aimed directly at Arrows' throat. Arrows roared, blocking the attack with his blade, and simultaneously kicked Born in the chest. Born flew backward but was unharmed. After regaining his balance, he waved his left hand again, and with a bang, a stone pillar rose from the ground, sending Arrows flying. At the same time, Born activated the power of the Raging Wave Heavenly Soul, strengthening the 10,000-mile frozen domain, instantly freezing Arrows in place. Born leaped forward, unleashing a fierce slash. Arrows parried with all his might, but the sharp blade still grazed his right arm, nearly mortally injuring him. After landing, Arrows felt a lingering fear. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so formidable, possessing not only several elemental magics, but also the power to manipulate the earth. It was simply unbelievable. Who exactly are you? Born chuckled. It's better if you don't know. Arrows gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected to be held back by a mere elemental mage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his subordinates falling one by one, utterly powerless against Annie's attacks. How can this be? Is this Annie's strength? Arrows began to consider retreating, but having fought this far, retreating now would mean losing everything, and Arrows was unwilling to accept that. By this time, the cavalry's repeated charges had scattered Yaris's army into several small groups. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the magical cannons on the walls of Stone Cane unleashed another fierce volley, inflicting further heavy losses on Yaris's forces. Simultaneously, the city gates opened, and Jonathan personally led his army out of Stone Cane, ready to fight Yaris's army to the death. Yaris was now truly panicked. Seeing Jonathan's army charging in, almost effortlessly crushing the vanguard, he knew he had truly lost. Yaris was not one to hesitate. Since defeat was inevitable, there was no need to continue the fight. He immediately ordered retreat. With a whoosh, Yaris's soldiers, receiving the order, felt as if they had been granted a pardon and quickly withdrew. Hey, why did you stop fighting? Born asked with a smile. Yaris was furious, but helpless. He couldn't do anything about Bon in the short term, and his men were constantly being lost. At this rate, he'd be left with nothing. Don't be so smug, I beat back. Yaris said harshly, then slunk away. And didn't pursue him, but simply drove him out of Stoneken's territory and rebuilt fortifications a dozen kilometers outside the city. Jonathan rode up to Annie's side. Annie, thank goodness you came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold out. Annie smiled, of course I came. After all, I'm the one who put you here. Jonathan looked at the fleeing Yaris army, a hint of worry in his eyes. What do we do next? That Yaris will definitely not let this go. He might join forces with others to attack Stonehill again. You can't stay in Stonehill forever, can you? Right now, other places need you. Annie pondered for a moment and said, Yaris's defeat will keep the anti-demon alliance in check for a while. After all, the demon threat hasn't been completely eliminated, but it's far from enough to truly instill fear in them. You mean we should launch a counterattack? Born asked, and nodded. That's right, but defeating Yaris won't be easy. If he launches a full-scale counterattack, we suffer heavy losses, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Born stroked his chin. In that case, maybe I have a plan. Jonathan looked at Born. Actually, I wanted to ask you earlier, who are you? Born was momentarily speechless. Jonathan didn't know he could possess a body. This needed to be kept secret. He's my friend, and he came specifically to help me, and said promptly. Born immediately communicated through their souls. I got a lot of potions from the third company's warehouse that can temporarily boost strength. I can try to assassinate Yaris. Once he's dead, his men are just a bunch of rabble. We can do whatever we want with them. And frowned slightly. Are you confident? Born smiled. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. I can just go back to the netherworld. It's nothing. Chapter 553. Annie thought about it and agreed. So when do you plan to go? When is there a time to choose? Of course, as soon as possible. We need to finish this quickly, so we can improve our cultivation level faster. Otherwise, if another Supreme Realm expert comes along, neither of us can handle it. Do you need any help from my side? Born pondered for a moment. You better put all your troops on the front lines. Annie was taken aback, but wouldn't that make him even more wary? Bourne smiled slightly. He'd be wary of you, not me. Annie immediately understood what Bourne meant and nodded. Then be careful, and send word immediately if needed. Okay. In the temporary camp of the Yaris army, Yaris was leading a group of defeated soldiers, their faces ashen, discussing their next steps. They had just taken stock. This battle had cost them 6 powerful cultivators at the Fengyuan realm. Although they were all low-level Fengyuan, they were still the future pillars of the Legion. Yaris was heartbroken, and also deeply resented Annie. If Annie hadn't suddenly appeared, Jonathan and the others alone wouldn't have been able to inflict such losses on him. Commander, what do we do next? Should we retreat? A lieutenant asked. Retreat? Why retreat? Yaris gritted his teeth. Don't be fooled by their arrogance. After all, this is a long-distance march. Outside of Shurken City, they're nothing. This place is far from the Norma Empire. Their supply lines aren't this long. We don't need to worry about them attacking. The lieutenant nodded. Then let's set up camp here, and wait for an opportunity to attack again. Yaris frowned. Annie is indeed troublesome. If we fight again, the losses will only be greater. The main problem is that they might have another high-level Fengyuan expert on their side, and she can hold me back. If someone can help me, they won't have a chance. Oh! I heard someone needs help. Just then, a nobleman slowly walked in through the doorway. Yaris's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Gaia, how did you get in? Gaia shrugged. Do you think your guards can stop me? Yaris glared at the adjutant beside him, who shrank back. There was nothing he could do. He was already exhausted from the Norma Empire's attack. How could he have the energy to guard against a Supreme Yuan expert? Gaia smiled and said, Yaris, you're one of the 5 commanders of my demon-slaying army. How did you get so badly beaten by a small Norma Empire? Yaris said irritably, it's easy for you to say that when you're not in my shoes. That Annie is simply a demon. Damn it, she killed 6 of my Fengyuan mages in just a short while. It's not that I'm afraid of her, it's just that I can't afford the loss. Gaia chuckled. I heard you were looking for someone to help you. What do you think of me? You? Aros frowned. What do you want? Gaia put her arm around Aros' shoulder. Ahem, isn't it too formal to say that? Do you think I'm the kind of person who makes demands? Aros was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Gaia continued, but since you already said it, I won't stand on ceremony. Just give me the area west of Shurken City in the central region, including Shurken City itself. What? Yaris's eyes widened. Why don't you just rob me? I worked so hard, sending troops and all that effort, and you come here and take half of it. And you want Shurken City too? Gaia laughed. You can't say that. Without my help, do you think you can deal with that, Annie? If you can't handle Annie, how long can you hold onto your territory? I reckon it won't be long before Annie sends troops here, and then you have no chance. Yaris fell silent, hesitant, mainly because what the other side wanted was far too much. Yaris and Gaia were both among the 5 commanders of the demon-slaying army. Gaia was stronger, reaching the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, ranking 2nd among the 5 commanders. Yaris was confident that if Gaia intervened, he could not only suppress Yaris but even kill him, making defeating Jonathan's army a piece of cake. Just as Aros hesitated, a scout reported, Report. The Norma Empire has sent 50,000 troops out of the city, heading this way. 50,000? Aros was taken aback. It seemed Gaia was right. The Norma Empire had indeed launched an attack. Gaia smiled, sitting silently to the side, watching Aros' decision. Aros looked at Gaia. I can give up the rest of the land, but Shurken City must be mine. Gaia shook her head. No, 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 you can't handle Shurken City. Don't waste it. Aros' expression darkened. What? Do you think that after I occupy Shurken City, those guys will also want to share? Isn't that right? Gaia spread her hands and retorted, Don't forget, the Hairy Empire has always had this tradition, it didn't just start now. Yaris took a deep breath. Even so, it should be half and half. You can't take it all. What's the point of playing then? Gaia thought for a moment and said, half and half isn't reasonable. How about joint management? You and I will jointly reside in Shurken City, and the final profits will naturally be split equally. This is my bottom line. If that still doesn't work, you have to find someone else. Yaris gritted his teeth. It seemed unrealistic to take over Shurken City all at once. Since that was the case, he might as well agree. All right. It's a deal. Gaia revealed a playful smile. Hee, it's so refreshing to talk to a smart person. It's settled then. You hold out for a while, and I mobilized 30,000 men to support you. Although it was only 30,000 men, with a top-tier expert like Gaia, it was enough. Yaris didn't say anything, only watching Gaia leave the tent. After Gaia left, the lieutenant shouted angrily, "Gaia is simply outrageous. We risked our lives, only to have it all go to his benefit. That's right, why should he only provide 30,000 men? We lost far more than 30,000. It's outrageous. Commander, are we really going to cooperate with him? This is too much of a loss." Yaris's face was grim. This is the only way now. If we can't take Shirkan City quickly, the other commanders will probably intervene. Gaia is a prime example. We can't afford to delay any longer, we must finish this quickly. Yaris didn't want to surrender the area west of Shirkan City, but the current situation left him no time to hesitate. With the demonic offensive slowing, the pressure on the various legions had decreased significantly. Because Yaris was located north of the Kozar Mountain military region, he was the first to be free from the demonic threat, allowing him to focus his efforts on attacking the central military region. However, if time dragged on, other commanders and even generals might be able to free up their resources, and the large pie of the central military region would be divided into several pieces. Although Yaris was one of the 5 commanders, his strength ranked last. If it came to dividing the pie, he would probably only get a small slice. Therefore, even with Gaia's enormous appetite, he was helpless. After all, with Gaia's participation, he was confident he could defeat the Norma Empire's army. As night fell, Yaris was still studying the surrounding terrain carefully by lamplight, pondering how to launch a new offensive once Gaia's 30,000 troops arrived the next day. With the Norma people drawing ever closer, Yaris had few capable men left, all of whom had been dispatched to command and coordinate the army. His camp was unguarded. After all, as a Supreme Realm expert, he didn't need guards. Who would risk breaking through heavy patrols and infiltrating the heart of the camp at night to cause him trouble? Yaris held a pen in his right hand, constantly marking on the map. He now commanded over 100,000 men, including Gaia's, enough to fight the Norma again. However, minimizing losses was paramount. The Norma Empire has deployed 50,000 troops. Won't Shirkan City be somewhat vulnerable? If there's a way to bypass them and attack Shirkan City directly. No! Shirkan City is the most fortified city in the world. Since they dared to leave the city, they must have a backup plan. A hasty attack on Shirkan City would only result in being attacked from both sides. Just as Yaris frowned in deep thought, the tent curtain suddenly swayed, and the dim candlelight flickered. Yaris looked up but saw nothing. Could it be the wind? Yaris didn't pay much attention. A little wind was normal this time of year. He continued studying the map on the table. For some reason, Aros felt a chill. He turned around, picked up his coat from the chair, and draped it over his shoulders. Cough, I'm getting old. It's only September, and I already feel cold. He turned back to continue looking at the map, but bumped into something. Bang! Aros sensed something was wrong. At first, he thought he bumped into the corner of the table, but upon closer inspection, something felt off. The touch had been soft, like bumping into someone. Aros shook his head. Am I hallucinating? There's no one around at this hour. Sigh, I guess I'm just exhausted from fighting these past few days. Maybe I should get some rest. He turned and walked towards the bed, but then, a chill swept over him again. Almost instinctively, Aros stopped, crouched down, and with a whoosh, a few strands of hair were shaved off his head and fell to the ground. Aros's eyes narrowed, his entire body erupting with magical power. He rolled to the side with a sudden clink, and a knife struck the spot where he had just been. TCH, pretty quick reaction. Having used magic, Born's figure slowly materialized. Aros finally saw his opponent's face clearly, his heart pounding with shock. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "How did you get in?" "None of your business." Without another word, Born continued his attack on Aros. Aros was enraged. Although he had been initially taken aback by Born's sneak attack, he was, after all, a Supreme Realm expert, his cultivation level higher than Born's. "I think you're courting death. Do you think you can kill me like this?" He drew his weapon as well, engaging Born in battle. Because his sneak attack had failed, Born was forced to use his strongest attacks, relentlessly striking Aros, but Aros deflected them all. "TSK, looks like I have to use some potions." After his attack, Born retreated several steps, then pulled 3 small bottles from his robes, a death element enhancement potion, a strength potion, and a speed potion. Although Yaris didn't know what Born held, a sense of unease arose within him. He roared and instantly unleashed his domain power. Once the wind element domain was activated, his speed would increase to another level. Without a word, Born downed 3 vials of potions. Instantly, a tremendous power surged through his body, causing him to involuntarily roar, "Ha-ha!" again. He slammed one hand on the ground, using the Raging Wave Heavenly Soul to release a vast ice seal to limit Yaris' speed. Then, he activated the earth-shattering Heavenly Soul, sealing the entire tent to prevent any outside activity from being detected. Now we can have a proper fight. Born's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yaris was equally undeterred. "All right. Since you're so eager to fight, then let's begin." Sizzle. Born's left hand swept across the blade, instantly imbuing the soul-severing blade with the power of retribution, unleashing an astonishing aura. He then leaped forward, sprinting around Aros at incredible speed. Aros' heart skipped a beat. Born's speed was now even faster than before, nearly matching his own. Sizzle. Bang. Born swiftly slashed out, knocking Aros back several steps. Aros' eyes widened. How is this possible? He was incredulous. Born, who had only been at the 8th level of the Fengyuan realm moments before, was now displaying combat power surpassing his original level. How could someone improve so rapidly in such a short time? Could it be the potion from before? Aros instantly realized the problem, but it was too late. Bang 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 bang. Born launched multiple attacks in quick succession, the speed and power of which astonished Aros. Before he knew it, Aros was already backed against the wall. Damn it! Yaris gritted his teeth. If this continued, he would surely die. He had to find a way to break the opponent's tactics. Suddenly, Yaris' eyes lit up. He pulled a magic stone from behind him, crushed it in his hand, and snarled, "You brat, you forced me to use such a precious magic stone. You die today." Born sensed something was wrong and quickly jumped back, creating distance between them. A cloud of black mist drifted out from the magic stone, slowly condensing into an elemental spirit, the spirit of death. You actually have a death magic stone? Born was somewhat surprised. Yaris sneered, "What? Surprised? Don't worry, I soon turn you into a dead man too." He then issued the attack command, and the spirit of death roared, charging towards Born. Chapter 554. Born shook his head and chuckled. He might have been a little worried if his opponent used other magic, but the spirit of death was no match for it. Born took a deep breath, activating the soul fusion technique at full power. The spirit of death wasn't Yaris' own magic to begin with, so it immediately went out of control, firmly pinned in place by the soul fusion technique. Bon quickly appeared before Yaris, raising the soul-severing blade and slashing down fiercely. How could this be? Yaris was shocked, twisting his body in his weakened state, but Bon wouldn't give him another chance to dodge. Soul stealing. Bon immediately used mental control, an invisible hand reaching into Yaris' mind and grabbing his soul. Instantly, Yaris seemed frozen in place, unable to move, only able to watch helplessly as the pale blade drew closer. He ultimately couldn't dodge Bon's attack. The soul-severing blade slammed into his left shoulder. With a soft thud, Yaris was sliced in two, blood spurting out, his internal organs spilling onto the ground, and he was dead. Born sheathed his sword and stood there. The effects of the potion were almost wearing off. Thank goodness, I completed the mission at the last moment. Although he had killed a Supreme Realm expert, Bon felt nothing special. Yaris' life force was far more attracted to him. Due to Yaris' death, a wisp of green light slowly drifted into Bon's body. Bon felt a sudden surge of magical power within his soul fire, causing his cultivation level to rise again. Just as Bon was preparing to retreat, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the tent that had been sealed by the boulders. Boom! A large hole was blasted open in the side stone wall, and a figure rushed in, immediately spotting the man cleaved in two, Aros, and the blood-soaked Born. "Who are you?" Born was also taken aback. He sensed immense power emanating from the newcomer, a power even surpassing Aros's. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was also a Supreme Realm expert, and stronger than Aros. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" The powerful figure sneered. "I am Gaia, the commander of the Demon-Slaying Legion. You killed Aros, so don't even think about leaving." Born frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Gaia to appear right after killing Aros, but his goal had been achieved, and he didn't need to fight Gaia. "If you want to keep me here, feel free to try." "Do you think I'm joking?" Gaia roared, ready to attack. Born immediately cast wind elemental magic, dispelling the surrounding stone walls, and quickly rushed out of the tent. "Don't even think about escaping." Gaia, also a wind elemental mage, was faster than Born and quickly gave chase. Born fled, throwing all sorts of random offensive spells behind him. Ice spikes, bone spears, fireballs, wind blades, and so on. They were all basic spells, barely consuming any mana for a mage like Born, who had reached the abundant origin realm. Gaia, however, grew increasingly alarmed as the chase progressed. The number of elemental types his opponent could cast was astounding. He had never seen anyone possess more than 2 elemental adaptability. It was practically unbelievable. But witnessing it firsthand, he had no choice but to believe it was true, especially since, judging from his movements, his opponent wasn't using a magic stone. More importantly, the opponent's cultivation level was only at the high level of the Fengyuan realm, not even reaching the Ziyuan realm. How could Yaris have been killed? Gaia, filled with doubt, roared, "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" At this moment, Yaris's men reacted, quickly surrounding Born's likely route. Although Born wasn't afraid of them, he didn't dare waste time lest Gaia catch up. So he repeatedly changed his escape route, but this only tightened the encirclement. "Humph! Let's see where you run!" Gaia relentlessly pursued, believing that Born had no chance of escaping. Seizing an opportunity, Born turned back and plunged into Yaris's camp. Everyone was stunned. Had this guy lost his mind? Or was he truly panicking and acting recklessly? Entering Yaris's tent was tantamount to trapping himself. Gaia also stopped outside the tent, utterly bewildered, wondering what Born was up to. He shouted, "Come out! If you surrender, I promise I won't kill you." However, no sound came from inside the tent. Gaia gathered his thoughts and continued, "You must be a Norman. I admire your courage and audacity. To be able to assassinate Yaris, a man of higher rank, proves you are indeed capable. I don't want to kill talented people. If you surrender, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself and join my ranks." Yaris's men nearby were utterly shocked. They didn't even know their commander was dead. How could this be? "Commander Gaia, you can't just say things like that," a lieutenant exclaimed. "Yes. How could Lord Yaris be dead? He was a Supreme Realm expert." Gaia snorted coldly, ignoring them. However, there was still no sound coming from inside the tent. Gaia grew restless, but worried that the enemy might have set a trap. He said to his lieutenant, "If you don't believe me, go in and see. Yaris's body is inside." Without hesitation, the lieutenant rushed into the tent, letting out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" "What happened?" The others quickly followed. Seeing so many people enter, Gaia, without further hesitation, entered the tent as well. At this moment, the people in the tent were gathered around Yaris's corpse, their faces filled with shock, anger, and fear. Yaris was their pillar of support. Without him, the entire army had lost its backbone, and would ultimately be broken up and reassigned to other armies. Gaia didn't even glance at Yaris's group, instead searching the tent for Born's whereabouts. However, he searched the entire tent but found no trace of Born. Where's that Norman?" He went directly to the lieutenant who had entered first, grabbed his collar, and asked, "Did you see that Norman when you came in?" The lieutenant was still immersed in grief and fear, and only reacted to Gaia's shout. I didn't. When I came in, there was only Lord Yaris's corpse in the tent." Gaia shoved him away, his face extremely grim. Did he really escape? What method did he use? Why was there no sound at all? This wasn't Gaia's fault. Although he was a Supreme Realm expert, the army camp was crowded and noisy. Born simply used invisibility to blend into the crowd. Even with Gaia's keen senses, he couldn't possibly detect him. After successfully escaping, Born returned directly to Annie's side. Annie, leading 50,000 men, was approaching Yaris's camp and stopped about 30 kilometers away. "Brother Born, you succeeded?" Annie asked excitedly upon seeing Born's return. "That's right." Born smiled. "Don't worry, I already killed that Yaris." "Great," Annie exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect you to actually do it. That was a Supreme Realm expert." Born waved his hand. "It's nothing, just some potions. But there's something else you need to be careful about. After I assassinated Yaris, a guy named Gaia came over. He seems to be a commander of the demon-slaying legion. Be careful of him. He's stronger than Yaris." Annie nodded. "I know him, but don't worry. You assassinated Yaris and escaped unscathed. That will definitely make him wary. He shouldn't make any moves for a while." Born thought about it and agreed. The demon-slaying legion had been fighting the demons for so long without losing many Supreme Realm experts, but they lost a commander so soon after clashing with the Norma Empire. They naturally have some reservations. "Brother Born, are you going back to the Netherworld?" Annie asked. Now that Born has completed his assassination mission, there is no need for him to stay in the prime material plane any longer. Bourne shook his head and said, "No, since we're here, I want to use this time to cultivate. Ideally, we should break through to the Yuan realm, so we can both protect ourselves." Annie thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's go back to Shuriken City." Shuriken City, as the strongest city in the world, could defend against most attacks, so there was no need to worry about the Anti-Demon Alliance continuing its attacks. As long as Jonathan's army was there, Shuriken City would be difficult to breach. Back in Shuriken City, Annie briefly explained the situation to Jonathan, and said she needed to go into seclusion for a while. She needed Jonathan to focus all his efforts on defending Shuriken City, shrinking the defensive line as much as possible, and avoiding conflict with the Anti-Demon Alliance. Jonathan naturally obeyed Annie's every word and immediately arranged a very secluded and quiet place for her to cultivate. Annie and Bourne then began cultivating frantically in the secret chamber, practicing the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique. Meanwhile, outside, the entire continent was shaken by the death of Aros. Although the demon-slaying legion didn't release details of Aros' death, or even reveal the existence of Bon, rumors still managed to spread. Various forces learned the details of the battle through their own channels. Most importantly, they understood that the Norma Empire had developed a force capable of confronting and even killing a Supreme Realm expert. In the main conference hall of Divine Beast Mountain, the 12 Guardians had gathered, primarily to discuss matters concerning the Norma Empire. "Peter, should we continue to endure this? Annie has grown to such a level, if we don't stop her, I'm afraid," said Doma, the 7th Peak Guardian. Andre snorted coldly. "She's just a little girl. Even if she assassinated a Supreme Mage, she must have used some underhanded methods. It's nothing. Don't be intimidated by her," Little Jacob said, "but over the years, what she's done has seriously affected the reputation and interests of our Holy See. We have to do something, right?" Simon shook his head and sighed. "But if we take action, the Adventurers Guild won't stand idly by. If it really escalates into an open war with the Adventurers Guild, it will be a disaster for the entire continent." "Humph. We can't just let it go," Matthew said. "You, Simon, have been in charge of handling matters concerning Annie all along, but look at what you've done. You took Annie to the Divine Beast Mountain, into the magical realm for training, and later, it was your Archbishop Augustine who was in charge of guarding Bray City. Last time, it was your new Archbishop Dylan who escorted the orcs to Sharia City, and now they all betrayed you. What else do you have to say?" Simon frowned. "What? Are you going to interrogate me? Which of these decisions wasn't the result of joint discussion? If you really have a way to deal with Annie, then send someone yourselves." "You?" Matt slammed his fist on the table and stood up. "Enough," Andre hissed. "Stop arguing. There's no need to talk about these things anymore. We, the Protectors, have already taken action. Little Jacob has already clashed with the Adventurers Guild's experts once. Their attitude was very tough. Their goal seems to be to protect Annie until she becomes a supreme being. Then what's the point of them doing this?" Matthew asked. "I remember the Adventurers Guild didn't benefit from this whole upheaval at all." Andre shook his head. "As far as I know, it seems to have been orchestrated by their guild leader, Elena, but we have no idea what Elena's specific intentions are." Mentioning Elena, everyone's expressions darkened. Matthew swallowed hard. Elena's thoughts are indeed unfathomable. Peter tapped the table lightly with his finger. Regardless of Elena's purpose, His Holiness the Pope is at a crucial moment in his breakthrough. We must not allow him to be disturbed. As long as Annie doesn't directly attack our Divine Beast Mountain, we will remain still. Of course, while we cannot act ourselves, we can have other powerful beings from other factions take action. Matthew's eyes lit up. "You mean the Austinians?" Peter smiled slightly. "Not just them, but also the other shore flower." "The other shore flower?" Everyone was stunned. Simon frowned. "The other shore flower is our enemy, and their relationship with Annie isn't bad either. They shouldn't harm Annie, right?" Peter smiled. "The more you think they won't act, the more unexpectedly you can strike. Don't think the other shore flower is a monolithic entity. I planted several needles within them." Everyone's expressions changed. They all knew Peter's character. Peter was not only powerful but also exceptionally intelligent. He always planned far in advance, implementing his plan step by step to achieve his goals. It was precisely for this reason that the Pope trusted Peter completely in managing the entire Divine Beast Mountain. During the Pope's absence, Peter was the undisputed leader of the entire Divine Beast Mountain. Chapter 555. 2 years passed, and Annie disappeared from everyone's sight, but the situation on the continent was changing rapidly. First, there was the Leicester territory. Because the demons had occupied the unclaimed wasteland, The powerful figures there had nowhere to go. Using some unknown method, they parachuted into the Leicester territory and quickly occupied large swathes of land. Harrington and Sharia were the first to bear the brunt, surrendering almost half of their territory with virtually no resistance. Then, Lyndon led his troops in a surprise attack on the Austinians, driving Henry into a retreat. Leyden was a super-powerful figure from the unclaimed wasteland, and dealing with the Austinians, who had always been pampered, was no challenge for him. Meanwhile, Rupa appeared out of nowhere, launching a surprise attack on Back Mountain City and occupying more than 10 towns surrounding it. Because of this, Lyndon was very dissatisfied with Rupa, and the two had some minor clashes, but these were kept within a certain range. Finally, Henry was once again tragically driven out of the Leicester territory. Lyndon and Rupert each occupied 7 or 8 cities, while the rest remained under the control of Sharia and Harrington. The Austen royal family lodged a protest with the Norma Empire, but the Norma Empire's reply was, "You can't defend yourselves, what's it to me?" Roy was nearly driven mad with anger. Wasn't this all for nothing? The promised return of the Leicester territory was now a complete waste. However, Roy was unwilling to give up. He deployed a large army in the Duchy of Reeves and began carving a passage through the mountains. However, this was a massive project, and it was unclear when it would be truly completed. Moreover, on the other side, in Back Mountain City, Rupert was causing all sorts of trouble. It was estimated that the Austinians would be unable to pose a significant threat to Leicester for at least 10 years. However, compared to external threats, internal conflicts within the Leicester territory were far more intense. Lyndon and Rupa were old rivals, constantly at odds, engaging in numerous small-scale skirmishes around Back Mountain City, though all remained under control. Importantly, the Norma Empire remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Indeed, no matter how much Lyndon and Rupa stirred things up, they never attacked the Norma Empire's forces. Meanwhile, the Anti-Magic Alliance had also ceased its troubles with Stonkin City. The Northern Frontier Legion and the Demon-Slaying Legion had also quieted down considerably, though what they were secretly preparing remained unknown. The northern border of humanity finally saw the arrival of the Orc army. The elves and dwarves were simply too weak to withstand the Orc onslaught. Therefore, the Northern Frontier Legion of the Anti-Demon Alliance, the Goel family of the Norma Empire, and the Kingdom of Shalia were all engaged in formal combat with the Orc army. Fortunately, the battles were not large-scale, especially since the Goel family had established a long defensive line spanning east to west, using Misty City as its core, effectively intercepting all Orc attacks. The Northern Frontier Legion faced greater pressure. They not only had to guard against the demons to the southwest, but also be wary of the Norma people in the central military region, and resist the powerful Orcs. Most importantly, the Orcs who had suffered losses in the Goel family's territory in the Norma Empire were eventually converging on the Northern Frontier Legion's territory, further increasing their burden. Compared to the turmoil across the continent, the situation on the other side of the river was relatively quiet. This mysterious group of necromancers, wiped out by the combined forces of Divine Beast Mountain and the Austen Empire, was once again driven back to their lair. This time, Divine Beast Mountain assembled a large number of Knights of Light, led by Matthew and Jacob, 2 of the 12 Guardians, preparing to launch a swift attack on the base of the other Shore Flower. However, this operation was cut short before it even began, as the Duchy of Harrington refused the Papists' request for passage. While Divine Beast Mountain was furious, they were powerless to stop it. The Papists' prestige had plummeted, and now only the Austen royal family still obeyed its commands. This gave the other Shore Flower a much-needed respite, and this period also coincided with the opening of the magical realm. It is said that the younger generation of the other Shore Flower reaped considerable rewards this time, even more than the papacy. After a period of silence, the other Shore Flower began making moves on the borders of the Norma Empire. First, strange things happened in Kachi City, a major town in the southern part of the Marco territory. It was rumored that necromancers were conducting inhumane experiments with death magic there, causing the deaths of many civilians. Marquis Ailiel immediately led an investigation into the necromancers in the city. They discovered that the other Shore Flower had infiltrated Kachi City, and was using incentives to lure local necromancers into joining their group, using civilians for magical experiments. This enraged Ailiel, who directly lodged a protest with the other Shore Flower, but they never responded directly. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, Lyndon was also harassed by the other Shore Flower. This time, their actions were even more egregious, directly targeting Lyndon himself. During an inspection of the army, a soldier suddenly attacked, attempting to kill Lyndon by self-destructing. However, Lyndon, being powerful, detected the anomaly, and killed the soldier before he could complete the detonation. Subsequent investigation revealed that the soldier's family had been kidnapped by the other Shore Flower, a group of assassins, who threatened to kill them all if he didn't assassinate Lyndon. His assassination attempt failed, and his family's bodies were later found in the mountains outside the city, mutilated beyond recognition by wild animals. Lyndon was furious and ordered a purge of all the towns under his jurisdiction, officially declaring war on the other Shore Flower. Any member of the other Shore Flower found entering his territory would be killed without mercy. However, all this information remained unknown to Annie. Annie and Bourne were still in seclusion in Stonehill City, cultivating their skills. After 2 years of arduous training, both of them broke through to the peak of the Fengyuan realm. This was largely thanks to the abundant soul fire stored in the first layer of the soul-severing blade. Bourne practically consumed the soul fire. Furthermore, after both of them simultaneously activated the spirit division and soul fusion technique, their cultivation speeds influenced each other, eventually reaching a balance. The spirit division and soul fusion technique was now nearly complete, its power surpassing most other cultivation methods. Therefore, achieving a breakthrough in just 2 years was entirely reasonable. Bourne let out a long sigh, opening his eyes. A glint of light flashed within them, seemingly containing boundless, mysterious power. Sensing Bourne's gaze, Annie also awoke from her meditation. Alas, what a pity. I was so close to breaking through to the Supreme Origin realm. Bourne chuckled, forget it, don't be too greedy. The soul fire stored in my soul-severing blade has been completely exhausted. It's already quite impressive that I was able to break through 2 levels in such a short time. Besides, breaking through to the Supreme Origin realm isn't just about having enough magic power, it also requires a certain amount of luck. Annie nodded, stood up, and stretched her limbs. Now we're both peak-level Fengyuan mages, but we can only cast so few high-level spells. The magic scrolls we can obtain from the magic source are mostly low-level or lower, completely ineffective against us. I wonder how we can acquire more high-level spells. Bourne wholeheartedly agreed. He still had quite a few trump cards at his disposal. Although he only had 1 high-level spell, 10,000 miles of Ice Seal, he still had invisibility and soul-stealing spells of uncertain rank. In addition, with the power of 3 heavenly souls and 2 puppets, he could even protect himself against a mid-level Supreme Origin Realm super-strong expert. But Annie was different. Aside from the initial mid-level spell, Evil Roar, most of the mid-level spells she acquired afterward were enhancement type, including Enhanced Necromancy. The only high-level spell she could cast was Enhanced Fire Spirit's Fury, but fire magic wasn't Annie's forte. If she could obtain a high-level water or necromancy spell, her strength would reach a new level. Since you put it that way, I do have a gift for you. Annie was taken aback, unsure what Bourne was referring to. Bourne explained, in the Netherworld, to learn new magic, you must raise your cultivation level, and then receive a blessing at the Temple of Death. This blessing increases the rank of the scroll you receive, as your strength increases. Previously, most of the spells I obtained were low-level, with only reincarnation being a mid-level spell. But after reaching the Abundant Origin Realm, I obtained a magic scroll at the Temple of Death in the Nader Legion. I haven't used it yet, so I'm giving it to you now. With that, he took out a magic scroll and handed it to Annie. Annie took the scroll and her expression froze. Advanced Necromancy? Bourne smiled slightly. That's right. I think you're more suited to mastering this spell than I am, so I kept it. Annie was deeply moved. Advanced magic was priceless, countless people dreamed of it, yet only a handful could truly master it. Bourne raised an eyebrow and said, open it and take a look. You like it? Annie nodded and gently opened the scroll. The basic description of the spell appeared. Death Combo. Each cast increases the attack power of the next necromancy attack spell. Annie's heart skipped a beat. This was practically tailor-made for her. She could already cast Enhanced Bone Spear, and its penetrating power was comparable to intermediate-level magic. If she could stack combos, the attack power of the Bone Spear would skyrocket. That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Bourne. Annie exclaimed excitedly. Bourne waved his hand. Why thank me? We're one. Your strength allows me to become stronger. Hurry up and grasp it. Annie nodded, a wisp of magic entering the scroll. The scroll transformed into a stream of light, instantly disappearing into Annie's mind. Annie closed her eyes, rapidly processing the sudden influx of information. In reality, this spell had a major flaw. If an ordinary necromancer learned this spell, its effectiveness would be very limited. Only defensive or supportive spells, like Bone Shield, Summon Undead, An undead enhancement could stack the attack power of the next offensive spell. But Anne was different. She possessed elemental magic, allowing her to unleash other elemental attack spells to trigger death combos, giving her more opportunities and initiative in battle. Because it was advanced magic, it took Anne a whole day to almost fully grasp it. As soon as she opened her eyes, she eagerly pulled Born outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" Born asked, puzzled. Anne was beaming with excitement. "I want to try it out right away. Let's go to the arena." With a bang, Anne flung open the door to the secret chamber and, under the astonished gazes of the guards, headed straight for the Stonken City Magic Arena. Jonathan received the news immediately and rushed to the arena. Anne and Born were already facing each other, ready to fight. Jonathan quickly asked, "What's going on?" The soldier replied, "We don't know either." After Miss Annie came out, she dragged this person to the arena, saying she wanted to try out her newly learned magic. New magic? Jonathan was full of questions. He didn't remember Annie going to the magic source fragment, so where did this new magic come from? But in the arena, both sides had already begun to move. To test the attack power of Annie's magic, Born directly brought out the moving castle. Boom! The massive moving castle landed heavily in the arena, making everyone's eyes widen. Holy crap, what is that thing? It's huge. Where did it come from? Just as everyone was racking their brains, Annie moved. She first cast a wind element shield on herself, then shot a reinforced bone spear directly at the moving castle. The bone spear, carrying super penetrating power, struck the castle shield with a clang, then shattered into bone dust. Annie's eyes lit up. The amplification is around 10%. Let's try again. She then cast a wind elemental shield and a fireball, followed by another reinforced bone spear. Bang! The bone spear struck the castle shield with a loud boom before shattering again. The amplification feels weaker. Born chuckled. The amplification can't be the same every time, it should decrease. Annie nodded and continued experimenting. After more than 20 rounds of experiments, exhausting all her magic power, she finally reached a conclusion. The attack power of the death combo spell weakens with each stack, reaching its maximum after the 10th stack, at which point there's no further increase, and the amplification range is capped at around 50%. However, this is already very good for Annie. The important point is that this spell is only at the beginner level. As Annie continues to master it, the amplification effect will likely become even more powerful. Chapter 556. Annie, it's about time I went back to the Netherworld, Born said with a smile. Annie was a little reluctant, but she knew Born had things to do in the Netherworld. Okay, thank you, Brother Born. Born waved his hand, found a secluded spot, shed the body, and then vanished on the spot, returning to the Netherworld. After Born left, Annie released a fireball, incinerating the corpse completely. Born reappeared in the empty camp. He was the only one in the entire brigade. Even if he had been missing for 2 years, probably no one would have known. Sure enough, when he walked out of the 5th Brigade's camp, the people around him cast strange glances. A patrolling soldier approached and asked sternly, "Who are you? What are you doing loitering here?" Born was somewhat speechless. "I'm Born, the battalion commander of the 1st Company. Don't you recognize me?" The soldier paused slightly. I know all 4 battalion commanders of the 1st Company, but I don't know anyone named Born. Are you playing me? Born rubbed his temples. I don't have time to waste with you. I need to find Lord Jimmy. Get out of my way. The soldier blocked his path. Hey! We haven't figured out your identity yet. You can't leave. Born began to grow impatient and pulled out his token. Take a look. Can I leave now? The soldier glanced at the token in Born's hand, his eyes narrowing. It was indeed a battalion commander's token, but he didn't recall having a battalion commander in the 1st Company. This token isn't fake, is it? Damn it! Are you done yet? Born finally snapped. If the soldier had been dutiful before, he wouldn't have said anything, but now that he had the captain's token, the soldier still wouldn't let him pass. The soldier, however, remained unyielding. No, I won't let you through without knowing your identity. You're coming back with me for questioning. Born took a deep breath and asked, Whose subordinate are you? I'm a squad leader from the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion. Are you coming with me yourself, or do you want me to do it? With that, he gestured for the other soldiers behind him to surround Born. Born felt a headache coming on. Facing these ordinary undead soldiers, who hadn't even reached the Feng Yuan level, he could wipe them all out with a flick of his finger. But this was, after all, within the Legion, and he couldn't act rashly. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? I already shown the battalion commander's token. If you continue to obstruct me, I kill you all on the spot without hesitation." The company commander swallowed hard, carefully examining Bourne. Seeing that he was just an ordinary skeleton soldier, he became even more convinced that the other was an imposter, perhaps just bluffing. After all, 2 years had passed, and Bourne hadn't shown his face in the company for those 2 years. It was no wonder these people didn't remember him. Enough with the nonsense. "You find out your true identity when you get to the battalion commander," he said, reaching out to grab Bourne's shoulder. Bourne's eyes widened, and his magic suddenly erupted, causing the man to stagger. The company commander immediately roared angrily, "What? You still want to resist?" Bourne sneered, "Resist? What a joke. Try and see if you can take me away." At the captain's command, the surrounding soldiers drew their weapons and charged towards Bourne. Bourne didn't even use his soul-severing blade. He simply punched the undead soldier in front of him, sent him flying, then kicked the undead soldier behind him to the ground. With a left punch and a right kick, in the blink of an eye, all 5 patrol soldiers were lying on the ground. The captain's eyes widened in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Bourne and shouted, You actually dared to hurt my men." Bourne looked at him mockingly, "Otherwise what? What do you want?" The captain also channeled his magic, quickly launching a bone spike while simultaneously swinging his blade at Bourne. Bourne slightly shifted his body, dodging the bone spike. Seeing the blade coming at him, he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead stretched out a hand to reach for the blade. The company commander was initially taken aback, then secretly delighted. The opponent's arrogance was exactly what he wanted. After all, he was a powerful 8th level Feng Yuan expert. Even a battalion commander might not be able to withstand a full-force attack. However, the next moment, Bourne flicked his wrist, and a bolt of lightning struck the blade, causing the long sword to veer off course. Bourne's right hand, swift as lightning, grabbed the company commander by the throat and lifted him up. You let me go!" the company commander roared, feeling utterly humiliated. Bourne raised an eyebrow. "Now what are you going to do? Still want to take me back?" The company commander remained relentless. "You wait. Our battalion commander won't let you go. You're going to die." Bourne casually tossed the man aside, clapped his hands, and said, "No time for your nonsense, get lost, I have things to do." The company commander fell heavily to the ground, feeling like his bones were about to shatter. If Bourne had intended to kill him, he would be dead by now. Just as Bourne was about to leave, a deep voice rang out, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy here?" Hearing this voice, the company commander's eyes lit up. He scrambled to his feet, pointed at Bourne, and shouted, "Captain, this guy is impersonating the captain and injured my men. He's definitely a spy who infiltrated from outside." The newcomer was the captain of the 1st Battalion. He frowned, looked in the direction the company commander was pointing, and then froze. The company commander approached the battalion commander, glaring fiercely at Bourne, and said, "It's this bastard. I tried to take him back for questioning, but he not only resisted but also injured one of my men. He even tried to kill me. Battalion commander, you have to stand up for us." Bourne crossed his arms, coldly watching the other's performance. After hearing the company commander's story, the battalion commander basically understood what had happened. He glanced at the company commander and asked indifferently, "Did he show his token?" The company commander hesitated, then replied, He showed it, but it was definitely fake." But before he could finish speaking, a loud bang rang out, and he was sent flying by a punch. A hole immediately appeared in his body, and green fluid spurted out, splattering everywhere. With a thud, the company commander landed on the ground like a sandbag, his face filled with shock and fear. He stammered, "Battalion commander, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you?" The battalion commander laughed angrily. "You think you're all that now? The battalion commander's token means nothing to you, is it? Even if you don't know him, you can still recognize that token, you idiot." The company commander shuddered. Could that ordinary skeleton soldier really be the company's battalion commander? But he had never heard of such a person in the company. Suddenly, he recalled a selection competition 2 years ago. Back then, a skeleton soldier had indeed outshone everyone else, won the championship, and was assigned to the 1st company. But afterwards, he disappeared without a trace, and most people didn't know how Captain Jimmy had arranged his fate. Could this skeleton soldier in front of him be the champion of the selection tournament from back then? The battalion commander walked towards Bourne, extending his hand and saying, "Brother Bourne, I'm very sorry, my men were ignorant. Please don't take offense. I'm LB, the battalion commander, it's a pleasure to meet you." Bourne shook hands with him. "Hello, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up, I don't want to pursue it further." LB asked, "I haven't seen you for the past 2 years. Did Captain Jimmy assign you some mission? Bourne gave a wry smile, sort of. I'm going to talk to Captain Jimmy now. Is he here? LB nodded. He's back. Let's go find him together. The two went to the company headquarters together, and after reporting in, entered the company commander's tent. Jimmy was frowning, looking down at the map in front of him, and only looked up when he heard their footsteps. His gaze first fell on Bourne. You broken through again? Bourne smiled and nodded. Yes, you entrusted me with such an important task. Of course, I have to prepare well. Jimmy raised an eyebrow. Are you ready? Bourne shook his head. I'm afraid I alone can't do it. I want to pick 2 people from the Nader Legion to assist me. Jimmy thought for a moment and said, ordinary soldiers are fine, but if they are corps members or captains, then... No problem, I just need ordinary undead soldiers. Bourne said with a smile. Jimmy nodded. No problem. Who do you want? I have someone send a message right away. Dukala and Scheller from Team 8. I worked with those 2 a lot before, so we have a good understanding. Good. Jimmy waved his hand, immediately calling in a guard, who wrote down an order and sent it down. So when are you planning to make your move? It's been 2 years, and I'm getting impatient. Bourne said speechlessly. As soon as those 2 arrive, I set off immediately. But this is no joke. I can't guarantee success. Jimmy waved his hand dismissively. Just do your best. I coordinate with you on my side. Don't worry. LB looked at the 2 of them, completely bewildered, not understanding what they were talking about. However, their conversation quickly ended, and Jimmy looked at LB and said, the company's soulfire production has decreased recently. What's going on? LB bowed and said, I was just about to report this to you. The number of undead in the hunting grounds has decreased again, and it seems they are migrating to other areas. After investigation, we found that they went north, but the specific reason is unknown. Jimmy frowned. What are the other companies saying about this? The other companies have also noticed something amiss, but due to the relatively complex situation in the north, we dare not investigate too much. The second company is currently handling the follow-up. Jimmy nodded. Good. You keep an eye on this. If the second company needs assistance, you take men there. The hunting grounds are the foundation of the Legion's development. They absolutely cannot be compromised. Yes, sir, LB replied. A week later, Solons personally brought Dukala and Churl to the Slime Legion and handed them over to Bourne. Bourne, long time no see. How have you been here? Solons asked with a smile. Cough, the Slime Legion is nothing special. I'd rather stay under your command. Solons quickly waved his hand. Don't joke around. You're now the captain of the Slime Legion. I'm just your subordinate. What subordinate? What's our relationship? Why would I care about that? Bourne scoffed. Dukala asked, Brother, what did you call us here for? Bourne nodded. I received a mission and need your assistance. It's not difficult, don't worry. Scheller's eyes narrowed slightly. We didn't ask about the difficulty. Could it be? Hey! You must be tired from your long journey. Come on, let's go to my camp to talk. Bourne immediately interrupted Scheller, leading the 3 to his private camp. Walking in the empty camp, the 3 were completely bewildered. Dukala asked, Brother, why is there nobody in your camp? Did they go out on a mission? Bourne coughed twice. Ahem, actually my battalion. It's just me. What? The 3 were immediately taken aback. Just you? What do you mean? Bourne shrugged. It means exactly what it sounds like. I'm in the 5th Battalion of the 1st Company, but actually the entire 1st Company only has 4 battalions. My 5th Battalion is newly added, and besides me, the battalion commander, there's no one else. Then what's the point of this battalion? Solons asked, frowning. I don't know either. Anyway, it's Captain Jimmy's idea, and I can't just ask him directly. Solons stroked his chin, lost in thought. Soon they entered Bourne's tent. As a battalion commander's tent, it was very spacious, but there was nothing else there, making it look somewhat empty. Bourne sat down directly on the ground and said, Come, sit down. The 3 exchanged glances, all with wry smiles, and sat down on the ground like Bourne. Now you can tell me about the mission, Scheller asked. Bourne knew he'd have to tell him sooner or later, and since he couldn't hide it, he said directly, I have a special mission. It might be difficult for me alone, so I specifically asked Captain Jimmy to bring you 2 over. Actually, the mission is very simple. A surprise attack on the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. Chapter 557. What? The 3 of them stared wide-eyed at Bourne in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Scheller shouted, the Purple Fire Mummy Legion is about as strong as the Slime Legion. If you had a whole battalion to command, that would be fine, but the problem is you don't have a single person under your command. Aren't the three of us just asking for death? Ducala immediately stood up. Oh, I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of at home. Excuse me for a moment. Hey, wait! Bourne said speechlessly. Let me finish. This sounds difficult, but actually, it's fraught with difficulties. Ducala added, I think you just want us to live too long. Bourne stepped forward and pulled Ducala back, laughing. Don't rush, I already thought of a plan. Think about it, when have you ever suffered a loss following me? Ducala and Scheller thought about it, and realized it was true. Since following Bourne, they had both broken through to the middle level of the Fengyuan realm, and were now considered mid-level in the Legion. Solons asked, why did Lord Jimmy send you to raid the Purple Fire Mummy Legion? Why didn't he send anyone else? Bourne sighed, I suspect he might want to use me to give the Purple Fire Mummy Legion an excuse to legitimately attack the Slime Legion. Solons was taken aback, shocked. You suspect Lord Jimmy is? That's right. Bourne stated his suspicion. Of the 3 company commanders of the Slime Legion, only Jimmy isn't a core member, which already makes him the most suspicious. Besides, his actions made me even more suspicious of him. First, he had a grudge against Commander Aiden and had motives to rebel. Second, apart from me, no one in the entire first company was selected from the core members of the subordinate legions. It could be said that everyone here only listened to Jimmy, which created an opportunity for him to rebel. After I arrived at the company, he didn't assign me to another battalion as a company commander, but directly gave me the nominal position of commander of the 5th Battalion. Wasn't that equivalent to excluding me from the entire company? Solon stroked his chin, pondering Bourne's words. What you said makes sense, but these are all just guesses. Do you have any evidence? Bourne shook his head. There's no evidence. After all, I've been in seclusion for the past 2 years, and I haven't had much contact with the first company. I don't know much. I'm only telling you this. I would never tell anyone else. Solons was somewhat non-committal. Then you still need to be careful. At least, you can't trust anyone here. Bourne nodded. Of course, I won't trust them, but on the surface, I still have to complete the mission they gave me, especially this mission to ambush the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. Didn't you say before that the Purple Fire Mummies possess mind control magic? I'd like to see it for myself and hone my own magic. Ducala said, but wouldn't that just make Jimmy reach? Is that his objective? Once the Purple Fire Mummy Legion has an excuse, they launch a full-scale attack. Will you be the one to take the blame then? Bourne laughed. Of course I'm not that stupid. This sneak attack must be carried out without anyone noticing, inflicting a heavy loss on the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. This will achieve my objective, fulfill Jimmy's task, and thwart Jimmy's plan. That's what I want. I see. Solon smiled slightly. It seems we've been overthinking it. You must have already come up with a plan. Bourne slowly said, I planned this sneak attack in 3 steps. The first step is to create chaos. Since the Purple Fire Mummy Legion is determined to attack the Slime Legion, they're naturally making preparations in secret. Our first step is to find their hidden camp, create some disturbance, and disrupt their formation. Churla nodded. And the second step? The second step is decapitation. We need to find an opportunity to eliminate their leader. Of course, this depends on their strength, but I believe their core members won't directly participate. Otherwise, the Slime Legion's higher-ups would have already noticed something amiss. Solons frowned. That's the crux of the problem. I suspect their leader might have reached the origin level. How are you going to deal with him? Bourne smiled and pulled out a bunch of potions, leaving the 3 speechless. Churla exclaimed, Is the Slime Legion so generous? Are these potions just for free? Of course not. Bourne put the potions away again. These were only some he had stolen from the 3rd company. These are what I worked so hard to earn. Never mind that, with these potions, I can handle any undead below the origin level 3. Solon swallowed hard. He knew Bourne was strong, capable of challenging origin level undead, but the thought of killing an origin level 3 undead in one go still shocked him. Bourne continued, the 3rd step is kidnapping. The first 2 steps have already completed the tasks Jimmy assigned. Next is what I need myself. I want to kidnap high-level purple flame mummies from their camp to conduct magical experiments. We discussed the specific number later. The 3 of them shuddered simultaneously. They had all experienced Bourne's soul-stealing torture and knew how unpleasant it was. Each of your steps is quite difficult, Solon said. Do you need me to arrange some more people to help you? Bourne waved his hand, saying no need. Too many people will only attract more attention. The 2 of them are enough to help. Cheryl asked, But we too are weak and can't be of much help. We might as well send Bartlett from Team 1. Bourne chuckled. Don't underestimate yourselves. The three of us have been through so much together, and I trust you the most. This operation is perfect for you. Ducala squinted and asked, You're not going to sell us out, are you? Why would I? Bourne shrugged. Am I that kind of person? Besides, what good would it do me to sell you out? Could you exchange for soulfire or potions? Ducala glared. Damn, that's really hurtful. I've got some fat on me, you know. Everyone was speechless. All right, Solon said. I can't stay here long. There are still some things to take care of in the Legion, so I head back first. You all must be careful. Bourne, you must take good care of those two. If anything happens to them, I hold you responsible. Bourne laughed. I know, don't worry. After Solon's left, Choler asked, When do we begin our operation? Bourne dusted himself off and said, Right now. Let me explain the first step of the plan. Listen carefully. Ducala and Choler immediately became extremely attentive, afraid of missing any important information. Bourne solemnly said, To ensure we can approach the Purple Fire Mummy Legion silently, you two need to disguise yourselves. Ducala, you're originally a wandering undead. Undead hunter. Ducala corrected, displeased. Bourne was speechless. It doesn't matter. You're a necromancer by training. I need you to take Cheryl with you, using information about Jairus and Jeremy as bait, to get close to the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. Cheryl asked doubtfully, but we don't know where those two brothers are. Bourne waved his hand. That doesn't matter. You all know that Jairus and Jeremy are commissioned by the Purple Fire Mummy Legion to attack the Southern Legions. That's enough, they have to believe you. But what should we say if they ask? It's simple. Just tell them that the Jairus brothers are hiding in a secluded place, and you must lead the way yourself to find them. Ducala frowned. That probably won't work. Based on my understanding of the Purple Fire Mummy's nature, they might forcibly detain us and then get the answer you want from their mouths. Bourne smiled slightly. So you have to state your conditions from the start. In exchange, the Purple Fire Mummy will pay you 20,000 soulfires plus 100 bottles of potions. What? Both of them were taken aback. Is it that outrageous? How could they possibly agree? Bourne smiled. It has to be outrageous. Since we killed Pisa, most of Pisa's men also died in that battle. The rest escaped with the Jerry brothers, so the Purple Fire Mummy Legion is very likely completely unaware of the details of that battle. Therefore, in order to find out what really happened, the Purple Fire Mummy Legion will definitely not give up this opportunity. They will bargain with you. This is where your skills will come in. Make sure to drag it out as long as possible, and keep them in suspense. What if they use force? Cheryl asked. Then you run. Bourne said. Ducala, your rolling magic is a godsend for escaping. Make good use of it this time. What about me? Cheryl asked. Your situation is even simpler. Just stay where you are, and tell them that only you and Ducala can find the Jerry's brothers. Without either of you, they can't find them. That way, they'd be hesitant to harm you. Cheryl swallowed hard. Really? I'm terrified of dying, even though I'm already dead. Bourne patted him on the shoulder. Your role is crucial. If this act goes well, our plan will succeed. Ducala then asked, What about you? Aren't you going to help? Of course I help, Bourne said. But you don't need to worry about that. If you encounter any danger, I naturally appear to save you. I promised Captain Solons I wouldn't let anything happen to you. With Bourne's words, the two, though still somewhat hesitant, felt much more at ease. After finalizing their plan, the three set off. To avoid suspicion, Ducala and Churl left the Slime Legion separately in different directions, while Bourne followed behind. Before setting off, Bourne needed to inform Jimmy, since he was now Jimmy's subordinate, and Jimmy had been waiting for him to take action for 2 years. Whatever Jimmy's purpose was, he needed to inform him before the operation to avoid Jimmy becoming suspicious of him. However, when he arrived at Jimmy's tent, he was told that Jimmy had gone to the commander's tent for a meeting. Frustrated, Bourne could only go to the commander's tent. The meeting inside was still going on, so he had to wait outside. About an hour later, the meeting finally ended, and a group of people came out of the tent. Bourne glanced around and saw that most of the attendees were core members of the Legion, except for 2 people, Jimmy and, surprisingly, Nuoka. Bourne looked at Nuoka with some confusion, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted. Bourne, what are you doing here? Did you need to see me? Jimmy asked, stepping forward. Bourne snapped out of his reverie. Oh, it's nothing, just that I might be making some moves soon, just wanted to let you know. Jimmy nodded. Oh, I see. Nader also told me the person you wanted would arrive today. Looks like you're ready. I don't care about anything else. Just don't reveal your identity. Bourne smiled. No problem. Then he raised his question. By the way, I just saw Nuoka come out of the commander's tent. Why is that? Jimmy paused. Oh, you mean him? He's responsible for assisting the commander with record keeping and summarizing. Every time. He attends all the meetings and summarizes the important points to report to the deputy regimental commanders and company commanders. What's wrong? Bourne shook his head. Oh, nothing, I'm just curious. Jimmy laughed. It's nothing. Recently, the battalion commanders of several companies have been taking turns doing this, but he's just doing it more often. Do the other battalion commanders do it too? Of course, all 4 of my battalion commanders have taken turns attending the meetings. Bourne didn't inquire too much about it, exchanged a few words with Jimmy, and then quietly left the Legion. According to the established plan, Scheller and Dekala met up in the swamp 3 kilometers outside the Slime Legion. Hey, do you think Bourne will follow us? Should we wait? Dekala asked. Scheller shook his head. Let's not wait any longer. Didn't he already say that once he's out, we have to act on our own? If he doesn't show up, we won't be able to find him. Dekala curled his lip. This guy's enjoying himself while we take risks. It's outrageous. Scheller smiled wryly. There's nothing we can do about it. He carries the mark of a core member of our Nader Legion, making it easy to spot him as an imposter. So, only we can handle this. Chapter 558. Scheller had long since removed the armor bearing the Nader Legion insignia, donning a simple bone armor that looked somewhat clumsy. Dukara, the rest is up to you. I follow your orders. Dukara sized up Scheller and said, You still don't look like a necromancer. Let me give you a makeover. With that, he began to work. Scheller stood there like a statue, letting Dekala do as he pleased. After a series of actions, Dekala finally nodded in satisfaction. That's about right. Scheller was a little confused. What do I look like now? Dekala led him to a small puddle. Through the water, Scheller finally saw his new look. His once golden skull was now covered in dark brown mud, making him look filthy. His bone armor had been replaced with tattered leather armor, hanging piece by piece, letting in drafts. In addition, he had various strange bone decorations on his neck and arms, and a bird's nest-like hat on his head, woven from harmless undead plants. Holy crap! Impressive! Scheller exclaimed. If no one told me, everyone would think I'm a wandering undead. An undead hunter. Dekala was very satisfied with his work. He also made some changes to himself, and then the two headed towards the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. Dekala had been a wandering undead for a long time, spending time in most areas of the Swamp of Sloth, so he was quite familiar with the locations of the major legions, making him the perfect person to lead the way. After traveling for 2 or 3 days, they passed through the territory of a subordinate legion and finally arrived at a subordinate territory of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. This territory was roughly the same size as the Nader Legion, and there were many wandering undead nearby. They didn't show any curiosity about Dekala's arrival, as wandering undead were common in this area. This is the Purple Fire Mummy Legion's closest point to the Slime Legion, Dekala said. If the Purple Fire Mummy Legion really wants to make a move, they should make some arrangements here. Churl nodded. Shall we go directly to the Legion's camp? Dekala thought for a moment and said, Let's not alert them. Let's look for clues nearby first. As he spoke, Dekala's gaze suddenly fell on a wandering undead hiding in the distance. It was a slime, not very strong, and most people wouldn't notice it. Dekala's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly rolled towards the slime. The slime was startled and immediately turned to run, but as a slime, its speed was no different from a snail's. It was no match for Dekala, and was caught in an instant. Seeing it couldn't escape, the slime turned and spat. Dekala quickly jumped back, the spit making a sizzling sound as it hit the ground, clearly some kind of offensive magic. Damn it, Yumyuma, it's me, Dekala. Don't you recognize me? Dekala shouted. The slime paused, warily examining Dekala, then asked in a gurgling sound, Gurgle, are you really Dekala? Dekala chuckled and patted his round belly. Who else but me would have such a big belly? The slime's eyes lit up immediately, and it exclaimed excitedly, Gurgle, Dekala, you're actually back. Gurgle. Hee, I told you I'd be back. Look, I'm already at the mid-stage of the Fengyuan realm. Dekala proudly showed off his cultivation level, making the little slime extremely envious, its 2 adorable eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, right. Dukala pointed to Scheller and said, "This is my friend, someone I met in the south. His name is Scheller." Scheller stepped forward and greeted him. "Hello, I'm Scheller." Because Scheller always had a distant, unapproachable demeanor, Yumumu became a little nervous. "Ugh, you." "Hello, I'm Yumuma," Dukala explained. "When I was hanging around here before, Yumuma was the only one I was close to. I even saved him once. But in the end, I was being chased, and had no choice but to leave." Yumuma said, "Ugh, but you're back just in time. That slime zombie that was chasing you is gone, supposedly off to hang out with Pizza." "Oh, Pizza." Dukala's lips curled into a smile. He hadn't participated in the battle between Pizza and the Nader Legion, so he hadn't seen anyone besides Jeremy. Now that he thought about it, that damn slime zombie was probably dead in that battle, and a sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. "Goo, you suddenly came back this time. Is it to seek revenge on him?" Yumumu asked. Dukala shook his head. "How could that be? Do you think I'm that vengeful? Actually, I just had nothing better to do, so I came to see how things are going here." Yumumu said with a bitter face, "Ugh, it's not good at all. Lately, the Purple Fire Mummy Legion has been up to something, kidnapping a lot of undead hunters. We're all hiding from them now." "Kidnapping undead hunters? Why?" "Ugh, I don't know. Those they kidnapped are either dead or locked up in one place, and we can't see them." Dukala frowned, sensing something unusual. "Can you take us there to see?" Yumumu immediately shook her head frantically. "Ugh, no, no, no. You absolutely mustn't go. There's a Supreme Realm expert there, and there are patrols and guards for miles around. Going there is just suicide." Dukala became even more certain of his guess. The Legion here wasn't strong, there shouldn't be a Supreme Realm expert there. But since the Purple Fire Mummy Legion was taking it so seriously, there must be some unspeakable secret. "It's alright, just tell me where it is, I go myself." Yumumu thought for a moment and said, "Gulp, recently quite a few spies from the Slime Legion have come, but none of them have found that place. Only a very few of us undead hunters know it. I wouldn't tell just anyone." Without another word, Dukala pulled out a soulfire from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, this is for you." Yumumu was overjoyed, swallowed the soulfire, and then let out a burp, saying, "Gulp, you're definitely not an ordinary person, I can tell you." Saying this, Yumumu pointed them in the direction, while adding, "Gulp, they've been very restless lately, you have to be careful not to get caught." Guided by Yumumu, the two arrived at a swamp. Just as Yumumu had said, there were many patrolling undead soldiers, all around the Yuan transformation realm. Dukara was quite surprised. This place was indeed difficult to find. No wonder the Slime Legion had searched for so long without finding the right spot. Plus, the guards here were heavily fortified. Even if they were lucky enough to find it, they would likely be hunted down and silenced. The patrolling guards glared angrily at the approaching wandering undead, their hands gripping their sword hilts. If they dared to get any closer, they would probably attack. Yumumu quickly hid behind Dukara, whose massive size instantly shielded her completely. A patrolling guard stepped forward and demanded, "What are you doing here? This isn't a place for you to wander around. Get out of here." Dukala chuckled, "Hee, we have important business to discuss with your leader. We like to know." But before he could finish, the guard drew his blade. "Are you deaf? I told you to get lost." Unfazed by the guard's threat, Dukala maintained his smile. "Oh, you told me to get lost? Fine, I show you." With that, he unleashed a rolling spell. Boom! He seemed to transform into a sphere, smashing the guard in front of him away with a thud, sending him tumbling headfirst into the mud. Clang! 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 The other guards were startled and quickly drew their weapons, aiming at Dukala and his companions. The undead guard struggled to crawl out of the mud, snarling, "You pig-headed bastard, you're dead." Dukala flipped to his feet. "Hey, didn't you tell me to get lost? Now that I'm gone, you're not happy." The undead guard ignored him and shouted, "Grab him. I tear him apart alive. Let him know the consequences of provoking my Purple Fire Mummy Legion." Several guards charged at Dukala simultaneously. Dukala remained calm, taking a slight step back. Churl, however, stepped forward, dragging his greatsword. His aura as a mid-stage Feng Yuan cultivator erupted, and he swung the greatsword in a horizontal slash. However, he held back, using the flat of the blade instead of the sharp edge. These patrolling guards at the Huayuan realm were no match for him. They were instantly sent flying, landing with a series of thuds in the mud. Yumumu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected this seemingly dirty golden skeleton to possess such power. Several guards scrambled out of the mud, fear in their eyes. They weren't fools, they knew they encountered a formidable opponent. They quickly fled, hurling threats. You just wait. Coming here to cause trouble will get you. Once the guards were gone, Yumumu said worriedly, what do we do? They must have gone to find reinforcements. Let's get out of here. Dukala shook his head. We wait for their reinforcements. Not long after, a group of about 10 people rushed over. The guards who had fled were among them. These must be their reinforcements. The leader, a slimy zombie, roared, how dare you cause trouble here? Who are you? Sensing the imposing aura of the other party, who appeared to be a mid-level Feng Yuan expert, Dukala stepped forward and said, we are undead hunters. We have information about the Jarrus brothers and originally came to discuss cooperation, but your people attacked us without warning. We had no choice but to retaliate. The slime zombie paused, narrowing its eyes slightly, its gaze becoming even more wary. You know the Jarrus brothers? Dukala shrugged. I'm not familiar with them, but I've seen them before, and I know you're looking for them. The slime zombie was silent for a moment, its gaze sweeping over the three of them. It immediately spotted Yumumu hiding in the back. Yumumu was actually quite well known in this area, famously cowardly. Almost everyone knew him as a weak and timid slime. So it asked Yumumu, are these two really wandering undead? They are undead hunters. Dukala corrected. Yumumu nodded. Yes, Dukala has always been an undead hunter, and he's a good friend of mine. Churl is someone Dukala met in the south. He's also an undead hunter. The slime zombie nodded. Alright, come with me then. This isn't the place to talk. Dukala was secretly pleased. He exchanged a glance with Churl and followed. Yumumu hesitated for a moment, but after some internal struggle, he followed as well. On the way, the two sides didn't exchange any more words. The slime zombie didn't let his guard down, instead having his other soldiers form a circle around the three of them. Even if Dukala and his companions wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. Before long, the group arrived at a campsite. According to Dukala's previous memories, this place had originally been a barren wasteland, completely empty. The sudden appearance of such a large campsite truly surprised him. The slime zombie led the three to a tent, respectfully saying, Lord Rickwell, I brought back 3 wandering undead. They seem to have news of the Jarrus brothers. A purple fire mummy turned around, a hint of curiosity in its eyes. So much time has passed, I thought I'd lost the Jarrus brothers. I didn't expect there would still be wandering undead who know about them. The slime zombie introduced, this is Lord Rickwell. Just say what you want. Dukala stepped forward and cut to the chase. Lord Rickwell, you should know the rules. To get information from us undead hunters, you have to pay a price. Rickwell paused slightly, then chuckled, you got some nerve, you daring to negotiate with me. But it's alright, I like people who can negotiate. Tell me, what do you want? Dukala followed Born's instructions and said, I don't want much, just 20,000 soulfire and 100 potions. What? Everyone present, except for Cheryl, was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Rickwell frowned, his tone unfriendly. Are you playing me? He said. Dukala calmly replied, how could I? I'm here to make a deal with utmost sincerity, otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured this far. This was already the core area of this secret base, swarming with patrolling undead guards and soldiers. Escaping from here would be incredibly difficult. Rickwell shook his head. I can't meet your conditions. Let's find something more realistic. Chapter 559. Dukala threw the difficult question back at him. So how much can you give? Richard pondered for a moment and said, a maximum of 100 soulfires. Dukala's eyes widened. Are you trying to fob me off? No way. It has to be 20,000 soulfires, and the potions can be fewer, 50 bottles will do. Everyone looked at Dukala in astonishment, not expecting this wandering undead to be so tough, showing no fear in the face of a Supreme Realm expert. Richard's brows furrowed even deeper. Aren't you afraid of taking it but not being able to spend it? Dukala chuckled. Let me tell you, only the two of us know about the Jerry brothers. We can't do without either of us, and you can't even catch me. Is that so? Richard's eyes widened suddenly, and he attacked with lightning speed. Chila roared, stepped forward, and brought his greatsword down with a mighty slash. Richard hadn't expected his opponent to be so fierce. Instead of dodging his attack, the opponent charged forward, his movement slightly hesitant. But in that brief moment, less than a second, Dukala had transformed into a large ball, rolling out of the tent and knocking the guards at the entrance to the ground. Richard was stunned for a moment, then roared, "Stop him!" The guards reacted quickly, giving chase to Dukala. However, Dukala's speed was simply too great, and his defense was greatly enhanced when he activated the rolling magic. Ordinary offensive magic was completely ineffective against him. In no time, he had rushed out of the camp and disappeared into the vast swamp. Richard gritted his teeth, watching Dakala's disappearing figure. Turning around, he saw Shella grinning. He roared, "What are you laughing at? Do you think you can escape?" Shella shrugged. "Why would I run? You haven't found the Jarrus brothers in 2 years. You're probably under pressure from the Legion's higher-ups, right? Now we have information, and you have resources. Why can't we make a fair trade?" "Fair my ass," Richard roared. "Who asks for 20,000 soulfire right off the bat? Even if I gave it to you, how would you take it? That's none of your concern. Just give me the soulfire, and my companions, and I will take you to find the Jarrus brothers." Richard took a deep breath, calming his anger slightly. "You really know Jarrus's location?" "Of course," Scheller said. "But we both have to go together, otherwise the Jarrus brothers' spies will immediately notice something amiss and move elsewhere, and you won't be able to find them." Richard stroked his chin. This was in line with the Jarrus brothers' style. In fact, Cheryl was right. The higher-ups of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion wanted Rilke to find the Jarrus brothers as soon as possible and find out what had happened. However, more than 2 years had passed, and there was still no news. The higher-ups' patience was wearing thin. The arrival of Dakala and his companion was indeed an opportunity. If they could find the Jarrus brothers, they might obtain some crucial information, which could earn Rilke more favor from the higher-ups. "But you're asking for far too much. I don't have 20,000 soulfires on hand. This deal is impossible." Cheeler thought for a moment and said, "Then take me to your warehouse. I take as much as you have, and if it's not enough, we supplement it with other things. How about that?" Richard suppressed his anger, thinking to himself, "Let's see how you manage to take so much stuff." But outwardly said, "Fine, I take you, but you can only go in once. How much you bring out is up to you." Cheeler was about to object when he suddenly heard a whisper in his ear, "Say yes." Cheeler's eyes narrowed. He knew that voice all too well. It was Bourne's. He looked around, but all he saw were members of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. He couldn't find Bourne anywhere. Without hesitation he said, "Fine. I agree, but none of you are allowed to follow me into the warehouse." Richard sneered inwardly, tch, still playing hard to get. But still agreed, "No problem, I grant your request, but don't stay inside too long. Eating too much soulfire can cause you to explode and die." Churl chuckled. The other man thought he wanted to go in and start eating, never suspecting he had a hidden hand. Richard then led Churl to the warehouse. At Richard's command, the guards opened the warehouse door. Churl walked in without any politeness, turning back to say, "Don't come in," before closing the door. The guard beside him angrily said, "Captain, are we just going to let him eat soulfire in there? This is outrageous." Richard sneered, "Let him be arrogant for a while. He can't consume much soulfire in there. Once he comes out, I make him pay back everything, interest and all." The guard's face lit up with joy. He, I knew the captain would have a way to deal with him." "Of course," Richard said proudly, "they think they're clever, using the information about the Jerry brothers to blackmail me. But once they lead me to the Jerry brothers, their value will be gone. Then they be at my mercy. Captain is brilliant." The guards all showed admiration, showering him with compliments. In the warehouse, Cheryl, using the dim light, looked at the dazzling array of items and roughly estimated that there were only about 10,000 soulfire stored here, not many indeed. However, there were many potions, about 200 bottles. It seemed they were indeed preparing for battle. If all 200 bottles of potions were used by the team, it would directly increase the entire team's combat power by more than double. Cheryl scratched his head, unsure what to do next. Was he really going to just bite into it? Just then, a hand patted his shoulder. "Holy crap!" Cheryl jumped in surprise, instinctively raising his sword to strike. Bourne stopped him in time. "Don't move, it's me, Bourne." Cheryl recognized Bourne's face and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, asking in confusion, "How did you get in?" "I didn't see you." Bourne waved his hand. "Ahem, never mind that. Go see if there are any rare materials. You don't need to worry about things here." Cheryl was completely bewildered, but he still followed Bourne's instructions and went to the material storage area. The materials here were divided into ores, bones, herbs, etc., most of which were quite common. Schiller rummaged through a pile of materials for a while, then his eyes lit up. He pulled out a dark red ore. He didn't know what kind of ore it was, but he could sense the immense energy within it. It's so big, how am I going to carry it away?" Schiller scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. Just then, Bourne appeared behind him. "How's it going?" Schiller pointed at the ore and said, I think this ore is a bit peculiar, but I don't know what it is, and it's so big, it's not easy to move. Bourne chuckled and simply waved his hand, storing the ore into the space of the soul-severing blade. Huh? Schiller was taken aback, then instantly realized, You have a spatial artifact? Bourne nodded, winking at him, Don't tell anyone. Schiller swallowed hard, turning to look at the place where the soul fire and potions were stored. It was completely empty. My God, you emptied this place? Bourne shrugged. What else could I do? Leave them some? He patted Schiller's shoulder. All right, we should probably head out now. Schiller hesitated. What about you? Should we hide? It's okay. You go open the door and walk out normally. Don't worry about me. Schiller reluctantly complied. He took a small bag of soul fire from Bourne, containing about 100, then took a deep breath, opened the warehouse door, and calmly walked out. Richard, standing outside the door, was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to emerge from the warehouse so quickly. He sized up Schiller, noticing that he was only holding a small bag of soul fire, and a smile crept onto his lips. He estimated that the bag contained at most 100 soul fires. Even if the guy ate them all inside, he wouldn't have consumed many in such a short time, and the total loss wouldn't be too significant. Are you satisfied now? Schiller raised an eyebrow. Not bad, right? Shouldn't you call your companions back? Schiller slung the bag over his shoulder. Sure, but I need to prepare first. You already waited 2 years, you won't mind waiting a little longer, will you? Richard waved his hand generously. No problem, you can leave it anywhere in my camp. As long as you don't leave the camp, you can go wherever you want. Schiller chuckled. Then I go to your tent. That way you. No need to worry about me running away. Richard narrowed his eyes, unsure of what Schiller was up to, but before he could speak, a scream rang out behind him, Aya! Holy crap! Richard was startled and turned around, roaring, Who's screaming? A guard rushed out of the warehouse, pointing frantically, inside. Richard shoved him aside. You can't even speak properly, what use are you? Get out of my way. He strode into the warehouse. However, the next moment, he froze in place. The warehouse was now completely empty. Aside from some ordinary materials scattered on the ground, everything of value, including soulfire and potions, had been looted. What on earth is going on? He whirled around, looking at Schiller, who was walking away. What did that guy do in there? Could it be? He roared and chased after Schiller. Stop right there. Schiller paused slightly, then turned back and smiled. What is it? Captain Rickwell, is there anything else you need? Rilke's face was ashen. Pointing at the bag in Schiller's hand, he asked, How many soulfires are in there? Schiller honestly replied, Probably less than 100. This small bag can't hold many. Open it, and let me see. Schiller frowned. You're not that stingy, are you? You want to check even 100 soulfires? Stop talking nonsense, open it. Rilke's tone brooked no argument. Schiller shrugged. All right then. He placed the bag on the ground and, under the curious gazes of the crowd, opened it. Rilke's eyes widened as he peered into the bag, but the result disappointed him. Inside, there were only about 100 soulfires lying quietly, nothing else. However, he still refused to give up and demanded, Hey kid, do you have a spatial artifact on you? Schiller generously spread his hands. Come on, search me. If you find anything, I give it to you. Richard was about to make a move when Schiller stepped back. Hey, let's make this clear first. What if you can't find anything? Can't find anything? Richard was taken aback. He really hadn't considered that. My warehouse is completely empty. What else do you want? Schiller grinned. There's nothing left in the warehouse, but you can always ask the Legion for something. Damn it! Bandits! Richard couldn't hold back any longer. His anger surged. Churl replied nonchalantly, Then I can't just let you search me, right? You're accusing me like this, I won't admit it. Richard gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Churl to pieces, but reason told him it wasn't the right time yet. I'm going to find your spatial artifact today. Richard was certain Churl possessed a spatial artifact, otherwise, he couldn't have emptied the entire warehouse in one go. Churl's demands were just a pretense, meant to make him back down, but Richard wasn't about to give up. He pulled out another bottle of potion from his pocket, gritting his teeth. This is a mid-grade potion. This one bottle is worth over 10,000 soul flames. How about it? If I don't find any spatial artifacts, this potion is yours. Schiller's heart skipped a beat. This Richard was really generous. Schiller had been with the Nader Legion for so long, and had never seen a mid-grade potion before. Well, all right then. With so many people watching, you won't go back on your word, will you? Richard gritted his teeth and shoved the mid-grade potion directly into Scheller's hand, as if afraid Scheller would change his mind. Is this all right? Scheller was somewhat amused, and could only open his arms, saying, "Come on." Richard rubbed his hands together, and stepped forward to rummage through Scheller's things. However, after searching for a while, he did find a lot of random things, but none of them had any spatial fluctuations. The more Richard searched, the worse his face became, and gradually, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 560. Sheila crossed his arms and sneered, "How's it going? Did you find anything?" The purple flames on Richard's body flickered and danced, as if he were about to burn himself out. "How is this possible? Where did you hide those sulfires and potions?" "Where did I hide them?" Sheila said innocently, "When I went in, there was only this little bit of sulfire inside." "Go to hell." Richard felt like his head was about to explode with anger. His warehouse had been completely ransacked, and now he even lost a mid-grade potion. He truly lost everything. Sheila chuckled as he packed up his belongings and swaggered towards the camp, saying, "All right, I'm a man of my word. After I collected the sulfire, I take you to find the Jerry brothers. My companions will be waiting for us on the way." Richard barely suppressed the urge to kill Sheila, stomped his foot angrily, and turned to leave. Seeing that no one was around, Scheller breathed a heavy sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground in his tent. "My God, that scared me to death." Bort appeared beside him, chuckling, "You're something else. I didn't even teach you, and you still managed to get a mid-grade potion from that guy Rickwell." Scheller scratched his head and said, "I learned it from you. Here, I have no use for this potion, so here you go." He handed over the mid-grade potion. Bort didn't stand on ceremony and took the potion. Upon closer inspection, the liquid inside was pale purple and emitted a peculiar energy. What kind of potion is this?" Cheryl shook his head. "I never seen it either, and I don't know its specific effects." Bourne put the potion away. "Never mind, later you have Richard leave the camp with you. To avoid arousing his suspicion, it's best to head towards the Purple Fire Mummy Legion headquarters." Cheryl nodded solemnly. "Okay, I understand." After a while, Cheryl came out of the tent. Richard frowned and asked, "Are you ready?" Cheryl said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's set off now." Richard waved his hand. "Okay, teams 1 and 2 come with me." "Hey, wait!" "What now?" Richard said impatiently. Cheryl shook his head. "If so many of us go, wouldn't that just tell Jarrus we're going to see him? You can only take 2 or 3 people at most, no more than that." Richard thought this made sense, so he said, "Okay." He then selected 2 peak-level purple fire mummies to set off with. Cheryl didn't say anything more, and led the 3 away from the secret base. Not long after leaving the base, Rickwell noticed that the direction seemed to lead towards the headquarters of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion, and a sense of doubt crept in. "Are you sure this direction is safe?" Cheryl chuckled. "You don't understand. The most dangerous place is the safest. What makes the Jerry brothers think they can escape outside the Swamp of Sloth? They're definitely still there, so they chose a place you never find." Rickwell suddenly understood. "I see. No wonder the Legion kept sending me to find them, but I couldn't find them. These guys are so cunning, how despicable." The group traveled for a day. After all, the undead don't know fatigue and don't need rest, so they quickly left the territory of a nearby subordinate legion. Rickwell suddenly asked, "Where's your pig-headed companion? Didn't he say he'd wait for us on the road? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Sheila waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, he should be nearby." Just as he finished speaking, a large sphere suddenly appeared from the nearby swamp and rolled right in front of them. "Holy crap, what's that?" Rickwell and the 2 purple fire mummies drew their weapons and prepared to attack the large sphere. However, their actions were stopped by Scheller. "Hey, don't be nervous, it's my pig-headed brother." Ducala stretched out his body with a snap, smiling at Richard. "How about it? I knew you agreed to our conditions." Richard's expression was unfriendly. "You better really lead me to the Jerry's brothers, otherwise." Before Richard could finish his threat, Ducala interrupted him. "All right. Enough with the nonsense. You need to act like us, otherwise it arouses suspicion from Jerry's men. Come on, let me give you a makeover," he said, reaching out to touch him. The 3 of them took a step back in unison. "Don't move." Ducala's hand froze in midair. He said helplessly, "What are you all so nervous about? Since we're cooperating, we need to trust each other. Besides, I won't do anything to you, I just make you look more like wandering undead hunters." You were going to say wandering undead, weren't you? It's a necromancer. Richard looked at Dakala with suspicion, then pushed one of the undead beside him forward. You modify him first. Let me see how it goes. The undead was terrified, shaking his head repeatedly, no, no, no. But under Richard's glare, he could only obediently comply. Dakala chuckled and went over to work on him. In no time, the once imposing and majestic purple fire mummy was transformed into a dirty, scruffy dog. Richard's eyes lit up. Not bad. He looked his former subordinate up and down. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't recognize him. He was now relieved and said, Good, I didn't expect you, you idiot, to have some skill. Come on, modify the two of us too. Dakala readily complied, quickly modifying the two. Now, when the group walked through the underworld, anyone who saw them would think they were wandering undead. After traveling for a while, bypassing a large nearby army, they arrived at a wasteland. This area had previously been a hunting ground, but it had been abandoned after the wandering undead moved away. Richard frowned slightly. Jarrus and the others are in a place like this? No wonder I couldn't find them. Chilo laughed. Don't underestimate us undead hunters. Richard's eyes narrowed. But after walking for so long, why haven't I sensed anyone around? Even if Jarrus sent people to keep watch, there should be some traces, right? Ducarla said, They're very well hidden, you won't be able to find them. Richard was somewhat doubtful. But we've been walking for so long. Even though they know you too, now that we come together, shouldn't they at least ask us first? Dukara countered, Why should they ask? This left Richard bewildered. Why not? If it were me, I'd definitely come out and ask, otherwise I wouldn't let you through. Dukara shrugged. Well, there's nothing I can do. After all, no one's watching us here. Huh? Richard was taken aback, not understanding what Dukara was talking about. However, the next moment, he felt a sudden surge of magical energy around him, instantly alarmed, and immediately roared. Purple flames instantly intensified, forming a suit of fire armor. With 3 loud booms, Richard and the other 2 peak-level purple flame mummies simultaneously experienced violent explosions, all 3 being blasted away. Dukala clapped his hands. The magic stone born gave us is quite useful. Cheryl smiled wryly. You know, when you placed the magic on them, I was almost scared to death. Luckily, they didn't notice. Dukala said, All right, the magic stone alone isn't enough to kill Richard. We're in for a tough fight. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a scene of carnage. Richard's body was hunched over, his flesh mangled and ulcerated, a gruesome sight. However, thanks to his quick reflexes and formidable strength, he had narrowly escaped death. In stark contrast, his 2 subordinates were far less fortunate. One had his arm blown off, green sap gushing out. The other had a large chunk of flesh torn from his leg, exposing the white bone. They writhed and struggled in the mud, a truly gruesome sight. Richard struggled to lift his head, his eyes blazing with fury and murderous intent, as he glared at Dakala and his companion not far away. A low hoarse roar escaped his throat, like that of a wounded beast. You 2 bastards, how dare you toy with me? Damn it! Damn it all! The voice was like a curse from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Dukala shrugged. Don't blame me. Richard, you were too confident. Did you think our meager strength posed no threat to you? You're sorely mistaken. We came here prepared. So are you ready to die? Richard laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You think you can kill me with this little explosion? Now I show you that there's an insurmountable gap between the origin and the abundance. With that, he raised his right hand, his magic surging wildly, instantly unleashing a powerful domain that enveloped Dukala and his companion. Dukala and Scheller instantly felt as if they were engulfed in a blue sea of fire. This flame wouldn't burn them, but it obstructed their vision, making everything they saw appear as afterimages. What is this? Scheller gasped, taking 2 steps back in surprise. Don't be afraid, Dukala said. This is the power of the purple flame mummy. This purple fire is their innate special magic, capable of affecting mental power and slowing down all senses. Shello was fighting a purple flame mummy for the first time and naturally didn't know anything about it, while Dukala, as a wandering undead, had seen far too many. Richard roared, his figure flashing as he charged towards the 2 men. A longsword wreathed in purple flames had appeared in his hand, its power astonishing. Ducarla and Scheller neither dodged nor evaded, their eyes fixed on the charging Richard. Richard hadn't expected their composure. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. Looks like you already know the ending. Then prepare to die. Ducarla chuckled. You're so naive. Just as Richard swung his sword, a pale white blade suddenly appeared above his head, slashing down with a violent, punishing force. Richard was startled. He stepped forward with his right foot, abruptly stopping himself, and simultaneously raised his long sword to parry the attack. With a clang, their weapons clashed, a visible energy wave spreading outwards. "Who goes there?" Richard roared, exerting force again, forcing his opponent back several steps. "Oh! Even this couldn't kill you?" Bourne smiled at Richard. "You don't need to know who I am, just obediently die." After this attack, Richard calmed down. He had clearly sensed that his opponent's strength was only at the peak of the Fengyuan realm, far inferior to his own. "Little skeleton, I think you're tired of living. You think you can kill me just because you're a little stronger than that pig's head?" Bourne nodded. "I can indeed kill you, believe it or not. Believe it or not." Richard didn't waste any words and charged again. Under the power of his domain, Richard's figure left several afterimages. Bourne and the others could only see Richard's position and movements from half a second ago, so they had to anticipate his movements, or they would be in trouble. Bourne pressed one hand to the ground. Against a powerful opponent with a domain, he too had to unleash his. A ring of icy blue light flashed, freezing the surrounding mud. Frozen 10,000 miles. Richard felt his body stiffen, his speed suddenly decreasing. He cursed inwardly, but the die was cast, and he still slashed at Bourne. Bourne took a deep breath, shifting his body to the side, simultaneously thrusting his soul-severing blade straight at Richard's eye. Richard leaned back, his right leg rising in a fluid motion, kicking Bourne's side. Bourne parried steadily, but Richard was stronger. Even injured, he could still unleash tremendous power. With a thud, Bourne was sent staggering back several steps. Richard laughed twice. "Haha, now you know how powerful I am." He pressed his advantage, his longsword raining down on Bourne like a storm. Bourne dodged left and right, his situation precarious. "Should we go help him?" Scheller asked anxiously. Ducala shook his head. "Rickle is beyond our control. Let's deal with those two." He pointed to the two purple fire mummies struggling to their feet. Affected by the explosion of the Philosopher's Stone, the two purple fire mummies' fighting power was reduced to only half. Sensing two evil gazes directed at them, they trembled and immediately took off running. But how could they outrun Ducala? Ducala rolled and blocked their path. "Hee, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have some fun too." Chapter 561. Blocked from their path, both men immediately displayed a desperate, resolute expression. Severely injured, they were not in a position to fight, but the situation was urgent. If they didn't escape quickly, the outcome would likely be dire. However, Cheryl had already charged up from behind, swinging his great sword at one of them. But the purple fire mummy's innate power was indeed extremely strange. The purple fire mummy turned its head, its eyes shooting out a beam of blue flame that seemed capable of shattering the void, leaving Cheryl no way to dodge, directly piercing its eyes. In an instant, Cheryl seemed frozen in place, unable to move. "Heh, so easily defeated after all." The purple fire mummy chuckled, drawing a blade and slashing horizontally at Cheryl's neck. But at that moment, a glint flashed in Cheryl's eyes, and the great sword, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly slashed down. Caught off guard, the purple fire mummy's head was severed. "Aya! You cheated!" The purple flame mummy roared furiously, but it was too late to turn the tide. The other purple flame mummy, without even turning its head, unleashed several offensive spells at Ducala. Ducala immediately rolled away, dodging the attacks, but leaving an opening for its opponent. The purple flame mummy immediately took off running, ignoring Richard. "Trying to run?" Ducala sneered, immediately casting Death Swamp and Hunger Enhancement spells. The purple flame mummy's body shuddered, a black swamp suddenly appearing beneath its feet, drastically reducing its speed and subjecting it to corrosive power. More importantly, it suddenly felt an intense urge to devour Soulfire. Its body stiffened as it turned around, only to see Scheller sever the head of its companion and pull out a leaping flame. Slurp. He swallowed hard, knowing he shouldn't stay any longer, but his feet seemed frozen, unable to move. Scheller's lips curled into a smile. He gently cradled the ball of soul fire in his left hand, beckoning with his finger, "Want some? Come and get it." The purple fire mummy suppressed its desire, a purple flame flickering in its eyes. With a poof, it seemed to ignite something, instantly reducing its hunger. Ducala was taken aback. It can do that? This hunger enhancement was essentially a form of mind control magic, and the purple fire mummy was well versed in it. Combined with its innate purple flame, it easily broke free of the control. "Kill!" Scheller didn't hesitate, swinging his great sword to meet the attack head-on. The purple fire mummy pushed off with its feet, leaping into the air, breaking free from the death swamp's restraints. Simultaneously, it swung its right hand fiercely, causing a ball of purple flame to explode, scattering countless white powders. What is that? Cheryl didn't rush forward rashly. He swung his greatsword forcefully, swatting away the white powder in front of him, but the purple flame mummy had already taken the opportunity to escape. Damn it! He still got away. Cheryl was somewhat unwilling, but chasing after him would be difficult. After all, this was still the purple flame mummy's territory, and making too much noise wouldn't be good. Dokara frowned. In that case, we have to speed things up on Born's side. The two looked towards Born's direction. Born was now retreating steadily, seemingly at a disadvantage again. Richard naturally noticed that one of his two subordinates was dead and the other had escaped, but he wasn't worried. After all, his own strength was undeniable. Dealing with these few undead at the Fengyuan realm would be a piece of cake. However, Born's combat strength truly surprised him. Based on his assessment, even a typical first-tier Supreme Realm cultivator wouldn't be a match for Born, which made him even more curious about the skeleton soldier before him. Skeleton soldier, you don't seem like a wandering undead. Who are you? Richard asked while attacking. Born remained calm. His markings were concealed, so Richard couldn't discern his identity. If you want to know, you have to defeat me first. Richard sneered, defeating you is easy. It's time to end the battle. He suddenly channeled his magic power, and the purple flames around his body intensified. Born clearly felt the increased pressure, but he didn't panic. Instead, he smiled and said, you probably don't know, but even now, I still have many trump cards I haven't used. With a flick of his left hand, a jet-black puppet appeared beside him. Two gleaming magic cores emanated from the puppet's eyes, releasing terrifying energy. What? Richard was immediately startled, his magic power momentarily halting. The next moment, the battle doll shot out, throwing a simple, unadorned punch. But the power of that punch was so immense that even Rilke felt a chill run down his spine. Ah! Rilke roared, desperately resisting. With a loud bang, the two clashed. Rilke was sent flying, while the battle doll remained completely unharmed. What kind of monster is this? Rilke was utterly shocked and began to consider retreating. However, how could Born let him off so easily? While the battle doll was fighting Rilke, he had already used an invisibility spell and placed a substitute doll in its original position. So even though Rilke was constantly on guard against Born, with the substitute doll present, he had no idea that Born had already silently approached. Bang! 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 Richard was being relentlessly attacked by the battle puppet, but he wasn't about to be defeated anytime soon. His gaze remained fixed on Born's position, worried that Born might launch a surprise attack. Just then, the ground trembled without warning, and a thick stone pillar shot into the sky from the swamp, slamming into Richard's back with a loud bang. The battle puppet then threw another punch straight at Richard's face. Holy shit! Richard was thrown into the air, only able to twist his body to dodge the battle puppet's punch, but he was still struck squarely in the shoulder. With a crisp crack, Richard's right shoulder was shattered, and he spun twice before crashing to the ground. Richard gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand why a stone pillar had suddenly appeared in the ground, but just as he was about to land, a pale light flashed past his back. Before he could even detect any fluctuations in energy, his head had been sliced off. How is this possible? Ril's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Born behind him, while another Born stood some distance away. Born reached out and grabbed Ril's head. How about that? You still can't beat me, can you? Ril was utterly shocked. How did you do that? I was watching your every move. How did you suddenly appear here? Born didn't intend to answer this barrage of questions. Alright, why ask so many questions? Come back with me now, and do me a small favor. If you succeed, maybe I spare your life. A favor? What favor? You find out when we get back. Born sheathed Rickwell's head in his soul-severing blade, then turned to look at Dukala and his companion not far away. Brother, one escaped, Dukala said. Born waved his hand dismissively. It's alright, so what if he escaped? That's good. Let him go back and deliver the message. Our mission is accomplished. Scheller asked, what do we do now? Go back to the Legion? Born shook his head. No, that purple fire mummy will definitely come back with people to search. If we go back now, we'd be stuck on the road. Then what do we do? Born stroked his chin. If all else fails, we find a place to hide and wait until they leave. Dukala nodded. Okay, I know a place nearby they definitely won't find. Follow me. With that, Dukala led the way. Soon, they arrived at a swamp cavern, seemingly an abandoned swamp worm nest, located about 10 meters below the swamp. No wonder Dukala said the purple fire mummies people definitely wouldn't find this place. You're something else. Born laughed. You even managed to find a place like this. Dukala chuckled. Back when I was in this area, I used to hide here from the enemy. Born sat down and said, Alright, you two can start cultivating here. We probably won't be out anytime soon. Dukala and Scheller both nodded and quickly entered a meditative state. Born, meanwhile, took out Rickwell's head and the soul fire of another purple flame mummy. Now he was going to begin researching mind control magic. He first swallowed the purple flame mummy's soul fire, carefully sensing its energy. This purple flame mummy was naturally surrounded by a layer of purple flames, which emanated from its soul fire and possessed the same characteristics, soul power. This soul power could affect the mind, exerting a powerful effect in combat. For example, Richard's domain power could influence an opponent's perception, causing them to visually slow down for about half a second. That's quite amazing, but it's not enough. Born clicked his tongue. What exactly do you want? Richard asked in a deep voice. Born looked at him and smiled. Actually, I want to use your innate magic to cultivate one of my mind control spells. You also have mind control magic? Richard was clearly surprised. During the previous battle, Born hadn't used soul stealing, because he knew that purple flame mummies were already adept at mind control magic, and soul stealing would have limited effect on them. Of course, does that mean only you can have it, and I can't? Rill swallowed hard. You're just a skeleton soldier. Why do you have so much powerful magic? And what's with that puppet? Born curled his lip. You really have no sense of being a prisoner. Even if you asked me these questions, would I tell you? Alright, our small talk is over. It's time to test the magic. Rill froze, concentrating his mind to prepare for the upcoming mental assault. Soul steal. Born uttered a soft shout, unleashing a surge of powerful magic that ignored all physical defenses, directly striking Rill's soul fire. Hiss. Richard gasped, feeling his soul being gripped tightly and pulled violently. He struggled desperately, barely managing to prevent his soul from being pulled out of his body. After a while, Richard regained consciousness, his eyes filled with terror as he asked, What kind of magic is this? Why is it so domineering? Comparatively, the power of soul stealing was far stronger than his purple flames. It acted directly on the soul, leaning more towards offense than control. If Born were strong enough, and had a high enough grasp of soul stealing, he could even directly rip Richard's soul out. Born nodded slightly. It seems your purple flame is indeed quite something. After consuming that soul fire, I feel my control over soul stealing has improved significantly. Richard trembled. You mustn't eat me. I have a way to help you cultivate. Born was taken aback. When did I say I wanted to eat you? What way do you have to help me cultivate? Richard took a deep breath. Our purple flame mummy clan has a special cultivation method, specifically for those with innate purple flames. It should also help you improve your mental control abilities. Born raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Tell me about it. To save his life, Richard had no choice but to reveal his clan's cultivation method. Born was delighted. It was actually a cultivation technique. Purple flame technique? There's such a thing? This kind of thing? That's really strange. Born clicked his tongue. But I already cultivated one technique, so I can't cultivate another. Is there any other way? Richard frowned, deep in thought, then suddenly remembered something and quickly said, That's right. There's a place in our high-level undead district that specializes in mind control magic. Why don't you try going there? Our purple fire mummy clan originally came from there. Born scratched his head. You're not talking about the Cave of Lust. Damn it! Born cursed under his breath. If I could go to the Cave of Lust, why would I be doing this here? Big brother, besides this, I really have no other way. Please don't kill me. Richard finally couldn't hold back and pleaded. Born chuckled, That depends on your performance. I practice on you first, it improved my mastery a bit. No! A pitiful scream echoed from the lair, but buried under the mud, almost no sound carried. Outside, a small group of purple fire mummies were searching for something. Leading them was a strong purple fire mummy, his aura terrifying, even stronger than Rickles. Beside him was a round slime, Yumyuma. Are you sure they're hiding here? The leader asked in a deep voice. Yumyumu nodded weakly. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, there's no mistake. Then why haven't you found them yet? The leader's eyes gleamed with a terrifying purple light. Chapter 562. Yumumu trembled, his voice shaking. I think about it. I think about it. He had already left the secret camp alone, not getting involved. But after the purple fire mummy, who had escaped, returned, it reported the attack on Rill. The nearest Legion company commander arrived and launched a thorough investigation. Initially, they found no clues. Besides Rill's body and the corpse of another purple fire mummy, there was nothing else in the swamp. However, as the investigation deepened, the guards at the secret base provided a crucial clue: Yumumu. The purple fire mummy quickly found Yumumu, and coincidentally, after Scheller led Rill away from the camp, Yumumu had followed for a while and witnessed the entire murder of Rill. He was terrified at the time, wanting only to hide and never have anything to do with it again. But clearly, he couldn't escape in the end. The purple fire mummy quickly captured Yumumu, and under the threat of death, Yumumu had no choice but to reveal everything he knew. However, even with the information Yumumu provided, the purple fire mummy still couldn't find Dakala and the others, which greatly angered the company commander. If you still can't figure it out, there's no need for you to stay any longer. Yumumu was almost in tears. Lord Kadyrov, please let me think. That's it. Yumumu suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. Dakala's hiding place seems to be nearby. What? Kadyrov frowned. Yumu looked around, then pointed in a direction and said, it should be there. Back when Dakala and I were hanging around this area, we were being chased once, and he led me to hide in an abandoned swamp worm nest. It's a very well hidden place, they must be there. Kadyrov immediately said, take us there quickly. The group followed Yumu's directions, and arrived at a nearby swamp. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was nothing unusual about it. Yumu swallowed hard, looking at the muddy ground beneath his feet, and muttered, Dakala, don't blame me. Then he closed his eyes tightly, his round body sprang up, and he slammed down. Plop! He sank about a meter into the soft mud. Dakala was the first to notice the anomaly, snapping out of his meditation. What was that sound? He looked around and saw that Scheller and Bourne were still meditating, making no sound. Then he looked up, a hint of unease in his eyes. Thud. Another soft sound, this time clearer. Oh no! Dakala's eyes widened, and he quickly woke Scheller and Bourne. Quick! There's movement up there. We might have been discovered. Bourne frowned. Didn't you say it was safe here? How could we have been discovered? Dakala shook his head. I don't know, but it's probably true. Before he could finish, the thud sounds continued, and both Bourne and Scheller's expressions changed. Looks like the purple fire mummy's people are after us. No matter what, we have to find a way to escape, Bourne said seriously. If it were just Bourne alone, he was confident he could escape on his own. If all else failed, he could contact Annie and have her summon him to the prime material plane. But now, Dakala and Scheller were with him. If he left them alone, the purple fire mummy would likely kill them all. Thump thump thump. The sounds from above were getting closer. It seemed like many people were digging through the mud, heading deeper into their territory. It's too late. Bourne gritted his teeth, making a decision. You guys escape first. Don't worry about me. We meet up with the Slime Legion. Huh? Dakala and Scheller were both stunned. Dakala exclaimed, Big brother, you're not going to abandon us, are you? Captain Solent won't let you get away with this. Bourne was exasperated. How could I abandon you? Can't I stay behind to cover your retreat and let you go first? He then explained his plan to the two of them. Dakala and Scheller were relieved. Above the swamp, as the digging continued, a smile gradually crept onto Kadyrov's lips. Judging from the state of the swamp, it seemed to have been recently disturbed. It appeared they had found the right spot. Just as they were about to reach the bottom, a deafening roar erupted, and a colossal black object burst forth from below, followed by a series of explosions. Boom! 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 Sparks flew everywhere, and the undead soldiers digging in the pit were instantly blasted to smithereens, leaving no trace of their remains. What was that? Kadyrov's eyes narrowed, staring blankly at the massive castle before him, utterly bewildered. Can something like that be hidden underground? Dakala and Churl had both entered the moving castle. It was the first time they had witnessed its power, and they were utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Sanction roared and unleashed a furious barrage of magical cannon fire, the deafening roar echoing through the air. Damn it! Use them sparingly. Bourne cursed, somewhat pained. These magic cannons were on board the moving castle, but he was the one who provided the ammunition. After emerging from the mud pit, 8 thick legs stretched out from beneath the castle, and it began to gallop forward. However, Due to its enormous size, it moved somewhat sluggishly in the mud, and its speed wasn't fully utilized. Kadyrov immediately shouted, "Stop that tin monster!" The other undead soldiers swarmed forward, unleashing various attack spells at the moving castle. Bang! 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 The moving castle's defenses were extremely strong. None of these spells breached its protective shield. Kadyrov was slightly surprised. He immediately prepared to move forward, intending to stop the moving castle himself. However, at that moment, Born leaped out of the mud pit, and with a series of swift, powerful strikes, his soul-severing blade instantly reaped the soul fire of several undead soldiers. Huh? Kadyrov turned around, surprised to find someone hiding in the mud pit. Yumumu immediately shouted, "It's him! He killed Lord Rill." Kadyrov was startled, then his eyes flashed with rage. "How dare you kill my man? I make you pay." He charged towards Born, simultaneously clenching his left hand and unleashing his domain power. Born suddenly felt his vision obscured by a layer of purple flames, his vision blurring. This was the purple flame mummy's innate magic. TSK, what a nuisance! A blue light flashed beneath Born's feet, his speed suddenly increasing. He completely ignored the charging Kadyrov and launched an attack on the other undead soldiers beside him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more undead soldiers were instantly killed. Kadyrov was furious. In terms of pure speed, he was no match for Born, so he immediately ordered, "Everyone, surround him. Don't let this guy run around." Instantly, several stronger captain-level undead surrounded him. It was almost impossible for Born to kill them instantly. However, Born wasn't planning to escape yet. He glanced at the moving castle in the distance. To ensure that Dakala and the others wouldn't be caught, he needed to stall for at least 15 minutes. Seeing Born surrounded, Kadyrov sneered, "Go ahead and run. Let's see where you can run to." Born stood calmly in place, his gaze falling on Yumumu hiding to the side. He immediately understood why they had been exposed. "Yumumu, you're something else. You even betrayed your old friend." Yumumu revealed half her face, weakly saying, I had no choice. They forced me." "That's no excuse," Born said coldly. "I hate people who betray their friends the most." Kadyrov coldly retorted, "Humph, your idle chatter should end now. Now you can tell me who you really are." Born shrugged, "If you want to know, then come and catch me. I tell you if you catch me." Kadyrov's face turned cold. "Fine, then let me see what you're capable of." With that, he waved his hand, and a purple flame swept towards Born. Born dared not be careless, and immediately dodged to the side, but affected by the power of the opponent's domain, his perception was a beat slower, and some flames clung to his armor, making a hissing sound. Meanwhile, the purple flame mummy beside him also launched an attack, blocking Born's retreat. "Damn it!" Born cried out inwardly, quickly releasing his stand. With a bang, the stand directly absorbed dozens of attacks, including a fatal blow from Kadyrov. Boom! The stand, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into pieces, and Born successfully escaped, teleporting to a distance. A fake? Kadyrov was slightly surprised, looking at Born, still surrounded. Born had intended to use a combo, stand combined with invisibility, to escape the encirclement, but realizing the moving castle couldn't be far, he had to abandon the idea. Now that he had one less trump card, he could only rely on his battle puppet to withstand Kadyrov's attacks. Thinking this, Born immediately released his battle puppet, simultaneously stuffing the few remaining mid-tier supreme-level magic cores into its eye sockets. Whoosh! The puppet absorbed the energy from the magic core, its eyes blazing with terrifying light, its aura suddenly surging. Kadyrov was startled by this sight. He finally understood how Richard had lost. "So you have a magical puppet at the supreme origin level. No wonder you're so confident. But I'm not a piece of trash like Richard. Even with a puppet, you won't leave alive." Kadyrov charged at Born again. Born immediately commanded the puppets to block him, and the purple flame mummy beside him also launched an attack. If it were just one or two, Born could definitely handle them, but with so many peak-level Feng Yuan experts, and even Supreme Origin Level 1 powerhouses, attacking, Born could only temporarily retreat. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! The battle intensified. The battle puppet, with its formidable fighting power, successfully restrained Kadyrov, but Born's situation remained precarious. He could only use wind elemental magic to move quickly and escape the opponent's attacks. Born had already activated the power of his frozen domain, and with the combined amplification of the Raging Wave Soul and the potion, it significantly reduced the opponent's mobility and casting speed. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the battle puppet was thrown back and crashed heavily to the ground. The magic core in its eye flickered a few times before extinguishing. What happened? Born was startled and looked at Kadyrov. Kadyrov's aura was now even stronger, his entire body engulfed in purple flames that seemed to burn a hole in the sky. Damn it, this guy's on drugs. Born instantly understood what was happening. If the opponent had used a potion, his strength had definitely reached the high level of the Supreme Realm, something the battle puppet couldn't handle. He quickly calculated the time. At the speed of the moving castle, they should have escaped some distance. So, Born recalled the battle puppet and activated the power of his earth-shattering soul, causing 4 stone walls to rise from the ground, completely surrounding him. Kadyrov, wanting a quick victory, had consumed a potion to defeat the battle puppet, so seeing Born's stone walls, he immediately rushed forward and slammed his fist into one. With a deafening roar, a large hole was smashed in the stone wall, billowing dust. However, when the dust settled and everyone prepared to rush in and kill Born, they found the inside completely empty. Huh? Kadyrov was also taken aback, glancing at his right hand. Did I pulverize him with one punch? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. With Born's strength, he couldn't believe he died from that one punch. No! Kadyrov frowned. This guy definitely has a backup plan. A purple light flashed in his eyes, as he abruptly looked in one direction. There. Kadyrov raised his hand, unleashing a burst of fire towards a void. Born gritted his teeth, turning to release a stone shield while simultaneously lunging forward. Boom! The stone shield shattered, revealing Born's figure. How could this be? Born was filled with disbelief. His invisibility had been exposed once again, and more importantly, he was now injured. The instant Kadyrov shattered the stone wall, the powerful force surged forth. Born couldn't dodge in time and suffered 2 broken ribs. The blow also cracked the bones in his back. Kadyrov's men immediately surrounded him, blocking his path. Their faces were full of mockery. Little skeleton, you mess with the wrong person. No matter how powerful you are, you're no match for Lord Kadyrov. That's right, a little magic like that escaped the captain's purple fire eye? You're dreaming. Purple fire eye? What's that? Born was completely confused. Kadyrov slowly approached. Purple fire eye is a kind of magic that can quickly lock onto an enemy for several seconds. Attacks during that time are guaranteed to hit. Your disguise magic is indeed unique. If I hadn't been here, you probably would have escaped. Born suddenly understood. It was a reconnaissance assistance spell. He hadn't expected to be defeated here. Now, prepare to die. Kadyrov didn't waste any words, immediately slashing with his sword. A cruel smile played on his lips as he plotted his fate against Born. However, at that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared beside Born, releasing a powerful suction force that instantly pulled him inside. Chapter 563. Pia! Born collapsed to the ground, landing on a pair of white cloth shoes. Looking up, he saw Annie. Annie was smiling at him. Brother Born, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. Born slowly got up. Sigh, there was nothing I could do. I really encountered a powerful enemy this time. There was a purple fire mummy, whose strength was almost at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. How could I possibly be a match for it? Annie covered her mouth and laughed. Who told you to go and provoke them? Born shrugged. I didn't want to either. Never mind that. I might have to stay in the prime material plane for a while longer. Do you have any usable corpses here? Annie's expression was somewhat strange. Where am I supposed to find you a corpse in such a short time? If all else fails, you can use this, okay? She pointed to the side. Born turned his head and saw a huge golden dragon corpse lying on the ground, while Xiao Shui was curiously sniffing it, occasionally taking a small bite. A golden dragon? Where did you get that? Annie shrugged. The Holy See sent an archbishop to attack the other Shoreflower's base. Their fighting somehow spilled over into my Norma Empire's territory. I had to kill one of their golden dragons as a warning. I don't want to get involved in their conflict. Born frowned. Fine. Now is not the time for pickiness. With that, he used possession to enter the golden dragon's corpse. After a while, he finally gained control of the body, raised his head, and roared to the sky, "Awoo! Ha ha ha, this body is really something." Annie's eye twitched. This is truly the first time I've seen a golden dragon shrouded in the power of death. Once Born had adjusted, Annie said, Brother Born, a guest is coming soon. Come with me to meet her. A guest? Born was puzzled. He looked around. This should be Marco City, and there weren't many people Annie would call guests. You see when she arrives? Annie said mysteriously. A moment later, A row of small black dots appeared on the horizon. The dots drew closer, and Bourne squinted, finally recognizing them. Holy crap! A golden dragon? Is the guest you're talking about from Divine Beast Mountain? This was completely unexpected. Bourne couldn't understand why Annie would invite someone from Divine Beast Mountain to Marco City. However, after they landed, he finally understood. Holy Maiden. Annie greeted him warmly. Don't call me Saintess, just call me Yilin. Yilin smiled as she slowly descended from the golden dragon, followed by a beaming Pule. Harley and Sunita followed closely behind, both very familiar with Annie and greeting her warmly. Welcome to the Norma Empire, Annie said sincerely. Yilin looked at the Norma-style architecture around her and exclaimed, This is my first time in the Norma Empire. It's a truly unique feeling. Of course, Harley said. Before, the Norma Empire was closed off. Not only you, but we never been before. Alas. It's a pity that big oaf Adams didn't come back. Mentioning Adams brought a touch of sadness to everyone's expressions. As a Norma native, and given his close relationship with Annie, Adams had been imprisoned by the Divine Beast Mountain and remained unreleased. Yilin suddenly said, By the way, I heard Dylan is here with you too? Annie nodded. We've taken him under our protection, and he's now teaching light magic at the Magic Academy in Norma City. Harley scoffed, That guy's become a teacher? That's so typical of him. After catching up for a while, Annie said to Yilin, It's so wonderful that you could come this time, thank you. Yilin shook her head. When a friend is in trouble, of course I help. Don't mention it. Annie said somewhat apologetically, My relationship with the Divine Beast Mountain is tense right now, and you still came to the Norma Empire to help me. You must have overcome a lot of obstacles. I remember this kindness. Yilin waved her hand. No need for further words, take me to see him. Okay. Annie led the group towards the city lord's mansion. Just then, a series of loud, thumping footsteps sounded behind them. And paused slightly, then turned her head and said with a strange expression, Why don't you go outside and play with Xiaoxue for a while? Bourne looked down at the pleading Xiaoxue, then at his own massive body, seemingly having no other choice. So he roared, tossed Xiaoxue onto his back, spread his wings, and soared into the sky. Puller said with some surprise, You can actually control a golden dragon? I thought only people from the Holy See could. Hee. And chuckled dryly, offering no further explanation, and continued leading the group inside. Finally, they arrived at a quiet room in the inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The room was very warm, and smelled of medicinal herbs. Lying on the bed was Annie's elder brother, Oren. Oren hadn't woken up since his serious injury. He had been temporarily saved by taking the Harrington royal family's rejuvenating pill, but he remained in a state of suspended animation. Annie tried everything to wake him, but to no avail. In desperation, Annie had to ask Pule to convey a message to Yilin to come. Yilin, as a saintess of the Holy See, was normally not allowed to leave Divine Beast Mountain at will. However, since the various guardians of Divine Beast Mountain were currently overwhelmed with other matters, and had no time to attend to her, she had secretly led her people away on her own. Annie looked at the increasingly emaciated Oren on the bed, her heart filled with bitterness. Oren had shielded her from the enemy's blades, becoming like this. Sister Yilin, this is my brother Oren. Is there any way to save him? Yilin slowly stepped forward, her right hand radiating a soft white light, gently pressing it against Oren's chest. The power of light gradually enveloped Oren's entire body. Everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting the outcome. Yilin's brows furrowed. After sensing his condition, she realized that Oren's injuries were indeed extremely severe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was already dead. However, the potency of the rejuvenating pill was so great that death wasn't complete. After about 15 minutes, Yilin withdrew her hand and let out a long sigh. Annie quickly stepped forward and asked, How is he? Yilin sighed and said, Alas, he's too badly injured. I never encountered anything like this before. I can only do my best. This was expected. Annie asked, Is there anything we need to prepare? Yilin thought for a moment and said, Nothing much, but I'd be staying here for a while. Puller will stay and help me. The rest of you should find a place to rest. I estimate that if this goes on too long, Teacher Peter will send someone to find me, so please help me by some time. Harley smiled wryly. Okay, we do our best, as long as Teacher Peter doesn't come in person. Afterwards, everyone except Yilin and Puller left the room. Ailill arranged a place for Harley and Sunita to rest, while simultaneously strengthening aerial surveillance in case the Divine Beast Mountain sent anyone. Annie returned to the courtyard, but Bon and Xiaoxue were nowhere to be seen. Where did those two go? But before she could call out, a cry of surprise came from outside. Wow, how can this golden dragon even use necromancy? Has it mutated? This white tiger is incredibly strong too. I can't fathom its power at all. You're definitely no match for us. We're just small fry at the Liyuan realm. We can only watch the show. Annie quickly walked over and saw that on the arena, Born and Xiaoxue were already locked in combat, both unleashing their full magical power. Xiaoxue was also at the peak of the Fengyuan realm, and each time she broke through a major realm, she was tempered by heavenly lightning, making her body even stronger than the golden dragon. The two collided with heavy thuds. You two, stop right there! Annie immediately shouted. Born and Xiaoxue both stopped, looking at Annie with puzzled expressions. Annie rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Don't you two know where we are? The arena in Marco City can't withstand your combined onslaught. What if your abilities spill out and hurt others? Born scratched his head. Hee, it's just that I haven't seen Xiaoxue in a while, and I couldn't resist a spar. Xiaoxue, however, held her head high, looking completely unfazed. I'm speechless. Annie exclaimed, exasperated. Now that Yilin is here, Divine Beast Mountain will definitely send people over. You two need to be extra vigilant during this time. Born patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xiaoxue and I will keep an eye on the east. Not the east, but the south. Huh? Born was confused. Shouldn't they have come from the east, which would have been faster? Why were they going around to the south? Annie explained. The Holy See is currently focused on eradicating the forces of the other shore flower. Most of their manpower is concentrated in the south. If they come to demand, they must be coming from the south. Oh. Born understood, but he quickly frowned again. Did Harrington give them passage? And nodded, yes. The other shore flower harassed Harrington a while ago, giving Roman a real headache. Later, Divine Beast Mountain requested passage again, and Roman agreed. Who knew that Divine Beast Mountain would directly send 5 guardians, and hundreds of thousands of light knights straight to the other shore flower headquarters, and a great battle broke out. The flames of war not only reached here, but also affected Harrington. What was the other shore flower's reaction? What can they do? They have no allies to begin with, so they can only resist on their own. But to be honest, the power of the other shore flower is indeed formidable. Under such a fierce offensive from the Holy See, they have managed to withstand wave after wave of attacks. Although they are currently being pressured, they are not yet defeated. Bond frowned slightly. What's going on with the other shore flower? This doesn't seem like their style. Annie nodded in agreement. I thought so too. When we first encountered the Black Flame King in the Kingdom of Shalia, the other shore flower always acted mysteriously, unlike. Now, they dared to challenge the Holy See head-on. Born stroked his chin, then suddenly remembered something and asked, Where's that necromancer you mentioned before? Annie remembered, you mean Umair? He's a pretty good fellow, and he's currently in Marco City. Would you like to see him? Born paused, then exclaimed, Of course. I wanted to see him for a long time. Where is he? Follow me. Annie led Born away from the city lord's mansion, heading east, crossing several valleys, until they arrived at a very secluded, isolated manor. This place. Born felt a little familiar. And laughed, This is our old secret base. Back then, I secretly trained those powerful cultivators here, and at the same time, Dean Douglas and Professor Cania researched the secrets of the magical realm. Oh, so this is it. Born remembered. How did it become like this? And explained, because we've been frequently hosting friends from the south lately, and we can't let them enter Marco City openly, we renovated this place. What do you think? Not bad, right? Born naturally understood who Annie meant by friends in the south. What a suitable place. The two entered the manor, and soon encountered the people from the other shore flower sect, leisurely sunbathing by an artificial lake. Ambassador Umair. Annie called softly. An elderly man with white hair and beard rose slightly, and looked at Annie. Miss Annie, what brings you here? And smiled. It seems you're quite comfortable here. Umair stood up and greeted them with a smile. That's all thanks to Miss Annie's wonderful arrangements. We don't want to go back. What brings you here today? And said, as everyone knows, I'm also a necromancer. I've been curious about one of your summoned spirits. Could you perhaps have it meet my spirit? Umair was slightly surprised. You're undead? Where is he? He had barely uttered the question when his gaze fell on Born, his brows furrowing instantly. This golden dragon possesses the power of death? Could it be? That's right. Annie laughed. This is my summoned undead. Umair took a deep breath, self-deprecatingly saying, No wonder you're one of the continent's top geniuses. Even your summoning of undead is so unique. Looks like I've been ignorant. Annie didn't explain further. After all, the kind of magic that allowed one to possess another's body sounded incredibly far-fetched. Umair immediately pointed, and a summoning circle appeared on the ground in front of him. A chilling aura emanated from the circle, and a zombie slowly emerged. Bourne's eyes narrowed instantly. Robert, still somewhat disoriented, looked up when he heard someone call his name, only to see a gigantic dragon head. Holy crap, what the hell? He immediately drew his long sword and slashed fiercely forward. Chapter 564. Hey! Don't be impulsive. Robert, it's me! Bourne shouted immediately, retreating as he went. However, due to his enormous size, he hadn't fully adapted, so his speed slowed considerably. Stop! Umair shouted, waving his hand. A cloud of black mist quickly blocked Robert's path, deflecting his long sword. Robert was taken aback, carefully examining the golden dragon before him. You know me? Who are you? Bourne confirmed Robert's identity, his heart pounding with excitement. He smiled and said, Guess. There's a prize if you guess right. Robert frowned. I don't remember knowing a golden dragon with the power of death. Who are you? Ahem, here's a hint. Bourne's eyes gleamed with cunning. The 7th Vanguard. Robert hadn't paid much attention initially, but when he heard 7th Vanguard, his entire body trembled, his gaze burning as he looked towards. You know the 7th Vanguard? This is impossible. I knew almost all the strongmen of the Clawed Legion back then. You're so special, there's no way I wouldn't recognize you. Bourne knew that in his current state, it would be difficult for Robert to recognize him. Ahem, here's another hint. Actually, I don't look like this. I'm a skeleton soldier. A skeleton soldier? Robert frowned, deep in thought. Back then, the Clawed Legion was just a small legion in the low-level undead district, and many of its members were low-level skeleton soldiers. This clue made him even more confused. Bourne was speechless. We used to be really close. You haven't really forgotten me, have you? We were close? Robert's thoughts seemed to be pulled back to over a decade ago, to his days in the 7th Vanguard of the Northern Army of the Clawed Legion. A blurry figure gradually emerged in his mind. A skeleton soldier, an interesting fellow he had encountered after decades as a Vanguard squad leader. It was because of this encounter that Robert's fate changed dramatically. Could it be? Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the other had finally remembered. Captain Robert, I never expected we meet like this. Bourne! Robert called softly, his eyes filled with reminiscence. I never thought I'd actually meet you again. Bourne sighed deeply. I'm sorry, my strength was too weak back then. I couldn't save you. I thought you were already. I felt deeply guilty all these years. If it weren't for you, I might have died in the wilderness of the underworld. But I couldn't help you at all. Robert stepped forward and lightly punched Bourne's instep. What are you saying? What do you mean you didn't help me at all? If it weren't for you back then, I would have either died at Sack's hands or at the hands of the Earth Bear. You showed me a higher horizon. Bourne sighed. It's really hard to imagine how you managed to escape back then. Robert sighed. Alas, how else could I escape? If it weren't for the help of my brothers, I probably would have died on the road long ago. Back then, Jose was misled and wanted to kill me. I could only leave the Legion quietly with Jack and the others, going upstream along the River of the Dead, bypassing the Earth Bear's camp, and crossing Jessica's Legion's territory. In the end, everyone died, leaving only myself. I was like a walking corpse, only knowing to move forward. I don't know how long I walked, but I encountered 2 large legions fighting. Later I learned that it was a small-scale battle between Lucifer's and Samuel's legions, but to me at that time, it was a clash of super-strong beings. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, leaving behind a field of corpses before retreating. After they left, I went to the battlefield. Many undead soldiers were killed, but their soulfire remained where they were. They might not have cared about such low-level soulfire, but to me, it was a rare treasure. Using those soulfires, I successfully broke through and joined a small squad under Lucifer. After joining the squad, although I worked hard to cultivate, my growth wasn't fast enough. I volunteered to lead a group to explore the undead ruins. You might not know this, but undead ruins are very rare in the low-level undead areas. I only remember 2, one in Lucifer's Legion, and the other shared equally by Leviathan and Samuel. They are very dangerous, but also offer some opportunities. Some people go in several times and get nothing, while others come out. Then I could soar to the heavens, and I might be the latter. I found an ancient cultivation technique in the ruins and began to cultivate it. My strength improved by leaps and bounds, and I gradually became the commander of the Lucifer Legion. However, I did not participate in the conquest of other legions. In comparison, I preferred to cultivate on my own. With the help of the Guardians, I touched the barrier of the Fengyuan realm and successfully broke through, heading to the high-level undead zone. Born suddenly realized, so you've been through so much. Back then, in the spatial mist, I even saw your figure, but I couldn't communicate with you. At the time, I thought it was an illusion. Spatial mist? Could that figure be you? Robert was also stunned. Back then, when he was waiting to break through outside the spatial mist, he did see someone not far away, but because of the mist, he didn't know who it was. That's right, that was me. We broke through almost simultaneously and entered the spatial mist, but I saw you inside, while you seemed unable to see me. Robert thought for a moment. In the spatial mist, you can't make any sound, and your body can only drift with the flow of energy. There was nothing in front of me, so I definitely didn't see you. Bourne scratched his head. What happened? Robert waved his hand. Never mind that. Where are you now? Bourne smiled wryly. I'm a captain in the Slime Legion of the Swamp of Sloth. What about you? Did you go to find Lucifer? Robert nodded. I was very lucky. Entering the high-level undead zone led straight to the pinnacle of corruption. A guardian quickly found me, and I successfully joined his legion. Now I'm a captain too. Bourne exclaimed. You really surprised me. It's not easy to get this far. Then, Bourne briefly recounted what had happened after Robert left, and also had Annie summon Akeem and Poker. The group gathered together, appearing very happy. Umair and Annie watched in amazement. Umair stroked his beard and chuckled. Looks like we're really destined for each other. Our summoning undead were close friends before, and we're still so good to each other now. Annie smiled and added, yes. I hope our relationship can be like theirs. Ha ha ha. Umair laughed heartily. I'd love to. Actually, I admire you very much. I noticed you when you defeated Moises in the kingdom of Shalia, but the organization was too busy, and then you went to the Divine Beast Mountain, so I never had a chance to meet you. Annie said, now it's all good, we can meet and communicate anytime. Umair tentatively asked, then what's my request for this trip? Annie frowned slightly. Actually, I don't have any particular thoughts about the other shoreflower. I'm a necromancer myself, and I know that necromancers do face a lot of discrimination and unequal treatment on the continent, not just in Divine Beast Mountain, but also in the secular world, where acceptance of necromancers is very low. So the existence of the other shoreflower provides some protection for necromancers, which I think is indeed very good. But now the other shoreflower's actions are a bit unpredictable to me. Of course, I trust you, Umair. You've always been consistent in your words and deeds. I admire you greatly, but I can't agree with the others. Umair sighed. Alas, I knew it would be like this. I'm so sorry, Miss N, for letting you see the negative side of the other shoreflower. And asked curiously, what's the current situation of the other shoreflower? Umair's expression darkened somewhat as he said, the other shoreflower is quite complicated now. Although we are an organization, we don't have a leader. In reality, we are just a united body, divided into two factions, the Attic faction and the Cansawatford faction. Each faction has 10 envoys, and I am one of the Cansawatford faction's envoys. What's the difference between these two factions? And asked. Umair explained, the main difference lies in their ideologies. The Aldic faction believes that the power of death is a special existence transcending other elements. It can control life and death, and is the strongest element. Their goal is to discover the true power of death, and become the strongest on the entire continent. We, the Cansawatford faction, believe that the power of death is just one of many elements, nothing more. We simply want fair treatment, and to live a peaceful life. Originally, the two factions only differed in their ideologies. There wasn't much sharp conflict. We even cooperated on things. For example, I led the rescue of Moises, who was a member of the Aldic faction. Moises refers to the Black Flame King, right? Annie asked. How is he now? Umair shook his head slightly. Since being defeated by you, he returned to headquarters and devoted himself to cultivation. He has now reached the mid-stage of the Fengyuan realm. The people who attacked you last time were led by him. Annie's expression turned cold. It seems this guy hasn't learned his lesson. Umair sighed. This isn't just his problem. The entire Attic faction is now inclined to attack the Norma Empire in response to your previous invitation to join, which was rejected. Annie sneered. What? Does that mean necromancers must join the other shoreflower? How ridiculous. What are they thinking? Umair added, of course, Not all members of the Attic faction think this way. 3 of their 10 envoys are very. The radicalism incited the emotions of most people, which led to this incident. However, I hope you can handle this matter calmly. If the Norma Empire and the other Shore Flower go to war, the consequences will be unimaginable. And shook her head and said, don't worry, I won't take action against the other Shore Flower anytime soon. I'm not a warmonger. As long as you don't provoke me again, I won't pursue you relentlessly. Hearing and say this, Umair was relieved. That's good. I knew Miss, and was broad-minded, and not the type to hold grudges. And took a deep breath and said, now that you're going head-to-head with the Holy See, it must be the Attic faction's idea, right? Umair smiled bitterly, that's right, but there's no way around it. Our Kansavitford faction will also be dragged into it, and we'll have to lose a lot of manpower on the battlefield. I told you this wasn't your style. Couldn't you have refused? Umair shook his head. To maintain the unity of the other Shore Flower, we adopt a parliamentary system. Major matters are decided through discussion in the parliament. The envoys from both factions are members of the parliament, but the parliament also has 3 elders and a president. They don't belong to any faction and don't participate in specific decision-making, they remain purely neutral. Moreover, these 4 are the highest combat power of our other Shore Flower, all possessing strength at the high level of the Supreme Origin realm. They generally don't intervene. Annie nodded slightly. This made sense. The other Shore Flower, a mysterious organization, had existed on the continent for countless years, having such powerful figures in charge was normal. Umair continued, last time, the council discussed how to deal with the papacy. Because most of our envoys from the Kansawatford faction abstained, the final result was a direct confrontation with the papacy. I imagine they're regretting it now, considering how many have died. Inside, yes, the Divine Beast Mountain dispatched 5 guardians. This is unprecedented. The other Shore Flower's losses this time are definitely significant. Do you have any countermeasures? Umair replied, not yet, but this matter must be addressed. Otherwise, defeat in the war is inevitable. If we don't plan our escape route, the other Shore Flower might never recover, just like it did over 50 years ago. And solemnly said, although I cannot agree to join the other Shore Flower, nor can I form an alliance with them, I am willing to become friends with you, envoy. If anything happens to the other Shore Flower, I'm willing to lend you a helping hand. Umair's eyes showed gratitude. Thank you so much, Miss N. It's an honor to be your friend. Please rest assured, if there are any unusual situations with the other Shore Flower, I will inform you immediately. At this moment, Robert's summoning time had ended. He looked at Bourne with some curiosity. Why can you still stay in the prime material plane? Is it because of this body? Bourne smiled, you're right. I can stay in the prime material plane indefinitely by relying on this body. Of course, it's not that I don't want to go back, it's just that someone in the netherworld is hunting me down. Robert laughed loudly, ha ha ha, that's really interesting. You must come to the Fallen Peak when you have the chance. The Guardian will be very happy to see you. Chapter 565. Bourne smiled and nodded, I will definitely go. Wait for me at the Peak of Fallen Souls. Then, Robert disappeared from the spot. Umair, seeing this, said, all right, I stayed here long enough. It's time to go back, Miss N. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. And nodded, not trying to persuade him to stay any longer. That day, Umair led his men away from Marco's territory and returned to the headquarters of the other Shore Flower to report. The entire manor returned to tranquility. Annie sighed softly, gazing at the setting sun, and said, Brother Bourne, when do you think this turmoil will finally end? Bourne shook his head. Although the turmoil started because of you, its end is not something either of us can decide, right, Xiaoxue? Xiaoxue lay on the ground, looking content. I don't care about your human affairs, and I don't understand them. Heh, asking you is pointless. Bourne scoffed. Aren't you going to get involved in the White Tiger Mountain matter? Xiaoxue paused, a sharp glint in her eyes. With my current strength, dealing with Xylahi is almost impossible. To take revenge, I must break through to the Yuan realm, but I've been stuck at the peak of the Fengyuan realm for a long time, and just can't break through. I can't help it. Bourne thought for a moment and said, Annie, I think the 3 of us should go into seclusion together. It's been a while since my last breakthrough, and I accumulated some soul fire. Maybe the time is right. Besides, Yilin shouldn't be too fast either. A month of seclusion shouldn't have any impact. And pondered for a moment and said, that's fine, I tell Iliel first. Cough, what are you talking about? A month is a short time. We just cultivate here in seclusion. If he comes looking for us, he know. And thought Bond's words made sense, so she nodded and said, okay, This time we must break through to the Yuan realm in one fell swoop. Yes. Break through to the Yuan realm. Bon and Xiaoxua said in unison. Then, the three of them found a relatively secluded secret room. This was Douglas's secret laboratory, which had now been converted into a cultivation room. No matter how terrifying the magical fluctuations inside were, it would be difficult for outsiders to detect them. Cultivating here would be completely undisturbed. Time passed quickly. In Marco City, Nickel frowned, staring at a letter in his hand, his mood somewhat heavy. This letter was addressed to Annie. If it were an ordinary letter, Ailill would never open it, but this one was delivered by a crow from the other shore flower. Since Annie was currently in seclusion at the manor, Ailill, just to be safe, had to call Nickel to open the letter together. The letter contained very simple words, only 4 characters, but those 4 words made the two of them feel a tremendous sense of crisis. Supreme Yuan attack? What does this mean? Ailill asked. Nisel swallowed hard. If I'm not mistaken, the other shore flower is going to send Supreme Yuan experts to attack our Norma Empire. And judging from the other shore flower's style, this attack is very likely a sneak attack, targeting Annie. Ailill gasped. Why would they do this? We're not allies, but we're not exactly enemies either. They're openly declaring war on us. Nickel sighed. It seems there's a huge division within the other shore flower organization. This letter must have been sent by Umair, trying to warn Annie to prepare in advance. If they were to launch a direct attack, that would be fine, but this kind of sneak attack is really hard to defend against. So how should we deal with it? Close the town? Israel asked. Nisel shook his head. No. If we do that, they will definitely know we have an inside source, and Umair will be in danger. Besides, even if we close the town, we can't stop a necromancer at the Supreme Realm level from sneaking in. What we need to do now is protect Annie, and make sure nothing happens to her. Israel said, then I send men to the vicinity of the manor to strengthen the defenses. Nisel immediately said, let's go, we go too. Since Umair is using this method to send information, it means their Supreme Realm expert has already set off, and may even have reached Marco City. If he doesn't find Annie here, he'd definitely go to the manor. So the two of them immediately led 1,000 elite soldiers and headed to the manor. Upon arriving at the manor, Ailill sensed something was amiss. Normally, the manor would have about 100 guards, but now the gates were wide open, and the guards were nowhere to be seen. Oh no! We're too late. Ailill's heart sank, and he rushed into the manor first. The deeper he went, the more his heart sank. Not only were the guards gone, but even the servants were nowhere to be seen. This was far too unusual. Nicole asked, where is Annie in seclusion? Ailill replied, she didn't tell me, but the servants in the manor mentioned it was probably the location of the previous laboratory. Nicole nodded. That location is quite secluded, it shouldn't be easy to spot us. Let's hurry over. However, when they arrived at the plaza behind the manor, everyone froze. All the guards and servants of the entire manor were bound, and lying unconscious on the ground. 5 or 6 men in black were casting spells around them, and a huge magic circle appeared in the center of the plaza, shimmering with black light. The men in black also noticed Ailill and his companions, immediately withdrawing their magic and turning around. Ailill shouted, who are you? One of the men in black sneered, you must be Ailill. Heh, not bad. You come at the right time. None of these guys will say where Annie is. We were just about to use magic to probe their consciousness. Ailill's eyes widened. Magic that probes consciousness usually damages a person's mind, even driving them insane or causing death. The entire manor had hundreds of guards and servants, most of whom were just ordinary people without magic. Damn it, stop right there. Come at me if you have a problem. The leader of the men in black waved his hand. Don't worry, now that you're here, I won't waste my energy on them. With that, he transformed into a cloud of black mist, appearing almost instantly before Ailill. Nicole's eyes narrowed, and he drew his fingers like a sword, slashing forward with incredible speed. The leader of the men in black sneered, child's play. He casually swung his hand, deflecting the attack, and simultaneously punched Nicole in the chest. Nicole was shocked, and immediately released a wind shield to block. With a thud, Nicole was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The leader of the men in black was slightly surprised. Oh! Not bad. A 3rd-tier Feng Yuan level cultivator managed to block my attack, only suffering minor injuries. Ailill quickly helped Nicole up, asking with concern, how are you? Nicole shook his head. Not seriously, but the opponent was indeed too strong. He didn't even seem to be using his full strength. The two of us might not be a match for him. Ailiel's heart sank. If one person was this powerful, what was the strength of the other for? Humph. The other shore flower really has a grand scheme, sending so many high-level. Come here, are you ignoring the papacy's attack? The leader of the men in black sneered. Heh, you actually know we're from the other shore flower, interesting. But you're overthinking it. The papacy can't defeat us in a short time, so even if we operate here, it won't affect the battle at the front. Israel roared, don't be arrogant. If you dare come this time, I won't let you leave. Surround them. At his command, 1,000 elite soldiers behind him moved swiftly, surrounding the 5 men in black. However, the 5 men in black remained unmoved, calmly standing in place, seemingly ignoring the 1,000 men. The leader of the men in black said, Heh, the Norma Empire's army is indeed powerful, but thinking they can keep us here is wishful thinking. Now I give you a chance. Tell me where Annie is, and I leave immediately after completing my mission. If you don't tell me, I kill you today and tomorrow. Your Grand Mage, one day, I forced that little girl Annie out. Ailiel gritted his teeth. He knew the other side was right. Although he dared not confront these 1,000 elite soldiers head-on, as a necromancer, he was safe and sound, and could even launch a sneak attack on Ailiel in the chaos. It was practically impossible to defend against. What exactly is your purpose? Nickel asked. The leader of the men in black sneered, telling you won't hurt. We're currently searching for something, and it seems to be in Annie's possession. Something? Nickel was taken aback. Annie possessed countless treasures. He had no idea what the other side was referring to. Ahem, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. The leader of the men in black didn't want to say more. I give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, I make my move. Ailiel's eyes were resolute, looking at the other side without fear. Go ahead and attack if you dare. Who's afraid of who? The leader of the men in black coldly said, Fine, you have guts, but I hate people like you who waste my time. With that, his figure transformed into a cloud of black mist again and charged towards Ailiel. Marco's soldiers immediately stepped in front, launching an attack on the black mist. However, the mist was incredibly agile, weaving through the crowd and completely ignoring the attacks, quickly closing in on Israel again. Feeling the immense threat of death, Israel roared and thrust his spear forward with all his might. The leader of the black-clad men reached out, his voice seemingly echoing from the depths of hell, an ant trying to shake a tree. With a crack, the spear in Israel's hand shattered into pieces, and a tremendous force slammed into Israel's chest. Israel frantically channeled his magic, unleashing scorching flames, but upon contact with the black mist, it was as if he had met his nemesis, having no effect whatsoever. Just at the critical moment, Nickel struck again with his sword, this time even more ferocious, a strike that even a Supreme Realm expert would have to consider carefully. The leader of the men in black's expression changed slightly. He waved his left hand, blocking Nickel's attack, his body pausing slightly. Ailiel didn't take the opportunity to retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his hands covered in raging flames, and fiercely grabbed at the leader of the men in black's shoulders. Nysel was shocked and immediately shouted, No! Come back! He had originally wanted to save Ailiel, but he hadn't expected Ailiel to be so fierce, not only not retreating but also taking the initiative to attack. The leader of the men in black sneered, truly courting death. Since that's the case, I grant your wish. With that, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the entire area. The flames on Ailiel's body extinguished instantly, and his hands landed precisely on the leader of the men in black shoulders, but without any strength. What's going on? Ailiel was utterly shocked. The leader of the men in black sneered, never seen anything like it before. Let me tell you, this is called a domain. Within my domain of death, the closer someone gets to me, the more their magic is restricted. And someone like you, a whole realm below me, shouldn't even think about releasing a single ounce of magic in close combat. With that, the leader of the men in black reached out and grabbed Ailiel by the neck with one hand, lifting him up. Ailiel struggled in agony, but couldn't break free from the large hand swirling with black mist. Nicole tried to rush forward to rescue Ailiel, but was blocked by the other 4 men in black. These 4 men were equally powerful, any one of them surpassed Nickel, leaving Nickel with absolutely no chance. Release him. If you really kill him, the Norma Empire will be sworn enemies with the other shoreflower. Nickel roared. Oh! The leader of the men in black scoffed. Threatening me? The Norma Empire is nothing but a nouveau riche, thinking there's something special? Seeing that threats wouldn't work, Nickel immediately said, All you want is something. Let's talk this out. I can persuade Annie to give you the thing. Just don't hurt Iliel. The leader of the men in black sneered. I want more than just the thing. I want Annie herself. I'm taking her back with that thing. Nickel's heart sank. If that was the case, how could they negotiate? Did they really have no choice but to leave Iliel to die? The leader of the men in black looked at Iliel. All right, do you have any last words? Iliel's face turned red, his limbs struggling but unable to release any magic. He made gurgling sounds, but couldn't speak. Fine, it seems you have no last words. In that case, die. A cruel glint flashed in the eyes of the leader of the men in black, and the black mist around him surged, enveloping Iliel. Nicole's eyes widened, his fists clenched, wanting to help but unable to. He could only watch helplessly as Iliel was gradually swallowed by the black mist. Iliel, however, remained resolute, staring fearlessly at the leader of the men in black before him. Even in the face of death, he showed no fear. Chapter 566. Just then, a whooshing sound rang out. The leader of the men in black froze, abruptly releasing his grip on Iliel's right hand and retreating abruptly. With a deafening boom, one of the men in black, just turning his head, was struck on the head by a bone spear and died instantly. The leader of the men in black frowned, looking in the direction from which the bone spear had come, and said in a deep voice, Annie, you've finally shown up. At this moment, and stood not far away, her entire body radiating a deathly aura that seemed to solidify. She coldly said, You're one of the envoys of the other Shoreflower Attic faction? Since you dared to attack me, you should have been prepared. Iliel and Nickel looked worried upon seeing Anne, but Anne nodded to them, indicating that they should be reassured. The leader of the men in black raised an eyebrow. It seems you know a bit about our other Shoreflower, and you know about the Attic sect. You are indeed strong, but judging from your aura, you probably haven't broken through to the Supreme Origin realm yet. Do you know that the difference between the Abundant Origin and the Supreme Origin realm is not as simple as just one realm? You can't defeat me. Annie said calmly. Then do you know how Yaris of the Anti-Demon Alliance died? The leader of the men in black was slightly taken aback, then laughed. Haha, don't try to scare me. We have spies in the Anti-Demon Alliance too. They all said it was the demons who did it. You were just picking up the scraps. These words stunned Annie, but she quickly understood. It seemed that although the Anti-Demon Alliance wasn't currently causing her trouble, they hadn't fully revealed the assassination of Yaris. Since you're so confident, fine, I play along today. Your men will come at me too, how about it? The leader of the men in black was somewhat puzzled. Why was Annie so confident? Did Annie really have a way to fight against a supreme being? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. In his opinion, Annie was just bluffing. If she truly had a way to fight against a supreme being, she would have already used it against the Anti-Magic Alliance and the Austin Empire. Hell, one-on-one combat is boring, isn't it? How about my men play with yours? Annie shrugged. You really don't care about their lives? The leader of the men in black laughed. The one you just killed was just a small fry. The others are different. I think. However, before he could finish speaking, two enormous creatures emerged from behind Annie. One was a thunder white tiger, about 5 meters long, pure white with black spots and stripes. Its appearance lowered the temperature of the entire square by several degrees, clearly indicating its mastery of water elemental magic. The other was even more outrageous, a golden dragon radiating deathly power. The appearance of this golden dragon shattered the black-clad leader's understanding. In his mind, golden dragons were all of the light element. How could there possibly be a necromancer golden dragon? What did you just say? Annie asked with a mocking expression. The black-clad leader swallowed hard. Judging from their aura, these two magical beasts had already reached the peak of the Fengyuan realm, not much weaker than Annie. His remaining 3 subordinates, the strongest of whom was only at the 9th level of the Fengyuan realm, were definitely no match for them. Well, I think a one-on-one fight is more interesting. All right. And readily agreed. As you wish. Today I want to see just how capable the envoy from Attic really is. Let's not compete here. It's too restrictive. There's a valley outside the manor, perfect for a duel. The leader of the men in black nodded. I have no objections. And then mounted Bond's back and soared into the air, while the men in black summoned a zombie dragon to follow her. Iliel wanted to attack the other 3 men in black, but decided against it. Once and dealt with their leader, they would be powerless to resist. Attacking now would only result in losses for the army. The 3 men in black, naturally, dared not linger and vanished from the manor in a flash. Upon arriving at the valley, Annie and the leader of the men in black assumed their fighting stances. The leader frowned slightly and asked, Are your 2 magical beasts going to participate in the battle? Annie retorted. Why not? They signed contracts with me. They're part of my fighting force. The leader of the men in black swallowed hard. Magical beasts were generally stronger than humans, and 2 peak-level Feng-Yuan magical beasts could unleash power exceeding that of a first-tier Z-Yuan cultivator. This essentially increased Annie's chances of winning. However, he himself needed to summon undead to fight, so it wouldn't be fair to demand that Annie not use her magical beasts. The leader of the men in black took a deep breath and asked, I think we should forego the power of the undead or magical beasts in this battle, and have a fair duel using our own strength. What do you say? Nickel and Israel, who had just arrived, were filled with disdain upon hearing this and cursed, You're shameless. A Z-Yuan level mage bullying a Feng-Yuan level girl, and you call that fair? I never seen such a shameless person. The leader of the men in black blushed, about to object, but Annie spoke first. All right, no problem. Since you want to fight solely on your own, I grant your wish. The leader was stunned. He had only intended to test the waters, but Annie had agreed so readily. You agreed? Annie nodded. I agreed. The leader was overjoyed. In his view, if the 2 magical beasts didn't intervene, Annie alone would definitely be no match for him. Good, don't back out if you lose. Let's begin. With that, he activated his domain power first. A visible ring of death energy enveloped the entire area, and Annie clearly felt her magic power being hindered. She had already witnessed the effect of this domain, so she wasn't too surprised. In fact, this domain was of little use to her, because most of Annie's attacks were ranged and didn't require close proximity to her opponent. The closer the opponent's domain power got, the greater the restriction on her magic power. I won't give you time to prepare. The leader of the men in black chuckled sinisterly, his body transforming into a cloud of black mist with a poof, charging towards Annie. Annie brandished her wand with her right hand, a blue light flashing beneath her feet as she retreated rapidly, quickly creating distance. With the help of wind elemental power, Annie was completely unfazed by the opponent's attack, possessing an absolute advantage in speed. The leader of the men in black was clearly taken aback. Aren't you a necromancer? Annie sneered. Looks like you haven't done your homework. With that, she swung her wand again, unleashing a series of ice spikes towards the leader of the men in black. Holy crap! The leader of the men in black was startled and hurriedly cast a bone shield to defend himself. However, ice spikes, a basic spell, were inherently weak and couldn't inflict any effective damage. The leader of the men in black realized what was happening. Looks like you used a magic stone. But the spells and magic stones are all one-time use. I see how many magic stones you have left. With that, he charged at Annie again. A red glint flashed in Annie's eyes, and she roared, Come forth. Enhance Fire Spirit's Wrath. A series of explosions rang out, and a huge fire giant appeared in front of him, throwing a powerful punch at the leader of the men in black. The leader of the men in black hadn't expected this at all. He immediately transformed into black mist and retreated several meters, but the fire giant's fist still grazed his robes, burning a large hole in his black night clothes. Advanced magic. The leader of the men in black exclaimed, realizing what was happening. You really went all out. A magic stone capable of storing advanced magic must be incredibly valuable. Annie shook her head and chuckled, offering no further explanation. The leader of the men in black ripped off his burning clothes, revealing his true appearance. A thin, middle-aged man with noticeably sunken cheeks, seemingly malnourished, his narrow eyes filled with bloodlust and savagery. Very well, this is the first time I, Moss, have encountered an opponent like you. Today, I will capture you and take you back for a thorough study. Annie used the fury of the fire spirit, combined with the acceleration effect of wind elemental magic, to contend with Moss. Although Moss was powerful, he couldn't cast necromancy, and was slower than Annie, so he couldn't inflict any effective damage on her. The duel lasted for a while, and the other 3 men in black looked increasingly grim. They had initially thought Moss would win quickly, but now it seemed things were going wrong. Moss grew increasingly agitated. He roared, pushing Fire Spirit's Wrath back several steps. Annie, as a necromancer, why aren't you using necromancy? What kind of duel is this, always using magic stones? Annie chuckled. Who said I'm not using necromancy? I'm waiting for the stacking effect. What are you waiting for? Huh? Stacking? What's stacking? Moss was completely bewildered, not understanding what Annie was talking about at all. But the next moment, a bone spear over 5 meters long, radiating terrifying power, appeared in the air. Annie's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is the first time I used the death combo spell in actual combat. You try it. With that, the bone spear, carrying immense energy, shot towards Moss. Moss's eyes narrowed sharply, his body transforming into a wisp of black mist as he darted to the side, hoping to dodge the attack. However, with a whoosh, the bone spear pierced through the edge of the black mist and embedded itself deeply in the mountain behind him, creating a deafening roar that blasted half the mountain apart. Aya! Moss screamed, reverting to his original form. His left leg was severed at the root, blood gushing out. Although he reacted quickly and used defensive magic, he couldn't stop the bone spear's attack. The spear easily pierced his defenses, piercing his left leg, while a violent force swept through his entire body. A flicker of fear finally crossed Moss's eyes. Had he not held back, he would likely have been killed instantly by the bone spear. Did you dodge it? Annie whispered. But Moss quickly regained his senses. He endured the excruciating pain, glaring fiercely at Annie, and swung his right hand violently. With a whoosh, a reinforced bone spike shot out. Annie's gaze sharpened. Even a powerful expert unleashing an angry attack like this couldn't be taken lightly. She retrieved the mysterious altar from her protective mirror and held it in front of her. With a clang, the bone spike was not only blocked but also bounced back. Moss hadn't anticipated this move at all. The bone spike pierced his shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Aya! The other three men in black grimaced, their hearts filled with unease. Was Moss really going to lose? If Moss lost, the three of them would die here too. However, after Moss cried out in pain twice, his gaze was drawn to the altar in Annie's hand. It's this altar. After being repeatedly struck by Annie, he had also considered retreating. If he wanted to leave, probably no one could stop him. However, the appearance of this altar made him abandon his escape plan. He turned to look at the other three men in black and blinked slightly. The three men in black were simultaneously stunned, as if receiving some kind of command, their eyes hardening. Bourne noticed these subtle movements, but he didn't know what tricks the other was up to. The next moment, Moss moved again. This time, he used all his magic power to launch a fatal attack on Annie. With the altar in hand, Annie wasn't worried. She threw it forward, intending to block the attack. However, Moss suddenly reversed his magic, forcefully stopping the attack, but the backlash from the magic reversal caused him to cough up blood. What's this guy doing? Annie wondered, about to retrieve the altar. Suddenly, the other three men in black moved. They attacked the altar simultaneously, severing Annie's control over it, and fleeing quickly into the distance. Damn it! Stay here! Bourne roared, flapping his wings and charging towards the three men in black. But the next moment, Moss blocked his path, a raging black mist surging towards Bourne. Bourne grunted heavily, his massive claws gleaming with black light, tearing apart the black mist before him. But he quickly felt his magic flow sluggish, the effect of Moss's domain. Get out of my way! Damn it! Bourne roared. Although Annie and Bourne don't yet know the altar's true purpose, there's no doubt that the mysterious altar is no ordinary object and must not fall into the hands of the other shore flower. Moss sneered. I trade one of my legs for this altar. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Bourne angrily retorted. Who wants your leg? Give me back the altar. But Moss wouldn't budge. He was determined to take the altar. Bourne turned and gave Shioshua a look. Shioshua nodded and swiftly dodged past him like lightning. Moss tried to stop him, but a stone pillar suddenly blocked his path, and at the same time, Bourne's cold voice rang in his ears. Since you're so eager to die, I grant your wish. Chapter 567. Moss's heart sank. He shattered the stone pillar in front of him with a punch, but the next moment, a massive dragon claw slammed down. The dragon claw was imbued with the power of retribution, incredibly violent, crackling and popping. Moss quickly rolled aside, and with a deafening roar, a large crater was punched into the ground. Moss stared at the crater, inwardly astonished. He knew the golden dragon before him was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Of course, he hadn't expected it, because Bourne had taken drugs. Bourne's attack power was now comparable to a low-level Supreme Origin cultivator, absolutely not to be underestimated. Moss said in a sinister tone, You're quite good. It's indeed beyond my expectations that you could injure me like this, but it's not enough to keep me here. That's enough for today. We meet again. With that, he transformed into a cloud of black mist, attempting to escape from the other side. Trying to escape? Bourne immediately unleashed wind elemental magic, his wings flashing with azure light, catching up to Moss almost instantly. What? Moss was shocked again. Not only was the golden dragon's death power almost tangible, but it had also suddenly unleashed wind magic, What kind of monster was this? Born didn't hold back this time, directly using soul stealing. The powerful magic ignored all defenses, striking Moss's soul. Moss's eyes rolled back, briefly losing focus, but when he regained his senses, a massive dragon claw was already upon him. No matter how fast he was, there was no way he could dodge this attack. No! Moss cried out in despair. The next moment, with a deafening roar, Moss, the envoy of the other Shoreflower Addict sect, a super strong expert at the third level of the Supreme Origin realm, was smashed into a pulp. A wisp of pure life force slowly flowed into Born's soul fire, causing it to tremble, and seemed to let out a joyful cry. Sensing the change in his body, Born immediately said, "Annie, I go first." Annie paused slightly, then nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'll be right back." Born then flapped his wings and flew towards the manor. A short while later, Ailill, Nickel, and Shushua returned with the two corpses of men in black. Annie frowned and asked, "Didn't you catch them?" Nicole sighed. They arranged for two strong men to cover their retreat, but one of them escaped with the altar. Ailill said, "We originally wanted to capture them alive, but they resisted fiercely. In the end, Shushua had to kill them." Annie stroked her chin. The fact that the other Shoreflower went to such lengths to seize the mysterious altar meant they definitely knew its secrets. Perhaps they wanted to use the altar to communicate with the divine plane, just like Syl did back then. The situation is somewhat unusual, Uncle. Draft a report and submit it to His Majesty, so he can prepare accordingly. I suspect the other Shoreflower is about to make a major move. Brother Ailill immediately mobilized troops to attack the other Shoreflower's headquarters. I sent people to assist in the west. We must reclaim the altar. Ailill asked, somewhat surprised. "You don't mean to involve the demons, do you?" Annie's eyes were resolute. "It happened suddenly. There's no other way. But the demons are inherently warlike. Letting them attack the other Shoreflower is fine." Nickel nodded. "Okay, I assist Ailill in this battle." The three briefly discussed the matter, and then Nickel and Ailill led their men back to Marco's city. And summoned someone. It was Mattia from the northern wasteland. Meishu sent a message to Achilles, asking him to cooperate with Ailill in attacking the other Shoreflower. Since the last incident, Mattia had been responsible for gathering intelligence on the Anti-Magic Alliance for Annie, and had also helped her deliver messages to the demons many times. He nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me." He then disappeared into the night, and watched Mattia's disappearing figure, sighed slightly, and then left with Shushua. Upon returning, the two were startled to see a magical vortex above the manor that resembled a giant millstone. "Holy crap! What is that?" Shushua's eyes widened, clearly shocked by the sight. Annie smiled. "Let's go! Our opportunity has arrived." With that, she and Shushua entered the depths of the manor. They quickly found Born, whose eyes were closed, lost in a strange state. Without hesitation, Annie sat down and activated the Spirit Division technique. She simultaneously took out a high-quality secret realm origin. As the Spirit Division technique slowly began to operate, a kind of aggregation reaction seemed to occur. Vast magical power began to be further broken down and fused, the magical vortex becoming even larger and spinning faster. Shushua understood and also entered a meditative state. He felt wisps of magical power flowing into his body. This cultivation speed was more than 100 times faster than usual. The man and his two beasts entered a frenzied state of cultivation, causing everyone else in the manor to retreat in fear, not daring to approach. About a month passed before the massive magical vortex in the sky gradually subsided, but then dark clouds gathered, and bursts of lightning flashed across the sky. Born and Annie opened their eyes simultaneously. Their auras were now completely different. With the blessing of the soul-splitting and merging technique, they both broke through to the Supreme Origin realm, reaching the second stage of Supreme Origin. Now, if they encountered an opponent like Moss again, it wouldn't be so difficult. "It seems Shushua is about to break through too," Born said. Annie nodded. "Yes. I wonder how strong this lightning will be. Can Shushua withstand it?" Born laughed. "What's the big deal? After the previous lightning tempering sessions, Shushua's body is comparable to a dragon's. He should be considered the strongest in the Thunder White Tiger clan since ancient times." Annie still had some worries. "But this is a breakthrough to the Yuan realm. The lightning will definitely be stronger. So for Shushua, withstanding this lightning is crucial. His body and strength will probably see a significant improvement." Just as she finished speaking, a deafening rumble echoed from the sky. Shushua slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the sky, striking Shushua hard. Xiaoxue gritted his teeth and actually withstood it. However, this was only the first strike. What followed was a continuous barrage of lightning, each strike more powerful than the last. Each time, Xiaoxue relied on his physical body to withstand the onslaught, gritting his teeth and managing not to utter a single sound. Gurgle. After more than 10 bolts of lightning struck, a strange sound emanated from the dark clouds. Xiaoxue knew this was likely the final bolt. Each final bolt was incredibly powerful. Only by withstanding it would one's body become stronger. Hiss, crack! After a period of gathering power, the final bolt of lightning finally struck. Purple lightning almost illuminated the sky. The bolt was a full 2 meters thick, seemingly capable of cleaving the earth in two. Roar! 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 Xiaoxue finally roared. He gripped the ground tightly, raised his head, and faced the onslaught of lightning head-on. Boom! The lightning struck Xiaoxue squarely, producing a deafening roar. The earth trembled, and the surrounding buildings were shattered by the powerful shockwave, sending countless fragments of rock and dirt flying everywhere. As the lightning struck, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. This lightning storm had finally ended. Xiaoxue. Annie cast a wind spell, dispersing the smoke and dust in the air, trying to find Xiaoxue. Soon, Xiaoxue, covered in wounds, staggered out and collapsed to the ground. Annie quickly went over and checked Xiaoxue's injuries. Xiaoxue, how are you? Xiaoxue said weakly, a little tired, but I'm fine. Born looked at her and said, it's good that you survived this lightning strike. Get some rest. Xiaoxue closed her eyes, and soon began to snore loudly. Annie was speechless. She could see that Xiaoxue's body was fine. In fact, she seemed stronger, so she stopped worrying about her. Miss N. A woman approached and called softly. And turned around, slightly startled, then smiled wryly. Teacher Gina, I told you not to call me miss, I'm your student. Gina chuckled, my brother told me to stay here and go to the front lines in Kachi City when you wake up. When business was brought up, and asked, how's Jilin doing? Gina shook her head, no news yet. The Holy See hasn't come looking for us, but they sent envoys to the royal family to negotiate. His Majesty has turned them away, but we don't know how long they can hold out. And nodded, how's the other shore flower situation now? Gina said, my brother, following your plan, has launched an attack on the other shore flower, and at the same time, the Killadai Maw of the unclaimed territory. An attack was launched against the other shore flower. Besieged on 3 sides, internal divisions arose within the other shore flower. Some members fled their original base, leaving mostly members of the Yotic faction. Annie frowned. Has anyone sent me any messages recently? Gina shook her head. Not yet. Annie's frown deepened. Such a major event had occurred within the other shore flower, yet Umair hadn't sent her a message. This could only mean one thing. Umair was in danger. Looks like I have to go to Kachi City. About 100 miles southeast of Kachi City lies the other shore flower's territory. Currently, Nickel and Ilil are leading over 50,000 men in a fierce attack against them. It must be said that necromancers are born for war. Each necromancer summons their own undead, effectively doubling their military strength. Some necromancers above the transformation realm can even summon 4 undead to fight, making their power terrifyingly formidable. In the past month, Nickel had only advanced 30 miles, and the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Kyritama also launched an attack on the other shore flower, their offensive even more ferocious. The battlefield was extremely fierce, with both sides suffering heavy losses, forcing the other shore flower to commit more troops to the western front. However, unlike these 2 directions, the papacy halted its attack at this critical juncture, undoubtedly relieving considerable pressure on the other shore flower. At this moment, Nickel and Ilil were discussing the next battle plan in the frontline camp. They planned to send a small team to bypass the enemy from the north and launch a surprise attack on the other shore flower's rear. Just then, a soldier rushed into the tent, urgently reporting, report. A necromancer from the other shore flower sect has arrived at our camp, saying he has important news. Israel paused slightly, asking, who is it? Where is he? The soldier replied with a strange expression, he's seriously injured and is currently with the medic. Israel abruptly stood up, exchanged a glance with Nickel, and then hurried to the medic's tent. Upon arriving at the medical tent, Ilil immediately spotted the old man lying on the bed and exclaimed, Umair? Umair weakly opened his eyes, looked at Ilil and Nickel, and asked, where is Miss N? Nickel replied, she hasn't come yet. What happened? How are you? Umair shook his head. I'm dying. The addicts found out about my relationship with Miss N, and they imprisoned me. I barely managed to break free, but I'm severely injured and beyond saving. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nichols' eyes widened, and he immediately shouted, "Where's the doctor? Come quick!" Lead-Eyes rushed over. After completing her special training, she had joined the Marco family's army as a medic. She cast a healing spell, helping Umar recover. Umar caught his breath and said, "It's no use. We necromancers can't heal injuries with healing spells. Please tell Annie to stop the Attic faction immediately. They're going to perform an evil ritual." "An evil ritual?" Nickel asked. "What is that?" Umar continued, cough, cough. "They obtained an altar from Annie. That altar connects to the divine plane. By offering sacrifices and injecting enough magic, they can summon a super demon from the divine plane. Then, the entire continent will be conquered by demons." "What?" Nickel and Ailill were both shocked. Umar's eyes were filled with deep fear. Once the demon descends, not only humans, but also elves, demons, orcs, and so on, will not be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. Even the continent may not be able to withstand the power of the demon and will collapse. Cough, cough, cough. Umar suddenly sat up and grabbed Nickel's hand. You must tell Annie. Stop this ritual. You must stop the ritual." After saying the last sentence, Umar seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he collapsed heavily onto the bed, losing his last breath. Chapter 568. When Annie arrived at the front lines of Kachi City with a heavy heart, the scene before her stunned her instantly. There lay rows of cold corpses, the most striking being Umar's lifeless body. Annie's eyes revealed an undisguised sorrow. Recalling her encounters with Umar, Annie was filled with emotion. This unusual old man was not like the sinister and gloomy necromancer she had met before. On the contrary, he always had a smile on his face, a cheerful and humorous personality. No matter how tense and fierce the situation, he always brought joy to everyone with his witty words in his spare time, easing the originally oppressive atmosphere. Moreover, Umar possessed a steadfast inner world. He always adhered to his beliefs and principles, never easily swayed by external voices. When faced with complex situations and difficult choices, he could always make swift and decisive decisions, and these decisions always followed certain moral principles, never wantonly harming innocent people. It was precisely this unique quality that made Annie deeply respect Umar. However, fate was so cruel. Not long ago, this upright necromancer, who had just become Annie's friend, fell into eternal slumber on this land. Nickel told Annie Umar's last words. Annie remained silent, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Bourne said, "That altar is indeed very eerie. If the other shore flower successfully summons a demon, the continent will definitely be plunged into a bloodbath." Nickel nodded. "Yes, but our strength is still insufficient to defeat the other shore flower. According to Umar, the ritual should have already begun." Israel asked, "Could we transfer some more troops from elsewhere?" Nickel shook his head. "No. Marquis Jonathan is currently stationed in the Central Military District, on guard against a counterattack from the Anti-Magic Alliance. The Goel family's army is fully engaged in defending against the orcs' attack, and Orin is still unconscious and unable to move. Our strength is insufficient." Israel gritted his teeth. "I don't know what the Vatican is up to. If they don't stop their attack, the other shore flower won't be able to withstand our assault so easily." Bourne said, "I think the Vatican is doing this on purpose. Maybe there are Vatican agents planted within the other shore flower. An inside man? But I suspect the Vatican doesn't know about the evil ritual either, otherwise they wouldn't be standing idly by. Could we tell the Vatican about this, and then join forces with them to attack the other shore flower?" Bourne shook his head. "It won't work. The Vatican won't believe us." "Then what should we do?" Ailill scratched his head. "Wouldn't we just have to watch the demons descend like this?" "There is a way." Bourne turned to Annie. "Could you persuade the Adventurers Guild to intervene?" Annie took a deep breath, calming her grief. "It should be fine, but to stop the ritual, we need to act quickly. The Adventurers Guild's influence is mostly in the northeast. It will take too long for them to get here. It's definitely too late." Bourne thought for a moment and said, "Then let's launch a surprise attack. We storm their headquarters and disrupt the ritual." Annie nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking too. Brother Ailill, please immediately send a message to Lord Jafari, explaining the situation and instructing him to lead a raid from the north. Also, send a message to Velis. They'd definitely be involved. We meet at the other shore flower." "Jafari? Is he here?" Bourne asked. Ailill said, "Yes, he arrived when the demons attacked." Bourne narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems the Adventurers Guild doesn't trust us either. Annie, are you prepared? Annie shook her head. Whatever their purpose, at least they haven't done anything to harm me yet. Let's ignore them for now. Then what about our raiding party? Nicole asked, and thought for a moment and said, you guys continue to handle the frontal battles. Xiaoxua and I will launch a surprise attack. Ailill was taken aback, just the three of you, and replied, that's enough. The Golden Dragon will take us in from the air, avoiding many obstacles. Once we join forces with Jafari and Velas's men, we be a powerful force. There won't be any problems. And had done this before, but Nicole still cautioned, you must be careful. Even if you can't stop the ritual, you must return safely, understand? And nodded, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Also, you can have Brother Dylan come to the front lines to support us. With him there, the battle should go much more smoothly. Nicole sighed, don't worry about the front lines. When are you planning to leave? Annie hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Ailill, you should go and deliver the message first. The sooner the better. I plan to leave today. Then she looked at Bourne. Your friend should be alright, right? Bourne's expression darkened. He knew Annie was referring to Robert. The summoner's death would definitely have a severe impact on Robert. I don't know. After all, I can't go back to the underworld now. Even if I did, he's at the pinnacle of corruption, and I'm at the swamp of sloth. The distance is immense. Just then, a voice rang in Bourne's mind. Ah, that was a good sleep. Bourne and Annie were both startled, then their faces lit up with joy. Teacher. Dao Quang finally awoke from his slumber. Several years had passed since his last slumber. This time, the slumber had indeed been far too long. Teacher, you're finally awake. Bourne exclaimed excitedly. Dao Quang chuckled. Heh, you're still alive. I thought you'd been hacked to pieces while I was gone. Bowen's lips twitched. Teacher, what are you saying? Am I that hated? I've broken through to the Supreme Realm, and I already made a name for myself in the high-level undead zone. Dao Quang raised an eyebrow. Ahem, I know, in the Swamp of Sloth. I've been watching your growth while I was asleep, and it's really beyond my expectations. You all done very well. Annie asked happily, Grandpa Dao Quang, how's your recovery going? Dao Quang's eyes crinkled with laughter. Ha, with that skull from last time, I recovered quite a bit. I shouldn't be far from reuniting my physical body. By the way, little skeleton, I vaguely remember that Robert you mentioned earlier. Do you want to save him? Huh? Bourne was taken aback. You can save him? Dao Quang laughed. Hee hee, I'm your teacher, so tell me if you want to or not. Bourne nodded quickly, yes. Of course I want to. Good. Dao Quang waved his hand. Little girl, you're now a supreme mage. You should be able to summon 7 combat undead, but you only have 4. If you can summon Robert, the negative status effect caused by the summoner's death will disappear immediately. Annie's face lit up with joy. That's great, but this should be a targeted summon, right? I don't have that ability. Dao Quang pointed directly into the air, and a beam of dark light landed on Umair's corpse. He then said, try summoning him. Annie's heart stirred, and she immediately cast the undead summoning technique. Annie used a summoning spell, forcibly connecting her consciousness to Umair's body. Instantly, a summoning portal appeared, and a zombie emerged from it. It was Robert. Huh? It worked. Bourne beamed, immediately stepping forward. Robert, you're finally here. Robert looked bewildered. What happened to me? He looked at Umair's corpse lying on the ground, muttering, I clearly sensed Umair's death. Why? Annie calmly looked at him. You are now my summoned undead? You? Robert still didn't understand. But? No buts. Bourne grabbed him. We used a method to make you Annie's summoned undead, thus negating the negative status effects attached to you. Robert looked shocked. Is that even possible? Thank you, Bourne. Bourne waved his hand. Cough, no need to thank me, we're best friends. Robert glanced at Umair with some sadness. He was a good human, what a pity. Yes. And said, but don't worry, I will inherit his will and stop that ritual. Robert's eyes widened, and he exclaimed excitedly, yes. That ritual. Miss N, you must stop them. Those people are absolutely insane, trying to summon that person. You know? Bourne asked, somewhat surprised. It's Deborah, the demon goddess of hell, Robert said hoarsely. Umair fought his way out of those people, and after returning to the Netherworld, I learned about that demon through the Guardians. It's Deborah, a Netherworld king. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew what a Netherworld king represented. The prime material plane shouldn't be able to withstand his power, right? Definitely not, Robert said. This is utter nonsense. If anything happens to the prime material plane, other planes will be affected. This is absolutely unacceptable, Annie said solemnly. Then we shouldn't delay, Robert. You go back to the netherworld first. Come out when we get there. Robert nodded and then disappeared. Annie and Xiaoxue had jumped onto Born's back. Born flapped his wings and immediately soared into the sky, heading towards the headquarters of the other shore flower. Bon was incredibly fast. Before the soldiers on the other side of the flower defense line could react, he had already rushed into the rear. He didn't stop at all, but continued to fly inward. Frontline soldiers attempted to organize air power to intercept them, but the Norma Empire's army surged in again, pinning them down. They only managed to send a message to headquarters. The territory of the other shore flower wasn't large, but its headquarters was extremely well hidden. Born spent 2 days conducting aerial reconnaissance. During this time, many necromancers summoned aerial undead to intercept them, but Born easily defeated them all. Born's cultivation level had now reached the second tier of the Supreme Origin realm, far surpassing that of ordinary necromancers. As long as the opposing super-powerful figures didn't intervene, he could roam freely above the other shore flower. Meanwhile, a giant eagle swooped in from the southern desert into the other shore flower's territory, encountering Born and his group in the air 2 days later. Annie was somewhat surprised, not expecting the first people she encountered to be Velus's men. Miklos, Hughes, you arrived. Miklos and Hughes rode together on a giant eagle, waving at Annie. Miklos said, Annie, is your information really accurate? They're going to summon demons from the divine plane? Annie nodded. Absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to send you this message. This is news that a high-ranking member of the other shore flower risked his life to bring back for me. Miklos looked worried. I also told the ancestor about this, but I don't know if he helped. If he could intervene. Annie was taken aback. Miklos's ancestor was the Desert Eagle, the second strongest super-powerful figure on the continent. If he really intervened, this matter would be much easier. Hughes said, the ancestor has been out of the public eye for a long time, so he probably won't intervene. However, we also dispatched a large army to cooperate with your operations, launching an attack on the other shore flower from the south. Annie gave a wry smile, but now there's a slight problem. We don't know where the headquarters of the other shore flower is hidden. Mikro shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. The other shore flower excels at this. The Holy See has been searching for them for so many years, and hasn't found their secret base. How could we possibly find it in just a few days? Who says we can't find it? At this moment, a hearty voice rang out, and a huge red fire dragon roared in, carrying Jafari, Tal, and Willow on its back. The group exchanged brief greetings, and Annie asked, Lord Jafari, do you know where the headquarters of the other shore flower is? Jafari nodded. Just because the Holy See can't find it doesn't mean our adventurers guild can't find it. You know, the other shore flower has some dealings with us. By following the clues, we can find out where they are. The group was overjoyed. That's great. Let's go quickly. Jafari immediately rode the fire dragon ahead, with Annie, Mikros, and the others following closely behind. They soon arrived at a towering mountain wall. Annie had been here before and, after a thorough search, had found nothing unusual. However, Jafari didn't slow down at all as he faced the mountain wall. He charged straight towards it. Annie was startled and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The fire dragon seemed to have no obstacle whatsoever, passing directly through the mountain wall and disappearing from sight. Chapter 569. Huh? Everyone stared wide-eyed, bewildered by what had happened. Miklos quickly realized what was happening and exclaimed, could it be illusion magic? Such a large-scale illusion magic. No wonder the Holy See has been unable to pinpoint the exact location of the other shore flower. Born let out a long howl, flapping his enormous wings and following closely behind. When they crashed into the stone wall, it felt as if they had passed through a thin membrane. The next moment, their vision opened up, as if they had entered another world. Anne's eyes widened. It was the first time she had ever seen such a sight, and she was utterly shocked. Below, strange buildings stood in rows, and in the center of the path was a huge crater, flames shooting into the sky, and the chanting of incantations emanating from it. That's it. Annie's gaze sharpened. However, at that moment, roars erupted from ahead. Jafari's fire dragon was being besieged by 4 zombie dragon beasts, its situation extremely perilous. Mikros also came through from behind and witnessed the scene. Annie, we have to hurry. There are many powerful supreme beings in the other shore flower area. If we're not careful, We're all doomed. Annie nodded solemnly and rushed forward with Mikros to support Jafari. Seeing Annie and the others arrive, Jafari waved his hand and said, Tal and Willow, go down with you. I hold them off here. Their supreme beings are all down below presiding over the ceremony and can't spare the time. I can handle these guys. You guys go. As he spoke, he cast a levitation spell on Tal and Willow, allowing them to float in the air briefly. Born quickly swept over and carried them on his back. Annie realized that the enemy's zombie dragons were all mid-level Fengyuan grade, which Jafar could indeed handle. She said, be careful, we're going. With that, she and Miklos quickly rushed towards the pit below. At this moment, nearly 100 necromancers were performing some kind of mysterious ritual in the pit. They were all dressed in black robes, their faces hidden beneath cloaks, kneeling devoutly on the ground, their hands constantly drawing various magical patterns. Ripples of magical energy converged into a massive stream of magic power, surging towards the altar in the center. On the altar were various offerings, including the corpses of powerful magical beasts, magic cores, high-quality secret realm materials, magic crystals, and even a light mage, presumably captured in a previous battle with the Holy See. They had already discovered the intruders, but once the ritual began, it couldn't be stopped midway. However, the other shore flower wasn't entirely unprepared. Just as Annie and the others rushed down, a group of black-robed figures blocked their path. Annie looked closely and recognized the two leaders. One was Moises, the Black Flame King, who had spent decades in hiding in the kingdom of Shalia searching for the key to the secret realm. The other was Half-Assed, who had entered the magical realm with Annie. The two also recognized Annie. Moises' face revealed a sinister smile. Hey, Annie! It's been a long time. I didn't come looking for revenge, but you actually came to me. Annie frowned. Black Flame King, after all these years, you're still the same, unable to see the situation clearly. Make them stop the ritual immediately, or I will forcibly interrupt it. Don't blame me for the backlash. Such a massive summoning ritual, if forcibly interrupted, would generate an incredibly powerful backlash, one that even a high-level Supreme Realm expert might not be able to withstand. Moises sneered, you really think you're so strong? Want to interrupt the ritual? Then get past me first. With that, he immediately unleashed his domain power, a ball of pitch-black flame swirling around him, appearing eerily powerful. 5th level Supreme Realm? Annie raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Black Flame King had progressed so rapidly over the years, reaching this level. Leave this guy to me and Xiaoxue. Born stepped forward, his powerful aura spreading out. Having just broken through, he hadn't yet awakened his domain. Xiaoxue was the same. Although neither of them possessed a domain, the release of their Supreme Realm 2nd level aura still managed to partially deflect the black flames. Black Flame King frowned slightly, but wasn't particularly surprised. After all, Annie had single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the other shore flower, so she must have something to rely on. Just broke through, and you're already so arrogant? Want to challenge me? Then try it. Boom boom boom. Born and Xiaoxue immediately launched their attack, engaging Black Flame King in battle. Half-Assed looked intently at Annie. Annie, your progress is truly astounding. Even I am impressed. Thinking back, we haven't even fought yet. Today is a perfect opportunity. Annie shook her head. No, today isn't a good time for us to fight. Your opponents are them. As she spoke, she slightly turned, and Tal, Willow, Miklos, and Hughes stepped forward. Annie said to Miklos and the others, I leave this to you. I'm going to disrupt the ritual. Miklos nodded, don't worry, you must succeed. Then, Annie's figure blurred, her feet flashing with blue light, and she instantly swept past Half-Assed and the others. Half-Assed frowned and shouted sharply, stop her. However, the next moment, a rain of fire descended from the sky, interrupting Half-Assed and the others' actions. Will's eyes showed some fear, but he straightened his chest, his body radiating a violent fire elemental power. The rain of fire was released by him. Tal laughed, don't bother Annie. She has important things to do. We play with you. Miklos echoed, we all came out of the same magical realm, so it's fate. Let's have a good fight today. Half-Assed's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he immediately summoned 6 undead, 2 of whom were conscious undead warriors. The others also summoned their own undead, giving them a numerical advantage. You think you can hold us back with just you two? Looking at the dozens of undead, and the necromancer before him, Tal smiled slightly. It seems you don't remember my abilities. Let me help you recall. As he spoke, a ball of blue flame rose from his body, flickering gently, as if wiggling its butt. The moment the mindless wandering undead saw this flame, their eyes blazed with anger and rage. They immediately broke free from their summoner's control and charged towards Tal. Tal chuckled, turned, and ran, drawing a horde of undead in pursuit. The situation instantly reversed. The summoned undead not only failed to achieve their purpose, but also continuously drained the summoner's mana. Moreover, faced with Tal's overwhelming firepower, even they felt an urge to rush in and beat him up. Damn it! Hamfast suppressed his two sentient undead summons, a hint of anger in his eyes. Left with no other option, the necromancers had to send their unconscious summoned undead back to the underworld. Otherwise, even if they exhausted their mana, they wouldn't be able to harm their opponent in the slightest. Tal stopped, turned, and laughed. How about it? Do you think we can hold you off? Half-assed sneered. You think Annie can stop the ritual? What a joke. Lady Deborah will descend and cleanse the world of all evil. Miklos roared. I think you're all insane. Once Deborah descends, the entire continent will shatter. Is that what you want? Hamfast remained unmoved. This continent isn't as fragile as you think. Enough talk, let's fight. With that, he attacked Tal first. The other necromancers followed, and the two sides clashed. Meanwhile, under the cover of others, Annie finally reached the core of the ritual. The altar was now almost within reach, gleaming with a chilling black light. Annie was about to rush forward when, in the next moment, an aged voice rang in her ear, Little girl, don't act rashly. And shuddered, then quickly retreated to a distance of 10 meters, warily eyeing the black-robed figure in front of her. The man in black robes gently removed his cloak, revealing a deeply lined face. His eyes were dull and yellow, yet gleamed with a sharp light. You must be Annie. Not bad. Very good. Even better than Hampust's talent. It's a pity you're not one of my other shoreflower. Annie asked, Who are you? The old man replied, Nice to meet you. I am Constantine, the president of the Other Shoreflower Council. Annie swallowed hard. As expected, this old man was the strongest member of the Other Shoreflower, his strength undoubtedly reaching the high level of the Supreme Origin Realm, or even the peak. Senior Constantine, I didn't want to disturb you, but you taken my altar, and are using it to summon a terrifying and evil undead king. This forces me to stop you. Please halt this ritual immediately. Constantine slightly raised his head. You say Deborah is a terrifying and evil undead king? How did you come to that conclusion? Annie was speechless, unsure how to answer. Constantine sighed and said, This world has far too much prejudice against the undead. Does necromancy only represent death? Can't the human world coexist peacefully? I've been a necromancer my whole life, and even at my current level, I still live in seclusion, constantly hiding. What's the meaning of my life? Although summoning Deborah was my suggestion, everyone supports it. Deborah's appearance will definitely change the landscape of the continent, and we necromancers will be able to gain our rightful place in this transformation. And frowned. I can't agree with you. I'm a necromancer too, and I wasn't well liked at first either. But look at me now. I'm a hero in my own country, and I earn respect from other factions. This isn't something I gain through force. It's only through genuine dedication that you earn the respect you deserve. Constantine nodded slightly. Your thoughts are similar to Umair's, but it's a pity he's dead. I'm an enlightened person, allowing for differing opinions within the Other Shoreflower faction. It's precisely because of the struggle between the Attic and Cansawatford factions that the Other Shoreflower has remained so strong. And I sincerely hope you can join us. Annie shook her head. You don't need to waste your breath. I won't join the Other Shoreflower clan. I have my own principles. That's a real pity. Constantine sighed. If you could join, you would probably become the leader of the Cansawatford clan. The Cansawatford clan is currently weak, which is not a good sign. Looking at the altar, whose light was growing brighter, Annie became anxious. Senior, I don't think this is the time for idle chatter. Can you stop the ritual? Constantine shook his head. Impossible. Annie didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. A flash of dark light, and Robert was summoned, slashing fiercely at Constantine. Constantine seemed to have anticipated this. He simply waved his hand, and a bone shield blocked Robert's attack. Immediately, Annie's various elemental attacks rained down like a storm. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning bolts, wind blades. All unleashed in a barrage, transforming into a magical machine gun. Constantine was slightly surprised. He'd never seen such a casting method before, and couldn't help but marvel. However, these basic or low-level spells were like tickles to a powerhouse of his level. Some spells weren't even close before being completely neutralized by a single force. Annie, don't waste your energy. The difference in our cultivation levels is too great. These spells have absolutely no effect on me. But Annie remained unmoved. She continued casting various spells until, after casting more than 10, she paused slightly, took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with a sharp light, and roared, "Evil spirit, roar!" A huge phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the void, its mouth wide open, letting out a terrifying roar, a woo. Constantine's expression changed. He waved his right hand, unleashing his domain power, and simultaneously erecting a magical shield in front of him. A deafening bang. A powerful sonic wave struck the magic shield, sending ripples through it. Constantine felt a tremendous force surge through the shield, a strange power piercing his soul. He was startled and frantically channeled his magic to resist, managing to intercept the force. His back was drenched in cold sweat. His gaze towards Annie had changed. The formidable strength she displayed forced him to take her more seriously. "You are indeed powerful, but not enough to get through here." Annie gritted her teeth. This was the best she could think of. If the demon's roar could temporarily render the opponent unconscious, Robert could rush in and stop the ritual. But all had failed. Just then, a fiery arrow shot towards him. Constantine's eyes narrowed, and he jerked his head to the side. The arrow scorched a lock of his hair, embedding it in the ground behind him with a thud. Constantine's heart pounded. He said in a deep voice, "Desert Eagle, you finally arrived?" Chapter 570. The Desert Eagle? Annie's heart skipped a beat. This name had been mentioned countless times, but she had never seen him in person. He was a legendary figure. Only a handful of people on the entire continent had ever seen him. Rumor had it that the Desert Eagle's name was Audicos, a fire elemental mage born in the Velis Desert, before the existence of an empire existed in Velis. In the vast, boundless desert lived a group of homeless people, displaced and surviving on meager resources. They were alive at dawn, but by nightfall, only a pile of bones remained. Danger lurked everywhere: the harsh climate, ferocious magical beasts, and even their own treacherous human brethren. The Desert Eagle was born in such a terrible place. His parents were ordinary people. When he was only 8 years old, they were killed in an encounter with desert bandits. The young boy was kidnapped by the bandits and enslaved in their den. As a young boy, he was responsible for all the chores of the bandit gang, and even helped dispose of the corpses of those they killed. In a resource-scarce place like Velis, not a single piece of meat could be wasted. However, it was precisely this bandit hideout that introduced him to magic. The bandit leader was a 4th-tier mage, not particularly gifted, but diligent, dedicating time each day to cultivation. As a servant, Audicos naturally frequented the bandit leader's room, observing his cultivation up close. Over time, Audicos learned some methods of circulating magic and began to cultivate himself with considerable skill. A year later, he successfully awakened fire elemental magic. That day, he set the entire woodshed ablaze. Of course, he didn't tell anyone the fire was his fault, only saying it was caused by improper handling while cooking. The bandits tied him to a post and whipped him with vines unique to the desert. The thin, barbed vines lashed his back, instantly tearing his skin, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, even grinning. From then on, Audicos' cultivation path became unstoppable. His talent truly began to unleash its full power, surpassing most of the bandits in just 2 years, reaching the 8th level of the primordial essence. On the night he broke through, he went to the bandit leader's room as usual, bringing him food and cleaning. After doing all this, he didn't leave, but stared intently at the bandit leader, who was cultivating. The bandit leader sensed his gaze, opened his eyes, and expressed his displeasure at his unusual behavior. But before he could finish speaking, a burst of fire reduced him to ashes. It was pure magical projection. At the time, Audicos hadn't studied any magic and didn't know how to cast spells, but he could project his magic. In this way, overnight, the entire bandit stronghold was burned to the ground, leaving no survivors. After gaining his freedom, Audicos returned to a life of wandering, but this time, he was without his parents, becoming a lone eagle. Fortunately, his experiences in the bandit stronghold over the past 2 years hadn't tainted him with evil. On the contrary, during his wanderings, he helped some people and killed some bandits. A year later, Audicos encountered the person who would change his destiny, the ancestor of the Velis Empire, a very upright and kind man, now known as the Saint by the Velis people. The Saint was already over 30 years old at the time, possessing strength reaching the Qi Yuan realm, a rare powerhouse in that era. Once, Audicos encountered powerful sand bandits, including a Li Yuan realm expert, resulting in a crushing defeat. Just as he was being beaten to a pulp, the Saint appeared. With his overwhelming power, the saint instantly killed the Liyuan realm expert and rescued Audicos. Audicos then became the saint's disciple, his fourth student. In the following years, the saint gradually built his own power base, rivaling the powerful sand bandit groups. After a 10-year war, he ultimately emerged victorious. During this period, Audicos played a crucial role. With the saint's help and guidance, Audicos' cultivation speed skyrocketed. He fought and cultivated simultaneously, reaching the peak of the Qi Yuan realm within 10 years, even surpassing the saint in strength. However, the sage did not live to see the founding of the Veles Empire. At a gathering, the most powerful bandit leader launched a sneak attack on the sage, sacrificing himself to take the sage with him. The following month, the sage's second son and second student announced the formation of the Veles Alliance, appointing himself its first leader and Audicos as general of the Divine Eagle. However, due to the sage's death, Audicos was deeply saddened and depressed, disappearing from public view for a year. A year later, he broke through to the transformation realm, truly becoming a super powerful figure in Veles. He personally led his army to sweep across the land, wiping out the last remaining bandit forces. He then campaigned northward, driving out the bandits from the unclaimed wastelands, ultimately forming the current borders of the Veles Empire. Under the rule of its first leader, the Veles Alliance gradually grew in power. They inherited all the wealth and resources of the various bandit groups of yesteryear, including the method to unlock magical realms. Although this method was incomplete, through their efforts, they could still teleport one or even two people to explore the magical realms. As their national strength increased, Audicos' power also steadily improved. After becoming a powerful figure in the Fengyuan realm, Audicos decided to leave Veles and travel to other places. During this time, he visited the Divine Beast Mountain, several other powerful human tribes, and even the demon and elf tribes, though his arrival was not well received. What impressed him most was an encounter in the north, with a man named Grin. This man's personality was completely different from his own, but he was equally powerful. Audicos fought him fiercely for hundreds of rounds, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat. Despite their differing personalities, the two became good friends. Audicos made a promise that once they reached the Supreme Realm, he would return to challenge him to a duel. Time flew by, and another 10 years passed. The Skywalker continent faced its darkest hour. The orcs, allied with giants, beastmen, and demons, launched a full-scale attack on the elves, dwarves, and humans. Their goal was simple: to enslave these three races and become the true overlords of the continent. Varys, being located at the southernmost tip, initially did not participate in the battle. However, due to the sheer brutality of the fighting, Veles eventually joined the fray, sending a large number of human troops, including Audicos. In the battle against the orcs, Audicos became an indispensable force. Young, powerful, and ruthless, he was like a god of war, always able to turn the tide of battle at crucial moments, earning him the title of Desert Eagle. However, there were also extremely powerful beings among the orcs and demons. Even with the strongest warriors from the elves, dwarves, and humans all contributing, they could only fight to a standstill, with each side trading blows. The orc war dragged on for a long time. Ultimately, Grim, as the leader of humanity, led the human army to victory, securing the final triumph and shaping the current world order. During the war, Austin and Harry established their kingdoms, followed by Veles. Only after the war ended did Amaras and the Norma Empire establish their own kingdoms. By then, Audicos had become a super powerful being at the high level of the Supreme Realm. His strength, honed by the war, was unmatched. Even Grim praised him, saying, "In duels, I surpass him, in the desert, I am inferior to him." After Grim went to the God Realm, Audicos became the undisputed second strongest being on the continent, second only to Pope Leo V of Divine Beast Mountain. The entire continent enjoyed a rare 300 years of peace. Inspired by Grin's actions, a group of high-level Supreme Realm experts, including Audicos, also went into seclusion to cultivate, hoping to break through their limitations and ascend to the immortal divine plane. Originally, Supreme Realm experts only had a lifespan of 300 years, but reaching the peak of the Supreme Realm granted an additional 100 years. Therefore, those who survived the war against the orcs remained alive. Besides Grin, who went to the divine plane, Pope Leo V, Peter, Elena of the Adventurers Guild, Arnos of the Harry Empire, Charles of the Austin Empire, Constantine of the Other Shore Flower, and Audicos of Veles all survived, becoming the strongest beings in the human world of this continent. Those who survived were truly fortunate, as many supreme beings either died in the battles against the orcs or exhausted their lifespans in endless cultivation. This included the previous pope, the protectors, and many other powerful figures. Today, the two super-powerful beings have finally met. Constantine's eyes gleamed as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and sighed, "Adiakos, you are still so young, but I am old." Adiakos slowly walked in front of Annie, shielding her behind him, and said, "Constantine, I thought you were dead, but even if you are not, your days are numbered." Constantine nodded and said, "Yes, I am 385 years old, and I don't know when I will die, so I want to try one last time. Lady Deborah's arrival might bring me an opportunity." "Foolish," Adiakos roared. "You actually place your hopes on a necromancer king, you. Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the continent?" Constantine's eyes gleamed with madness. "Disaster? What does it have to do with me? As long as I can break through to the origin realm and go to the god plane, it's all worth it. At least I'm faster than Leo, faster than you, faster than everyone else." "Humph. You're all insane," Adiakos sneered. "But now that I'm here, this ritual should end." Constantine spread his arms wide. "No! You can't stop the ritual. No one can stop this ritual." "Is that so?" Adiakos narrowed his eyes, his magical power suddenly erupting. An invisible domain spread out, like an eagle soaring across the entire area, causing the surrounding temperature to rise considerably. Constantine felt as if his skin was being burned. This was the Desert Eagle's domain power, capable of continuously inflicting fire elemental damage on his opponent. "Humph. It's been a long time since we fought. Let me see if you deserve the title of second on the continent." With that, he also unleashed his domain, negating most of the burning effect. At the same time, Constantine gently waved his withered right hand, summoning two undead. One was a zombie clad in black robes, its face obscured, but its figure suggested a woman, with a pair of tattered black wings on its back, making it appear exceptionally eerie. The other was a werewolf zombie, its body covered in silver-gray fur, its blood-red eyes filled with savagery and bloodlust. Both undead were high-level Supreme Realm beings, extremely powerful, and both possessed domain power. In a 3-on-1 situation, Adiakos' domain power was quickly neutralized. However, Adiakos showed no panic. He suddenly grabbed at the sky with one hand and roared, "Divine Eagle, move!" Whoosh! 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 A ball of flame shot into the sky, and a divine eagle formed from fire element appeared, emitting a loud cry. Simultaneously, Adiakos himself soared into the air, a pair of fiery wings sprouting from his back, flight magic. Constantine's eyes narrowed, and he immediately commanded, "Attack! Stop them!" The zombie woman flapped her damaged wings, instantly soaring into the sky and launching an attack on the flame eagle. The werewolf zombie roared, unleashing berserk magic, its power increasing to a new level, and then lunged at Adiakos in midair. Adiakos sneered, "Constantine, you're still so arrogant. Don't you even have a summoned undead to protect you?" He spun in the air, dodging the werewolf's attack, and then rapidly charged towards Constantine's main body. Constantine waved his wand, instantly unleashing several disintegrating rays, but Adiakos nimbly dodged them all. This was the advantage of flight magic, not only absolute air superiority, but also sufficient speed to evade most attacks. Constantine's lips curled into a smile. With a flick of his wand, the zombie woman, who had been battling the fire eagle in the distance, suddenly appeared beside him, slashing her sword at Adiakos. Adiakos was slightly taken aback, immediately swinging his steel claws to block. With a clang, both were forced back several steps. The next moment, Adiakos sensed a series of muffled footsteps behind him. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, and with a deafening roar, the werewolf zombie slammed its fist into the spot where he had been standing. Constantine chuckled. "Adiakos, I admit you're strong, but you can't defeat me in a short time. The ritual must continue." "Is that so?" Adiakos' eyes suddenly sharpened. His aura surged, a long tongue of fire trailing behind him. He moved with incredible speed, instantly appearing behind the zombie woman. Chapter 571. Constantine's heart tightened, "Watch out." But it was too late. Adiakos lashed out with a claw towards the woman's back. The zombie woman reacted swiftly, twisting her body dramatically, but she was still a step too slow. One of her wings was snatched away, and she let out a scream, "Ah!" The zombie woman then staggered and fell to the ground. Constantine's only aerial advantage was gone. "Damn it!" Constantine roared, firing a disintegrating ray at Adiakos in the air. Adiakos easily dodged it, then ignored the enraged Constantine and charged towards the altar. Constantine was furious and immediately gave chase to Adiakos. At the same time, he summoned a zombie dragon, sending the zombie woman and the werewolf riding it into the air to intercept Adiakos. Audikos frowned slightly. How annoying. He was almost at the altar, but at the last moment, he was caught up by the zombie dragon, especially the zombie woman who unleashed Death Coil, forcing him to stop and deal with it. Bang! 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 The two sides clashed again in front of the altar, and watched with bated breath. She was completely out of her depth for this level of combat. If Constantine hadn't initially shown no intention of killing her, she would probably be dead already. And carefully observed her surroundings. Many necromancers were still continuing their ritual. The core of the entire ritual was the mysterious altar. Many magic circles were inscribed around the altar, and numerous magic stones were placed there. Most conspicuously, there were spider lilies within the magic circles. Could this be the entrance to a magical realm? And he suddenly realized that accessing a magical realm also required opening a spatial passage. Could there be a similarity between the two? In that case, the spider lily must be the key to this ritual. Annie looked up at the battle in the sky, then tiptoed towards the magic circle. The zombie woman and the werewolf launched a series of attacks on Audikos, the deafening roars and powerful magical fluctuations causing the entire earth to tremble. Audikos was entangled and had no choice. Just as Constantine had said, winning wasn't difficult, but winning quickly was not so easy. After all, Constantine was a veteran powerhouse older than him. Constantine, don't be so stubborn. This won't benefit anyone. Audikos roared. Constantine laughed maniacally. It's useless. Lady Deborah will be out soon, and then you die too. You be our first gift to Lady Deborah. Audikos slammed his claws, knocking the zombie woman away, and then unleashed his flame eagle on a fierce attack against the zombie dragon beast. Once the zombie dragon beast was injured, it would lose its ability to fly again, making it much easier to disrupt the ritual. However, Constantine had anticipated this move. He cast a defensive spell, protecting the zombie dragon beast. No matter how the flame eagle attacked, it couldn't break through his defenses. Constantine, you forced me to this. Seeing his attack fail, Audikos could only roar, his magic surging, and a massive fiery meteorite condensed in the air. Constantine's eyes narrowed. A meteorite? However, the meteorite's target wasn't Constantine, but the altar itself. Constantine panicked. This high-level spell, though long to cast, was incredibly powerful. He wasn't sure if his defenses could withstand it, and most importantly, the ritual absolutely couldn't fail. Without hesitation, he spurred the zombie dragon beneath him, charging towards the altar at lightning speed. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if he had already disregarded life and death. He took a deep breath, chanted incantations, and rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash his most powerful defensive spell. Seeing this, Audikos, standing not far away, suddenly had a glint of light in his eyes and said, "Humph, are you really that fearless?" Constantine gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Enough nonsense. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the successful completion of this ritual. Before he finished speaking, the magical energy around him surged instantly, and a dazzling light suddenly shone, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, Audikos snorted coldly and swung his arms downwards. The celestial fire meteorite, which had been floating in the air, seemed to receive a command and crashed down with earth-shattering force. A series of deafening roars echoed as the meteorite, burning with raging flames, scorched and distorted the air in its path. Its sheer power was terrifying. Meanwhile, the necromancers below all looked up, their eyes filled with horror as they stared at the massive meteorite rapidly falling from the sky. It was like a calamity falling from the sky, its dazzling light illuminating almost the entire firmament. Everyone's heart pounded involuntarily, and their breathing became increasingly rapid. They knew that if this meteorite truly struck the altar below, the complex magic array set up upon it would be instantly destroyed, and this crucial ritual would be a complete failure. With Constantine's roar, a ball of black light enveloped the meteorite, but it didn't slow its descent. A deafening boom followed, and flames shot into the sky, the violent explosion causing ear-piercing pain. The black light couldn't completely block the intense heat, it was burned through and dissipated, unleashing a torrent of powerful magic with destructive force. The explosions lasted for about 10 seconds before the flames gradually subsided. Everyone was shaken, looking towards the altar. The zombie dragon beast was completely dead, crushed into a pulp by the powerful meteorite, burned to ashes. The zombie woman and the werewolf were also tattered and severely injured, forced to return to the netherworld in despair. Constantine stood alone on the altar, a crazed glint in his eyes. Though covered in wounds and blood trickling from his mouth, he was like a madman, emitting a grotesque cacophony of laughter. Audikos, you failed. My ritual is complete. Adiakos' heart skipped a beat. His meteor shower hadn't completely shattered the opponent's defenses, yet the ritual continued unabated, the magic circle untouched. However, his eyes narrowed quickly, as if he'd seen something. Constantine turned his head, and saw Annie stealthily reaching out to pluck the spider lilies from the magic circle. "You brat!" Constantine roared, unleashing a disintegrating ray at Annie. "Watch out!" Adiakos immediately commanded his flamehawk to swoop down and snatch Annie away. Sizzle! The disintegrating ray struck the ground, making a corrosive sound. "Don't risk it, you really die." Adiakos frowned. Annie was still shaken. If the flamehawk hadn't arrived in time, she might have been pierced by the disintegrating ray. Constantine spat, "Humph. Useless, your struggles are futile." Suddenly, the magic circle blazed with black light, and the necromancer's chanting grew louder. Constantine, his heart pounding, spread his arms and cried out, "Lady Deborah, descend." Adiakos frowned. "Looks like it's too late. Little girl, hurry up and get out of here, don't linger, run as far as you can." "And what about you, senior?" Annie asked. Adiakos took a deep breath. "This is my destiny. All these years, I haven't been able to break through to the origin realm, which means I'm not meant to be. I lived long enough. It's time to unleash my light once more." Annie shook her head. "No, humanity can't be without a strongman like you. Come with me. We figure something out once we escape." Adiakos said, "It's no use. Once Deborah appears, none of us will escape. My staying here will buy you some time." "Ha ha. Want to leave?" "No way. None of you will escape." Constantine laughed wildly. A large amount of black mist surged from the altar behind him, and a colossal figure slowly emerged. The powerful pressure instantly made the entire space unstable, the earth trembled, and the sky seemed to scream. "Roar! Who is it? Who summoned me here?" A terrifying roar came from the black mist, chilling everyone to the bone. Constantine prostrated himself devoutly before the altar. "Great King, I am your servant Constantine. Please help me. I am willing to give everything for you, to conquer the entire continent." Whoosh! The black mist was dispersed by a powerful gale, revealing a colossal figure within. It was a giant with fangs, a ferocious face, deeply furrowed, and eyes gleaming with a savage light. He wore a massive suit of black armor, exuding power and majesty. In his right hand, he held a long sword, its blade gleaming red, as if thirsting for blood. The prime material plane? Ha ha ha, I arrived in the prime material plane. How nostalgic. Deborah's voice was loud and excited. His blood-red eyes looked at Constantine, who was lying on the ground, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Insignificant human, how do you want me to help you?" Constantine's voice trembled with excitement. I've been stuck at the peak of the Supreme Realm for a long time. I want to break through. I want to leave this plane." Deborah laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you want to leave this plane? Fine. I grant your wish. Then go to the netherworld." With that, he reached out and grabbed Constantine. Constantine was terrified and cried out, "No, no, no. I want to go to the God realm. I want to go to the God realm." "Heh heh, you have no choice." With that, Deborah shoved Constantine into her mouth, and with a crunch, this strongest being in the human world was chewed up. Annie felt a chill run down her spine. The incredibly powerful Constantine was like an ant in Deborah's hands, utterly powerless. Of course, this was partly due to his injuries from the previous battle with Artikos, but even so, Deborah's power was evident. The death of Constantine stunned the necromancers of the other Shoreflower sect. What was going on? Had the summoned undead king devoured the summoner? The key point was that the summoner was dead, but the undead king was still alive and well. What was happening? Deborah laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha. Great. With the help of this altar, I can move freely in the prime plane. It's truly a godsend." Everyone immediately realized that it was the altar that was at work. "Damn it!" Adiakos' expression turned grave. Facing the undead king, he had no confidence at all. "Annie, you must go. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. You are the future of humanity, and you absolutely cannot be lost here." At the same time, Adiakos commanded the Flame Eagle to forcibly pick up Annie and fly away. Annie had no way to resist, and could only watch helplessly as she moved further and further away from the altar. Deborah spotted Adiakos immediately. She could tell he was the strongest here, so she took a step forward, instantly crushing the necromancers below into a bloody pulp. The other necromancers, finally realizing what was happening, screamed and began to flee for their lives. Audicos remained unmoved, staring directly at Deborah and saying, "Deborah, you don't belong here. Go back now." Deborah laughed loudly. "You went to great lengths to summon me. How can I just go back like this? I should at least cause a ruckus." With that, she reached out to grab Audicos. Audicos' eyes narrowed. With the flame eagle not by his side, and the previous meteor shower having consumed a large amount of magic power, even at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Deborah, let alone now. Audicos desperately channeled his magic, quickly shifting at distance, but Deborah's massive hand followed him relentlessly, as if toying with him, impossible to shake off. "What's the use of bullying us? Go and wreak havoc in the divine plane if you dare." Deborah remained unmoved. "You insignificant ant, I can kill you as I please, play with you as I please. What can you do to me?" Ha ha ha. Audicos was helpless. His opponent was a notorious undead king who didn't care about reputation. Arguing with him was like casting pearls before swine. After a brief chase, Deborah grew tired of it and directly used her magic to subdue Audicos, grabbing him tightly in her hand. No matter how much Audicos struggled, he couldn't escape Deborah's control. Deborah laughed. "Not bad, not bad. 2 peak-level beings as food right off the bat. The prime material plane has truly given me a great gift." With that, she prepared to shove Audicos into her mouth. Gazing at the gaping, foul-smelling maw, Audicos felt a pang of despair. Was he truly destined to perish? But the next moment, a sharp, dark light shot forth, striking Deborah's right hand and severing it. Audicos seized the opportunity to break free of his restraints. Deborah roared in fury, "Who is it? Damn it, who is it?" An aged voice slowly echoed, "Return to your place. Deborah, the king of the dead." Chapter 572. Audicos turned around, and saw only the phantom of an old man slowly approaching. Behind him followed Annie and a gigantic golden dragon, the dragon wreathed in wisps of deathly power, appearing eerily powerful. "Why are you back again?" Audicos frowned. Annie said, "Senior, we won't let you face danger alone. Don't worry, we have a way to deal with Deborah." Audicos raised an eyebrow. "You mean that old man?" Annie nodded. "He's a sleeping super powerful being. He can definitely send Deborah back to the netherworld." Audicos' heart skipped a beat. "No wonder you improved so quickly. It turns out you have a master guiding you." "Who is he?" Annie smiled wryly. "To be honest, we don't know either. But I guess he's a powerful being from the god realm. He knows a lot, and his strength is unfathomable. Of course, please keep this a secret for us. I haven't told anyone about him." Audicos understood. The significance of this is that if others knew Annie harbored this secret, it might attract even more terrifying enemies. "I know, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. By the way, what about the people from the other shoreflower?" Annie shrugged and said, "They heard that Deborah had gone berserk and ran away immediately. There's not a single one left. I told Miklos and the others to leave quickly too, not to stay here any longer." Audicos nodded. "Yeah, there's no use for them staying here." At this moment, Dao Quang stood against the wind, his face obscured, blurry and indistinct. Although he was only a soul, his aura was in no way inferior to Deborah's, and perhaps even stronger. "Roar! Damn it, who are you?" Deborah roared, never expecting such a powerful being to exist in the prime material plane. The blade maniac, wielding the soul-severing blade, said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. If you refuse to go back, I send you back." Deborah picked up her right hand, channeling her magic to reattach it. "If it weren't for your sneak attack, I certainly wouldn't have been hurt." "Don't boast. As the king of the undead, I've never been afraid of anyone. So you're not agreeing? What can I do if I don't agree?" The blade maniac sighed. "Fine then. So many years have passed, let me see if you improved." With that, the blade maniac's aura surged, and he charged towards Deborah at lightning speed. The soul-severing blade gleamed with dark light, radiating a chilling aura. Deborah's eyes narrowed, and she swung her greatsword down. The blade maniac was incredibly fast, dodging the blow with a sidestep. The greatsword struck the ground with a loud thud. Missing her first strike, Deborah swung her greatsword horizontally, slashing again. The blade maniac leaped into the air, dodging the attack once more, but this time, with his body airborne, he had no leverage. Deborah grinned maliciously, changing her greatsword slash into a downward thrust. The blade maniac snorted coldly, his body not descending from the air, but instead shifting sideways by about a meter. The greatsword barely grazed his body, creating a gust of wind. "Huh?" Deborah was startled, seeing the blade maniac already in front of him. The soul-severing blade aimed straight for his brow. "Get out of my way!" Deborah roared, forcefully retracting her great sword and holding it in front of her. With a clang, the soul-severing blade pierced through the great sword, stopping just an inch from Deborah's brow. Deborah's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The blade madman's icy voice reached his ears. I give you one last chance. Leave or stay. Deborah swallowed hard. In reality, he wasn't his true form, but merely an avatar of power. However, if this avatar were killed, it would still affect his true form. Although it was just an avatar, it possessed the power to overwhelm everyone in the main plane, but he hadn't expected to encounter an opponent. Tell me, who are you? With your strength, you're definitely not from the main plane, the blade madman said coldly. You talk too much nonsense. The soul-severing blade moved forward slightly, causing Deborah to break out in a cold sweat. Stop! 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 I'm leaving! Deborah shouted. I already eaten one blood meal, that's enough. Let's stop here for today. But don't think I'm scared, Deborah, will be back. With that, he sheathed his great sword and ran up the altar. A flash of dark light appeared on the altar, and Deborah's enormous figure vanished. The altar trembled, then shrank to the size of a palm, returning to Annie's hand. Phew. Almost. Dao Quang breathed a sigh of relief, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into Born's mind. Born asked, Teacher, why didn't you kill him just now? Dao Quang laughed and scolded, Do you think I didn't want to? But I'm a soul now, I can't overuse magic. Deborah was using magic to fight back. If I had killed him, I might have fallen into a deep sleep again. Forcing him away was already good enough, one should be content. Annie asked, Grandpa Dao Quang, what exactly is this altar? Dao Quang explained, This is called the space altar. It was left in the primeval plane by an ancient deity. You probably already know its function, it can communicate with other planes. As long as you offer enough sacrifices, it can help you contact anyone in other planes. Then why can't it reflect magic? Dao Quang laughed, It's not reflecting magic, but rather that the magic cannot be absorbed as sacrifices, so it's expelled. Annie smiled wryly, I see. Then this thing is really useless to me. Dao Quang shook his head, It's not entirely useless. Besides allowing people from other planes to come, this altar can also borrow power from other planes. If you can give. With enough sacrifices, perhaps we can borrow some power. Annie raised an eyebrow. Borrow power? Could it be? Dao Quang chuckled. But don't think too much about it. This kind of power isn't your own, so it's best to use it sparingly. Your focus now should be on improving your own strength. Annie nodded. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Dao Quang. At this moment, Yudikos walked over and asked, Annie, where's the senior from earlier? Annie smiled and said, He used up too much power and is resting. Yudikos nodded. Thank you so much. Otherwise, not only would I be dead, but the entire continent would be engulfed in bloodshed. Annie said, I also want to thank you, Senior Yudikos. Luckily, you arrived in time, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that Constantine. Mentioning Constantine, Adiko snorted, that guy brought it on himself, he wasted all those years. And sighed, he was one of the strongest humans. With his death, the entire other shore flower's strength will be greatly diminished. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. Adiko said, he didn't participate much in the war between the orcs. He's extremely afraid of death. If he weren't nearing the end of his lifespan, he probably wouldn't have risked summoning Deborah. Things here are mostly settled, we should go back now. Senior Adikos, until we meet again, Annie said with a smile. Adikos nodded, all right, I come to the Norma Empire to find you when I have the chance. You're very welcome. Just as Annie jumped onto Bond's back, a surge of black energy suddenly rushed into Annie's body. Annie's eyes narrowed sharply, and her body was forcibly lifted into the air by a force. Huh? What's going on? Adikos was also stunned, not knowing what had happened. Dao Quang's figure reappeared, his brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, This is bad. It must be because the spatial passage was open just now, and the aura of the divine plane seeped in, causing the holy bodies to awaken. Yudikos respectfully bowed to Dao Quang Sr., Will Annie be in danger? Dao Quang pointed, and a ball of dark light enveloped Annie. Don't worry, with me here, she'd be fine. But what you should worry about is that the main plane might be about to change. What do you mean? Once the aura of the divine plane enters the main plane, it will trigger the magical power of heaven and earth, inducing the awakening of elemental holy bodies. If I'm not mistaken, the other holy bodies are now experiencing the same thing. The water holy body, the fire holy body, the lightning holy body, the wind holy body, and the light holy body will all awaken simultaneously. As long as they successfully awaken, they will become the top forces on this continent. Adikos was taken aback. And is the deathly body? Then who are the other holy bodies? Dao Quang shook his head and said, I don't know, but news should spread soon. After all, the awakening of a holy body will cause a huge commotion. Teacher, how long will An's state last? Born asked worriedly. Not for very long. Her holy body has already shown several signs, so it will awaken faster than others. Whoosh! Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a colorful light appeared in the northeastern sky, accompanied by a deafening roar like a dragon's cry that reverberated throughout the entire continent. Adikos' eyes widened in surprise. Someone has broken through to the origin realm, he exclaimed. Dao Quang nodded slightly. After all these years, is someone from the prime material plane finally going to the divine plane? Who is it? Adikos looked northeast, already knowing the answer. It should be Pope Leo V of Divine Beast Mountain. He was already on the verge of breaking through, and now he must have sensed the aura of the divine plane, thus completing the breakthrough in one fell swoop. Crack! A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A golden light descended from the heavens, as if to welcome someone into the air. Adikos' eyes were filled with envy. Once one breaks through to the divine plane, one can ignore the limitations of lifespan. As long as heaven and earth exist, so will I. With Leo gone, the position of Pope of Divine Beast Mountain will be vacant. Will Peter become the new Pope, or will it be someone else? Rumble. The strange phenomenon in the northeast lasted for half a day before gradually dissipating. It seemed the Pope had successfully broken through the spatial barrier and gone to the divine plane. Just as Adikos was about to withdraw his gaze from the sky, Annie's body trembled violently again. With a whoosh, a black pillar of light shot into the sky, seemingly shattering the heavens. At the same time, 5 more pillars of light shot into the sky from different locations across the continent, a wondrous sight witnessed by everyone on the entire continent. Adikos stared wide-eyed at the scene. These black pillars of light are emitted by Annie, which means the other pillars are emitted by the other 5 elemental saints. Dao Quang said, that's right. These pillars of light will likely continue for some time, at least a day, and possibly 3 or 4 days. So, we need to send people to investigate as soon as possible to find out who the owners of these pillars are. A glint flashed in Adikos' eyes, and he respectfully said to Dao Quang, thank you for the reminder, Senior. I arrange it immediately. With that, wings sprouted from his back, and he flew towards Velis. Born looked up at the sky. The blue, purple, and white pillars of light all seemed to be emanating from the northeast, most likely from Austin or the people of Divine Beast Mountain. The cyan pillar was from the north, suggesting that the owner of the sacred body was likely a Norman. The most peculiar was the red pillar of light, which seemed very close, but this was the territory of the other shoreflower, and there couldn't be any other elemental mages here. That left only one possibility. Someone from the Adventurers Guild had awakened the sacred body. But who could it be? Born glanced at Annie, who was awakening. He couldn't leave Annie here alone, so he could only suppress his curiosity and wait until Annie finished awakening before going to investigate. About 15 minutes later, a figure came galloping towards them from afar. Born looked closely and saw it was Tar. Tar, trailing flames behind him, moved with incredible speed, arriving before Born in the blink of an eye. He looked at Born, panting, and tentatively asked, "Can you understand me?" Born replied directly, "I can answer you." "What's the matter?" Tar's eye twitched. Then he looked at Annie and said, "Senior Adikos came by earlier and took Miklos and Hughes away. He sent me to tell you that he found the whereabouts of the holy body of fire." "Oh!" Born raised an eyebrow. "Was it Jafarli or Willow?" Tar swallowed hard and said, "It's Willow." "Just as I thought." Born nodded. This was just as he had guessed. Elemental bodies possess the ability to attract each other, so generally, individuals who possess elemental bodies are connected in some way. Perhaps those who awakened their bodies this time were all people who entered the magical realm in the same batch as Annie. Lord Jafari is watching over there, and has also sent a request for help to the association. The association's people are rushing over. This commotion is too great. It's hard to avoid being discovered, especially since we're still on the territory of the other shoreflower. If we're attacked by the remaining forces of the other shoreflower, we might be in danger. Tal looked around and asked, "What exactly is going on here? Why are there no necromancers left?" "The necromancers we fought earlier fled in terror after hearing something." Chapter 573. Born asked him, "You don't know yet?" Tal nodded, "Yes, Senior Audicos was in a hurry when he came, and didn't explain clearly. Bourne's eyes darted around. Oh, I see. But I think information should be exchanged. It shouldn't be me providing you with information unilaterally, right? Tal was taken aback. What do you want to know? Bourne narrowed his eyes and asked, It's simple, I just want to know, what are your Adventurers Guild's intentions towards Annie? Tal's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shook his head. No, you misunderstand. Yes, we have no ulterior motives. We're allies with Annie. Allies? Don't lie to me. There's no one else here. Even if you told me, I wouldn't tell anyone. Really, I never had any ulterior motives from the beginning, and Annie even helped us in the magical realm. Bourne shook his head. You could call them allies, but the Adventurers Guild didn't gain anything from this, did it? On the contrary, they alienated the Holy See and lost a lot of business. This isn't the Adventurers Guild style. Tal pursed his lips, lost in thought. Bourne continued, Tal, you and Annie are good friends. Can't you share some information? Tal sighed. I don't know how the higher-ups made their decisions, but the orders we received were to fully support Annie and meet all her needs. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Jafari received the same order, which likely came from the Guild Master, but I have no idea what the Master's specific plans are. The President of the Adventurers Guild? What kind of person is she? Tal recalled, I only saw her once. She's a very beautiful woman, looks young, but is, after all, a peak-level expert of the Supreme Realm, with a lifespan exceeding 300 years. Changing her appearance is easy for her. She speaks in a loud voice, always with a smile, acts eccentrically, and her orders are always baffling, but carrying them out brings unexpected benefits. In short, she's a very mysterious woman. A woman? Bourne was somewhat surprised, not expecting the president of the Adventurers Guild to be a woman. In his mind, she should be a burly, bearded man. Well, at least that provides some information. Bourne then recounted what had happened to Tal, deliberately omitting the details about the Blade Madman, saying that Articos killed Constantine and stopped the evil ritual. Tal naturally didn't doubt it. After all, Articos was known as the second strongest on the continent, so it wasn't surprising that he possessed the strength to kill Constantine. Not long after, the black light around and finally dissipated, and she slowly landed on Bourne's back, still in a deep sleep. It seems that after awakening the holy body, it needs some time to recuperate. Bourne shook his head and then said, Let's go see how Willow is. And finished faster than the others. At this moment, except for the black pillar of light, which had disappeared, the other pillars of light still pierced the sky. Tal nodded and jumped onto Bourne's back. Bourne flapped his wings and, without Tal's guidance, flew directly towards the fiery red pillar of light. Before long, he saw a group of people engaged in battle. Tal's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, someone's coming. Bourne observed for a moment, and saw Jafari leading the Adventurers Guild against a group of necromancers, likely the remnants of the other Shoreflower faction. The deathly body has already awakened? Why so quickly? Moises's eyes flickered, and he turned to see Bourne flying over. Oh no, Annie's here. Half-assed was also there. Moises sneered, don't be afraid. Even if she's strong, she's just a low-level Supreme Realm cultivator. We have 3 elders with us now. She can't possibly be our match. However, his words had barely left his lips when a dark, shadowy mass appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was clear they were all golden dragons. Holy crap! Moises exclaimed in shock. The Holy See has joined the fray too. At that moment, a roar rang out, Evil necromancers, surrender now, or you be killed without mercy. The 3 elders of the other Shoreflower clan, who had been fighting the Adventurers Guild's higher-ups, paled upon hearing this voice. They abandoned their fight and turned to flee. The Adventurers Guild's powerful members didn't pursue them, but continued to protect Willow, keeping him firmly under their protection. Boom! 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 The golden dragons began unleashing their radiant breath at the fleeing necromancers. The necromancers cast defensive spells as they ran, wishing they had more legs. Moises was filled with regret. How could he have forgotten about the papacy? The papacy had originally launched an attack on the spider lily in the southeast, but it had stopped recently. However, it had not actually withdrawn, which made Moises and the others lower their guard. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Vatican's forces would directly storm in. Had they known this would happen, they would never have returned. With the Vatican's involvement, the pressure on the Adventurers Guild immediately disappeared, but they remained on high alert. After all, the Vatican's sudden arrival at this time couldn't be solely for assistance. Sure enough, several golden dragons landed on the ground. Jacob and his brothers, Members of the 12 Guardians of Divine Beast Mountain jumped down from the dragons and slowly approached the Adventurers Guild members. Oki, Hayed, I didn't expect the renowned executive officer and vice president of the Adventurers Guild to be gathered here, Grand Jacob said with a smile. Oki was a tall, slender young man with melancholy eyes and an extremely sharp aura. His position in the Adventurers Guild was second only to the president, Elena. As the executive officer, he was responsible for dealing with anyone who violated the rules within the Adventurers Guild, including the vice president. Brother Jacob, you come at just the right time. Didn't your Vatican suspend its attack before? Why are you here again now? Oki asked. Big Jacob chuckled. Our previous adjustments were merely strategic. Now that such a major upheaval has occurred within the other shore flower, of course we had to come and see. Did you see that black pillar of light just now? Oki snorted. So what if I saw it? Little Jacob asked. Who was that? Why should I tell you? Little Jacob frowned, but remembering the other party's terrifying strength, he held back his anger. Big Jacob laughed. Don't be so cold. We should at least exchange information. I saw that this Fire Saint body should be someone from your Adventurers Guild. So I tell you too, the Light Saint body is currently at Divine Beast Mountain. It's the Holy Sun Cliff. Born raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, just as I expected. After awakening his holy body, Cliff's strength will definitely increase significantly. Hayed laughed loudly. Huh? You want to know who the deathly body is, right? Actually, you already know, don't you? Grand Jacob shrugged. You're right, but we still want to confirm. Is the deathly body in? Many people witnessed and being forced to unleash her deathly body in her battle with Augustine, so it's normal for the Vatican to have this speculation. Hayed said, so what if she is? Anyway, she's already awakened and left. Left? Grand Jacob glanced at Born. Born's heart sank, thinking, I shouldn't have come. Oki and Hayed frowned simultaneously, exchanging a glance with Born. Born didn't hesitate, and immediately hid in the Adventurers Guild's camp. A dangerous glint appeared in Grand Jacob's eyes. Annie is a wanted criminal from our Divine Beast Mountain. It's not unreasonable for us to hunt her down, is it? Oki silently drew his long sword. At least here, I disagree. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Grand Jacob stared at Oki for a long time, finally chuckling, fine. You win. I don't want to fight you today. The necromancer of the other shore flower is waiting for me to wipe him out. See you later? With that, he and little Jacob mounted the golden dragon and flew away. Phew. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the two sides had really gone to war, it would have been a disaster. Tal jumped off Born's back and bowed to Oki and Hayed, saying, My lords, Annie has completed her awakening and is currently still asleep. Oki nodded. Yes, you did well. Then he looked at Born and asked, What's with this golden dragon? Is it Annie's contracted magical beast? Tal shook his head. I never seen it before. It's probably recently tamed. Tamed my ass. Born muttered to himself, then said to Oki, Greetings, Lord Oki. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your rescue. Oki was slightly surprised. You're also at the Supreme Origin Realm? Clearly, he mistook Born for a magical beast. Magical beasts that reach the Supreme Origin Realm can freely use human language. Born nodded. Yes, but that's not the point. Now that all the elemental bodies on the continent have awakened, a chaotic battle is definitely on the horizon. Do you have any plans? Oki shrugged. That's not my responsibility. Hayed, what do you think? Hayed, the vice president in charge of the association's operations, said, Well, for now, the first thing we need to do is identify the individual elemental bodies. The identities of the death body, light body, and fire body are clear. Now we need to find out who the water body, lightning body, and wind body are. Jafari said, the wind body seems to have appeared within the Norma Empire. I already sent people to investigate. The lightning body and water body are both in the east, and their locations are still uncertain. Born said, the bodies have an automatic attraction function. It's very likely that all the bodies this time entered the magic realm from the same group of people, so I can basically guess who the wind body in the Norma Empire is. Tal paused slightly, recalling the incident a few days ago, when the Holy Maiden led a group of people to secretly slip out of the Divine Beast Mountain, and exclaimed in astonishment, Could it be Puller? Born nodded, That's right. That explains why he was born into an ordinary family yet possesses such extraordinary talent. Then who are the Lightning Saint body, and the Water Saint body? Born thought for a moment and said, The Water Saint body is very likely to appear in the Endless Sea, probably Bru or Bizon. The Lightning Saint body is unknown, but it's certain that it's someone from the Austin royal family, though it's not certain. It's settled. After all, Alonso is also a lightning mage. Hayed frowned and said, since you can guess that Puller is the holy body of wind, then the divine beast mountain must also be able to guess that they will definitely send people to the Norma Empire. You must be careful. After being reminded by him, Bon also realized, okay, but I can't leave now. There are people from the other shore flower, and the church everywhere. Let's evacuate together later. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the light on Willow's body gradually dimmed, and his body slowly floated down from the sky. Jafari stepped forward and hugged Willow. Seeing that he was still asleep and seemed to be fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. Hayed nodded and said, okay. Let's evacuate immediately. With that, everyone began to evacuate towards the Norma Empire. At the same time, Nickel and Iliel's army successfully broke through the other shore flower's defenses and rushed into the heart of the other shore flower, just in time to meet the evacuating group. After a long journey, everyone withdrew from the territory of the Red Spider Lily and returned to Marco's territory. The Adventurers Guild members then parted ways, leaving with Willow. Born and the others returned directly to Marco's city. On the way, Annie awoke, her cultivation level having broken through 1 rank, reaching the 3rd rank of the Supreme Origin realm. She learned the whole story from Born and was shocked. I never expected Deborah's appearance would cause such a commotion. Born said helplessly, yes. And you're back just in time. Let's hurry and see how Puller is. Puller? What happened to him? Annie asked, puzzled. From what I estimate, he is the holy body of wind. What? Annie exclaimed in surprise. They had arrived at the city lord's mansion. Annie didn't enter through the main gate but instead rode Born through the air, landing directly in the backyard. Dylan and the others rushed to greet her. Annie, you're back. Annie asked as soon as she landed, where's Puller? Dylan was taken aback. You know everything? Did he emit a light and then fall unconscious? Dylan nodded. We don't know what happened. Nobody dared to touch him, but the light dissipated a few days ago. Puller is currently unconscious in his room. Annie nodded. Take me to see him. Then, they went to a room where Puller lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Annie sensed his presence and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Puller had successfully awakened without any problems. In fact, the awakening of the holy body has a certain chance of failure. If the elemental power is too strong, it may devour the body's original consciousness. Chapter 574. Let him rest. He should wake up in a few days, Annie said. Sunita asked, what happened to him? Annie sighed and said, you must keep this a secret. When you get back, Divine Beast Mountain will question you specifically. You absolutely cannot tell anyone, understand? Sunita and the others exchanged bewildered glances. But we don't even know what happened. Annie said, although Divine Beast Mountain will eventually find out the truth, we keep it a secret for as long as possible. Actually, Puell has awakened the wind's sacred body. If Divine Beast Mountain finds out, it will be very detrimental to Puell. Wind's sacred body? Everyone was confused. With their limited knowledge, they truly didn't know what a sacred body was. Harley said, although we don't know what a sacred body is, since you said so, we keep it a secret for him. But Divine Beast Mountain will definitely not give up. There's nothing we can do about it, unless... Annie looked towards another room, Olin's room, where Yi Lin was treating him. You mean to let Puller stay? Harley asked. Dylan stroked his chin. There's nothing wrong with that. Puller isn't a light mage, and his presence has made many people on Beast Mountain very unhappy. Letting him stay isn't a bad idea. Sunita shook her head. Things are different now. If this wind body is truly important, Beast Mountain will definitely not let it go easily. Dylan clenched his fist. But Puller is right here. Do you think they can just come and snatch it? Just as everyone was discussing this, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Annie turned around and saw it was Nicole. Nicole, his face somewhat grim, said to Annie, the Vatican is here. Annie's heart sank. The people the Vatican had sent this time were definitely not ordinary. They were very likely one of the 12 guardians. Dylan, Harley, come with me. The 3 of them then followed Nicole to the front hall. Several white-robed figures were already seated in chairs, looking somewhat travel-worn, indicating they had also come from a long journey. Upon seeing the 2 leaders, Dylan whispered to Annie, it's the elder and younger James guardians. Annie's heart skipped a beat. She had already heard about these 2 from Bourne before. Back at the headquarters of the other shore flower, the 2 sides had almost clashed. Annie took a deep breath and strode into the hall, saying, so it's the 2 guardians. I just got back too. Jacob the elder's eyes lit up. Annie? You're awake? Annie smiled slightly. Yes, I woke up quite early. I don't know if the other holy bodies have woken up yet. Jacob the younger frowned. Let's not waste any more words. Do you have a wind holy bodies here? Why do you say that? We saw the pillar of light coming from here. Annie asked with a smile. How did you see it? From the other side of the spider lilies? That's so far away, aren't you sure you weren't mistaken? How are you so sure it was from the city lord's mansion? Jacob, the younger, was stunned by Annie's barrage of questions, and couldn't speak for a moment. Seeing this, Jacob shook his head and said, Annie, you don't need to hide it anymore. Actually, we all know that the holy bodies appear in clusters. This time, it's very likely that those who awaken the holy bodies are all from the same group of people who came out of the magic realm. And among the Norma people, no one except you has entered the magic realm. There is only one person in this land who meets the criteria, and that is Puller. Harley and Dylan's hearts tightened. It seemed their opponent had already guessed. Annie remained calm, beckoning to Harley. Look, this is Harley from your Divine Beast Mountain. He's been here all this time. You can ask him if that pillar of light came from Puller. Grand Jacob looked at Harley, his tone tinged with reproach. Harley, how could you be so reckless, sneaking out with Yilin? Do you know the consequences? Facing the Protector, Harley swallowed hard. Protector, we only came out because we were worried about the Holy Maiden's safety. You can't possibly let her come to the Norma Empire alone, can you? This was something they had planned beforehand. If questioned, they would pin everything on Yilin, since she was the Holy Maiden and wouldn't face severe punishment. Grand Jacob frowned. All right, let's not talk about that. Tell me honestly, did Puller awaken the Wind Saint body? Harley looked directly into Grand Jacob's eyes, and solemnly said, no. Grand Jacob's eyes widened. Are you sure? Harley nodded. The light came from somewhere else, not from the city lord's mansion. Grand Jacob's expression shifted between light and shadow. Do you know what the consequences will be if you lie? Harley hesitated, glancing at Annie. Annie's heart tightened, and she nodded to Harley. Harley seemed to have made up his mind, saying, I'm not lying. He's definitely not the Wind Saint body. The one emitting the blue light pillar is someone else. Grand Jacob glared at Harley, coldly snorting, fine, since you're so sure, come back with us today. Call Yilin and Puller too, we all go together. Annie waved her hand, they can't leave yet. Why? Are you going to detain the people from my Divine Beast Mountain? Annie smiled, how could it be detention? They are honored guests I invited, I will take good care of them. Little Jacob stood up abruptly, they are people from my Divine Beast Mountain, I said I'd take them away, and I will. You, a mere beginner-level Supreme Origin girl, dare to stop me? Annie's gaze suddenly sharpened, I said. No. Whoosh. 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 The two released their magic power simultaneously, their auras colliding in the air, creating a huge booming sound. Boom, boom, boom. Little Jacob immediately sneered. Just a beginner-level Supreme Origin, yet you dared to be arrogant. He took a step forward forcefully, his magic power directly overwhelming Annie. Annie said with a warning, are you sure you want to do this? What can I do if I do this? Little Jacob sneered repeatedly, relentlessly pressuring Annie, and immediately summoned Robert with a single gesture. Simultaneously, the roars of dragons and tigers echoed outside the door, and Born and Xiaoxua appeared, their three supreme auras instantly overwhelming the entire area. What? Little Jacob was shocked. He never expected Anne to have so many supreme experts under her command. Anne said coldly, you can attack me here, but if you can't catch me, I will retaliate against Divine Beast Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, the Pope should be gone by now. What will you do if I join forces with Veles and the remnants of the other shore flower to attack Divine Beast Mountain? Both Jacob and Little Jacob's expressions changed. They didn't care about the remnants of the other shore flower, but Veles was a different story. According to intelligence, the failure of the other shore flower's evil ritual seemed to be due to Veles's desert eagle, which killed Constantine, the president of the other shore flower council. Now that the Pope has gone to the divine plane and can no longer control the current papacy, the desert eagle, Artikos, is currently the strongest being on the continent. If Artikos really attacks the Divine Beast Mountain, it will truly be a disaster. Jacob the elder pulled Jacob the younger back. Hey, it was all a misunderstanding earlier, don't get agitated. It's not good to start a fight. Besides, we're just here to pick someone up, there's no need for conflict. Annie waved her hand, dismissing Bon and the others, and calmly sat down in a chair. Whatever, if you want to fight, I definitely fight to the end. Jacob the elder chuckled and said, The Holy Maiden has been away for quite some time now. How about this? Let her come out and meet us. If she refuses to leave, then so be it. How about that? And shook her head and refused. No, she has important matters to attend to right now, and she can't be interrupted. Please understand. Important matters? Jacob the elder was slightly taken aback, then seemed to understand something. All right then. In that case, we won't stay any longer. But if the Holy Maiden hasn't returned in a month, our Grand Protector might get restless. And made a gesture of dismissal. Fine, I haven't seen Grand Protector Peter for quite some time. Seeing that, and was unyielding, both Jacob the elder and the younger Jacob had no choice but to leave dejectedly. On the way, the younger Jacob complained that and is so arrogant. Just a mere early-stage Supreme Realm expert, and she dares to talk to us like that. Big brother, really, what's there to be afraid of? Even if they have 4 Supreme Realm experts, they're all early stage. As long as you make a move, it'd be a piece of cake. Jacob the elder shook his head. That's not how it works. We're in Marco City, surrounded by powerful warriors deployed by Israel. If they attack our golden dragon and render us unable to fly, leaving will be difficult. Besides, you should know that, and never fights unprepared. Her confidence suggests she has a plan. Did you see that golden dragon wreathed in deathly energy? That dragon is suspicious. If I'm not mistaken, her reliance is that dragon. Jacob the younger was startled. That golden dragon is indeed strange. I never heard of undead creatures, so why would a golden dragon possess deathly energy? Could it be possessed by a powerful force? That's right, Jacob the elder said. That golden dragon possesses absolute aerial superiority. If that's really the case, it won't be difficult for Annie to escape safely. After all, none of the golden dragons we brought have reached the Supreme Realm. Little Jacob nodded slightly. Now I understand why Simon was played so badly by Annie. This Annie is indeed not simple. In the Marco City Lord's mansion, Harley said with a wry smile, in that case, I'm afraid I can't return to Divine Beast Mountain. Annie looked at him gratefully. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but don't worry, just stay in my Norma Empire with Dylan. We will provide sufficient resources, definitely no less than those of Divine Beast Mountain. But what if the Great Protector really comes? Annie smiled, then we make sure he doesn't have time to come. Huh? Harley was taken aback. What does that mean? And explained, now that the other shore flower has been defeated, it probably won't be able to gain momentum anytime soon. The Holy See has eliminated a major threat. But we can't let them sit idle. I think the Orcs' offensive is quite fierce, but Beast Mountain hasn't sent any people to the front lines. It's too easy for them. I need to find them some work. Dylan was startled. You mean you're going to lead the Orc army to attack Beast Mountain? But Beast Mountain is still far from the northern front lines, separated by the Kingdom of Shalia. And smiled, that's simple, just attack the eastern coast of Thompson's territory. Just give the area to the Orcs, I'm sure they won't let this opportunity pass them by. Nickel said. According to the battle reports from the front, the Orcs have now occupied almost half of the Elf Forest. The Elves have suffered heavy losses, and the Dwarves are also putting up a fierce resistance. At this time, are the Orcs willing to abandon the battlefield of the Elf Forest and go to attack the Divine Beast Mountain? Uncle, you don't understand the Orcs. They are a warlike race, they never talk about tactics, and that's why they were defeated 300 years ago and retreated to the frigid lands. I just need to give them a passage, and They swarm in. Nickel nodded. Okay, I contact Marshal Emma right away. And continued, Uncle, I trouble you to take care of these matters concerning the battle. Also, Brother Iliel, please contact the Endless Sea to confirm who the Water Saint is, and also contact Roman to inquire about the Thunder Saint. The Holy See has sent 5 protectors to wipe out the remnants of the other shore flower, but they might attack us, so I can't move now and must stay here. Nickel said with some worry, but, can you handle this alone? And waved and said, Brother Matthew. A figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. It was Matthew. Missin, what are your orders? Notify the demons to send some powerful warriors to assist us, but only temporarily. I will provide appropriate compensation. Once things are arranged on Sharia's side, and the Orcs begin their attack on Divine Beast Mountain, those guardians will definitely not stay here. They can withdraw then. Mattia nodded. Okay, I go deliver the message now. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Annie said to Nickel, Uncle, don't worry, go and arrange things in Sharia, don't worry about me. Nicole looked worried and said, but once the Orcs start attacking Divine Beast Mountain, the pressure on the Anti-Demon Alliance will decrease, and they'd be able to focus their efforts. Don't worry, with the demons around, They can't cause much trouble. Besides, once the fighting stops, they want to catch their breath and won't attack us immediately. Nicole nodded slightly. All right. Be careful then, I'm off. Have a safe trip. Chapter 575. 3 months have passed, and due to the actions of the Norma Empire, the entire continental landscape has once again undergone a dramatic shift. Mount Divine Beast is the first to bear the brunt. The elves and the kingdom of Shalia, as if by prior arrangement, have been repeatedly defeated by the orcs on the eastern battlefield, surrendering vast swathes of territory. The orcs, on the other hand, have advanced unimpeded, even diverting troops from the western battlefield, reaching Mount Divine Beast directly. The Holy See had not initially participated in the fight against the orcs, so its defenses on Mount Divine Beast were minimal, catching them completely off guard. Peter immediately recalled all forces from Mount Divine Beast, including the 5 guardians and hundreds of Knights of Light, who were still clearing out necromancers near the unclaimed territory. Due to the orcs' shift in their main offensive, the elves and dwarves gained a much-needed respite, rebuilding their defensive lines and beginning to rebuild their strength. The Anti-Demon Alliance followed suit, consolidating its forces near the northern border. They neither attacked the Norma Empire nor the demons, meaning that, for a time, everything except Beast Mountain was peaceful. Meanwhile, Annie successfully discovered the whereabouts of the last 2 holy bodies. The water holy body was Brew, which was expected, but the thunder holy body being Greta surprised her. The orcs' attack on Beast Mountain naturally affected Austin as well, leading the Austin Empire to join the fight against the orcs, and their cooperation became even closer. During this time, Yilin completed her treatment of Orin, pulling him back from the brink of death. However, Orin remains unconscious and needs rest for some time before he regains consciousness. After emerging from seclusion, Yilin learned of the current state of Divine Beast Mountain. She refused Annie's pleas to stay and resolutely returned to the mountain with Sunita. As she put it, Divine Beast Mountain was the place that gave her birth and nurtured her. No matter what the people there had done, she would not stand idly by. Although Pule longed to return with Yilin, he stayed behind at Annie's insistence, as his status had changed. 3 more months passed, and the Holy See finally succumbed, sending a protector to the Norma Empire. When Simon walked heavily into the Norma Palace, his heart was filled with emotion. The weak nation that had been blockaded by the world was now vastly different. The powerful nation had once again roared its fury, causing the entire world to tremble. If it were before, when he came to the Norma Empire as a protector of Divine Beast Mountain, the Norma Emperor would surely have been waiting for him at the exit of the Noxus Mountains. But now, Liner sat on the throne, a symbol of power, looking down at him, as if he were merely an envoy from some country. Simon gave a self-deprecating bitter laugh, then bowed to Liner. I am Simon, the protector of Divine Beast Mountain, here to pay my respects. Liner's face remained impassive, but his heart was equally filled with excitement. What his father had failed to achieve, he had accomplished. Finally, the Norma Empire had become an existence that even a behemoth like the Holy See had to take seriously. Protector Simon, you have come from afar, you must be tired. I have prepared some simple wine, please have a seat. Simon was led to his seat by a waiter, and then went straight to the point. Thank you for your hospitality, your majesty, but I have not come for a banquet, I have matters to discuss. Annie, sitting next to Reiner, smiled slightly, raised her glass, and said, we need to talk, and we need to drink. Protector Simon, without your help back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. This toast is for you. Simon's face was bitter. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have killed Annie back then. Miss Annie is exceptionally talented, and I was merely going with the flow. There's nothing to thank me for. On the contrary, I want to toast you, hoping you can forgive and forget. Annie shook her head and said, I can forgive and forget, but Protector Peter probably won't give up so easily. His Holiness, the Pope, has gone to the Divine Plane, and now the entire Divine Beast Mountain is under his control. But the prestige of the papacy is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Although this wasn't my intention, it's the result of my actions. Now, in his heart, I must be his biggest threat. Simon downed his drink in one gulp and sighed, that's true, but this tactic of using one tiger to spit out another isn't a wise move. Now, a large number of orcs are concentrated in the east, and Sharia must be under a lot of pressure. Once the orcs find Mount Divine Beast too difficult to conquer, will they change their attack strategy? Annie shrugged. That's none of your concern. The Adventurers Guild has already set up defenses. The area around Shalia is no easier to conquer than Mount Divine Beast. Simon's eyes flickered slightly. I must remind you, compared to the Desert Eagle, the Adventurers Guild's president is far more dangerous and troublesome. That's what the Pope told us back then. Jafari raised an eyebrow. You don't need to sow discord here. I'm still here. Simon turned to look at him. You must be Jafari. Kara's mentioned you before, but it makes no difference whether you're here or not. Even if Elena were here, I would say the same thing. Jafari crossed his arms and sneered. You got quite the nerve. If the guild master were here, you probably wouldn't even be able to leave this room. She is indeed very strong, a super strong individual on par with the Pope, but is it wrong for me to tell the truth? Simon said seriously, of course, I never met Elena, and I don't know what kind of person she is. I'm just repeating the Pope's words. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Seeing that both sides were getting heated, Annie smoothed things over. All right, let's not talk about this for now, Protector Simon. My cooperation with the Adventurers Guild has been going on for more than a year or two, and it won't change because of your words. Simon nodded and said nothing more. And continued, back to the main point, the orcs are incredibly powerful this time, as you probably already witnessed. No single force can defeat them alone, only by uniting as one human can we possibly send them back to the far north. Protector Simon, please convey my message to Grand Protector Peter. I have no intention of being enemies with the Holy See. If he agrees to join forces against the orcs, I'm willing to temporarily cooperate. Until the orcs are driven back, let them do whatever they want, even if they come seeking revenge. It's fine. Simon's heart skipped a beat. Anne's words clearly indicated her stance, and the concessions were considerable. Then who will be the commander-in-chief of the joint operation? It can only be me. Simon hesitated for a moment before saying, I need to consult with my superiors. And waved her hand. You can consult for as long as you want. After all, the orcs are attacking Divine Beast Mountain, not my Norma Empire. Simon's lips twitched. You're still as blunt as ever. Then everyone began toasting and drinking. Simon arranged for his men to send a secret message to Divine Beast Mountain, informing them of the contents of the negotiations. During the meal, Annie and Simon had a long talk. They spoke in hushed tones, and with Nicole casting a soundproofing spell, their conversation was completely silent. Annie raised her glass and lightly clinked it against Simon's. Protector Simon, it's truly a remarkable coincidence. If it weren't for our past relationship, I might have delayed further, causing Divine Beast Mountain to suffer more losses. Simon shook his head with a wry smile. Don't be so sarcastic. Because of you, I faced a lot of hardship at Divine Beast Mountain. Look at Karas, Adams, Dylan, Harley, and the others, they all suffered the same fate. A hint of sentimentality appeared in Annie's eyes. Honestly, I think everyone here is quite nice. I wish we were truly companions. I see Dylan and Harley are both with you now. They can't stay at Divine Beast Mountain any longer. Go down. Annie laughed. But the resources I can provide here are no worse than those at Divine Beast Mountain, perhaps even better. Harley broke through in just 1 month here. A glint of surprise appeared in Simon's eyes. I heard that people who cultivate around you seem to progress faster. What's the reason for that? Annie smiled mysteriously. Could it just be a psychological effect? Simon shook his head. Never mind if you don't want to tell me. I was just asking casually. Annie stroked her chin and said, of course, it's not that I can't tell you, but as a secret, could you exchange a secret of equal value with me? Simon paused, then asked, what do you want to know? We even revealed a complete array for the entrance to the magic realm. There's nothing left for you to use, right? Annie slowly said, years ago, in the exit passage of the magic realm, I accidentally saw a new emblem of the Norma Empire's Magic Academy inside a spatial rift. I want to know what happened. Ah? Simon's eyes narrowed instantly. What are you trying to say? I know there are many exits to the magic realm, but the one I took only leads to Divine Beast Mountain. This means that before me, students from the Norma Empire's Magic Academy had entered the magic realm through the entrance to Divine Beast Mountain. I want to know who was there. What happened? Simon swallowed hard. Could some of those people have been Norma people? How could this be? The Austinians clearly claimed they were their nobles. And pressed, what exactly happened? Simon took a deep breath, looked around, and said, promise me you won't tell anyone else about this. And nodded, I promise you, tell me quickly. Actually, in recent years, His Holiness the Pope hadn't broken through for too long. According to ancient records, the magical realm can connect the prime plane and the divine plane, and its entrances have spatial rifts, potentially allowing contact with the aura of the divine plane, aiding in the final breakthrough. However, to be on the safe side, we plan to conduct some experiments. We selected a few people with no background from the outer disciples sent by the Austin Empire, telling them they were lucky enough to be chosen to enter the magical realm. But this was a secret decision from the higher-ups, and cannot be told to anyone else. Anne's face paled slightly. So you threw them into the spatial rift? Simon nodded. They were carefully selected, 10 in total. His Holiness the Pope and Peter also forced their way into the passage to observe the experiment. We sent them into the spatial rift in batches, and finally concluded that this method simply wouldn't work. All the subjects were swept up in the spatial storm and disappeared, while His Holiness the Pope didn't sense any divine presence. And asked, her voice trembling slightly, was there a woman among them named Alice? Simon's heart sank, suddenly remembering the information he had seen about Anne before. And female, Norman, third daughter of the former Marquis of Jinbei, Drew died in the Marcello Rebellion. Her eldest brother, Oren, is the current Marquis of Jinbei. Her second sister, Alice, is missing. Her third sister, Margot, was a former disciple of the papacy but has since defected. Her fourth brother, Carter, died in the Marcello Rebellion. Could Alice be Annie's sister? That would be troublesome. This is a deep-seated grudge. Although the Pope is no longer at Divine Beast Mountain, Peter is still there. Moreover, all the protectors were involved in what happened back then, and the entire Divine Beast Mountain is implicated. Annie will definitely not let this go easily. Seeing that Simon didn't answer, Annie already had the answer in her heart. I see. This is the answer Milia wanted to know back then. She had a friend who also participated in that magical realm trip, but never returned. I'm afraid she still doesn't know that her friend will never come back. Simon said, and I hope this matter won't affect our cooperation. After all, it's been a long time, and we don't know who that person was. It's all right. Annie interrupted, Protector Sheeman, don't worry. I won't change my plans because of this. Besides, you kept your promise and told me about it, so I should thank you. Didn't you want to know why people around me cultivate faster? I tell you now. With that, she activated her spirit division technique, mobilizing the surrounding elements. Simon was startled. He even felt magic flowing into his body without him moving. What? What's going on? Is it some kind of cultivation technique? Annie nodded. That's right, it is indeed a cultivation technique. No wonder you cultivated so quickly. A powerful technique combined with the awakened deathly body, this is unprecedented. Simon exclaimed. If possible, I really don't want to be your opponent. Annie sighed. The world is unpredictable. No one can know the future except that man, Simon said with a strange expression. You're Norma Empire's first emperor, Grin Norma, a man with precognitive magic. Mentioning Grin reminded Annie of something else. By the way, how much do you know about the heart of the strong? Simon said with a serious expression. No one understands this, no one knows. Instead of asking me, you should ask your emperor. Annie looked at Reiner and smiled bitterly. He doesn't know either, otherwise we would have already swept across the continent. Chapter 576. Annie said, all the information about the heart of the strong comes from the outside world. Your Divine Beast Mountain has a lot of top-secret information. Don't you have this? It's not that we don't have it at all, Simon said. It's just that not much of it is useful. The Holy See secretly searched for a long time in the Norma Empire, but found nothing and had to give up. The only clue at present is what Green said when he left. I left the heart of the strong in Norma. Whoever attacks Norma, the heart of the strong will descend upon the world. It is precisely this sentence that has caused all the major powers to completely blockade the Norma Empire. On the one hand, they are afraid that you will rise again and awaken the heart of the strong. On the other hand, they are also to protect you and prevent any power from attacking you and triggering the awakening of the heart of the strong. Annie asked in confusion, but in history, we have had many conflicts with the Hairy Empire, and the demons attacked us recently, but there were no signs of them possessing any real strength. Could it be that the intensity of the battles wasn't high enough? Simon shook his head. No, actually, the Norma Empire's current territory is different from what it was back then. When Green founded the Norma Empire, its territory was only about half of what it is now. After Green left, the subsequent rulers of the Norma Empire launched large-scale invasions of neighboring countries, expanding the Norma Empire's territory by about 3 times. Over the long period, the Hairy Empire, the Austin Empire, and even the unclaimed territory launched small-scale wars against the Norma Empire, but overall, they didn't reach the original core area. At most, they only reclaimed their own territory. We speculate that the Norma Green referred to was probably still the area from back then, or even narrower, possibly just Norma City. Norma City? Annie remained noncommittal. She had a feeling that Green's words implied something else, but she couldn't quite place it. Ahem, never mind. Since there's no valuable information, let's just relax. Protector Simon, it probably take a few more days for the Divine Beast Mountain's reply. We treat you well. In the following days, Simon stayed at the Norma Palace. After several days, he found that the people there, including Reiner and Nickel, were very friendly towards him and showed no wariness because he was a protector of Divine Beast Mountain. During this time, he even suggested visiting the Magic Academy, which Nickel readily agreed to and accompanied him. Douglas was still teaching at the Magic Academy, but his teachings were extremely profound, only accessible to fourth-year students. He himself was devoting himself to cultivating more magical talent. Simon was very interested in Douglas's magical research, especially his work on ancient scripts. Professor Douglas, it's unbelievable that your research on ancient scripts has reached such a level. Even in the Divine Beast Mountain, perhaps only Grand Protector Peter can compare to you. Douglas stroked his beard and smiled. Protector Simon, you flatter me. Back then, due to the blockade of the Norma Empire, obtaining knowledge about cultivation was extremely difficult. So, in my limited lifespan, I focused on studying the ancient documents preserved by the imperial family, and that's how I made some progress. I apologize for the humble effort. Simon waved his hand. Not at all. Compared to cultivation, what you studied is actually the true essence of magic. In essence, all magic is simply the power of the Creator God, including ours, and that of other races. We strive with all our might to cultivate, but we only get closer to the power of the Creator God. We can never truly transcend heaven and earth and dominate everything. But why should we want to control everything? Douglas countered. An ordinary human's lifespan is no more than 100 years. They toil day and night for a living, yet look at how easily they are satisfied. Their families are healthy, their lives are prosperous, they have food and drink, play, and have fun. That's enough. All their troubles stem from the endless pursuit of desires. If we were the same, with only 100 years to live, would you still think of spending decades in a dark, secluded chamber, enduring hardship? I guess not. It would be better to spend more time with family, and enjoy life while we can. That's the true meaning of 100 years. Simon, hearing this, said seriously, I cannot agree with you. Most human magicians are already over 100 years old. When they reach the Qi-Yuan realm, their lifespan is 200 years. After reaching the Ji-Yuan realm, it's around 300 years, and at the peak of the Ji-Yuan realm, they can live even longer. But even so, we still feel our lives are too short. Elves, the average lifespan is 1,000 years. Dwarves and giants live to be 500. Top-tier magical beasts, like demons, live to be 400 or 500. Orcs have inherited the long lifespan of magical beasts. Only we humans have short and insignificant lifespans. To reach the prosperity of top races like elves and demons in 100 years, we have paid too high a price. Without the efforts of our mages, where would humanity be today? Douglas nodded and said, what you say makes a lot of sense. But we have become the world's hegemons. We humans control the most fertile land on the continent, yet we are still plagued by internal strife and contradictions. Why is this? The real victims of war are the ordinary people. Ordinary people below the Yuan realm don't care who the rulers are, they just want a peaceful life. But the oppression of the church and the turmoil between nations force them to endure endless suffering. Is this fair? Simon sighed deeply. Due to the turmoil in the human world in recent years, negative news about the Holy See had spread from various places. Simon was aware of this news, but since he wasn't in charge of this area, he hadn't intervened. Now that Douglas had brought it up, it made him reflect. The Holy See wasn't always like this. Hundreds of years ago, when humanity was the weakest race on this continent, forced to live at the mercy of other races, many of our fellow humans became slaves to demons and orcs, living lives of unbearable misery. At that time, the Holy Sun appeared. He was the holy body of light. To rescue our enslaved fellow humans, he created the initial prototype of the Holy See, organizing humans to secretly cultivate magic and obtaining the necessary cultivation materials from magical beasts. This allowed human magicians to gradually grow stronger. With the blessing of the Goddess of Light, the Holy See continued to develop and grow, and united with other human forces at the time, forming a force not to be underestimated. They seized the opportunity during the war between the orcs and Rose to become the rulers of the continent. However, as the papacy continued to grow, churches and some clergy lost their original purpose, following their own desires and acting arbitrarily, committing many acts contrary to doctrine, including abusing and harming civilians and exploiting the people, severely damaging the papacy's reputation. Of course, Divine Beast Mountain also bears undeniable responsibility. But I believe that we have seen our shortcomings and will definitely find ways to improve the current system, so that our churches can truly serve all mankind, and let the gentleness and radiance of the Goddess of Light shine upon the entire earth. Hearing Simon's words, Douglas exclaimed, "Simon, you are truly righteous. If all the clergy of the Holy See thought this way, that would be wonderful." Simon's eyes dimmed, for he knew that not everyone in the Holy See shared this view, or rather, those who still held such thoughts were probably few and far between. Even the 12 guardians. Just then, a violent explosion erupted from a nearby school building. Boom! What's going on? Simon almost reflexively activated his domain power. Under the protection of his domain of light, the power of the explosion was restrained and not fully unleashed. Douglas's eye twitched, and he waved his hand, saying, "Hey, Protector Simon, don't be nervous. It's just Professor Kanya doing another weird experiment." Cough, cough, cough. A petite girl, covered in soot, ran out of the smoke-filled laboratory. "Oh dear, another failure. What happened?" Simon was stunned for a moment upon seeing the girl. This is the Professor Kanya you were talking about?" Nicole said from the side. "She is Professor Kanya. She saved me back then, allowing me to successfully break through to the Liyuan realm." Simon looked at her face, lost in thought. Seeing Simon's expression was a little off, Douglas asked, "What? You know her?" Simon shook his head. "No, but I always feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Douglas said, "Professor Kanya used to be with the Holy See, but because of her eccentric personality, she was expelled and resented by many. So I hid her in the Magic Academy. If you've seen her, it must have been a long time ago." Simon still shook his head, saying, "No, if she were from the Norma Empire's diocese, I definitely wouldn't have met her. After all, I almost never been to the Norma Empire, let alone had any contact with ordinary believers from the diocese." At this moment, Kanya also noticed the situation and slowly walked over, waving at Nickel. "Yo, our dean, hello there. It's been so long since I seen you at the academy." Nickel smiled wryly. He currently held the position of Dean of the Magic Academy, but in reality, he had never managed its affairs. Most of the matters were handled by Mommy, and a new vice dean had been appointed. Danica, Katniss's cousin. "What kind of experiment did you do this time, causing such a commotion?" Kanya said with a bitter face, "Cough, it's that new stuff I got from the demons. I felt it could react with the potion in my hand, but the reaction was too violent, and then... Hey! Who's this handsome guy?" Her eyes looked at Simon standing to the side. In her memory, there didn't seem to be such a person in the Norma Empire. Douglas introduced, "This is Simon, the 11th Guardian from Divine Beast Mountain. He's also Annie's distinguished guest." Kanya's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he silently took 2 steps back, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "From Divine Beast Mountain? What are you doing at the academy?" Simon clearly sensed hostility in the other's eyes. The hostility was so intense that he didn't even need to consciously perceive it. Nicole said, "I already said he's Annie's distinguished guest. He wants to have a look around, so I bring him over now." "A visit?" Kanya scoffed. "Doesn't the Holy See also recruit disciples to study at Divine Beast Mountain? Your teaching methods should be far more advanced. Why would you need to visit ours?" Simon said, "I think it's absolutely necessary. I just visited some classrooms and laboratories, and I found it incredibly beneficial. If we train magicians in your way, more powerful individuals will emerge. Moreover, these powerful individuals won't just know how to blindly cultivate, they understand the true meaning and essence of magic, allowing them to go much further in the future." Kanya was slightly surprised. "You really think so?" Simon nodded solemnly and said affirmatively, "Absolutely. After careful consideration, I plan to first conduct a pilot operation on the 11th peak, fully introducing the Norma model. After this pilot is successful, we will gradually expand it to the other peaks." Guang. Hearing this, Kanya chuckled softly, shaking her head slightly, and said with a hint of teasing, "All right then, in that case, I sincerely wish you success. But I must kindly remind you, the Divine Beast Mountain. No, more accurately, the first peak, they absolutely cannot stand anyone showing off." Simon's face immediately showed a look of confusion upon hearing this, and he pressed, "What do you mean by that?" Faced with Simon's question, Kanya simply shrugged casually, then replied indifferently, "I said what I needed to say, there's no point in saying more. Right now I have quite a few other matters to attend to. I really don't have time to chat with you any longer, farewell." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned gracefully, and walked away with light steps. Watching Canya's departing figure, Simon frowned deeply. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, utterly shaken. Canya's profound words, spoken just moments before, echoed repeatedly in his mind like a demonic chant. Just then, Nickel quickly stepped forward with a smile, trying to smooth things over. "Oh dear, Protector Simon, please don't take it to heart. Kanya has always treated people from the Holy See this way. I think she must have experienced something unpleasant while at the Holy See, leaving a shadow on her memory." Simon waved his hand. "It's all right, but let's stop here for today. Thank you for accompanying me all this way." Of course. Afterwards, Nickel led Simon back to the palace. After Nicole left, Simon immediately summoned one of his entourage from Divine Beast Mountain and instructed him, send someone to investigate why Professor Kanya of the Norma Empire's Magic Academy left the Holy See back then. Pay special attention to whether she has any connection with First Peak. The man acknowledged and immediately went to investigate. A hint of worry flashed in Simon's eyes, and he muttered, "Could it be related to that person? If so, the situation is rather dire." Chapter 577. Simon's vacation passed quickly. A few days later, a reply came from Divine Beast Mountain, and Simon immediately found Annie. Annie was leisurely strolling through the streets of Norma City with Eva, buying supplies for the new year. "Annie!" Simon called out behind her. Annie didn't turn around, but smiled and tossed a bag of gold coins to the vendor in front of her. "Boss, I take all the decorations you picked out earlier. Please pack them up and send them to the palace." The vendor, a thin old man, took the bag of gold coins and waved his hands repeatedly. No, Miss Annie. How can I take your money? I'm giving these things to you for free." Eva smiled. "Boss, don't be so polite. We appreciate your kindness, but you must take the money. We are the strong, we have responsibilities, not privileges. If Annie really took your things without paying, how can she bear the title of hero?" The vendor's eyes were filled with admiration, and his hand holding the gold coins hovered in midair. Annie turned to Simon and asked, "Protector Simon, has the Divine Beast Mountain replied?" Simon nodded slightly. "Yes," Peter said. Annie interrupted him. "No rush. Let's wait until we return to the palace and convene a meeting." Simon frowned. "Anyway, you're the one who calls the shots in the Norma Empire. What's the point of convening a meeting? The situation is somewhat critical now, you should hurry." Annie interrupted him again. "The Norma Empire isn't ruled by me, but by the principle of optimal solution. If a commoner can come up with a better solution than me, I will follow his arrangements." Ignoring Simon's slightly surprised look, Annie said to Eva, "I'm sorry, Mother, this is all I can do for you today." Eva laughed. "It's all right, go ahead and do your work. Everything I needed to buy is ready, I should go home now." Annie waved and called out, "Xiaoxue." With a roar, a white tiger burst out from the bustling market. People around quickly made way, but no one showed surprise. Xiaoxue was now considered the mascot of Norma City. Everyone knew Xiaoxue was Annie's contracted magical beast, and instead of being afraid, they often fawned over her, causing Xiaoxue to gain quite a bit of weight recently. "Xiaoxue, take Mother home first. Tell third sister not to wait for me, I need to go to the palace." Xiaoxue let out a roar and carried Eva on her back. "Okay." After making the arrangements, Annie and Simon returned to the palace and simultaneously convened a meeting. Soon, everyone gathered in the palace's council hall. Liner spoke first. "Guardian Simon, what's the opinion of the Divine Beast Mountain?" Simon took a deep breath, finally able to get down to business. "The situation at the front is critical. The fifth peak was ambushed and has fallen. Andre was also killed by their powerful warriors. The situation is dire, we must act quickly." Nicole frowned. "The orcs are indeed powerful. Without the checks and balances of the elves and dwarves, resisting their attack will be extremely difficult." Annie nodded. "I could predict that Divine Beast Mountain would suffer some losses, but I didn't expect Andre to be injured." "Did all the orcs' powerful warriors come out?" Simon said, "Although I don't know if they all came out, according to the information Peter sent, at least 10 Supreme Realm experts are involved in the siege of Divine Beast Mountain, and half of them have reached the high-level Supreme Realm." Annie frowned. "This doesn't match the intelligence I received earlier. It seems the orcs still have hidden strength. They wouldn't be foolish enough to mobilize all their Supreme experts to Divine Beast Mountain, so the power they're displaying now isn't their full strength." Simon stood up excitedly. "So let's quickly unite and resist the orcs' attack?" Reiner asked. "So Peter agreed?" Simon nodded dejectedly. He had no choice but to agree, but... Seeing Simon's hesitant expression, Annie said, "He must have made some demands, otherwise this isn't his style." Simon gave a bitter smile. He wants Puller to return to Divine Beast Mountain. Puller was also present. He opened his mouth, then looked at Annie. Annie was also somewhat helpless. Puller was now the bodyguard of Yellen, the holy maiden of Divine Beast Mountain. Logically, Peter's request wasn't unreasonable. But now that Puller had awakened the Wind Saint body, his return to Divine Beast Mountain would significantly strengthen the Holy See, which would be very detrimental to the Norma Empire. But this is a crucial period for cooperation between the two sides. If even this basic condition can't be met, how can they talk about mutual trust? Besides, she could tell that Puller also wanted to return to Divine Beast Mountain. After all, Yi Lin was still there, and he had always been very worried about her safety. Puller, it's your decision whether to stay or leave, Annie sighed, throwing this difficult question to Puller. Puller's expression was also somewhat conflicted. Annie, I really want to help you, but I also have reasons why I have to go back. But don't worry, you always be my and Yi Lin's friend. And nodded. Okay, I respect your choice. But if anything happens, the Norma Empire will always welcome you. Simon breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried and wouldn't release them. Reiner asked, and now that we decided to act, what are our plans? I remember you were already preparing. Simon was startled and looked at Anne curiously. And smiled and nodded. That's right, I'm ready. If we're going to fight, we must inflict a painful blow on the orcs, so they never dare to provoke us again. The Divine Beast Mountain has already attracted many of their powerful warriors. Not all, but certainly the majority. Our main battlefield is there. Simon quickly asked, what are you planning to do? And smiled mysteriously. You find out when the time comes. On the fifth peak of Divine Beast Mountain, the orc chieftain Hussein was devouring human flesh, his expression one of extreme satisfaction. He was the youngest son of the previous orc chieftain. His father and several brothers had all died in the Great War 300 years ago. In reality, after the War of the Orcs, both the orcs and giants broke free from orc control, and internal divisions emerged within the Orcish ranks, with nearly a dozen tribes no longer obeying their chieftains. More importantly, Hussein, who assumed chieftainship at the tender age of 5, had his power effectively usurped. The real authority lay with the High Shaman. The High Shaman was the sole survivor of the Great War, a peak-level expert, and the spiritual leader of the entire Orcish race. However, the High Shaman was terrified of humanity. He told all the orcs never to venture south again, preferring to live in the frigid lands rather than go to their deaths. Hussein was extremely dissatisfied with this. He vowed to avenge his father and brother, making humans and other races pay the price and submit. However, under the suppression of the High Shaman, Hussein could do nothing. He could only bide his time, watching helplessly as his tribe disintegrated and its fighting spirit eroded over the course of a century. Hussein perfectly inherited his father's combat attributes, displaying exceptional talent for cultivation from the start. He could wield magic of 2 elements and successfully broke through to the Supreme Realm at the age of 50, becoming the youngest Supreme Realm expert in the history of the orcs. His good days were fast approaching. When he was over 150 years old, the High Shaman finally succumbed, his lifespan exhausted, and he died. Due to the High Shaman's death, a power vacuum once again gripped the orc tribe, and many eyes turned to Hussein. Whoever could control Hussein could control the entire orc tribe. At that time, Hussein was only at the mid-Supreme Realm level, not considered particularly strong within the tribe. Fortunately, a tribal chief, a former subordinate of his elder brother, and a high-level Supreme Realm expert, secretly supported him. From that time onward, the orc tribe endured a 3-year civil war. Hussein displayed exceptional combat and command abilities in this war, overpowering all rivals and emerging victorious. Upon gaining power, Hussein's first act was to recruit new members. The original orc tribe had been divided into more than 10 smaller tribes, and Hussein issued decrees of submission to the leaders of these tribes. Due to Hussein's formidable strength demonstrated during the civil war, the leaders of the more than 10 tribes readily agreed to submit without hesitation. After unifying the orcs, Hussein reformed their power structure, involving tribal leaders in central affairs and establishing left and right war kings, each managing half of their tribe's affairs, their power second only to the chieftain. This high degree of centralization mobilized all orc tribes. Hussein fully utilized his limited resources, employing an extremely rigorous selection process to rapidly cultivate a large number of orc warriors. In just over a century, the number of supreme-level orc warriors surged from single digits to over 20. During this period, Hussein also waged war against the orcs and giants, bringing both races back under his control. The orcs were now at their peak, and Hussein's ambitions grew. Unifying the entire frigid lands was only a small step. His true target was the south. Therefore, He dispatched the cat people to infiltrate the elven forest to gather intelligence, quickly learning about the current situation in the human world. The chaos in the human world was a godsend for him, so he didn't hesitate to march south, crushing the elves with overwhelming force. Using the elven forest as a base, he launched a full-scale attack on the human world. However, to his surprise, the demons, who had been waging war on all sides, suddenly ceased their activities after the Orcish invasion. This gave the elves and dwarves a chance to regroup and launch a counterattack against the orcs. It must be said that the elven warriors were incredibly powerful, and with the cover of the elven forest, they caused the orcs considerable trouble. The elven king and the elven master of martial arts, Crick, were particularly formidable. Hussein had fought both of them, managing only to achieve a draw. However, fate had other plans. A major turning point occurred in the eastern battle. Due to a command error by the Shalia Kingdom's commander, the orc army opened a breach, advancing rapidly from the coastal region of Thompson's territory all the way into Austin's directly controlled domain. This overjoyed Hussein, as the area was near Beast Mountain, and the Holy See, being the most powerful force among all humans, undoubtedly possessed abundant resources. If they could capture Beast Mountain, they could firmly establish themselves there. Without hesitation, he halted attacks in other directions, and personally led his army to strike at Beast Mountain. Under his fierce assault, the northernmost fifth peak was breached first, with numerous outer disciples captured. Even the guardian Andre, who came to reinforce, was wounded, a resounding victory. The entire orc army's morale soared. Their next target was the nearby fourth peak, which Hussein planned to capture within a month. Hussein turned to Osa beside him, and said, "How are the preparations going? We can't give them too much time, we must finish this quickly." Osa took a swig of wine and said, "The deployment is complete. We can take the fourth peak with ease." "Good." Hussein laughed loudly. "This time you be the vanguard. I give you 10,000 men, make sure you fight with great momentum." "Yes." Osa was overjoyed. As the right war king of the orc tribe, and also its chief general, he had previously been responsible for attacking the elves and dwarves. Therefore, when he arrived at Divine Beast Mountain, the battle for the fifth peak was already over. This had left him quite disappointed, but this was a perfect opportunity. He was determined to unleash his full power in the battle for the fourth peak, and avenge the losses he had suffered at the hands of the elves. The next day, Osa led an army of 10,000, heading straight for the fourth peak. Meanwhile, the Divine Beast Mountain forces were prepared, with 8 of the 12 guardians personally leading the troops to the front lines, except for Simon, Andre, and the 2 Jacobs. Osa scoffed at this. As a peak-level expert of the Supreme Origin realm, he naturally looked down on the people of Divine Beast Mountain. The orc army immediately took up battle stances. Osa stepped forward and roared, "Insignificant humans, are you ready to accept our Orcish rule?" Peter's eyes blazed as he retorted, "You're nothing but a bunch of squalid beasts. How dare you challenge me, the Divine Beast Mountain? If you have the guts, send out your strongest warriors for a fair fight." Osa's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, laughing, "All right. Let's fight 3 rounds. If you win 2, I won't fight today, how about it?" Peter said, "Then it's a deal, don't go back on your word." Osa glared, "I won't go back on my word. You go first." Peter looked behind him and said, "Judas, you go?" A hint of displeasure flashed in Judas' eyes, but he obeyed Peter's order and went to the arena. The orc sent out a burly warrior. The two stood facing each other, their sizes vastly different, clearly not in the same league. Judah swallowed hard and said, "I am Judah, the 12th protector of Divine Beast Mountain, a 6th-level Supreme Origin cultivator." The orc pounded his chest, making a thumping sound. "General Canadu, 6th-level Supreme Origin cultivator. Today I show you my power." Chapter 578. Then let's not waste time, let's begin. Osa waved his hand impatiently. Carnado revealed a cruel smile, his gaze fixed intently on Judas. "Boy, I haven't met a worthy opponent in our realm yet. Can you let me have some fun today?" Judas sighed. "To be honest, I'm not good at fighting, but since it's Peter's decision, I can only give it my all. However, I hope you show mercy, I believe it will benefit you." Canadu frowned, unsure of Judas's meaning, but he didn't care about any benefits, he just wanted a thoroughly enjoyable battle. "Enough nonsense, prepare to die." Canadu roared, then unleashed his domain. A pale red light spread out, making the entire battlefield somewhat hot. A faint burning sensation spread across Judas's skin. Is it fire element?" Judas raised an eyebrow, glancing at Peter before silently unleashing his own domain, a domain of light. As the domain expanded, Kanadu finally understood what Judas meant by being bad at combat. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Is this your domain? Ha ha. Judas smirked. Can you stop mocking me so openly? Kanadu wiped away tears of laughter, saying, It's a stealing effect? That's ridiculous. What good is it in battle? Take my weapon? With that, he weakened his domain and pulled a silver coin from his pocket. The silver coin seemed to be drawn by some force, slowly escaping Kanado's control along with the magic of the light domain, flying towards Judas. Judas grabbed the coin and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Thanks? Kanado's eye twitched. Are you kidding me? How can your domain possibly fight me? Judas shrugged. It doesn't matter, as long as it can offset some of the damage from your domain. That was true, whatever Judas's domain effect was, as long as it was deployed, it could offset some of the burning effect of Kanado's domain. Kanadu sneered, picked up his giant axe, and charged towards Judas. Fine, since that's the case, I smash you to pieces, and show you that I'm invincible among those of the same level. Kanado's speed was extremely fast, closing the distance to Judas almost instantly. Judas's eyes narrowed slightly. This speed was completely disproportionate to Kanado's enormous size. However, Judas didn't panic. He decisively pulled out a wand from behind him, and slammed it into the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy towards Kanadu. Kanadu didn't dodge or evade. He swung his axe, cleaving the force in two, and simultaneously stretched out his left hand, grabbing forward. A gigantic flaming hand appeared in midair, reaching for Judas, who was right in front of him. Judas frowned, glancing at the flaming hands on either side. If he didn't escape now, he would be crushed into a pulp, but he lacked sufficient speed. So, he gritted his teeth and actually sat down on the spot. Kanadu laughed loudly at this. Ha ha ha, resigned to your fate? Prepare to die? With that, he exerted force, and the flaming hand slammed shut with a loud bang. Judas. James the Less had just arrived and witnessed this scene, and immediately cried out in alarm. Jacob patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, Judas is the protector of our divine beast mountain. He won't be defeated so easily. Peter looked at the two of them. Is it over on your end? Jacob nodded. The Austin Empire agreed to send troops to support us, but Charles is still unwilling to come out of seclusion. Peter pursed his lips. That old codger must have been stimulated by His Majesty the Pope's successful breakthrough. It's probably unlikely he stopped cultivating. Oh well, it's good that Austin sent troops. Who's leading them? A 6th-level Supreme Yuan expert, who came from Austin's forbidden area, and brought 3 other Supreme Yuan experts with him. Adding the Thunder Saint body Greta, they sent 5 Supreme Yuan experts. Peter smiled. That's about right, that's probably most of their experts. Just as they were talking, the smoke from the flaming palm finally dissipated, revealing a ball of light where Judas had been sitting. A 6-pointed star appeared on the surface of the ball. A 6-pointed star shield? Jacob the Younger exclaimed. Jacob the Greater laughed. I told you, Judah won't lose so easily. At this moment, Kanadu also showed a solemn expression. He clearly felt the powerful fluctuations emanating from the sphere of light. It was this very sphere that had rendered his powerful attack ineffective. What exactly is this thing? Judah opened his eyes, looking through the sphere of light at Kanadu. How about it? My defense isn't bad, is it? Human, Kanadu growled. You don't intend to just hide in that shell like that, do you? Come out and fight me head-on. Judah chuckled. Fight me head-on? Aren't I already fighting you head-on? This is my defensive magic. Is there a problem with using defensive magic? Kanadu immediately complained to OSA. If this guy keeps hiding inside, the duel can't continue. OSA coldly replied, if you can't break his defense, then this match can only end in a draw. You should know that a draw isn't the result I want. Kanadu trembled, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. Then he glared fiercely at Judah. Bastard. Watch me tear down this lousy shield. With that, he swung his axe, unleashing his full magical power. The scorching fire elemental magic instantly turned the axe crimson, crackling and exploding, before the axe slammed heavily onto the 6-pointed star shield, producing a deafening roar. A deafening roar erupted. Flames shot skyward, their powerful force causing everyone to instinctively take a step back, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. However, when the flames subsided, Judas remained seated unharmed, his 6-pointed star shield completely intact, without a single crack. Judas chuckled. Don't waste your energy. No one can break my 6-pointed star shield. Kanadu, enraged, swung his axe wildly, striking the shield repeatedly with a resounding clang. James the Younger involuntarily glanced at Peter, looking hesitant to speak. James the Greater tugged at his sleeve and shook his head. James the Younger, helpless, could only lower his head silently. Jacob whispered to him, "Brother, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Peter knows what he's doing." After a flurry of attacks, Kenadu found he still couldn't budge the six-pointed star shield, and he was already panting heavily. He turned to look at OSA, a look of defeat on his face. OSA narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Foolish. Is brute force all you can do?" What? Kenadu was confused and looked at Judah again. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, as if he had thought of something. Kenadu took a deep breath, and the previously scorching fire elemental magic faded away, replaced by a gentle breeze. Peter frowned slightly. "I didn't expect him to be a possessor of both wind and fire elements. No wonder he's a half-orc. Such a strong physique. Judah is probably in trouble." "Huh?" Jacob looked around the arena in confusion. At this moment, Judah also looked grave, staring intently at Kanado's movements. Suddenly, Kenadu raised his axe and unleashed a powerful slash. The azure blade, with a long tail, struck the six-pointed star shield. Though it didn't damage the shield, it carved a long trench in the ground. At this moment, Kenadu grinned maliciously. "Human, your defensive magic is indeed powerful, but why do you insist on sitting on the ground? Can't you stand up?" Judah's eyes narrowed. He knew he was in trouble. Kenadu slammed his left hand into the ground, and a gust of wind swept along the trench towards the six-pointed star shield. Upon impact, the entire shield, along with Judah, was thrown into the air. In the air, everyone clearly saw a beam of light connecting Judah to the ground, as if this beam was transmitting powerful magic to Judah. "That's it." Kenadu unleashed another slash, the strike hitting the exposed beam of light almost flawlessly. The beam was split in two, and the six-pointed star shield shattered instantly. "Damn it!" Judah, still in midair, felt his heart leap into his throat. By the time he reacted, Kenadu was already above him. Karnado glared at him with a ferocious expression, having switched his magic back to fire. He gripped his axe tightly, raising it high above his head, seemingly to vent all his rage. "Die!" Faced with Kanado's deadly attack, Judah could only raise his wand, simultaneously channeling a large amount of light magic into it. With a deafening roar, Judah was slammed into the ground like a cannonball, accompanied by a massive explosion and a burst of flames. How could this be?" Little Jacob gasped, covering his mouth in shock. Big Jacob frowned. "Peter, this is bad? It seems they've seen through your plan." Peter's face darkened. He quietly withdrew his magic. It turned out the hexagram spell wasn't cast by one person, but by 6 people simultaneously using their magic. Besides Judas inside the hexagram, the other 5 were the other 5 protectors, including Peter. They had secretly transmitted their magic underground. The beam of light was formed by their combined magic. "It's not a big problem. Judas hasn't lost yet," Peter said. Everyone looked towards the arena, where Judas emerged from the pit, covered in dust and dirt, looking rather disheveled, but seemingly unharmed. Karnado spat, "You're really tough, aren't you?" Judas gave a wry smile. "I told you, I'm not good at fighting." Karnado's eyes flashed with ferocity. "In that case, it's time to end it. Let me help you find peace." With that, he swung his axe again and charged at Judas. Judas took a deep breath, pointed his somewhat tattered wand forward, and a halo appeared in the air, growing larger and larger until it merged into one. "What is this?" Karnado wondered, but he wouldn't stop there. James the Younger, however, sensed something amiss. "It seems Judah is going to fight to the death." James the Greater nodded. "We prepare ourselves. If Judah is outmatched, we must rescue him." Whoosh! The rings of light summoned by Judah suddenly swiftly coiled around Kenadu. Kenadu swung his axe, deflecting the rings one by one, and simultaneously unleashed several fireballs, igniting the area around Judah and sealing off his escape route. Judah coldly watched Kenadu rush towards him, and said softly, "I told you I'm not good at fighting, but I didn't tell you. I'm good at plundering." As soon as he finished speaking, the rings of light that Kenadu had deflected seemed to be guided by something, sweeping towards Kenadu once more. Only then did Kenadu realize that he was now completely surrounded by those strange rings of light. To escape, he needed to find a way out. Kenadu glared at Judas, who was now almost upon him. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to attack. If he was going to find a breakthrough, he would do it here. With that thought, Kenadu roared, his magic erupting from his body. The intense flames almost turned the entire sky red, and his sharp axe slashed forward, instantly pushing the light circles away slightly. Seizing that tiny opening, Kenadu lunged forward, launching himself at Judas in a near impossible leap. Judas roared back. The light circles rapidly closed in, gradually clinging to Kanato's body. Xanadu realized his strength was slowly draining away. If he didn't end this battle quickly, he would be utterly defeated. Damn it! Die! Xanadu roared hoarsely, his giant axe flying from his hand, carrying a violent fire elemental force, tracing a beautiful, fiery red arc through the air. Judas hadn't expected Xanadu to be so decisive, swinging the giant axe so easily that even if his magic was stolen, the axe's existing power wouldn't be affected. Ah! Judas roared in despair, thrusting his wand forward. With a crack, the wand shattered. Under Xanadu's desperate final blow, Judas's wand finally gave way, breaking apart. The giant axe, however, didn't stop, continuing its descent towards Judas's forehead. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 579. At this critical moment, two white lights flashed, instantly blocking Judas' path. With a deafening roar, the axe, imbued with the raging fire elemental magic, was stopped, losing its last bit of power and falling to the ground. What are you doing? Asa coldly demanded. Peter and Jacob, the Greater, appeared simultaneously in the arena, immediately putting everyone on edge. Peter said, "We lost this round. Prepare for the next one." Asa snorted, "Is this what you humans call a duel? How laughable. You even let someone else concede defeat for you." Judah was now slumped to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back. If Peter and Jacob hadn't acted simultaneously, he would likely be dead. Peter turned back and asked calmly, "Judas, what do you think?" Judas quickly replied, "I concede. I concede." The aura around Xanadu disappeared, but he still roared angrily, "You not only lost, you deserve to die. You despicable human." Peter said, "Sorry, I'm still getting used to the first match. We definitely won't be involved in the next two." Osa sneered, "I hope you remember your words. So who are you going to send next?" Peter patted Jacob's shoulder beside him, and said, "Andre isn't here, so it seems you have to go." Jacob nodded, "Don't worry, I win." "Humph. You're quite confident." Osa scoffed, "In that case, Bannings, this guy is yours." An orc slowly stepped forward. He wasn't large, but his movements were extremely fluid, clearly an agile warrior. "Leave it to me. I kill this guy." By this time, Peter had already carried Judas away from the battlefield. Jacob the Great, looking at the orc who was a good half-body taller than him, said disdainfully, "You bastards, you have defiled the sacredness of Beast Mountain. Die!" Banning was instantly enraged. Orcs were the product of the union of beast men and humans. After countless years of reproduction, they inherited both the powerful magical adaptability of beasts and the reproductive ability and flexibility of humans. Therefore, orcs always believed themselves to be the most powerful race and would never allow anyone to slander them. "Humble humans, you are nothing but a lowly race, our food and slaves. How dare you be so arrogant? Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Today I will make you fully realize your place." With that, Bannings took a step forward, his domain power instantly unleashing itself. A sinister and terrifying aura enveloped the entire area. It was the power of death. Grand Jacob, however, remained completely unfazed, instead sneering, "The power of death, huh? Interesting. I love fighting necromancers. The feeling of slaughtering necromancers is truly wonderful." With that, he also unleashed his own domain, the power of light, immediately blocking the opponent's power of death. The two domains clashed, even causing the space itself to ripple. Bannings raised an eyebrow. "Is it an enhancement-type domain? That's quite troublesome." Grand Jacob chuckled, "Yours is not bad either. It's made my movements a bit difficult." "It's a restriction-type domain, isn't it?" Bannings grinned maliciously. "You should know that a necromancer's power isn't just limited to their magic. Come meet my good partner." With that, he waved his hand, and a summoning circle appeared, instantly summoning a half-orc zombie. Judging from its aura, this half-orc zombie was actually a 7th-tier Supreme Realm expert. Grand Jacob paused slightly. "Oh, not bad. Your undead is only one realm lower than yours. Looks like you're quite lucky." Banning said mockingly, "It's not just about strength. My summoned undead possesses self-awareness, and is a legion commander in the undead realm. How about it? Have you decided how you want to die?" Grand Jacob remained unfazed. "I already decided how I want you to die." Bannings' face turned cold. All you do is talk. Attack! Kill this bastard." The orc zombie obeyed, immediately charging towards Grand Jacob. Grand Jacob took a slight step back, simultaneously gripping the massive cross in his hand, and slamming it down towards the orc zombie. But the orc zombie was incredibly agile. He leaped high, dodging the attack, and simultaneously kicked Grand Jacob in the face. Humph! Overestimating yourself. Grand Jacob sneered, turning and swinging the cross again, colliding with the orc zombie with a loud bang. The orc zombie was immediately thrown out. Jacob the Great let out a long howl, his legs slamming into the ground as he leaped up, raising the cross in his hand and hurling it at the orc zombie again. Just then, another magic circle appeared in the air, and a ghoul roared out, lunging for Jacob the Great's neck. Jacob the Great was startled, and instinctively raised the cross to block. The ghoul's claws gripped the cross, slamming Jacob to the ground. Jacob the Great's magic erupted suddenly, and with a deafening roar, the cross shot up a beam of white light, violently blasting the ghoul away. The ghoul retreated to the side, noticing that its claws were already emitting white smoke, a testament to the power of its attack. Grand Jacob scoffed, "Humph! You think you can ambush me with a mere 4th-tier Supreme Realm ghoul? You're overestimating yourself." Bannings shrugged, "Didn't you almost succeed? Heh, the real show is yet to come." With that, Bannings cast a spell at the orc zombie. The orc zombie immediately roared, its power surging. Grand Jacob remained unconvinced. Just an enhancement spell. Do you really think that stupid zombie can defeat me? However, no sooner had Grand Jacob finished speaking than the orc zombie roared again, its body radiating a fiery red light, its eyes turning crimson, its size doubling, its muscles bulging, becoming terrifyingly powerful. This is... Grand Jacob was stunned. Heh, didn't expect that, did you? Bannings was quite pleased with Jacob's expression. He's a zombie blessed by Samuel, capable of using berserk. Do you still think you're his match? Roar, roar, roar. The orc zombie let out a deafening roar. Jacob's expression began to turn serious. The berserk spell's enhancement was significant, far exceeding that of any other enhancement spell. Furthermore, his opponent was an undead without fear or pain, fighting without restraint. This was definitely not a good thing for Jacob. The next moment, the orc zombie launched an attack. He first charged rudely at Jacob, seemingly trying to subdue him first. Jacob leaped backward, simultaneously swinging his cross at the orc zombie. The orc zombie punched the cross directly, producing a loud bang, and both were forced back 2 steps. However, the moment Jacob stepped back, a sharp claw reached for him. Jacob immediately used the cross to shield himself. A grating hissing sound rang out, and Jacob was knocked back again. But the orc zombie seemed determined not to let him catch his breath, and another punch came hurtling down. Jacob gritted his teeth, enduring the combined attacks of the orc zombie and the ghoul, while also remaining wary of Bannings' sudden arrows. Suddenly, after deflecting another orc zombie attack, a magic circle appeared beneath Jacob's feet, and his right foot was gripped tightly by a skeletal arm. Damn it! Jacob's heart sank. He twisted his body in a bizarre motion, and the ghoul's claws slashed past him from behind, tearing through his armor and leaving a long gash. Bang! Jacob's magic surged, shattering the skeletal arm beneath his feet, Bannings' other arm used to summon golden skeletons of the undead. Fortunately, Jacob had dodged in time. The ghoul's wound wasn't deep, just a scratch. However, veins were bulging on Jacob's forehead. Clearly, he was enraged. At that moment, the orc zombie charged again, aiming a punch at Jacob's face. Jacob roared, "Get out of my way," and swung his cross, instantly sending the orc zombie flying. What? Bannings was stunned. He had been evenly matched with the orc zombie just moments before, but now he had sent it flying with a single blow. How was this possible? Good. Little Jacob clenched his fist, looking excitedly at the arena. Brother's domain has an amplifying effect. The higher the rage value, the more significant the amplification. Now, Brother is finally enraged. Peter nodded. Yes, that's the characteristic of Big Jacob's domain. That's why he's one of the top combatants of our Divine Beast Mountain. Bannings was clearly still somewhat unconvinced, and immediately commanded the orc zombies to launch another attack, while simultaneously casting offensive necromancy to disrupt Big Jacob. However, Big Jacob seemed like a different person. His attacks were wide and powerful, forcing the orc zombies and ghouls to retreat. Damn it, looks like I have to give you a real beating. A dangerous glint flashed in Bannings' eyes. He reached out again, and the power of death instantly transformed into a jet-black longbow. He then nocked an arrow and fired at Big Jacob. This arrow was incredibly powerful, and it emitted no aura whatsoever, clearly indicating it was a mid-level spell. Furthermore, Bannings' control over this spell was exceptionally high, allowing him to cast it with fluid grace and smooth magical energy flow. Jacob, the Great, was engrossed in beating the orc zombies and ghouls, completely unaware that a black arrow had silently shot towards him. Peter quickly noticed the anomaly and immediately shouted, "Watch out!" Jacob the Great heard Peter's warning and reacted, but by the time he looked back, it was too late. The black arrow was already upon him, and he only had time to grab his cross to shield his chest. With a loud bang, Jacob the Great felt as if his chest was about to shatter. Cracks appeared on the cross, with a large black hole in the center. Jacob was also thrown back by the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He crouched on the ground, his right hand supporting himself on the broken cross, his eyes bulging outwards. The injuries he had just sustained were severe, making it difficult for him to breathe, and blood was dripping from his mouth. His once meticulously styled hair was now disheveled. OSA looked at Peter with some displeasure. "Can you shut up? You can't give advice during a duel." Peter scoffed, ignoring him completely. Bannings chuckled, "Heh, it's alright. This guy is already badly injured. He can't possibly be a match for me." OSA thought about it, and realized he was right. The attack had indeed severely injured his opponent. He even coughed up blood. Under Banning's command, the orc zombie stepped forward again, coming behind Jacob. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he raised his right fist, which radiated a terrifying deathly power. Bannings was confident of victory. He looked at Jacob the Great with a mocking expression and said, "Human, you're quite powerful, but compared to me, you're still a bit lacking. However, you have no chance anymore. Die!" At Banning's command, the orc zombie immediately slammed its fist down. However, Jacob the Great, who had been crouching on the ground, suddenly burst into golden light, and instantly teleported 10 meters to the side. The speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly, and the orc zombie's fist missed its target, creating a large crater in the ground. Bang! Banning's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the severely injured Jacob the Great could still maintain such terrifying speed. He immediately shouted, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Upon receiving the command, the orc zombies and ghouls simultaneously launched another attack on Jacob the Great. Jacob, who had been keeping his head down, slightly raised it, revealing a face twisted with rage from his disheveled hair. "Die! You all die!" Jacob roared, his aura suddenly surging. He slammed his fist into the ground, and a golden light shot out, instantly piercing the charging ghoul. The ghoul screamed in terror, and fled back to the netherworld before Bannings could react. At the same time, Jacob swung the broken cross, slamming the lone orc zombie into the ground. Once wasn't enough, twice. 3 times. 4 times. Until the orc zombie's berserk effect wore off, and its skull began to crack. Bannings was startled. Not wanting his summoned undead to be crushed to death, he quickly sent it back to the netherworld as well. However, this left Bannings alone to face the enraged Jacob the Great. Jacob turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on Bannings. Bannings shuddered. Although he had 7 undead under his command, only 3 had reached the Supreme Realm. The other one, a Supreme First-Tier Golden Skeleton, had already had one hand crippled by Jacob, rendering him useless in this level of combat. I lost. Chapter 580. Jacob the Great seemed not to hear Banning's words. His eyes were now filled with nothing but rage. He roared and dragged the cross backwards, hurling it at Bannings. Bannings was terrified, his eyes filled with fear. He could only desperately conjure a bone shield, but this rudimentary magic was utterly useless against the cross, shattering into several pieces. The cross's momentum remained undiminished, hurtling straight towards Banning's head. Just then, a slash flew in, deflecting Jacob the Great's cross with a clang. OSA's cold voice rang out, "Hey, my men say he lost. Why did you still attack? Do you want to die?" Bannings quickly returned to his own camp, glaring fiercely at Jacob the Great. Peter chuckled, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, he was a bit lost in the battle and probably didn't hear me. But we won this round, right?" OSA scoffed, "So what if you won? There's still one last round. Who are you sending this time?" Peter shrugged, "We sent our people first the last 2 times. How about you send yours first this time?" OSA didn't mince words, walking directly to the center of the arena, saying, "Since you want us to go first, I personally test my skills against the experts of Divine Beast Mountain." Peter winked at little Jacob, who understood and immediately pulled Big Jacob, who was still in the arena, back to his feet. Big Jacob was covered in wounds, and after dispelling his domain power, he collapsed to the ground, looking quite exhausted. Peter then walked to the center of the arena himself, standing opposite OSA. "Since General OSA has come out himself, I can't be impolite. Let me play with you." The clash between 2 top-tier powerhouses left everyone present holding their breath. OSA brandished his signature giant axe once more. I long heard of Peter, the great protector of divine Beast Mountain, whose strength is extraordinary. Even the Pope praised you highly. Back during the Orc War, you were just an apprentice, weren't you? So many years have passed, and you're still only at the 9th level of the Supreme Origin Realm, still some distance from the peak. Do you think you can be my match? Peter smiled faintly. Indeed, if only I could break through. OSA grinned maliciously. It's all right, I go easy on you, so you die with less pain. At this moment, a figure flew swiftly from the sidelines. Grand Jacob's expression brightened. Simon! The newcomer was indeed Simon. When he saw Grand Jacob's condition, he was immediately shocked. What happened? How did you get so injured? Grand Jacob waved his hand. I'm fine, but how's the situation on your end? Simon nodded and said, everything's arranged. The orcs will have to pay the price this time. He then looked towards the arena and asked, who is Peter's opponent? Little Jacob said solemnly, it's OSA, the right war king of the orcs. Simon was taken aback. Isn't that a peak-level expert? Big Jacob nodded. That's right, but don't worry. For the past 100 years, the Pope hasn't interfered much with the affairs of Divine Beast Mountain, basically leaving it all to Peter. And it's precisely because Peter has such great strength that he can intimidate all sides. Otherwise, why do you think an old fox like Charles would submit to the papacy? Simon remembered Peter's formidable strength and felt relieved. Indeed, if it's him, even if the Desert Eagle came, it's hard to say he could completely subdue him. At this moment, both sides had deployed their domains. OSA's domain was Berserker, which enhanced his all-around attack power. Peter's domain, however, was quite unique. Its range was much smaller, barely even affecting OSA. OSA laughed wildly, ha ha ha. What kind of domain is that? It's so small, I don't even know what it's for. Peter chuckled indifferently, it's all right, you see soon enough. OSA's smile vanished. He tightened his grip on his giant axe, glaring at Peter, and said, I hope you can give me some fun. With that, he charged towards Peter. Peter, bathed in golden light, neither dodged nor evaded, slowly raising his long sword and thrusting it forward with unpretentious simplicity. OSA sneered. In his eyes, Peter was riddled with openings. This was tantamount to suicide. Without hesitation, he swung his axe down towards Peter's head. However, the next moment, OSA rushed into Peter's domain. His axe seemed to sink into mud, its power drastically reduced. Simultaneously, the axe blade struck Peter without causing the slightest harm, like a mere tickle. Peter's long sword, however, grazed OSA's left arm, and a spurt of blood shot out. OSA's eyes narrowed. He immediately withdrew, creating distance between himself and his opponent. He looked down at the wound on his arm. It wasn't deep, just a minor cut, and the bleeding stopped quickly. But this first attack had clearly put him at a disadvantage, which greatly displeased him. What kind of domain is that? Peter smiled calmly. What? Never seen it before. OSA carefully recalled the sensations he had just experienced, but his mind remained blank. His opponent's domain was indeed too strange. He couldn't understand why his attacks were restricted, or why his opponent was unharmed despite being struck by the axe. OSA began circling Peter, but Peter ignored him completely, standing still and quietly awaiting his attack. Kill! OSA roared, charging at Peter again. This time, he attacked from behind, his giant axe crackling with lightning, the violent power electrifying the air to a slightly acrid smell. With a crack, the giant axe cleaved into the domain once more, its speed once more restricted, and the previously violent lightning vanished abruptly. The axe struck Peter, still having no effect. Peter, meanwhile, unleashed a slash of light, aiming for OSA's chest. OSA withdrew his axe, easily blocking the slash, and then unleashed a barrage of attacks, but to no avail. What on earth is going on? Veins bulged on OSA's forehead. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. It was simply unsolvable. Peter chuckled, General OSA, you can't do anything to me, and of course, I can't hurt you either. How about we call it a draw? Impossible. OSA roared, I break your shell today. He then unleashed another furious attack. Everyone present was terrified by OSA's attack, but such a ferocious assault couldn't inflict the slightest harm on Peter. Simon smiled wryly. Peter's domain is simply too unfair. I don't think OSA can figure out a way to break it. Jacob the Elder coughed and said, yes, otherwise how could he have become the Pope's appointed representative? With his strength, among the top experts in the human world, probably only Desert Eagle and Elena can reliably defeat him. Jacob the Younger asked, Does he really have no weaknesses at all? Jacob the Elder shook his head. It's impossible for him to have no weaknesses. It's just that no one knows what his weaknesses are yet. You don't know either? Simon asked. Jacob the Elder stroked his chin. I might have some clues, but I don't know completely. The only people who truly know how to counter it are probably those three. Oh no, now it's two. OSA's berserk attack lasted for almost 15 minutes, but Peter remained as solid as a rock, unmoved and completely unaffected. OSA finally stopped attacking. He knew this wasn't a solution. Peter, I admit you have some skill, but this way, you can't defeat me, can you? It doesn't matter, Peter said. It's enough that I'm undefeated. You have no chance. OSA frowned. If it really was a draw, the entire competition would be one win, one loss, and one tie without a true result. Even if he immediately organized his army for a full-scale attack, his goal of boosting morale would be completely lost. In fact, Peter's formidable defensive domain was hindering his men's movements. He had to find a way to break Peter's domain power. After all, no magic is invincible, and this domain was no exception. However, just as he was about to try other methods, a small squad of orc soldiers suddenly came from behind, shouting to OSA, "General, urgent report." Urgent report. OSA's heart sank. He saw that the newcomers were Hussein's direct troops. He glanced at Peter and said, "Fine, I let you off this time. Next time, I raise Mount Beast to the ground." With that, he returned to his ranks and asked the orc who had come to report what happened. Have the Sharians attacked? The orc soldier replied in terror, "Not just the Sharians. Everyone's attacked." What? OSA grabbed his collar. What do you mean? Explain yourself. The orc soldier immediately said, "The elves, the Normans, allied with the dwarves, launched a counterattack simultaneously in the elf forest. Our troops stationed there have suffered heavy losses and are retreating steadily. The giants and orcs have retreated to the east. The situation with the Sharians is even more outrageous. The humans have deployed over 10 Supreme Realm experts, including one at the peak of the Supreme Realm. The chieftain and his men are locked in a fierce battle." What? OSA was stunned. Did this mean their retreat was cut off? The elves possessed 2 peak Supreme Realm experts. While the dwarves weren't a major threat, their weapons were incredibly powerful, capable of multiplying the user's combat strength. And if the humans deployed peak Supreme Realm experts, it would be a major headache. OSA glanced back towards the Divine Beast Mountain and immediately ordered, "Withdraw. Go back to support the chieftain. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him." The orc soldier said, "Currently, the chieftain and the left war king are together, and they can still hold off the human attack. However, the situation in the elf forest is not ideal. The chieftain wants you to withdraw immediately to discuss our next steps." All right. Back at Divine Beast Mountain, Peter returned to his camp. A short while later, they saw the orc army slowly retreating. Jacob said, "I didn't expect OSA to be so disciplined, retreating as soon as he said he would." Peter scoffed. "He didn't retreat because the contest was a draw. Didn't you see that messenger?" Jacob paused, looking at Simon. Could it be? Simon nodded. Annie must have already started her operation. "Peter, should we support Annie's actions?" Peter sighed. "Although I don't want to do this, it's the only option for now. John, prepare the men. If the orcs start their northward retreat tonight, we pursue them. If they flee, we chase. If we fight, we stop. Just don't push too hard." John asked, "Then what about our protection? What's the arrangement?" Peter thought for a moment and said, "Jacob the Greater and Judah are both injured and unfit to continue fighting. So John, Philip, James the Less, Simon, and I will set off together. The rest of you will stay at Beast Mountain and await orders. All affairs at Beast Mountain will be handled by Andre." "Yes." Hussein stared at the human powerhouse before him, lost in thought. Are you the Desert Eagle?" Adikos raised an eyebrow slightly. "You know me?" A powerful orc beside Hussein said calmly, "He might not know you, but I do." Adikos looked at the other man, chuckled, and said, "You orcs all look stupid. I wouldn't recognize you." The orc's face contorted with rage. "I am the left war king, Apple. We fought back then." Adikos seemed to recall something. "Oh, you participated in that war too? Those were truly memorable. But you orcs are so quick to forget your past wounds. You were no match for us humans back then, yet you dared to attack again." Hussein scoffed. "Humph, your strength is indeed formidable, but that's all. Do you really think you can defeat us?" Adikos brandished his long sword. "I must say, you deployed many powerful warriors this time, but the human world hasn't been without progress. Look at yourself. How much of a chance do you think you have left?" Hussein's gaze shifted to the battlefield beside him. Human and orc warriors were locked in fierce combat, their attacks evenly matched. Hussein said in a low voice, "Abdul, go help the others. Leave Desert Eagle to me." Abdul nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room and locking onto a powerful human, Oki, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Oki was currently unstoppable, charging in and out of the enemy ranks. However, the next moment, a fireball roared towards him with astonishing force. Even Oki felt the irresistible magical power emanating from it. Oki was also a fire elemental mage, so he immediately channeled his magic, erecting a massive wall of fire. But Abdul's strength far surpassed his. Upon colliding with the fireball, the wall of fire exploded, and the fireball split into several smaller fireballs that continued to hurtle towards Oki. Chapter 581. Adiako sneered, "Humph! You dare to attack right in front of me." He then summoned the Flame Eagle, preparing to rescue Oki. However, the next moment, a slash shot out, blocking the Flame Eagle's path. It was Hussein. Hussein looked at him with a cold smile. "Your opponent is me, don't be distracted." Adiako's heart sank. Hussein's strength was immense, he had fully felt it in their previous exchange. And that left War King Abdul was also a peak Supreme Realm expert. Oki was definitely no match for him. If Adiakos didn't go to his rescue, Oki would be severely injured, if not killed. Just at this critical moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, shattering all the fireballs into dust before everyone's astonished eyes, dissipating into the air. Who is it?" Abdul's expression froze. He could sense that a super strong expert had made a move. Adiakos, however, breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Cough. What am I worried about? These are members of the Adventurers Guild. Naturally, they have someone protecting them." Just then, a figure moved like a ghost through the bustling crowd, silently appearing beside Oki in the blink of an eye. This figure was a woman dressed in magnificent attire. Her pink dress seemed to be crafted from the most dazzling clouds in the sky, its wide skirt swayed gently in the wind, making her appear like a dancing fairy. Her snow-white gloves and stockings encased her slender, graceful limbs, creating a stark contrast with the bloody and brutal battlefield, further highlighting her uniqueness. Then look at the pink hat she wore, its brim drooping slightly, perfectly concealing half of her delicate face. However, the most striking feature was the blooming red rose on the hat, vibrant and beautiful, seemingly whispering of the woman's inner passion and romance. Her slender hand gently grasped an equally pink umbrella, its handle studded with dazzling gemstones that shimmered mesmerizingly in the sunlight. At first glance, she appeared as a leisurely aristocratic lady preparing to go shopping, completely unlike someone caught in the midst of a smoke-filled, life-or-death battlefield. She gave Oki a reproachful look and said, "Oki, can't you be a little more careful in battle? Don't just blindly kill the enemy and ignore everything else." Oki looked at the woman and immediately said respectfully, Guild Master, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now. Thank you for saving me." Abdul's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're Elena, the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild? I heard long ago that after the Great War 300 years ago, a genius emerged in the human world, and he even had some connection with Grimm. Could it be you?" Upon hearing the name Grimm, a murderous aura appeared on Elena's previously calm face. She then lightly waved her right hand, and another bolt of lightning slashed out. Abdul's eyes narrowed, and he leaped backward, simultaneously releasing defensive magic to block the lightning. "Humph. Just a junior, attacking without a word, truly lacking in manners," Elena said calmly. "Don't give me that nonsense. You're only 100 years older than me, yet your strength is inferior. How dare you say such things?" Abdul, his face flushed with rage, pointed a trembling finger at Elena and shouted, "Who says I'm inferior to you? Today I show you what I'm capable of." With that, he swung his wand again, unleashing a barrage of massive fireballs at Elena. Elena glanced at Osa. "Go somewhere else. Leave this guy to me. I haven't fought in a while." Osa nodded and quickly stepped aside, while Elena gently waved her umbrella, instantly creating a massive lightning net that completely blocked Abdul's fireballs. "Is that all you got?" Abdul roared, continuing to wield his wand, unleashing a torrent of fire magic. Elena remained unfazed. Her domain transformed into countless threads of lightning, neutralizing all the magic and simultaneously disrupting Abdul's attack. Seeing that Abdul was also tied down, Hussein grew anxious. He had already sent men to the front lines to urge Osa to return, but Osa was still nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the Divine Beast Mountain had also intervened, keeping Osa occupied at the front. Damn it! How could this be? Hussein knocked Adikos back with a single sword strike. Although Adikos couldn't harm him, their strength was evenly matched, making a quick victory difficult. The biggest fear now was a protracted battle. The human army had far too many powerful warriors, and they were attacking from different directions. To the west was the human coalition led by Sharia, including Sharia, Austin, Norma, Velas, and the unclaimed Jedi. To the east, near the sea, were Harrington and the Endless Sea. And to the south, OSA was still locked in a fierce struggle with the Divine Beast Mountain. Left with no other option, Hussein could only say, Adikos, how about we talk? Talk? What do you want to talk about? Hussein gritted his teeth and said, you trapped us here. Continuing to fight won't benefit either of us. If you stop now, I take my people and retreat back to the Elven Forest. How about that? Adikos sneered. We clearly have the upper hand, yet you're making demands. How laughable. Hussein said, you do have the upper hand, but don't forget, we are orcs. If we fight to the death, you will also suffer severe losses. Moreover, humans have short lifespans and little innate magical adaptability. To break through to a higher realm, you must go to a magical secret realm to obtain the secret realm origin. Cultivating a strong individual is extremely costly. Every one lost is one less. Adikos hesitated. What the other side said was actually true. If they really fought head-on, the other side's super strong individuals still had a chance to escape, but the losses to humanity would be too great. Some supreme-level experts would inevitably perish. If the orcs recover while the human warriors haven't yet matured, the power gap between the two sides will widen again. Just then, a golden dragon flew over, carrying a young girl on its back, Annie. Annie, what brings you here? Adikos asked, somewhat surprised. Didn't I tell you to wait for news in the rear? Annie smiled. It's all right. I have some ability to protect myself. I'm not that fragile. She then looked at Hussein. You must be Hussein, the orc chieftain? Nice to meet you. I am Ngor of the Norma Empire. Hussein narrowed his eyes. From the previous intelligence, he knew that the seemingly vulnerable human girl before him was a legendary figure who had stirred up the human world in recent years, and was likely a key figure in this human counterattack. Annie. She really looks young. Adikos relayed Hussein's suggestion to Annie, then said, I think he has a point. What do you think? Annie, having made up her mind, said to Hussein, Chief Hussein, I think if we really fight head-on, your losses will definitely be greater than ours. Do you know why? What? Hussein was taken aback, frowning as he asked, Why? Do you think you can keep me here? Annie chuckled. Have you tried to contact the demons before, but they ignored you? Hussein's heart sank. He sensed something was wrong. What do you mean? I just want to say, if the demons were on my side now, what would happen to you? Hussein's eyes narrowed sharply. During the Great War, the orcs and demons were allies, so Hussein knew the demons were incredibly powerful. If the demons truly stood with humans, the orcs would have no chance of winning. This is impossible. Humans are just food for the demons. How could they cooperate with humans? This is utterly absurd. Annie shrugged. Nothing is impossible. In comparison, we humans can offer them far more. Hussein stared into Annie's eyes, his heart churning with shock. He had to take this seriously. If the demons had truly joined the human camp, he had to make plans quickly. Just then, a commotion broke out in the south. It turned out that OSA had returned, looking extremely anxious, and went straight to Hussein's side. Hussein asked him, Why are you only coming back now? OSA replied with a bitter face, Peter from Divine Beast Mountain is like a leech, impossible to shake off, impossible to kill. He's so infuriating. Chieftain, the situation is getting bad. Austin and the Holy See are attacking from the south. What are we going to do next? Hussein's face darkened, and he glared at Annie. So all of this was your plan? Annie nodded without hesitation. That's right. I knew you would target Divine Beast Mountain. You have no idea how powerful it is. To think you could conquer it in just a few months, and use it as a base to invade the human world, you're dreaming. Hussein gritted his teeth. You want to annihilate us here? Then you humans will pay the price. Die! With that, he swung his great sword at Annie. Adikos, already prepared, immediately unleashed his magic upon seeing Hussein charge, unleashing a series of slashes. The magic clashed, creating a deafening roar. Meanwhile, OSA, seemingly receiving orders, immediately went to command the orc army to retreat northward. Adikos gave Annie a deep look, admiring her foresight. She had managed to force Hussein to retreat with just a few words, without any conditions. The orc army, having received the order to retreat, fought their way out, gradually leaving their original camp and leaving behind a scene of devastation. The human army, following Annie's instructions, relentlessly pursued the orcs, giving them no respite. In this battle, humanity united as never before. Even the Anti-Magic Alliance later joined the fight, sending powerful warriors from the western Misty Forest to support Norma's army, driving all the orcs, beastmen, and giants of the Elven Forest north of the Misty Mountains in the east. The main orc forces' rout lasted a full month. They were relentlessly pursued and intercepted by human armies, especially by several of the strongest human warriors, who attacked them day and night, causing Hussein considerable trouble. Fortunately, the Orcish High Shaman Rem arrived from the north in time, relieving some of the pressure on Hussein. This allowed the orc army to successfully retreat back to the Elven Forest. Based in the Dwarven and Elven Forest family territories north of the Misty Mountains, they established their own stronghold and successfully repelled the human counterattack. At this moment, all the powerful members of the orc army were gathered in the stronghold, though their expressions were grim, especially Hussein's. It had been his decision to lead the main force in a direct attack on Divine Beast Mountain, but now they had suffered a crushing defeat and were trapped in the Elf Forest, their previous gains almost entirely wiped out. This left Hussein feeling extremely frustrated. "Ram, it's so good you come. How are the people?" Ram replied, "The people are fine. They're all waiting for your good news, hoping to leave the far north as soon as possible and return to the warm south. Also, your youngest son has just awakened lightning and fire elemental magic, just like his grandfather." Hussein's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. "That kid? Heh, I hope he can be as brave as his grandfather and surpass his older brothers and sisters." But then, Hussein said dejectedly, "Alas, it's a pity we suffered a defeat here. We lost about 10,000 men in the previous battle. If we go back like this, how can we face our elders and fellow villagers?" Osa slammed his fist on the table and said, "Damn humans. They're utterly shameless. We absolutely cannot go back like this. We must at least take back the Elven Forest." Apidal said, "Taking back the Elven Forest now is easier said than done. Originally, the elves were isolated and helpless, and the human world was fragmented. We could easily defeat them one by one. But for some reason, the humans have reunited and are even joining forces with the elves against us. This is truly troublesome." Osa said angrily, "If only the demons would join us. I don't know why, but those guys just won't. Don't they want to enslave humans?" Hussein said in a deep voice, "It's probably that human girl Annie's doing. We knew too little about her before, which led to a huge loss. Now we must learn about her again." Apidal said, "I already investigated some information. Some time ago, the 5 great holy bodies of the human world awakened simultaneously, causing celestial phenomena. Annie was one of them. She's a Norma, and even before she grew up, she had already made a name for herself in the human world. Now, at less than 30 years old, she has broken through to the Supreme Realm, making her arguably the #1 genius. More importantly, it's not her strength, but her wisdom and courage. She once single-handedly stormed the Divine Beast Mountain, and there are rumors that she was rescued by the demon General Cadix and the Dark Elf martial arts Master Urzer. Later, she single-handedly led the Norma Empire in conquests, directly defeating the Austin and Harry Empires. Now the Harry Empire has perished, and the Austin Empire is fragmented, and its power is greatly diminished." Chapter 582. Osa added, "I encountered Annie when I raided the Elven Rhine village. She was the one who charged out with a demonic dragon. Although I didn't recognize her then, I remembered her appearance, and now I know her true identity." Apidal said, "That just proves she's always had close ties with the elves. This joint attack by the elves and humans is the best evidence." Ram said seriously, "It seems this Annie is indeed not simple. We were too idealistic before, thinking that Beast Mountain was our biggest threat, but we didn't realize the real danger was this seemingly harmless human girl." Osa scratched his head hard and said, "So what do we do now? We're trapped in this godforsaken place. If we can't find a good way out, we have to retreat." "We can't retreat." Hussein's eyes flashed with anger. Ram frowned and said, "Chief, at this point, there's no need to continue fighting. Humanity is united now, and there are many strong individuals. Even if we win in the end, we pay a heavy price. It's not worth it." Apidal added, "I didn't think humans were that strong before. After all, Grin and Leo left. But after fighting that woman named Elena, I realized that humanity hasn't stagnated in the last 300 years. Elena's strength is definitely not much weaker than the Desert Eagle." Ram looked at Osa. "I heard you already fought Peter. What do you think of Peter's strength?" Osa replied, Peter's strength is inferior to Krieg's, but this guy has a very troublesome domain. I don't know how to break it. As long as his domain remains unbroken, he's invincible. Hussein's face was grim. The situation was indeed extremely difficult. He looked at the giant chieftain and asked, Brito, your ancestors had dealings with the Dark Elves. Can you secure their support? Brito decisively shook his head. That was a long time ago. After we entered the Elven Forest, I contacted Erzer, and he clearly stated he wouldn't intervene in our war. Not intervene? Hussein's heart stirred. What if we offered him some benefits? Like helping him fight the elves? Brito gave a bitter smile. We've been attacking the elves all along. If Erzer really wanted to deal with them, he should have taken advantage of their misfortune then. But not only did he not act, he even retreated to the Western Ghost Realm. I don't think this path will work. Hussein was extremely resentful. He had been full of ambition, mobilized millions of the Orcish main force to the south, preparing to conquer the entire continent. Now, he was trapped in the small misty mountains. This was a huge blow to him. He sighed and said, in that case, let's hold a vote. Those who agree to continue the attack, raise your hands. Those who don't, indicate their support for retreating to the far north. As soon as he finished speaking, Osa, the orc chieftain of Fyro, and himself raised their hands, while Ram, Atul, and Brito remained still. Thus, 3 votes for attack, 3 votes for retreat. No result was reached. Ram then said, I do have a compromise, but I wonder if chieftain agrees. Hussein's eyes lit up. Ram, as the tribe's high shaman, was not only powerful but also his brilliant strategist, playing a decisive role in tribal affairs. All right, tell me. Ram said, our army currently numbers over 2 million, and we've been fighting in the elf forest for years. Everyone is exhausted, and we really shouldn't continue. Furthermore, if the human world unites, it will have 3 to 4 million troops. Adding the tens of thousands of elves and dwarves, their total strength is more than double ours. Although our soldiers are of higher quality and stronger, continued attrition will result in even greater losses. Therefore, I suggest abandoning the idea of large-scale warfare and directly negotiating with the humans. Negotiations again? Hussein's eyes widened. He recalled the negotiations with Annie in Thompson's territory and felt a headache coming on. Ram laughed. This time I come to talk to her. The northern stronghold of the Kingdom of Sharia, near the Misty Forest, is currently the temporary base of the Human Alliance army. This army numbers 3 million, including forces from Beast Mountain, Norma, Austin, Sharia, Harrington, the Endless Sea, Velas, the Anti-Magic Alliance, and the territories of Lupo and Linden. At this moment, envoys from the Elven and Dwarven races also arrived, having received a negotiation letter from the Orcs. Miss N, I am Sarando of the Dwarf race. Luke sent me to ask you whether you will agree to the Orcs' request to negotiate. A bearded dwarf spoke first. Nifedora also said, I came for the same reason. All eyes turned to Annie. Annie shrugged helplessly and said, let's discuss this together. My idea might not be correct. Evar laughed. Annie, don't be modest. You initiated this joint operation, and everyone trusts your judgment. Just say what you think. Stark then said, I think some people might be a little unconvinced. His gaze swept over Jack, Fry, and Peter. Jack and Fry were both taken aback, then said, now that the fate of the human world is at stake, since we led our troops here, we shouldn't hold grudges because of what happened before. Peter's eyes flickered slightly as he said, I want to hear Annie's thoughts before deciding whether to agree. Annie nodded and said, in that case, let me share my opinion first, and then we can all make a decision. First, I think we should agree to negotiate with the Orcs, because we currently have the upper hand and can freely negotiate with them, including compensation for losses, the return of territory, and so on. And if we disagree with negotiations and insist on annihilating them, we will also suffer huge losses. After all, everyone has witnessed the fighting power of the Orcs. Over the years, we have only been able to fight them to a draw on multiple fronts, and that's only when they haven't used their full strength. Evar said, I agree with Annie's statement. As the person on the front line against the Orcs, I think I have the most right to speak on this. Over the years, those scattered Orc and Orc armies have already caused us a lot of trouble. If it weren't for the Elven race's restraint, my Shalia kingdom would have been conquered long ago. Jack nodded in agreement, saying, it really should be quiet for a while. Our anti-demon alliance has suffered years of turmoil, and the people are living in misery. We don't want any more casualties. All eyes turned to Peter, who frowned slightly. If we don't teach the Orcs a painful lesson this time, they will definitely come back stronger and better prepared. What will we do then? Fry and the others nodded in agreement. This was their concern as well. Annie said, so we need to make demands of them to restrain their military power. Peter was taken aback. What do you want to do? It's simple. I demand that they leave 300,000 Chi-Yuan realm or higher experts in the human world as hostages, and at the same time open their northern border, allowing humans to trade with them in the far north. Ah? Everyone was surprised. Peter asked doubtfully, will they agree? Why wouldn't they agree? Annie smiled. This would be the least damaging thing for them. I won't kill these people, I just leave them here. It's just the human world, and we give them complete freedom. Except for not being allowed to do bad things. The entire human world is at their disposal. Jack frowned. Is that a good idea? Those are 300,000 Chi-Yuan realm orcs. If they secretly unite, they could change the entire landscape of the human world. Adikos replied, that's easy to solve. I just place a restriction on them. Everyone shuddered. Since Leo left the main plane, Adikos had become the strongest being. Almost no one could break the restrictions he placed, let alone ordinary Chi-Yuan realm orcs, Elena added, and we can't let them gather too closely together. If a group has more than 10 orcs, they must report to the Adventurers Guild, otherwise we arrest and punish them. With Elena's words, everyone felt more at ease. Peter pondered for a moment and nodded, that's indeed a solution, but I don't think the orcs will agree. Hussein is a very ambitious guy. He must have faced a lot of pressure to wage war. If he just slumped back like this, he'd probably face criticism from within the orc community. Sarando agreed, we dwarves know more about Hussein's deeds. This guy has a huge thirst for power, he won't accept defeat. And smiled slightly, in that case, why don't we give him a hand? Huh? Everyone was stunned again. Elena chuckled. I must say, Annie, you're quick-witted. You're not thinking of cooperating with Hussein, are you? Annie nodded. That's right, I want to cooperate with Hussein. As I said before, I need them to open the border and allow trade. This is my big gift to Hussein. I learned some information about the far north from ancient texts and the elves. Although conditions there are harsh, the far north is vast enough for the orcs to survive. Once we humans, and even dwarves and elves, transport their supplies there, it will definitely improve their quality of life significantly, thus silencing some people. Peter frowned slightly. But the far north is resource poor. What can they offer us in exchange? They can't expect us to give it all away for free, can they? Nefedora shook her head, saying, you only know that the far north is resource poor, but they only lack food, clothing, and elemental resources. In reality, the far north has abundant crystal mines, and beneath the ice and snow lie ancient ruins and battlefields filled with priceless treasures. Otherwise, where do you think the orcs get their powerful weapons? Sarando nodded, that's right. The far north was originally our dwarf race's mining territory. After the orcs took it over, the quality of our materials declined significantly. So, if trade can really be established, we dwarves support it. Elena smiled at Peter, well, do you have any more questions? Peter shook his head, no, I agree with Annie's suggestion. With everyone in agreement, they began selecting participants for the negotiations. According to the orcs, the location would be chosen by the humans, and the meeting would take place in 3 days, but each race could only send 3 people. This meant the others would have to wait on the periphery. Nefedora and Sarando rose and left the meeting room. Now that they had decided to go to the negotiations, they needed to go back and confirm their representatives. Only the various human factions remained in the meeting room. Roman spoke first. Annie must be present for this negotiation. As for the other 2, I suggest Senior Adikos and Guild Leader Elena. You 2 are the strongest and can intimidate the orcs. Adikos replied, whether the 2 of us are at the negotiating table or not, we are enough to intimidate them. The key is to have someone who can participate in the negotiations. Fry said, then Grand Protector Peter is more suitable. He's strong enough and can represent the position of Divine Beast Mountain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Evar said, then let's have Guild Master Elena. She can also represent the Adventurers Association. Elena shook her head. I'm not good at negotiating. I stick with Brother Adikos. Everyone fell silent. If Elena wasn't willing, who else could represent humanity in the negotiations? Why don't I go? An aged voice suddenly rang out. Everyone paused slightly and looked towards the door. Nickel was leading an elderly man slowly into the meeting hall. Fry immediately stood up and respectfully said, Ancestor. Peter's eyes narrowed slightly. Charles, you finally come out of that wretched cave. Charles smiled and said, I apologize for not being able to participate in the previous battle. I was at a crucial stage of my cultivation and couldn't afford to be distracted. He then looked at Annie and said, "Young friend Annie, do you think it's appropriate for this old man to go and negotiate?" Annie naturally knew Charles's identity. He was an ancient monster who had lived for hundreds of years in the Austin Empire. A super strong individual on par with Articos. "If it's you, Senior, then of course there's no problem." Chapter 583. Peter said, "I have no objection, but Charles, don't try to pull any strings. I be watching you." Charles laughed. "Heh, even Pope Leo isn't this wary of me. What are you afraid of?" Peter didn't speak, but Elena greeted him with a smile. "Hi, old man, we meet again." Charles's smiling face suddenly froze, as if he had been frozen in place. He slowly turned his gaze to Elena, his eyes revealing an indescribable look. "Little girl, you really been a bit dishonest these past few years. Helping that little girl and against our Austin Empire. You stolen quite a bit of valuable territory from me," Charles said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. As soon as he finished speaking, Charles abruptly raised his head, his previously seemingly cloudy eyes instantly becoming incredibly sharp, like two bolts of lightning streaking across the night sky. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept swiftly over Evar, Roman, and the group behind them. Although Charles, standing before them, was merely an old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face, the powerful aura emanating from him was impossible to ignore. That oppressive aura, unique to powerful figures, swept towards Evar and the others like a surging wave. They felt as if they were a small boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing and sinking. They involuntarily straightened their posture, clenched their fists tightly, and even broke out in a fine layer of sweat on their foreheads. Facing Charles's extremely imposing gaze, they consciously swallowed, a soft sound escaping their throats. "Senior, the incompetence of the Austin royal family is what caused the disunity among the lords. This is no one else's fault," and said. Charles immediately put on a cheerful face. "Oh ha ha, it's all right, it's all right. I don't care about such things. After all, we're all going to be buried soon. How the empire develops is up to the younger generation." Then he looked at Elena. "Little girl, so many years have passed, and you still look the same? Speaking of which, you're over 300 years old, aren't you?" Elena's face stiffened. "Old man, if someone else said that, they'd probably be a pile of charred remains by now." He. Charles didn't seem to care. "But Green is indeed capable, able to teach a disciple like you, unlike my juniors, who are all useless." "Damn it!" Elena's face darkened further, and crackling electricity began to crackle around her. "I told you, don't mention that person in front of me." Charles quickly waved his hand. All right, I won't. Don't get agitated." Annie's expression froze. She had keenly grasped the crucial information. Elena was actually Grimm's apprentice. Could it be that Elena had been ordering the Adventurers Guild to help the Norma Empire all this time because of this connection? Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Elena stood up and said, "All right, things here are almost over. I take my leave. Call me if you fight the orcs again." With that, she strode out of the meeting hall. Charles shook his head. Such an impatient person. The negotiation location was set in the eastern dwarven territory of the Misty Forest. It was bordered by the Misty Mountains to the north, and the Kingdom of Shalia to the south. For the humans, negotiating here offered both offensive and defensive advantages, while for the orcs, once they crossed the Misty Mountains, returning would be difficult. However, the orcs arrived at the negotiation location as agreed. 9 people came to negotiate: the orcs Hussein, Ram, and Apple, the orc Afiro and 2 bearmen, and the giant Brito and 2 giant warriors. On the other side, there were also 9 people: the humans Annie, Peter, and Charles, the elves Kyle, Krieg, and the elders of the Dark family, the dwarves Luke, Thrandu, and a dwarf warrior. The atmosphere became somewhat tense upon meeting, as the 2 sides had been fighting to the death just a few days prior. And broke the silence first, saying, "Chief Hussein, you initiated these negotiations, so you should speak first." Hussein nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I speak first. The fighting has reached this point, which I truly did not expect. Everyone here has witnessed the countless deaths of civilians and warriors caused by so many years of war, which is detrimental to the development of all our races. So, who do you think started this war?" Luke asked irritably. Hussein scoffed. "We did wage war, but it was out of necessity. We orcs and giants have struggled in the far north for 300 years. We don't want to repeat that. Why should you live a life of leisure, while we have to worry about resources every day? We also want equal treatment." The elf king Kyle scoffed. "Humph. It's all because you started that war 300 years ago. You have to take responsibility for that. Hussein said, but 300 years have passed. Shouldn't we be allowed to leave? Peter's voice was icy. Come out? Where do you want to go? The Elven Forest? The Dwarven Mountains? Or the human world? We lived here for over 300 years. To ordinary people, this is our homeland, our land, and we won't just hand it over. Only the far north is left for you on the continent. Just as Hussein was unsure how to answer, Ram spoke up. If that's the case, then 1,000 years ago, my orc race ruled the area of Divine Beast Mountain. You humans occupy far too much territory. It's time to give some back. Elf King, Dwarven Chieftain, you also lost your land to humans after that great war. Don't you want it back? Peter's gaze shifted to Kyle and Luke beside him, who also looked towards the human representatives, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat strange. Annie frowned slightly. She had already seen through the other party's scheme, or rather, it was a completely open conspiracy, a blatant attempt to sow discord. Gentlemen, she said, the Tianxing continent is constantly changing. All things rise and fall, some wax and wanes. I believe that some friction between different races is normal, but wars must never be waged for the purpose of conquest and slaughter. 300 years ago, the war waged by the orcs and demons was aimed at enslaving humans, elves, and dwarves. At that time, you already possessed a vast enough territory, but you were still not satisfied, which is why you were driven to the far north. In the past 300 years, although the relationship between humans and elves and dwarves has not been good, we have at least maintained a state of peace. We each live in our own world, without interfering with each other, and that is actually enough. Everyone nodded slightly, agreeing with Annie's words. Annie continued, and I believe that if we truly want the Skywalker continent to prosper, we need relative peace between the various races. After all, due to factors such as personality, lifestyle, and historical development, it's impossible for all sides to remain harmonious forever. But overall, we must maintain cooperative and peaceful relations. In this way, resources on the continent can circulate more efficiently, people's lives will be better, and for mages, cultivation will be more convenient. Kyle and Luke's gazes towards Annie softened considerably, while Ram raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming. Miss Annie is truly talented. Such grand ambitions are truly admirable. But my Orcish people do indeed live in extremely harsh conditions in the far north. Even if they are being punished, shouldn't there be a time limit? If this continues, generation after generation will struggle to leave that hellhole, and the war will never end. Luke said, that's your own fault. Kyle agreed, this is non-negotiable. You must all withdraw to the far north, or we will spare no effort to annihilate your entire force. Hussein gritted his teeth, he wanted to flip the table, but the current situation didn't allow it. Ram gently tugged at Hussein's sleeve, shook his head, and then coldly said to Kyle, if this negotiation succeeds, we will retreat to the far north, but we have conditions. If you cannot agree, we will not withdraw, it's a fight to the death. Annie nodded, okay, tell us your conditions. Ram slowly said, first, we need sufficient resources. The far north is resource scarce, and can no longer meet the needs of our three races. Without enough resources, the conflict will never end. Second, we need a time frame. In other words, how long will we remain in the far north? This must be clearly defined. Once the time limit is reached, no one can prevent us from leaving the far north. Finally, we need to establish a base in the human world. It doesn't need to be large. A city will suffice. Kyle asked suspiciously, establish a base in the human world? What do you want to do with it? Ram waved his hand and said, don't misunderstand. A base won't do much. It's just to allow some orcs to understand the human world and facilitate communication between the two sides. Luke frowned and said, you don't intend to use this base to gather information about the human world and prepare for the next war, do you? Ram laughed. When have you ever seen us orcs need to prepare for war? Don't overthink it. Our purpose is very pure. After all, we haven't had contact for too long. I want humans to know the changes we orcs have undergone in the past 300 years, to deepen mutual understanding. Charles shook his head. That suggestion isn't appropriate. No faction would agree to your base in the human world. Everyone's afraid of what you might do. Ram raised an eyebrow. Let's put that aside for now. What about the others? Annie chuckled and said, we can agree to the first two suggestions, but we have conditions. Since you need resources, we can't just give them away for free. You need to open the border, allowing trade between the two sides, and fully guaranteeing the rights and safety of merchants. The main form of trade will be barter. You can exchange whatever you want. Ram's eyes lit up. That works. Is there more? And continued, of course there is more. You must leave 300,000 Chi Yuan level half-orcs in the human world. These half-orcs must not rebel or commit illegal acts. After a year of centralized management, we will give them the right to move freely. They must participate in various affairs just like humans, and no more than 10 half-orcs can be in the same group, otherwise we will punish them. Abdul, who hadn't spoken until now, immediately exclaimed, 300,000? Doesn't that mean we empty our army's middle ranks? Hussein also frowned and said, we don't have 300,000 Chi Yuan warriors in the army. Can we reduce it? And shook her head and said, the shortfall can be covered by Hua Yuan warriors. In addition, orcs and giants can also join. Hussein was silent for a moment, then looked at Ram. Ram nodded and said, we agree to this condition, Peter said, but how will you manage so many people? Annie smiled and said, don't worry about that. The Adventurers Guild and Divine Beast Mountain will handle it. Peter tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said, our Holy See has churches in every city in the human world. We punish anyone who breaks the rules. Okay, we agree to both conditions. Is there anything else? Annie continued, there are no other conditions. However, I want to respond to your second condition, the time limit. I give you 200 years. If we remain peaceful within 200 years, the blockade will be lifted, and the orcs can leave the far north freely. How about it? Kyle and Luke remained silent. They had already agreed that Annie would handle the negotiations. Hussein frowned. 200 years is too long, isn't it? I'd be almost dead by then. Ram chimed in, we already been punished there for 300 years. We don't have much time left. We want to see our people escape that snowy wasteland and live a richer, more prosperous life before we die. Abdul leaned forward slightly. How about 50 years? Give an old man like me something to look forward to. And shook her head. 50 years is impossible. 150 years is more like it. Abdul's eye twitched. By then, I'd be ashes. Ram sighed. This is the hope of our generation. How about 100 years? And stroked her chin. 100 years? She then asked Kyle and Luke. How about 100 years? Kyle nodded slightly. I have no objection. Luke smiled. But there's a condition. During this time, the orcs, beastmen, and giants cannot launch any more invasions. And clapped her hands. Deal. Chapter 584. With the general direction determined, both sides began discussing other details, and signed a contract to maintain the validity of the negotiations. The next day, Hussein could only slink away with his people from the elven forest, retreating back to the far north. He also opened the border as agreed, allowing anyone to trade. The elves and dwarves were overjoyed to have regained their land, and their attitude towards humans changed somewhat. The responsibility for managing 300,000 orcs fell to the Norma Empire. Annie simply handed them over to Iliel, choosing a relatively secluded location on the outskirts of a town for centralized management. Other forces also contributed manpower and resources, taking turns guarding the concentration camp. The orcs already knew their fate. Initially, they harbored some resentment, but it gradually subsided. The entire human world was briefly united because of the orc situation, and some agreements were reached among the various parties. For example, the Anti-Demon Alliance and the Norma Empire reached an agreement to cede parts of the Northern Frontier Military Region and the Linhai Military Region in exchange for the Central Military Region and Shurken City. Annie readily agreed. Her original purpose in occupying the Central Military Region was to plant a thorn in the side of the Anti-Demon Alliance. As long as the Central Military Region remained in Norma hands, Jack and his allies would be at their mercy. However, the situation is now different. The demons have completely conquered the Linhai Military Region, and the entire Anti-Demon Alliance has lost its former vigor. Its territory has shrunk by more than half, and it has suffered heavy losses of powerful individuals, making it no longer a threat to the Norma Empire. More importantly, during this time, the powerful individuals previously imprisoned in the Northern Wasteland gradually found Jonathan and joined the Rambeau family's army. This included a group of strong individuals like Addison, whose strength had reached the high level of the Fengyuan realm, with Addison even breaking through to the second level of the Ziyuan realm, making them another formidable fighting force. Meanwhile, Peter also had a private discussion with, and mainly concerning the development of the Holy See, and proposed several major principles, the first being that the persecution of necromancers should cease. Peter initially disagreed, but after several days of back and forth, he reluctantly conceded. As long as they weren't necromancers from the other Shoreflower organization, they could be exempted from their so-called purification after undergoing their education and certification. Furthermore, and also proposed methods to restrict the clergy of the Holy See. Churches in various regions must obey their local lords, abide by laws and social morality, and must not continue to harm civilians or act arbitrarily as before. Peter shared the same idea and proposed that Simon lead the formation of a disciplinary team to punish misconduct by clergy in churches across the country, thus truly rectifying the situation. After the last negotiation, Charles returned to Bray and gave Roy a good scolding. However, he was very pleased that the Austen Empire had produced a holy body like Greta, and took Greta directly to the Forbidden Land for personal instruction. Afterwards, Roy personally led a delegation to the Norman Empire, met with Reiner, and signed several peace and trade treaties, though Roy was largely making concessions. This surprised Annie somewhat. It seemed Charles had indeed changed Roy considerably. Before, Roy would never have bowed down. However, there was still an unstable factor in the human world, the Other Shore Flower. After Constantine's death and the occupation of its headquarters, the Other Shore Flower had fallen into disarray, with its key members disappearing without a trace. The elders of the Cansawatford faction, where Umar previously belonged, were almost entirely wiped out, while many members of the Attic faction survived, such as the Black Flame King Moises and Hamfast. However, they could no longer cause any trouble. The Other Shore Flower was now like a rat in the street, hated by everyone, and even the No Man's Land had no place for them. Because the Norman Empire bordered the former Other Shore Flower territory, many members fled there. Annie organized a search, but these people were too cunning and adept at concealing their whereabouts, making it difficult to find them. However, Anne didn't give up. She brought Jonathan, who had been withdrawn from the Central Military District, into the investigation, and personally oversaw the operation in Marco City. That day, the demon sent messengers, Vlad the Blood Demon, Geoffrey the Ogre, and Hamel the Troll. And, long time no see. Hamel charged towards, and with massive strides, and quickly used wind magic to dodge, causing Hamel to miss. Don't get excited. Speaking of which, you become much more articulate these days. Vlad laughed. So many years have passed, it would be unacceptable if he hadn't improved. And he sat down with the three and asked, "What brings you here this time?" Vlad said, "Our demon race has had some time to recuperate, and the environment here is indeed much better. But don't worry, we leave some people behind to guard the Western Ghost Realm and prevent those wandering undead creatures from attacking the human world." Annie nodded. "With General Cadix personally overseeing things, I have nothing to worry about." "So you're not planning to attack the Anti-Demon Alliance anymore, are you?" Vlad said, "That's right, but whether they give up is another matter." Annie smiled. "They no longer have the strength to counterattack. Besides, I already returned the Central Military District and Stonehill City to them. Now they have many things to do, such as what to do with Arnos." Geoffrey said, "Arnos is indeed a problem. No one can kill him now, but his existence will continue to affect Lord Morphus." Annie nodded. "However, I think that compared to you, Jack and the others would rather Arnos be dead. Because with him around, Stone Canaan has a ticking time bomb, and right now, there are probably only a handful of people capable of defusing it." Vlad stroked his chin. "They wouldn't go and ask the Desert Eagle or the Adventurers Guild president, would they?" "It's possible," Annie said. "After all, that's the optimal solution. And if they want to get those two involved, they have to go through me. I estimate they send someone soon, because Arnos' existence is definitely making them extremely uneasy." Geoffrey exclaimed admiringly, "Miss, and what a brilliant plan. If you help them resolve Arnos' matter, they'd be eternally grateful, and all previous grudges will likely be wiped clean." And waved her hand. "Wiped clean, but at least we won't be enemies anymore." "Oh, right." Vlad slapped his forehead. "Lord Cadix asked me to give you something. I almost forgot." He pulled a package from his pocket and handed it to Anne. And took the package with some confusion and asked, "What's this?" Vlad shook his head. "I haven't opened it, but Lord Cadix said it's something you asked him to find." "Something I asked him to find?" And was even more bewildered. She scratched her head vigorously, unable to recall ever asking Cadix for anything. However, the next moment, the Spirit Division manual within her body activated automatically. Although the movement was slight, it caused Annie's eyes to narrow sharply, as if she had realized something. She quickly unwrapped the leather covering, revealing what was inside, a cultivation manual. The Spirit Division manual. Annie was incredibly excited. Seer had previously told her that the last clue to the Spirit Division manual lay in the Western Ghost Realm, but she had been too busy with various matters to investigate. She had mentioned it to Cadix by chance, and Cadix had remembered it, and sent people to investigate, eventually finding the manual, and having Vlad bring it over. With this manual, Annie's Spirit Division manual was now complete, and her strength would definitely rise to a new level. That's wonderful, thank you, Vlad. Vlad waved his hand with a smile. Why thank me? You should thank Lord Cadix. He specially dispatched elite forces to investigate the dangerous areas of the Western Ghost Realm, and suffered considerable losses. Annie was moved and asked, then how should I repay him? This gift is far too precious and important to me. Hamel said. Lord Cadix said he doesn't want any repayment. He just wants to see how far you can grow. If you really want to repay him, then quickly increase your strength. Annie took a deep breath. At this point, she didn't know what to say. In that case, please convey my gratitude to Senior Cadix on my behalf. Also, if there's anything I can do to help you, please feel free to contact me. Say it, I will absolutely do everything in my power to help. Annie first put away the Spirit Division scroll, then asked, by the way, how's things going with Kiritama? Vlad replied, Achilles has completely taken control of the entire no man's land, and Kiritama has become his puppet. Mycroft has noticed something, but the difference in strength is undeniable, and he can't do anything about it. However, the situation in the no man's land is not bad right now, and we haven't mistreated him, so he hasn't made any moves. Annie nodded and said, but Mycroft isn't exactly a peaceful fellow either, so you better keep an eye on him. After the demons left, Annie found Born. At this time, Born was still sparring with Xiaoxue. Xishua's strength was now equally formidable, and with a super strong physique unique to magical beasts, she was even stronger than Born. Angela clapped and cheered. Having broken through to the Supreme Realm, Crick, as agreed, no longer restricted her movements. After the matter with the elves was resolved, she returned to the Norma Empire. Bang! A loud crash followed, and Born and Xiaoxue were each thrown back more than 10 meters, leaving a large crater in the ground. And walked forward with a smile. All right, you had your fun. Angela, seeing Annie, immediately flew over happily. Annie, are you done with your work? And shook her head. No, but there's something more important now. All of you, come here. Hearing that it was important, Born and Xiaoxue quickly joined in. What is it? And immediately took out the Spirit Division manual in front of everyone. Everyone's expression changed instantly. They all knew about the Spirit Division and Soul Fusion technique, and naturally knew the value of this manual. How did you find it? Born exclaimed in surprise. Annie replied, it was Cadix. He sent someone to find it for me from the Western Ghost Realm. Angela exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect Cadix to be so reliable. Annie said, let's not talk about that now. Now that we have the last copy of the Spirit Division chapter, let's go into seclusion quickly. Maybe we can break through another level. Born nodded, yes, as long as I break through another level, I won't be afraid of that Kadyrov anymore. It's time to go back and take revenge. Xiaoxue covered her mouth and laughed. It's hard to imagine how pathetic you looked when you were being chased. Then, Annie led everyone away from the city lord's mansion, heading towards the secret manor on the outskirts of the city, where the cultivation room was still preserved, providing a place for everyone to cultivate at any time. Unlike the peaceful scene in the Norma Empire, the reputation of Divine Beast Mountain had declined significantly after the previous events. However, with Annie's subsequent support and the reconstruction of churches throughout the land, the mountain's prestige was restored. However, the various guardians still harbored considerable resentment towards Annie, as they considered several of her demands to be extremely excessive. The Goddess of Light will never allow coexistence with such lowly and despicable beings as necromancers. It's an utter disgrace. Grand Jacob slammed his fist against the wall. Peter remained silent. After all, it was he who had agreed to this. Andre patted him on the shoulder and said, don't get agitated. There's nothing we can do about it. If we don't agree to Annie's conditions, our church won't be able to open to the Norma Empire and the Anti-Demon Alliance. Simon said, yes, even Sharia, Harrington, and Velas have agreed to let us rebuild the church. The goddess's glory can once again shine upon the earth. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. A good thing? Grand Jacob roared. Is this still the papacy? Is this still the majestic Divine Beast Mountain? Annie is just a low-level supreme being, not even a fraction of our age. What are we afraid of? But her prestige now far surpasses that of Divine Beast Mountain. Look at Charles's attitude. He's clearly biased towards Annie. And according to previous intelligence, there's already concrete evidence that the demons are contacting Annie. From any perspective, our overall strength is inferior to Annie's, Matthews said. James the younger sighed, and most importantly, we now depend on Anne. If Anne is gone, the church we just built might be destroyed overnight. James the Greater gritted his teeth. He knew everyone was right, but he just couldn't swallow his anger. He only regretted not killing and back in Marco. Chapter 585. The entire meeting was filled with lively discussion, but Peter remained silent throughout. After the meeting, Grand Jacob left first peak dejectedly, intending to return to his third peak. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Cliff? Aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here? Grand Jacob asked, somewhat puzzled. Cliff looked intently at Grand Jacob and said, You're not happy with the current situation either, are you? Annie is dominating our divine beast mountain, which is a complete disgrace to His Holiness the Pope. If he knew, he would be furious. Grand Jacob frowned. You were eavesdropping on the meeting? Cliff nodded. Anyway, I'm going to inherit the Pope's mantle. What's wrong with listening to a meeting? Besides, you didn't come to any conclusions, did you? Grand Jacob sighed. Now, only Peter could control Cliff. You should go back to cultivating. Improving your strength is more important than anything else. Don't think about these things. Look at Yulin, she's already at the second level of the Yuan realm. If we continue to be so complacent, she'll catch up with us sooner or later. Cliff sneered. What is she? I am the chosen one with the holy body. She can never surpass me. My real opponent is N. If we eliminate her before she grows stronger, we can eliminate any future trouble. James the Elder shook his head. Just like my brother said, our Holy See still relies on and otherwise, those churches couldn't be rebuilt. Humph. Cliff snorted. There's no need to worry about that. Once N dies, the forces she united will crumble again. Then they be at our mercy. We say we want to build churches, who dares disobey? Jacob's heart stirred upon hearing this, finding it quite reasonable. However, he added, but we already missed our chance. It'd be difficult to make a move against Annie now. Cliff shook his head, saying, Actually, it's not difficult. The Desert Eagle and the Adventurers Guild president won't stay by Annie's side. They're also seeking a way to break through. Plus, the situation has improved, and Annie won't expect anyone to assassinate her. So now is a perfect opportunity. Jacob's eyes lit up. That makes sense, but Peter probably won't agree. Ahem. Cliff waved his hand. Do we need to tell the teacher about this? We can just do it ourselves. Jacob. Each narrowed his eyes. What are you planning to do? It's simple. We use the guise of a visit to assassinate her directly in the Norma Empire. Grand Jacob stroked his chin. Me alone? Of course not. Cliff said. With me and Judas, the three of us together can launch a fatal attack. Even if she has other powerful allies, they won't be able to react in time. Grand Jacob's attack power is among the best of all the Guardians, while Judas's domain is a stealth type, capable of removing Annie's defenses. Cliff's newly awakened domain is the Holy Light domain, which increases speed and attack power, with an even greater amplification when used against necromancers. This certainly gives them a chance. However, Grand Jacob still hesitated. If we fail, it will inevitably reignite the conflict between us and Annie. How will you explain that to Peter? Cliff's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Don't worry, we definitely succeed. She's only at the third level of the Yuan realm, the same level as me. With your attack power, you can absolutely blast her to smithereens. Has Judah made a decision? Jacob the Greater asked. He has agreed. As long as you nod, we proceed. Jacob the Greater took a deep breath, finally making up his mind. Alright, in that case, we can only succeed, we cannot fail. The Complete Spirit Division chapter was incredibly powerful. In just 1 month, Annie and the others emerged from the cultivation room, each breaking through one level, while Annie directly crossed the threshold of the middle stage of the Supreme Origin realm. Bourne laughed heartily, ha ha, this way I can go back to the Netherworld. Angela covered her mouth and laughed. What's so great about the Netherworld? You might as well stay in the prime material plane with this body. No way. Bourne shook his head. Although this body is not bad, there are still many things waiting for me to handle in the Netherworld. Besides, I think coming to the prime material plane is just as easy. And asked, when are you going back? Bourne thought for a moment and said, no rush, I need to consolidate my cultivation and take care of those guys from the other shore flower while I'm at it. Just then, Eilil appeared before them. You're finally out, Annie? I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Huh? Annie was a little confused. Well, tell me the good news first. Olin has woken up. What? Annie exclaimed in surprise. Where is he now? Eilil quickly replied, the elven martial arts master Crick went to Gore City specifically to treat Olin's injuries. He woke up a few days later. Now Olin can communicate normally, but he still can't get up and needs to rest. That's wonderful. Annie's joy was palpable. Angela exclaimed happily, I asked Teacher Crick to come and help, and it actually worked. That's fantastic. Bourne asked, what's the bad news? Ailill sighed and said, the bad news is, there are rumors that the Norma Empire welcomes necromancers and considers them an important resource for war. Therefore, many necromancers are flooding into the Empire and eagerly enlisting in various regions. Angela asked doubtfully, isn't this a good thing? Necromancers are already powerful. Their addition will enhance our overall combat strength. Bourne frowned slightly. That's just a facade. If a large number of necromancers flood in, it will be difficult for us to determine if they are remnants of the other Shoreflower. If thieves infiltrate and commit evil deeds, they might pin it all on us. It's truly impossible to defend ourselves. And nodded. That's indeed a problem. We don't have a list of members of the other Shoreflower organization, making proper screening extremely difficult. Ailill said, currently, the necromancers recruited in various places are all organized separately, and we dare not put them together with others. But this isn't a solution, we must find a way. Bourne thought for a moment and said, actually, I think this might not be a bad thing. And asked, what are your thoughts? Bourne slowly said, if we organize these necromancers separately, forming a necromancer brigade, and directly manage it under the Imperial High Command, it would be a very powerful force. After all, necromancers are most skilled in summoning magic. In this way, a team of 1,000 could exert the fighting power of 2,000 or even 3,000. So how do we solve the problem with the spider lilies? Israel asked. Why bother solving it? Bourne laughed. Perhaps we don't need to bother with them at all. As long as they don't cause trouble, that's fine. If anyone does cause trouble, deal with them strictly as an example, and at the same time, use more resources and better conditions to make these people willingly become members of the Norma army. I'm sure the conditions here are better than with the spider lilies. So you're going to turn them against us? Angela said. Bourne nodded. That's the gist of it, but we must choose a suitable person to be the captain, otherwise it will be difficult to manage these people. And nodded slightly. Yes, I discussed this with Reiner. Next, I like to go to Gore City. Do you want to come along? Of course. Everyone answered in unison. A week later, the group hurried back to Gore City, and went directly to the former Marquis' mansion, now known as Gore Castle. As Anne stepped into the castle, a feeling of being transported to another world washed over her. She hadn't been back in a long time. This was her birthplace, a place filled with memories, both good and bad. Bourne sensed the change in Anne's emotions, and asked through telepathic communication, Anne, are you all right? And shook her head. I'm fine, just a little sad. Father, my second sister, and my third brother are all gone. So many years have passed, and everything has changed. Bourne comforted her. Although they're gone, Eva, Oren, and Margot are still here. And the Gore family is more united than ever before, which is a good thing. So don't be sad, things will definitely get better for everyone. Annie smiled slightly. Thank you, Brother Bourne. Thank you for always being with me. Bourne was taken aback, then laughed. Why thank me? I'm your summoned spirit, of course I stay with you. Annie shook her head. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. On my own, I could never have escaped those dangers unscathed, let alone cultivated to such a level. Bourne patted Annie's head. We're interdependent. Without you, there would be no me. Don't say thank you anymore, okay? Annie gently wiped her eyes. Brother Bourne, you and Xiaoxua are too big, you don't need to go in. Angela and I will go in. The two of them then followed the servants into the castle, and arrived at Olen's room on the second floor. A gentle knock was made on the door, footsteps sounded, and then the door opened, revealing Eva's face. Annie? You're back. Eva's voice was full of surprise. Annie nodded. Mother, how is Brother Oren? Eva quickly stepped aside to let everyone in. Oren was lying in bed, his eyes slightly open, looking at Annie with some tears in them. Little sister. Annie ran over, grabbed Oren's hand, and tears streamed down her face. Brother, you're finally awake. Oren choked out. I thought. I never. See. You again. No. I won't let anything happen to you. Don't talk anymore, just rest. Margot said from the side. Fortunately, Master Krieg arrived. His magic is truly amazing, otherwise Brother would have been unconscious for a long time. Eva added, the martial arts master said it was all thanks to Saintess Yelen's efforts. If she hadn't extended Olen's life, even the martial arts master's magic wouldn't have saved him. Annie nodded. I come to thank you in person someday. Eva took Angela's hand, Her eyes filled with tears and said, "Angela, you suffered too." Angela stepped forward and hugged Eva, speechless for a moment. If it weren't for Eva back then, she might have been sold by those gambling parents. For so many years, in her eyes, Eva was her mother. Margot wiped her eyes and teased, "Did you go see Nickel when you came back?" Angela blushed, then whispered, "I went to see Annie as soon as I got back. That guy knows I'm back, but he didn't even come to see me." Eva said, "Nickel's status is different now. The Norma Empire is facing a great opportunity for development. He's probably very busy." "Even if he's very busy, I still came." A figure appeared in the doorway. It was Nickel, and standing before him was none other than Reiner, the Emperor of the Norma Empire. "Your Majesty." Everyone immediately bowed. Reiner quickly stepped forward. "No need for formalities. Let's not be so formal in private. How is Oren?" Eva recounted Oren's situation to everyone, and they all met with Oren in turn, instructing him to rest well. To allow him to rest properly, they quickly left the room. Eva ordered the servants to prepare a meal, and led everyone to the dining room. The group hadn't seen each other for a long time, and chatted amongst themselves. During this time, Annie reported to Reiner about forming a necromancer squad, which Reiner immediately agreed to. "But who should be the captain?" Jonathan asked. "These people are not easy to manage. The captain needs not only high status, but also considerable strength." Reiner looked at Nickel, who immediately waved his hand, saying, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I'm currently holding several positions, and am simply too busy." Reiner then looked at Amida, who looked bitter. "I'm too old, and my strength has stalled at the early stage of the Fengyuan realm. I'm afraid I can't handle it." Reiner was at a loss, and could only look to Annie for help. And pondered for a moment, then turned to Jonathan and asked, "What is Edith doing now?" Jonathan was taken aback. "Well, Edith is currently serving as a lieutenant in my family. Although he is powerful, he is, after all, a Harry." And smiled. "Where is the Harry Empire now?" She then looked at Reiner and said, "Your Majesty, Edith helped me a great deal in the northern wilderness. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to escape from there. Moreover, he has repeatedly distinguished himself in the Rambo army, repelling several attacks by the Anti-Magic Alliance. I suggest that Edith be made an Earl, appointed Minister of Military Affairs, and given command of the Necromancer Brigade, with the title Undead Army." Chapter 586. Everyone was taken aback, and words were truly astonishing. Reiner frowned and asked, "Marquis Jonathan, I don't know Edison well. What do you think of him?" Jonathan pondered for a moment. "To be honest, Edison is indeed quite good. He's not only exceptionally capable, but also possesses rich management experience. The soldiers under his command are all highly motivated and disciplined. Furthermore, his character is impeccable. Since joining my Rambo family, there has never been any negative news about him. In fact, commoners often express their gratitude to him. The only problem is that he's a Hari." Amida said, "I learned a bit about him when I was in the northern wasteland. He's a man of unwavering character, and extremely sentimental. And saved him, so he would never do anything to harm her. You can see that from the fact that he proactively brought others to join him." Reiner stroked his chin. "It wasn't impossible, but it was unprecedented in the history of the Norma Empire." Nickel then said, "Since Annie and Amida both think highly of him, I don't see any problem with it. Besides, speaking of necromancers, he's brought quite a few from the northern wastes, like that Otto. If we were to choose from among our Normans, I doubt anyone could control these lawless bastards." Seeing that no one objected, Reiner nodded and said, "All right, I hold a meeting to discuss this further when I return to the palace. I don't think Iliel and the others will have any objections, except for the current Minister of Military Affairs." Amida smiled slightly. "Although it will be a bit of a hardship for him, it shouldn't be a problem." And so, the group finalized the arrangements for the Necromancer Brigade. The next day, after inspecting the northern border in Misty City, Reiner returned to the palace. Reiner's first act upon returning to the palace was to convene a meeting and propose the appointment of Addison. As he had anticipated, while everyone was quite shocked, they offered no objections. From any perspective, Addison was the most suitable candidate. Thus, the Norma Empire's royal family issued a decree that shocked the entire nation, bestowing upon a Harry Addison the title of Earl, and appointing him as Imperial Minister of Military Affairs, Grand General, and Captain of the Necromancer Brigade. Addison immediately took office, bringing with him his group of old comrades from the northern wasteland. This large group of men had all reached the Fengyuan and Huayuan stages of strength, with Addison himself at the initial stage of Ziyuan. Managing a Necromancer Brigade was entirely within their capabilities. At first, There were naturally some who resisted, but they were quickly subdued by him. After all, Addison's reputation as the devilish captain wasn't for nothing. However, Addison soon discovered that many in this necromancer brigade had once been members of the other Shore Flower, but later, having been separated from their former allies, they had sought refuge with the Norma Empire. But when Addison reported this to Annie, she left him to decide whether to keep or kill these people, whether to spare or let them go, was entirely up to Addison. With Annie's unwavering trust, Addison lived up to expectations, quickly integrating the entire necromancer brigade and successfully removing the hidden needles planted by the other Shore Flower. During the interrogation of these individuals, Addison learned a crucial piece of information. The Black Flame King Moises seemed to be hiding in the Norma Empire, plotting to reorganize the other Shore Flower organization. Although Addison desperately wanted to deal with the Black Flame King himself, he was new to the area and had many matters to attend to with the Military Affairs Department and the Necromancer Corps. Therefore, he reported the matter to Annie. Annie told Addison to drop the matter, and she herself, along with Bourne, headed to the Black Flame King's hideout. "Annie, do you think this information is reliable?" Bourne asked, carrying Annie on his back as they sped through the air. Annie smoothed her hair. "I don't know, so I didn't make a big fuss. But Black Flame King is, after all, a high-ranking envoy of the Attic faction. His strength and status are not to be underestimated. I'm a little worried about sending anyone else." Bourne frowned. "But he actually ran all the way to Misty City. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? He ran from the southernmost part of the continent to the northernmost part. This guy can really run." Annie laughed. "Maybe he thinks the most dangerous place is the safest. After all, Misty City is now the core of the Northern Territory, and Old Man Cough has been leading his elite troops there." "Who cares?" Bourne said. "Once we find that guy, I break his legs. I can't let him escape again." The two quickly landed outside Misty City. Because Bourne was too large to easily enter the city, Annie went in alone. In recent years, Misty City has changed a lot. After entering the city through the East Gate, there is a densely packed residential area, which is a great improvement from the previous slum. People are much more energetic and spirited. Walking towards the city center, she saw the small building where she used to live, a place her father had prepared especially for her, where she had only lived for a few months. Now, that building had become a tourist attraction, with a large plaque hanging at the entrance that read Anne's former residence. Many people were going in and out of the building, all tourists, and had long ago returned the building to the city lord's mansion. Ka felt that since it was where Anne had lived, it shouldn't be disturbed easily, but leaving such a nice building empty was a waste. It would be better to turn it into a tourist attraction, which would also generate revenue for the city lord's mansion. And didn't go in. She turned past the building and headed north, towards the Adventure Zone. The Adventure Zone was even more bustling. Misty City was now the only entrance to the Misty Forest. Since the orcs opened the borders to trade, the human world had begun transporting large quantities of goods northward, and many human merchants had already profited from it. Having tasted success, people gradually overcame their fear of the orcs, and began trading more frequently. Therefore, the Adventure Zone is now more like a trading area, with fewer adventurers and more merchants. However, to ensure the smooth transport of goods to the far north, these merchants still need to hire adventurers for escort. So, Misty City remains an adventurer's paradise. Annie skillfully turned left and right, arriving at a bustling market. This market was very well hidden, but the flow of people was enormous. The market was divided into 16 areas, each with a different trading theme. This was a legitimate underground market. Compared to before, its area was larger and more expansive, even featuring patrols by soldiers from the city lord's mansion to maintain order. Following the clues provided by Addison, Annie arrived at a training room. The owner was a necromancer, pale-faced, and with a somewhat gloomy expression. However, upon seeing Annie, his face immediately lit up with a smile. "Oh! Miss Annie, you. What brings you here?" Annie raised an eyebrow slightly. "You know me?" The necromancer chuckled. "I'm Chuckler. Back then, Archmage Nickel even came to me specifically to consult about your cultivation. Later, I joined your 1,000-strong squad, and that's how my strength improved." Annie quickly remembered. "Oh, it's you? Thank you so much back then." Chuckler rubbed his hands together. Hee, not at all. I should thank you too, Miss Annie. Without you, we necromancers wouldn't be able to live freely in the sunlight." Annie shook her head. "I only gave you a..." "Yes, but if you want to change the image of necromancers in people's minds, you need to work hard yourselves." Chuckler asked, "Oh, by the way, what brings you here today? Do you need my help?" Annie smiled and said, "It's nothing important. I just wanted to check on things here. Your training room is quite nice. Is it usually crowded?" Chuckler replied, "I used to hide in this training room, but then the owner ran away, so I asked Old Man Kraft to transfer it to me. After I took over, I renovated it, added many rooms, and, with old Dean Douglas's advice, optimized the cultivation array. The number of guests has been increasing. Recently, we had 30 or 40 guests every day." "Are there many long-term residents?" Annie asked. Chuckle replied, "Not many. After all, Miss City is overflowing with gold these days, and nobody wants to stay in the training room too long. It's much more profitable to do business with the orcs." Annie nodded. "That makes sense. Are there any necromancers who stay here long-term?" Chuckle thought for a moment and said, "No, not really." "Not really?" Annie asked doubtfully. "Are you sure?" Chuckle scratched his head. "Indeed, there aren't. There are only 5 people who stay with me long-term, but none of them are necromancers." Annie asked, "Is there a list?" Chuckle immediately pulled a notebook from his drawer and handed it to Annie. "Here, those 5 at the top." Annie. He took a look and immediately spotted one of the men named Seth. He asked, "Who is he? How long has he been here?" Chuckler peered inside and said, "This guy's a fire elemental mage. He's been here for about a month. He hardly talks, shows no interest in business, and is a cultivation fanatic." "What does he look like?" Chuckler shook his head. "He usually wears a red cloak, so I haven't really seen him clearly, but he has an Adventurers Guild registration tag." Annie had some ideas and said, "Can you take me to see him?" "Of course. Follow me." Chuckler immediately led the way. After their conversation, Chuckler had already guessed something. Seth seemed to be suspicious. The two arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. Chuckler was about to knock when Annie stopped him. "Wait a minute." "Huh?" Chuckler paused, then stepped aside. Annie stepped forward and gently placed her hand on the door. A surge of magic flowed through the door and into the room. "Brother Robert, thank you for your help." "Annie, leave it to me." Robert stepped out of the magic circle, passed directly through the door, and entered the room. The room was dark, but Robert's eyes, like 2 blue will-o'-the-wisps, clearly showed the entire room. The room was fully furnished, and a faint smoke lingered in the inner room, indicating that someone was cultivating. Robert slowly walked into the inner room, where a man in a red robe sat, seemingly unaware of Robert's arrival. Robert's lips curled into a smile. "TCH, looks like this mission can end soon." He slowly reached out, grabbing the red-robed man's hood. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The red-robed man exploded with a bang, and several ropes of light flew out from all directions, instantly binding Robert. "Damn it, Annie, something's fishy." Robert felt a powerful binding force and burning sensation on his body, immediately realizing what was happening, and telepathically warned Annie. However, at that moment, Annie was already drawn into a powerful domain. The moment she drew her wand, a suction force snatched it away instantly. "This is..." Annie frowned. The next moment, several attacks came fiercely from different directions, incredibly powerful. Chuckle immediately stepped forward to try and stop them, but was directly blasted away, coughing up blood and unconscious. Just as the attacks were about to hit Annie, she instantly activated her domain, and at the same time, a small altar appeared in her hand. The attack struck the altar, rebounding and slamming into the adjacent wall with a deafening roar. Bang! A large hole was blasted in the wall of the training room. Without hesitation, Annie leaped through the hole and onto the street. "Come out! You want my life? You're too scared to even show your face?" Annie shouted. The people on the street, seeing the fight, kept their distance. Whoosh! 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 3 figures flew in, surrounding Annie. They were all dressed in black robes, concealing their faces. "Annie, you're still so cautious. If you could get into that room, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." Annie narrowed her eyes, recognizing the man from his voice. "Cliff? Is this your order, or Peter's? Why do you care? You're going to die soon anyway." The 3 simultaneously unleashed their domains, enveloping Annie. "It's Jacob the Great and Judah the Protector, isn't it?" and said calmly. "We already have an agreement. Are you trying to reignite the war?" Judah sneered. "And you really overestimate yourself. What makes you think you can stand on equal footing with Divine Beast Mountain? You're just a little girl who hasn't even grown her first hair. Do you think your shabby altar is still usable? With my domain here, don't even think about using any magical artifacts." And was able to use the altar earlier because she used her domain in time to prevent it from being taken away. But now there are 3 domains superimposed, and Jacob the Great, a super strong expert at the high level of the Supreme Origin realm, is present. From any perspective, and has nowhere to escape this time. Jacob the Great slightly raised his head and said coldly, "Are you ready to die?" And Chapter 587. Jacob slammed the cross into the ground, unleashing a powerful burst of magic. This was the formidable pressure of an 8th-tier Supreme Realm cultivator, and Jacob's domain power was offensively oriented. The higher his rage, the stronger his attack. Cliff also possessed an offensive domain power. His domain enhanced his own attack power. For every necromancer or undead creature within its domain, his overall strength increased by 20%, up to a maximum of 100%. This domain was a nightmare for necromancers. However, as a holy son, Cliff hadn't revealed his strength to outsiders for a long time, so the specific effects of his domain were currently unknown, even to Annie. There was no other way now. Annie had already summoned Robert once, but when he was in danger, she had recalled him to the netherworld, and couldn't summon him again in the short term. Before Annie could react, Cliff launched his attack. A slash of light shot towards them, whistling through the air. Annie immediately channeled her wind elemental magic, becoming as light as a feather as she swiftly retreated. However, Judah wasn't about to let her off so easily. With a flick of his wand, a beam of light shot towards the retreating Annie. Annie's eyes flickered, and her fire elemental power erupted instantly. A deafening roar followed, and a gigantic fire elemental giant appeared out of thin air, shattering the beam of light with a single punch. What? Judah was startled. He knew Annie could use magic of other elements, but he hadn't expected her to be able to cast advanced magic. Don't underestimate Annie, she's not easy to deal with, Cliff warned. With the fire giant by her side, Annie's pressure eased slightly, but fighting 3 opponents, all significantly stronger than her, still left her unsure of what to do. Cliff alone was already nearly as strong as her, and with the addition of Jacob and Judas, 2 super powerful figures, the situation couldn't get any worse for Annie. Brother Born, come quick. The papacy has launched a sneak attack. I can't hold on much longer. Annie transmitted her voice. Hold on, I'll be right there. Born immediately took flight, soaring towards Annie's location. However, it would take some time for Born to arrive, and Annie would have to fend off the remaining attacks alone. Cliff, are you sure you can handle that fire giant? Judas asked. Cliff confidently replied, in just 2 moves, that fire giant will be slain by my sword. Judas smirked and fired another beam of light at Annie. Annie commanded the fire giant to parry, but Cliff also intervened, restraining the fire giant. Frustrated, Annie could only cast a bone shield herself to defend. With a crack, the bone shield shattered, but thankfully the light was also successfully blocked. Oh, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of control over defensive magic. Judah chuckled frivolously. Annie smiled faintly, of course. As a necromancer who isn't good at close combat, how can I not have some self-defense capabilities? Jacob the Great swung his hand, throwing out a cross that seemed to have eyes, hurtling directly towards Annie, and cast her bone shield again, simultaneously lunging to the left. With a deafening crash, the cross shattered the shield, even creating a large crater in the ground where Anne had just stood. TCH, is this your defense? Not good enough. Jacob the Great scoffed. We don't have time to play with you. Enjoy your death. With that, Jacob launched another attack. The cross, carrying immense magical power, hurtled towards Anne, and used wind magic combined with defensive spells to desperately flee, constantly wary of Judas's sneak attacks from the side. Thump. Anne's back slammed against the damp brick wall. She could feel cold sweat trickling down her spine. The crowd in the market had long since scattered, leaving only overturned shelves and scattered fruits and vegetables. The air reeked of rotting cabbage mixed with the distinctive sandalwood scent of light magic, a nauseating smell. Give up, Anne. James the Great's voice seemed to come from afar, the cross in his hand gleaming with blinding golden light. You can't escape. Anne gritted her teeth. She could feel her magic power dwindling rapidly. The fire giant she had just summoned had been cleaved into pieces by Cliff's long sword. Sparks scattered at her feet like some laughable ornament. Worse still, Judas kept interfering with her spellcasting. Every time she tried to retaliate, a beam of light would strangely shoot towards her, disrupting her rhythm. Bang! A golden beam grazed her cheek, blasting a charred crater in the brick wall behind her, and rolled haphazardly to avoid it, her black robe soaked through by the dirty water on the ground, clinging to her body. She could feel James the Great's anger rising, meaning his attacks would grow increasingly fierce. Bring out the altar. Don't you have an altar that can withstand damage? Jacob roared, the light from the cross almost blinding. And of course, couldn't bring out the altar. With Judas present, any magical artifact she brought out could be suddenly taken away. And barely managed to erect a bone shield, but it was shattered by Cliff's longsword the next second. Amidst the flying bone fragments, she saw Judas raise his wand. That damned wand always managed to shoot out a beam of light at the most crucial moment. In the name of the dead. And quickly chanted the spell, but before she could finish, another beam of light shot towards her throat. It was Judas. This guy wasn't particularly strong offensively, but he had an incredibly keen sense of the battlefield. Cliff seized the opportunity to appear in front of, and in a flash. Before Anne could react, he kicked her in the chest. And crossed her arms to block the attack, but she wasn't good at close combat. Cliff's kick, imbued with powerful magic, instantly sent her flying. And felt a tightness in her chest, her breathing becoming labored, but when she looked up, Cliff was already standing before her. It was over. Cliff, his face beaming with excitement, pointed his long sword at Anne's throat. Finally, this day had come. For years, Cliff had spent day and night, constantly plotting how to defeat Anne, and now, his dream had come true. Just then, a glint flashed in Anne's eyes, and a smile played on her lips. You really think you won? Huh? Cliff hadn't even reacted yet. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed overhead, sending debris flying, followed by a dragon's roar that reverberated through the sky. Awoo! Now! And cast a wind spell, her figure blurring as she took advantage of Cliff's momentary lapse in attention. She rolled behind an overturned carriage, where Judah couldn't see what she was holding, and his domain wasn't covering her. She quickly pulled her wand from her robes. Grab her! Jacob roared, slamming his cross down. Then, a gigantic phantom of an evil spirit appeared before them. The spirit's eyes were wide open, its mouth gaping, and terrifying power gathered within. Damn it! Get out of the way! Jacob thought in alarm. That was Anne's signature move. The roar of the evil spirit, a powerful attack and control spell that ignored physical defenses. Even Jacob didn't dare to be careless. He immediately swung his cross forcefully, and a protective shield appeared around him. The next moment, the evil spirit let out a terrifying roar, awoo. After Annie's continuous stacking of other spells, the death combo had reached its maximum amplification effect. The evil spirit's roar unleashed its power many times over, the powerful sonic waves crashed down, causing ripples to appear on Jacob's protective shield, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Judas also managed to cast a defensive spell in time, blocking the attack, but Cliff wasn't so lucky. He was closest to Annie, leaving him insufficient time to react. His own strength was only comparable to Annie's, and he hadn't expected her to suddenly attack, catching him off guard. Although Cliff also cast a defensive spell, it only lasted a few seconds before being completely shattered. The powerful sonic waves directly impacted his soul. Crack! With a crisp sound, a pendant around Cliff's neck shattered, its mysterious radiance dimming. Ah! Cliff clutched his head, and collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in agony. Cliff, are you alright? Judas quickly rushed to Cliff's side, shielding him behind him. Cliff took a few deep breaths, recovering his composure. He slammed his fist into the ground, glaring fiercely at Anne. Damn it! The amulet His Holiness the Pope gave me is ruined by you. So it was an amulet? No wonder you were able to withstand that attack. Anne chuckled. But you should think carefully. Without that amulet, you'd probably be dead by now. Boom! Bourne landed steadily beside Anne, his claws flashing with dark light, clearly having just unleashed a magical attack. Judah said in a deep voice, that golden dragon attacked you just now, but it must have been blocked by the amulet. Cliff then understood, the amulet had actually blocked 2 attacks in succession, but after shattering, it still caused him some mental shock. Humph. It's just another mutated golden dragon. Do you think it can change the current situation? Jacob said coldly, and this time, we won't give you another chance to retaliate. Annie narrowed her eyes slightly. Is that really what you think? At this moment, Bourne's domain also unfolded. Their combined domains significantly reduced Judah's attempts to seize the altar. Now, Annie had taken out the altar again, but Judah tried several times but couldn't take it. Judah gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. He then unleashed a beam of light. Bourne immediately looked up, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the beam. What? Everyone was stunned, not expecting the mutated golden dragon to be so ferocious. And smiled slightly. She now had a better understanding of the situation. Her awakened domain was the summoning domain. Within her domain, the power to summon the undead would increase exponentially. Therefore, Born's current strength had reached around the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, making him more than capable of dealing with Judah. She herself possessed the altar, which could withstand Jacob's attacks. The only remaining threat was Cliff, but Cliff's spirit had been affected, and he was likely unable to exert his full strength for the time being. Roar! Born roared, launching the first attack on Judah, who could only react hastily. Jacob swung his cross, striking Annie dozens of times, but all were easily blocked by the altar, and didn't retaliate, knowing it would be futile. With Jacob's strength, he wouldn't care about her counterattack. Cliff, are you done yet? Jacob roared. Cliff rubbed his head with his left hand. He wanted to join the fight, but he was already staggering, let alone able to fight. Jacob attacked and, thinking to himself, I must kill Anne today. Otherwise, once she returns, she will definitely launch a retaliatory attack against Divine Beast Mountain, which would be a devastating blow. After all, the vast majority of powerful figures on the continent are on Anne's side. Guardian Jacob, give up. You can't kill me today. Anne suddenly said. Jacob's face twisted in a grimace as he snarled, You won't be arrogant for long. I kill you today. Annie said calmly, I don't know why you hate me so much, but I can tell you clearly, if you stop now, I won't retaliate against Divine Beast Mountain, nor will I unite with other forces to isolate you. But I will ask Peter about this matter. Bullshit! Jacob roared, Do you think I believe you? As long as you die, Divine Beast Mountain can reclaim everything that belongs to us. The radiance of the Goddess of Light will once again shine upon the earth. Everyone will receive blessings, and even evil necromancers will be purified. Annie's eyes turned cold. I think you're beyond saving. Just then, a clear voice rang out, Annie, we're here to help you. Annie looked up and saw Angela and Shushu rushing in, launching an attack on Cliff. Cliff's eyes narrowed. With his life threatened, he could finally move. He transformed into a streak of light, instantly shifting several meters to the side, dodging Angela and Shushu's combined attack. Great Jacob, should we retreat? The Holy Sun cannot be harmed. Judas returned to Great Jacob's side and whispered. Great Jacob's eyes showed some hesitation. Continuing now was pointless. They couldn't do anything to Annie, but the others might harm Cliff. This was no joke. Cliff was not only the Holy Sun, but also the holy body of light, the future of the entire Divine Beast Mountain. The responsibility for the revival of Divine Beast Mountain rested entirely on his shoulders. Chapter 588. Jacob the Great gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Withdraw. We talk about it back there. Judah breathed a sigh of relief, immediately grabbed Cliff, and the three of them vanished into the distance in a few quick movements. And, should we keep them here? Born asked. And shook her head. No need, let them go. Angela retorted angrily, the Vatican is outrageous. They just signed a treaty a while ago, and now they're launching a sneak attack. Shameless. Anne sighed, the Vatican's original doctrines have had a huge influence on these people. Changing their views is indeed quite difficult. Forget it, what good would it do even if we chased after them? With Jacob there, it would only result in mutual destruction. Born frowned. It seems they lured you here with false information about the Black Flame King. They really went to great lengths. This must be Cliff's doing. Anne said. Only he could have such meticulous thinking, and make such a detailed plan. That Cliff is really too much. We must have a good talk with Peter, Angela said angrily, and shook her head. Although they might have done this behind Peter's back, Peter probably won't punish them too harshly. After all, if they had succeeded, it would have benefited the papacy. Born said, perhaps Peter knew perfectly well, but just didn't stop them. However, we still need to give them a warning to prevent a similar situation from happening again. And nodded. I know, but we don't need to go looking for him. I reckon Peter will come to me soon. Several days later, Peter indeed arrived in Norma City, accompanied by Jacob the Greater, Judas, and Cliff, among others. Although Reiner already knew the details of the matter, he still received them with the highest imperial honors. In the meeting room, Peter spoke first, and I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused you. I'm here today mainly to apologize. His gaze then turned to Jacob the Greater and the others. Jacob the Greater took a deep breath, reluctantly stood up, and bowed to Anne. I'm sorry, what happened last time was my fault. Please forgive me. Judas and Cliff, their faces also grim, stood up and bowed to Anne in apology. Annie chuckled, It's all right, it didn't cause any major damage anyway. Peter said, I wasn't aware of their plan beforehand, so I couldn't stop them in time. I bear a lot of responsibility. The losses caused to Misty City will be borne by our Divine Beast Mountain, and we're willing to compensate you with 50,000 magic crystals. Nicole was slightly surprised. 50,000 magic crystals was indeed a considerable sum. It seemed Peter had come with genuine sincerity. Annie then said, "Besides this compensation, I have another request." Peter's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded and said, "Please, make your request." Annie said, "I hope your divine beast mountain can bring Adams back." Back then, because of his Norman identity and his relationship with Annie, Adams was imprisoned as soon as he left the magical realm and hadn't been released for many years. During the last negotiation with Peter, although Adams was mentioned, Peter only agreed to release Adams, but refused to let him return home. This time, and brought up the condition again. Peter thought for a moment, "I knew you wanted to bring this up. Although I'm reluctant, Adams has great potential, and we want to nurture him. But since you put it that way, I have no reason to refuse. We send Adams back home after we return." And smiled slightly, "Thank you very much." Peter continued, "Also, the compensation magic crystals are too numerous. I only brought 10,000 today. The rest are still on their way, and will arrive soon." Reiner waved his hand, saying, "Magic crystals are secondary. I hope this kind of thing won't happen again. It's very detrimental to our relations." After discussions, we signed a treaty that not only allows the Holy See to rebuild churches in various places, but also allows me. Our Norma Empire and Divine Beast Mountain have enjoyed a rare period of peace. But the assassination attempt a few days ago almost wiped out all our efforts. This is irresponsible towards the entire continent. Peter nodded. "You're right. When we get back, I gather all the followers, explain the current situation clearly, and resolutely prevent such a situation from happening again. Of course, if possible, I also like to invite Miss Annie to Divine Beast Mountain for a deeper discussion." Annie smiled and said, "I wanted to go to Divine Beast Mountain for a long time. After all, my friends are there." "How are Yilin and Puel?" Peter smiled and said, "They're fine. Yilin's talent has probably reached its limit. She hasn't made any breakthroughs recently, but Puel has been advancing rapidly, making us protectors quite envious." Nickel said, "Pueller possesses the holy body of wind, naturally possessing extraordinary talent, but Saintess Yelin's cultivation to her current level is also a testament to her exceptional abilities. Divine Beast Mountain truly produces a wealth of talent." Peter waved his hand. "Compared to Annie, these are nothing. Annie is now universally recognized as the #1 genius on the continent, and the revival of the Norma Empire is only a matter of time. By the way, there's one more thing. To ensure the long-term cooperation between Divine Beast Mountain and the Norma Empire, I plan to arrange for a protector to be stationed in Norma City. What do you think?" Reiner was slightly taken aback. Stationing someone in Norma City wouldn't be a problem, as Norma City already had many powerful individuals, enough to guarantee the safety of the palace. Of course, the prerequisite was that the protector couldn't be a super powerful figure like Grand Jacob. "That's no problem, but I'd like to know which protector will be coming." Peter smiled and said, "It's Simon. He and Annie have a very special connection, so it's quite appropriate to have him come." Annie nodded slightly. Simon's strength was around the 6th level of the Supreme Origin Realm, which she could easily handle. More importantly, Simon currently had a good impression of Annie. If anything came up, he might even tell her beforehand. Reiner immediately agreed, "Great. We warmly welcome Protector Simon." Peter said, "He's transporting some supplies, so it might take another day for him to arrive. We hope your majesty will take good care of him then." Of course. Reiner smiled. "Anyone who comes with a cooperative attitude is a guest of the Norma Empire, and we will treat them with the highest honors." Then, the banquet officially began. Outside Norma City, Born exchanged a few words with Xiaoxue, then reluctantly shed the golden dragon's corpse. A suction force pulled him in, and unable to resist, he was forced to return to the netherworld. The situation in the prime material plane had largely calmed down, so he no longer needed to remain there. Furthermore, Annie needed to help Reiner communicate with the demons, elves, and orcs to strengthen trade relations. These tasks didn't require Born's involvement. Besides, so much time had passed, and Born was worried about potential problems within the Legion. It was time to go back and check. When he stepped onto the swamp again, it was deserted. It seemed Kadyrov had given up searching for him, which was understandable. The Purple Fire Mummy Legion had other matters to attend to, and couldn't linger there indefinitely. Following his previous memories, Born left the swamp and headed back. Not long after, he suddenly saw a squad of undead soldiers. Judging from their insignia, they seemed to be from the Slime Legion. What are the Slime Legion soldiers doing here? Born was curious. This was already the territory of the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. Although the two legions had some minor skirmishes, they shouldn't be invading so openly. The opposing leader also saw Born, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Born? You're actually here. Born was taken aback, then remembered that this man was Elby, the captain of the battalion of the first company. They had met a few times before, but Born didn't remember him well. Oh, it's Captain Elby. What brings you here? Elby stepped forward and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to you. You single-handedly destroyed a Purple Fire Mummy Legion stronghold. Captain Jimmy heard about it, and immediately organized us to take advantage of the chaos and attack. We already captured 2 subordinate legions. You truly achieved remarkable feats. Born was stunned. Huh? They're fighting already? Why? Elby explained. Captain Jimmy has long suspected the Purple Fire Mummy Legion of tampering with things, but his previous men hadn't found anything useful, so he didn't act. This time, you found their secret base and caused a huge commotion, exposing it immediately. Our raid quickly uncovered some clues within their base. It turns out the Purple Fire Mummies have consolidated their forces and are preparing to encircle our Slime Legion. Naturally, we can't just sit here and wait to be killed. We have to take the initiative. Born scratched his head. So that's what Captain Jimmy was planning. What else did you think? Born was speechless. He couldn't very well say he suspected Jimmy was a mole. However, this seemed to indicate. If Jimmy wasn't the mole, then who was? Born had no clue, so he asked, have the other companies been mobilized? Elby shook his head. No, we don't want to completely break ties with the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. We thought we'd just occupy this area and teach them a lesson. I didn't expect Commander Aiden to be so conservative. Born laughed. This doesn't seem like a decision an undead would make. Yes, Elby exclaimed. We also find it unbelievable. At worst, it'd just be war. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, when things get to a certain point, the higher-ups will send someone to mediate. Oh, you mean the Lord? Yes, the Lord has a guardian army led by the Guardians. They mediate the conflicts between the major legions and prevent too many high-ranking undead from being lost due to internal strife. Born then asked, do lords also wage war? Elby shook his head. At their level, war is meaningless. Their goal is to improve their own strength, so they usually focus on cultivation. They only appear to compete when the creation ruins open. Creation ruins? What are those? Born asked, puzzled. Elby scratched his head. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. They're special ruins that appear regularly in the netherworld and several major divine planes. It's said that countless dangers exist within, even threatening the lives of powerful beings in the chaotic realm. But high risk always comes with high reward. The creation ruins contain the power left behind by the Creator God. Obtaining that power can make cultivation twice as effective and accelerate breakthroughs. Born nodded. I see. It's similar to ordinary ruins, but at a higher level, and the danger is much greater. You could say that. Just then, the swamp beside them churned, and several arrows shot out, instantly felling several of Elby's men. Enemy attack. The soldier shouted immediately. Elby and Born, hearing the commotion, quickly went into battle mode. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures rushed out of the swamp, wielding their swords and slashing. Purple flame swirled around them, emanating an eerie aura. Purple flame mummies. We've been ambushed. Elby knocked back 2 purple flame mummies with a single strike, turning to Born and saying. Born frowned, observing the situation. It seemed the enemy had been prepared, lying in ambush for some time, just waiting for Elby's arrival. How did you formulate your marching plan? Born asked. Elby was taken aback, but still answered honestly. Although the Legion doesn't launch large-scale attacks, our operations are still reported and discussed by Captain Jimmy at the captain's meeting. Born said in a deep voice, so your whereabouts aren't just known to the first company. Elby's heart skipped a beat. You mean, our whereabouts were leaked to the Purple Fire Mummy Legion? Born unleashed a slash, cutting a Purple Fire Mummy in 2. There's no doubt anymore. They came prepared. This is a surefire kill. Ah? Elby turned around and saw that hundreds of Purple Fire Mummies had surrounded them, completely blocking their path. Elby had only brought 200 men this time. The rest of the main force had gone elsewhere. Because this place was relatively desolate, and based on Dukala and Scheller's descriptions, Born should be hiding here. Elby had only brought a small number of men. Brother Born, I fight my way out. You go first, Elby said in a deep voice. Born was somewhat surprised, but he still waved his hand and said, we go together. I have a plan. Listen to me. You have a plan? Elby looked at Born with some suspicion, but remembering the commotion Born had caused here earlier, He was curious about what plan Born had. At this moment, the purple fire mummy, its eyes flashing with a chilling light, slowly walked towards Born, saying in a low voice, "After all this time, I finally waited for you to appear." Chapter 589. Kadyrov, you're still here. Born narrowed his eyes. Kadyrov said fiercely, "How could I leave without finding you? You damn skeleton soldier, I twist your head off and use it as my wine glass." Born chuckled, "You're wrong. My head is full of holes, it'd leak if I try to fill it with wine." Kadyrov glared, "Then I use it as a ball to kick around. You're definitely going to die today." Born drew his soul-severing blade, pointing the tip at Kadyrov. "Want me dead? Then try me. I'm not the same person I was a year ago." "Humph." Kadyrov sneered, "Only a year has passed, and you become this arrogant. You're courting death. Take this." With that, Kadyrov was about to attack. "Hey, wait!" Born suddenly called out. Kadyrov slammed on the brakes, scoffing, "What? Trying to beg for mercy? Let me tell you, no way. Begging for mercy?" Born waved his hand. "I just want to know why you're ambushing us here. Did you already know the Slime Legion's battle plan from the start?" Kadyrov's lips slowly curled into a smile. "You're quite clever, kid, but don't try to get anything out of me. Take your questions and vanish." With that, Kadyrov unleashed a slash. Born's feet flashed with a blue light, instantly shifting several meters to the side, but Kadyrov had already attacked, slashing at Born's neck, aiming for a fatal blow. Born sneered, "I told you, I'm not the same person I was a year ago." He directly swung his soul-severing blade, meeting Kadyrov's attack head-on. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the clash of their magical powers, the violent tremor startling everyone present. Kadyrov stumbled back several steps before regaining his footing, while Born was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Kadyrov looked at Born in disbelief. "You've broken through to the 3rd level of the Supreme Origin Realm in just 1 year? How did you do that?" Born grinned, "None of your business. Let's go again." He immediately released his battle puppet, and placed 2 low-level Supreme Origin Realm magic cores into its eyes. Instantly, the battle puppet's aura surged, and it pounced towards Kadyrov. Kadyrov was slightly taken aback. Although he wasn't afraid of battle puppets, the combined attack of Born and the puppet still posed some challenges. On the other side, Elby was also locked in a fierce battle. Clearly, Kadyrov had come prepared. To ensure Elby's capture, he had brought many powerful experts to keep him pinned down. Bang! 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 The battle intensified. Born and the battle puppet's attacks rained down like a storm, making Kadyrov increasingly alarmed. However, Kadyrov knew that the battle puppet, so incredibly powerful, couldn't hold out for long. Once its time was up, the situation would change. Born, of course, knew this too. So, during a lull in the fighting, he downed 2 vials of potions. Seeing Born start taking potions, Kadyrov gritted his teeth and also drank 2 vials in one gulp. Born mocked, "What? Do you need potions to fight an opponent 3 realms lower than you?" Faced with Born's taunt, Kadyrov was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He had to admit that this skeleton soldier was indeed difficult to deal with. This was actually just a test from Born. He wanted to see what other tricks Kadyrov had up his sleeve. If that was all, things would be easy. "Kadyrov, do you know what my domain does?" Born asked with a smile as he attacked. Kadyrov was taken aback. In reality, undead domains were generally not very strong. Death domains were mostly corrosive or restrictive effects, easily neutralized in battles of equal strength, making them difficult to use. For example, Kadyrov's own domain was restrictive, reducing the opponent's attack power, but Born had also deployed his domain. With the two canceling each other out, the restrictive effect was no longer significant. However, Born's question at this critical juncture made Kadyrov somewhat wary, and he became more cautious in responding to the attacks. Born chuckled, and as Kadyrov parried the battle puppet's attack, he thrust his right hand forward and shouted, "Soul Steel!" A strange power instantly surged forth, ignoring all physical defenses and striking Kadyrov's soul fire directly. However, as a purple flame mummy, Kadyrov possessed a degree of immunity to mental magic, and his reaction was swift. He immediately channeled his magic power, casting a mental defense spell, and withstood the attack. Knowing that Soul Steel was unlikely to work, Born immediately unleashed a horizontal slash. The soul-severing blade, flashing with lightning, arrived before Kadyrov with unstoppable force. Kadyrov scoffed, "A mere trick, utterly useless against me." With that, he raised his sword, intending to block the attack. However, just as their weapons were about to clash, Kadyrov saw the smile on Born's lips. His heart sank. He sensed something was amiss, But it was too late. With a soft clang, Kadyrov's longsword snapped in two at the waist, while the soul-severing blade continued its slash, severing Kadyrov's right arm with a tearing sound. Kadyrov leaped backward, his eyes filled with shock. His longsword was no ordinary weapon. It had been specially forged by the Legion's alchemists, and with the added magic of his own power, it was incredibly hard. It shouldn't have been able to be broken by anything. Born spat, "TCH, you reacted pretty quickly. If you'd been any slower, I could have chopped your head off." Kadyrov, somewhat shaken, took a deep breath and asked, "How did you do that? Since you have the ability to cut my weapon, why didn't you use it from the start?" Born chuckled, "I just won't tell you. What can you do about it?" Kadyrov was furious, but he no longer had a suitable weapon, and with his right arm severed, he couldn't unleash his full power. Even if he continued fighting, he could only manage a draw with Born. More importantly, he was facing only a third-tier Supreme Yuan skeleton soldier, whose bizarre and varied attacks were constantly appearing. He might fall victim to another trap if he wasn't careful. His original plan was only to kill Elby, but the reappearance of Born, who had disappeared here a year ago, disrupted all his plans. Now, he probably couldn't even kill Elby. In the distance, another troop of the Slime Legion approached. Seeing the situation was dire, Kadyrov could only glare fiercely at Born and shout, "Damn skeleton soldier, you just wait, I kill you." Born waved his hand, "Come on. I'm right here, come and kill me." Kadyrov was so angry, he almost vomited blood, but there was nothing he could do. He could only order his men retreat. The Purple Fire Mummy warriors immediately abandoned their opponent and followed Kadyrov as they fled into the distance. Elby came to Born's side, gave him a thumbs up, and said, "Brother Born, you're really amazing. That Kadyrov was at least a 6th-tier Supreme Origin cultivator, and you chased him away so easily." Born smiled and waved his hand, "Just basic stuff. That guy was focused on killing me, so he let his guard down, and I found an opportunity. If it were a serious fight, I wouldn't be a match for him." At this moment, the arriving Slime Legion reinforcements also approached, and Born immediately spotted Jimmy, the leader. "Huh? Captain Jimmy? Why are you leading the team yourself?" Jimmy was slightly surprised. "You're still alive." Born's eye twitched. "What are you talking about? Does it mean it's normal for me to be dead?" Jimmy awkwardly touched his nose. "No, it's just that you've been missing for a year, and we already ventured deep into the Purple Fire Mummy's territory, so we were quite worried." Born pursed his lips, thinking to himself, if they were really worried, why didn't they come sooner? But outwardly he still said, "Thank you very much, Captain Jimmy. By the way, how's the battle going?" Jimmy said, "Thanks for the groundwork you laid before. We successfully found the Purple Fire Mummy's covert operations. Since they were in the wrong, they only put up a small-scale resistance." Born was speechless. They deployed a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert, and they still call it a small-scale resistance? Jimmy shook his head. "We didn't expect them to ambush us here. It seems they're not as submissive as they appear." Born frowned. "Moreover, Captain Elby's route has been thoroughly investigated. This isn't something we were simply discovered by. We probably have an informant within our own ranks." Jimmy nodded. "You're right. Actually, when we destroyed the secret base, we wanted to see if there were any clues about a mole, but they destroyed most of the clues when they left, making it difficult for us to continue our investigation." Just then, a messenger ran up from behind. "Company Captain. Urgent report." Jimmy was startled, then immediately said, "Speak." The messenger immediately reported, "A large force of the Purple Fire Mummies has appeared in the north, routing a subordinate legion and occupying all of its territory." "What?" Jimmy's eyes widened. "Damn it, they used a feint. Was the legion severely damaged?" The messenger shook his head. "Not particularly severely. Only one core member was killed, the rest fled to our headquarters for refuge." Elby angrily retorted, "Then what's the point of our fighting here? Isn't it just a matter of exchanging territory?" Jimmy took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face. He looked at Born and said, "Born, you completed the first task I gave you. Now it's time for the second." Born was taken aback. "Huh? There's another one?" Jimmy nodded. "Don't worry, this mission is even simpler." He glanced sideways at Elby, who wisely turned away and gestured for the others to move aside. Jimmy leaned close to Born's ear and whispered, "I need you to catch insects in the small hunting grounds 3 kilometers northeast of the Legion." "Huh?" Born was completely bewildered. "Insects? What insects?" Jimmy thought for a moment and said, "Pests, of course. The yield at that hunting grounds has dropped recently, and I suspect it's due to pests causing trouble. But we haven't had a chance to deal with them, so this task is yours. Bourne scratched his head, not understanding what Jimmy wanted to do. Jimmy patted Bourne's shoulder. Don't overthink it. Your task from now on is to catch insects. You don't need to worry about anything else. Then what are you guys going to do? Bourne asked. Jimmy chuckled. Us? We need to change our thinking. I'm planning to lead the team north to provide support, and at the same time, get the nearby legions to join in, driving the purple fire mummy out. Of course, LB will be here to create the illusion that our main force is still here, giving the purple fire mummy a major setback. Bourne asked doubtfully, but will that work? We haven't even found the traitor among us yet. The purple fire mummy might find out about our actions immediately. After all, such a large-scale troop movement should be discussed with the core members of the Legion, right? You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your own tasks. Bourne frowned. Captain Jimmy, I already broken through to the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, and I can play a role in battle. Isn't it a waste of my talents to leave me in the small hunting grounds catching bugs? I'm a Legion commander, after all. Jimmy chuckled. Don't worry, as long as you handle this well, it'd be considered a major achievement. I make you a deputy company commander then. Bourne sighed. It seemed Jimmy was determined to send him to catch insects. He wondered if catching insects was really that important at this crucial moment. Afterwards, Bourne and Jimmy returned to the Legion. Jimmy went directly to the commander to discuss the upcoming operation. Bourne quickly packed up and collected some supplies from the company warehouse, including rewards for a successful mission. Jimmy was quite generous, giving Bourne a considerable amount of sulfire and materials, telling him to find the Legion's alchemists to concoct potions or other magical items. These items were valuable to others, but Bourne wasn't interested. He sent everything to the Nader Legion, keeping only some sulfire for himself. After a brief preparation, he set off for the small hunting grounds to the northeast. This small hunting ground is far from the Slime Legion's headquarters, and not adjacent to the Legion's hunting grounds. It's quite small, just a patch of swamp, and is usually used by nearby subordinate legions. However, it's said that some strange things have been happening in this small hunting ground recently. Some undead soldiers have been attacked by unknown forces while hunting there. Although none of the attacks were fatal, they were still very dangerous. Even stranger, the number of wandering undead in this hunting ground seems to have decreased, and gradually, people have stopped coming here to hunt as often. Chapter 590. According to Jimmy, he guessed that insects were causing trouble here, scaring away the wandering undead and even injuring the undead who came to hunt. Although it was a small hunting ground, it was still the Legion's territory and needed to be managed. Bourne was speechless, looking at the empty hunting ground, feeling a sense of disappointment. He had only recently returned to the undead realm, and was already sent here to catch insects. Wasn't this a waste of his breakthrough? But it was Jimmy's decision after all, and he couldn't say anything, so he could only follow orders. Just as he was about to enter the hunting ground, a small sphere suddenly appeared. Bourne frowned. Yumumu? Yumumu clearly hadn't noticed Bourne and kept heading towards the hunting ground. Being a slime, he could only hop and jump, moving very slowly. What's this guy doing here? Isn't he a wandering undead? Bourne wondered, thinking that since there was nothing urgent, he might as well follow him and see. Yumumu, completely unaware of being followed, hopped and skipped deeper into the hunting grounds. She encountered no wandering undead along the way, which made Bourne feel quite strange. Had this hunting ground been abandoned? After following for a while, she suddenly spotted other undead ahead. Bourne immediately lay down on the ground to avoid being discovered. Yumumu, you're too slow, a zombie said. Yumumu said somewhat apologetically, sorry, something came up. How's the situation here? The zombie said, hee, it's pretty much as I knew before. This place is abandoned. There are basically no wandering undead left, and the surrounding legions don't bother with it. We can find a safe hiding place here. Yumumu was overjoyed. That's great. We've been wandering for so long, finally we have a place to rest. The zombie snorted and said, don't be too happy yet. I heard there are some very strange things happening here. We need to investigate for a while longer. Yumumu shuddered. You mean the undead were suddenly attacked? The zombie nodded, yes. It said that this place was abandoned mainly because of this. Most of the surrounding legions were attacked, and with fewer wandering undead, it became deserted. Yumumu swallowed hard. Since even those legions are helpless here, can the two of us investigate? The zombie laughed. What are you afraid of? We're undead hunters. Adventure is in our nature. Yumumu nodded then. All right, you have to protect me. With that, the two continued deeper into the area. Bourne was somewhat speechless. These two actually came here looking for hiding places. Judging from their aura, the zombie seemed to have reached the mid-stage of the Feng-Yuan realm, making him quite formidable among wandering undead, but in Born's opinion, he was still somewhat lacking. Born continued to follow the two, deeper into the hunting grounds. Perhaps due to luck, they finally encountered a wandering undead, a skeleton soldier at the peak of the Huayuan realm, who limped towards them and launched an attack. Yumumu wasn't skilled in combat, only able to spew corrosive liquid attacks, while the zombie grabbed a bone hammer and smashed the skeleton soldier's head with a bang, extracting the soul fire inside. Hee, who said there's no prey here? There's still some. The zombie laughed, tossing the soul fire into its mouth. Yumumu stared longingly, hesitant to speak. The zombie patted its belly contentedly and said, "This is truly a wonderful place. We stay here from now on. Don't worry, I protect you and keep you safe." Yumumu smiled awkwardly, then asked, "The environment here is quite nice. Why don't we stay here?" The zombie looked around and nodded, saying, "Okay. We stay here." However, before it could finish speaking, the swamp beneath its feet suddenly boiled, and a gaping maw appeared, trying to swallow them both whole. Yumumu was terrified, screaming and jumping into the air, "Help!" The zombie immediately channeled its magic, kicking Yumumu, and using the recoil to escape. Ah! Yumumu was kicked directly into the gaping maw. With a bang, the maw closed and retreated back into the swamp, as if nothing had happened. The zombie, still somewhat shaken, patted his chest and said, "Luckily I was quick-witted, otherwise I'd be done for. This place is definitely suspicious. It's best not to stay any longer." With that, the zombie tried to leave. However, the monster underground was clearly not yet full. With a deafening roar, the monster charged out again, lunging at the zombie. The zombie sprinted away, his legs practically smoking, running at his fastest speed ever. But the monster was faster. Mud sprayed out, splattering and piercing the zombie's legs. The zombie stumbled and fell to the ground. "Aya! Don't eat me! I don't taste good!" The zombie cried, struggling to crawl on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate of being eaten. But it was all in vain. The monster opened its massive jaws, revealing its gleaming teeth, and chewed the zombie to pieces in one gulp. Born watched quietly from the sidelines, making no move. He had no liking for Yumumu. That guy was not only cowardly but also utterly disloyal. Dakala had saved Yumumu many times before, and the two were already good friends. However, Yumumu had still revealed Dakala's hiding place to Kadyrov, causing Born and his companions to fall into a fierce battle. This betrayal of a friend was something Born could not tolerate. Therefore, even seeing Yumumu being eaten, Born had no intention of intervening. The monster had now revealed its full form. Born stroked his chin, scrutinizing its appearance. Somewhat like a swamp worm, but different. What the hell is this thing? The monster, having eaten its fill, tried to return to the swamp. Born immediately shouted, "Wait!" This startled the monster. Seeing that it was just a skeleton soldier, it relaxed and curiously examined Born, seemingly contemplating how to devour him. Born wasn't in a hurry. He slowly walked up to the monster. Third tier Supreme Realm? For a wandering undead, isn't this level a bit high? The monster slowly opened its mouth, foul-smelling saliva dripping down. Bits of flesh clung to its teeth, likely left by the zombie. "What? You want to eat me too?" Born smiled slightly. "I'm not as easy to deal with as those two idiots." The monster didn't understand what Born was saying and lunged at his head. Born pushed off with his left foot, turning to the right, and narrowly avoiding the monster's gaping maw. Wandering undead are generally easy to deal with. Their attack methods are simple, lacking logic and thought. Anyone with a little combat experience can handle a wandering undead of the same level, let alone Born. The monster missed its bite and flew into a rage, biting at Born several times, but Born easily snatched the bites away each time. Its strength is average. It shouldn't be this guy's fault. This hunting ground is near the Slime Legion, and the Legion must have Supreme Realm experts hunting here. Wandering undead of this level certainly can't harm those Supreme Realm experts, so there must be another reason why this place is abandoned. Thinking this, Born drew his soul-severing blade. "Alright, I'm not playing with you anymore." With that, a flash of cold light appeared, and a slash flew towards the monster. The monster's eyes narrowed, and its huge head lowered, actually dodging the attack. You can still dodge, not bad." Born pushed off with both feet, his body suddenly lunging forward, while simultaneously shouting, "Let's see if you can dodge this move again." Soul stealing. The monster tried to dodge again, but an invisible hand suddenly reached into its mind, squeezing its soul tightly. The monster tried to howl, but couldn't utter a sound. It could only watch helplessly as Bourne approached, then slashed off its head with a single stroke. Bourne retrieved the monster's soul fire, swallowed it whole, and then smacked his lips, saying, "The taste is strange, not very tasty." He sheathed his soul-severing blade, found a slightly flatter spot, and sat down. "Oh well, I don't know how long I'd be stuck here anyway, might as well just cultivate here." He then began practicing the soul fusion technique alone. A day passed quickly. Bourne calculated the time, and felt it was about right. With Jimmy going back to report and discuss the battle plan, a day was more than enough. Jimmy would likely be taking action soon, and this battle would probably last more than 10 days. He had to complete the task Jimmy assigned within that time. Catching bugs? Bourne looked at the monster corpse beside him. Does this thing count as a bug? However, he had a feeling that Jimmy wasn't referring to this kind of bug. If it was just a mutated swamp worm, then this task was far too easy. Bourne patted his backside and stood up. "Forget it, let's walk around and see. When the time is up, I just say I caught all the bugs. No one should come to check, right?" Thinking about this, Bourne found it somewhat amusing. He, a supreme being, could dominate a region in the main plane, yet he was sent to this godforsaken place to catch bugs. It was a joke. Bourne stretched and was about to leave when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He immediately held his breath and looked towards the monster's corpse beside him. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from behind the monster's corpse, then suddenly launched an attack in Bourne's direction. The attack stopped abruptly in midair, because there was nothing there. Could I have made a mistake? The figure peeked out from behind the monster. It was Nuoka from the third company. In fact, Bourne had already used invisibility to hide to the side. Sensing the intense magical energy fluctuations emanating from Nuoka, Bourne was slightly surprised, for it was the power of a mid-level supreme origin cultivator. What's wrong with Nuoka? Is he hiding his strength? Bourne frowned, remaining motionless and afraid to make a sound. Nuoka stood beside the monster, filled with doubt. "I clearly heard some noise here. How come no one's here?" He looked around. The surroundings were empty, with nowhere to hide. He looked at the monster's corpse beside him, and muttered to himself, "Strange, how did my little cutie die here? With its strength, it should have been able to dominate this area. Could it have been killed by another little cutie? No. The blade is so clean, a powerful figure must have intruded." His eyes flashed like lightning, and he suddenly released his domain. Damn it! Bourne's heart sank. If he didn't use his domain to fight back, he would definitely be discovered, but releasing his domain would also reveal his presence. Without hesitation, Bourne immediately cast a wind elemental spell, and sped off in one direction. "Huh? So you're here?" Nuoka spotted a sprinting skeleton soldier at a glance and chased after him, laughing maniacally. "Little skeleton, stop. I'm not a bad guy. I don't believe you. You filthy worm, you're wicked." Bourne cursed inwardly, but kept silent. It was best not to let the other party know his identity at this moment. Nuoka's presence here was highly suspicious. First, Nuoka was the captain of the third company, responsible for the southern area. He shouldn't be in the northeastern region. Second, this was an abandoned hunting ground, yet he came alone, and from his words, it seemed he was the one who placed the monster here. Could it be that Nuoka is the mastermind behind the abandonment of this hunting ground? What's his purpose in doing so? Bourne pondered as he ran. But Nuoka clearly wasn't going to let Bourne escape so easily. He suddenly let out a long howl, and the swamp began to tremble, as if countless giant beasts had been awakened from below. "What is that?" Bourne exclaimed in surprise. But before he could react, poof poof poof. More than a dozen strange insects, exactly like the ones he had killed before, burst forth from the swamp in front of him. "Get out of the way!" Bourne immediately drew his soul-severing blade and unleashed a slash. However, this time the insects were even stronger, spraying out a sticky substance that enveloped and dissolved the slash, causing no damage whatsoever. Damn it! Bourne had no choice but to stop. Nuoka approached Bourne with a cold smile. "Little skeleton, you're pretty fast, but this is my territory. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape. Now turn around, and let me see who you really are." Bourne took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and grinned. "Captain Nuoka, long time no see." Nuoka was slightly taken aback. "Bourne? What are you doing here?" Bourne shrugged. "Would you believe me if I said I came here to hunt?" A cold glint flashed in Nuoka's eyes, and he gave a gentle smile. "Ahem, you come to the wrong place. There's no prey here. Come on, I take you to a better place." He reached out to grab Born's arm. Born dodged. Forget it. I was just wandering around. I didn't see or hear anything. I'm going back now. See you later. Chapter 591. Born turned to leave, but the strange insects blocked his path. Nuoka smiled, but a cold and cruel smile lingered in his eyes. Brother Bon, since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Look at my little darlings, they seem quite eager to play with you. Bon swallowed hard. The strange insects before him were at least at the 3rd level of the Supreme Origin realm. He couldn't understand how Nuoka could control so many insects in battle. Born turned back helplessly, shrugging. Captain Nuoka, we've known each other for a while. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Nuoka shrugged. I can't help it. Blame yourself for coming here of all places. I can't let you leave no matter what. Because I saw them? Bon pointed at the strange insects. Nuoka sneered, that's right. Born sighed, then at least tell me what these strange insects are. Don't leave me in the dark. Nuoka said indifferently, you're going to die anyway, so telling you won't hurt. These insects are a new breed I painstakingly acquired, combining the advantages and characteristics of death worms, swamp worms, and swamp demon frogs. They're incredibly powerful and extremely obedient. You saw it just now, didn't you? With such an army of insects, who can stand against me? Born frowned. What's your purpose in raising these strange insects here? And you said you begged them. From whom did you beg them? Nuoka's gaze turned cold. You asked too many questions. With that, he unleashed a disintegrating ray. Born immediately dodged to the side, saying, you secretly cultivated such an army of insects without letting anyone know. You must have some secret you're keeping hidden. So what if you know? With me here today, you can't escape. This place is completely surrounded by my little darlings. Even if you have extraordinary abilities. However, before Nuoka could finish speaking, a huge castle appeared before him, and Bon flashed inside. Holy crap, what is that? Nuoka was shocked. He had never seen anything so bizarre in his life. The moving castle took a powerful stride and charged directly at Nuoka. Nuoka roared, channeling his magic to blast at the moving castle, but the moving castle, like a charging chariot, withstood the attack without slowing down. Damn it! Stop it! Nuoka commanded, and the strange insects swarmed around him, preparing to attack the moving castle again. But just then, the moving castle suddenly changed direction and ran off in another direction. Nuoka scoffed, you're oversimplifying things. Then, a series of strange sounds emanated from his mouth, and a monstrous worm suddenly appeared in front of the moving castle, its massive body tightly coiling around it. Ugh! Sanction struggled to break free, but to no avail. Born, damn it, I'm trapped. Born looked out the window, his brow furrowed. This force was located northeast of the Slime Legion, only 20 or 30 kilometers from the Legion's core. At the speed of these monstrous worms, it would only take them an hour to reach the Slime Legion. Without a doubt, Nuoka's target was the Slime Legion. And this explained everything. Why the Purple Fire Mummy Legion always managed to anticipate the Slime Legion's actions, and why the Purple Fire Mummy Legion dared to operate so brazenly within the Slime Legion's territories. The reason lay here. Nuoka, besides the core members and Jimmy, attended the most high-level meetings of the Legion. His responsibility was to record the meeting content and convey the action requirements. He also knew the specific content of the meetings and passed it on. However, Born couldn't figure out how Nuoka had managed to pass on the information. After all, as the Legion's captain, he was under the surveillance of Aiden and Jimmy separately, making it difficult to remain undetected. Nuoka grinned maliciously as he approached the moving castle, shouting, Brother Born, come out and surrender. I won't kill you. You have good talent. If you're willing to join the Purple Fire Mummy Legion, I guarantee your treatment won't be worse than here. Born's eyes flashed. You really are connected to the Purple Fire Mummy Legion. These strange insects were provided to you by them, weren't they? Nuoka laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. You're only half right. Actually, these little cuties are the ones I bred, but I can't control them. The Purple Fire Mummy's innate skill can achieve mind control. Thank goodness you helped me out. So this is a collaboration. Born suddenly realized, I see. But how did you evade Captain Aiden and Captain Jimmy's spies? I don't believe Captain Aiden and Captain Jimmy would trust you unconditionally. Of course they don't trust me. Naka said, but I'm the Death Worm. My specialty is evading pursuit. I just need to find a decoy to stay in the camp, and I can roam freely. Besides, this hunting ground is already my territory. No one will come here to investigate. If they do, I kill them. Born frowned. But there are still many deployments at the border between the two legions. You want to cross silently and deliver a message to the Purple Fire Mummy Legion? That won't be easy. Nuoka nodded. Indeed, but I have a helper. Born's heart skipped a beat. A helper? Then, he saw a scene that made his jaw drop. A semi-transparent, pale gray sphere bounced out from beside Nuoka. It was Yumamu. Yumama, you're still alive? Yumama looked at the moving castle somewhat timidly. I'm a slime, hard to digest. Every time these bugs eat me I was expelled without being able to move. This time it took so long to expel me that I realized the bug was already dead. Born felt a chill. So you're no different from shit. Yumumu lowered his head. There's nothing I can do if you say that. Born finally understood. As a wandering undead, Yumumu had no fixed abode or power to rely on, so wandering around was normal. Under normal circumstances, the major legions wouldn't bother with him, which is why he could easily cross the border of the Slime Legion without any warning from the intelligence network. After all, there were countless wandering undead crossing the border every day. And since Yumumu met with Nuoka in this abandoned hunting ground, naturally no one knew about his relationship with Nuoka, and no one suspected that he was the one who passed on the information. Yumumu, do you know what you're doing? Born asked sternly. Yumumu stammered, I had no choice. My strength is weak. To survive in this dog-eat-dog world, I have to find a way, just like Ducala. Didn't he gain power by relying on you? You're not like him. You're not even half as good as him. Born said. Ducala did become stronger because of me, but he also worked hard to cultivate. He was devoted to his friends, even risking his life. And you? You only think of yourself. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be his friend. Yumumu seemed hurt by Born's words. He raised his head, his face filled with grief and indignation, and said, But what could I do? If I did that, I would have died in the wilderness long ago. Everyone wants my life, wants to devour my soul fire. I can only rely on the strong. I do whatever they ask me to do. I just want to live. Is that wrong? Nuoka couldn't stand it anymore and waved his hand, saying, All right, that's enough chit-chat. Born, you get out here now. Stop your fuel resistance. Born sneered, Want me to come out? If you're so capable, grab me. If not, wait outside until I'm in a good mood. Nuoka's face turned cold. You really think I can't do anything with this iron lump? He then commanded all the monster insects to move forward, completely enveloping the moving castle, and began gnawing at the protective shield with their sharp teeth. Crunch, crunch. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out as the monster insect's teeth rubbed against the protective shield, sending chills down one's spine. Born looked outside in surprise, only to see that the once impenetrable protective shield of the moving castle was beginning to ripple. The ripples, though small, were slowly spreading out. Sanction exclaimed in alarm, This is bad. These monstrous insects' teeth have the effect of breaking through formations. This shield won't hold for long. Born frowned deeply. If all else failed, he would have to do what he had done before, contact Annie, and have her summon him to the prime material plane to hide for a while. But how could he get the message out? If he left, Jimmy's team might suffer significant losses, and then his mission would be considered a failure. Looking at the sneer-smirking Nuoka, Born finally understood. The insect Jimmy had mentioned catching was this very insect. You brat, why isn't your brain working properly? At this moment, Dao Quang's voice rang out. Teacher. Born was overjoyed. Dao Quang hadn't appeared for so long that he almost forgotten about this great master. Do you have any ideas? Dao Quang said, After you broke through to the Yuan realm, it seems you haven't unlocked the 7th level of the soul-severing blade yet. Why don't you see what's inside? Born was taken aback, then somewhat skeptically took out the soul-severing blade. He'd been with Annie recently, and had indeed forgotten about it. Thinking the space in the soul-severing blade would be enough for a short time, he hadn't been in a hurry to open the 7th level. At this moment, he released all his magical power, instantly pouring it into the soul-severing blade. The soul-severing blade emitted a soft hum, followed by a flash of dark light, and the 7th level officially opened. Upon entering the 7th level, Born was stunned. He was holding a small booklet with a talisman tucked inside. What is this? Dao Quang laughed. Just open it and you see. Born did as he was told, opening the booklet. The contents, written in ancient script, were difficult for Born to understand. What does this say? Dao Quang scolded. That's what you get for neglecting your studies. All your old books were written in this script. I teach you properly from now on. Born scratched his head and said, Teacher, can we put our studies aside for now? The situation is getting a bit dire. At this moment, The moving castle's protective shield had begun to crack. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before the shield was completely destroyed, allowing those strange insects to easily penetrate and tear Bourne to shreds. Dao Quang didn't keep him in suspense any longer, saying directly, "This is the method for crafting sound transmission talismans. As long as you have enough materials, you can craft sound transmission talismans at will." Sound transmission talismans? Bourne's eyes widened immediately. He picked up the talisman and asked, "Is this it?" Dao Quang nodded. "That's right. This should have been left behind by the previous owner of the soul-severing blade. You're quite lucky." Bourne pouted. "Teacher, did you already know there were sound transmission talismans here, which is why you let me open the 7th floor?" Dao Quang smiled. "All right, you don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? I'm going to rest." He then fell silent. Although Bourne couldn't craft sound transmission talismans yet, since he already had one, he could deal with the current crisis first. After the strange insect's continuous efforts, the mobile castle's protective shield finally lost its effectiveness and shattered. Bourne then stored the mobile castle away to prevent further damage. Seeing Bon finally appear, Nuoka laughed loudly. "Well, Brother Bon, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Looking at the swarming insects, Bon showed no panic. "Nuoka, I give you one more chance. Surrender now, and I might spare your life." Nuoka paused slightly, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha, have you lost your mind? You have nowhere to run now, and you still want me to surrender? What a joke." Bon shrugged. "Don't think you can catch me like this. I still have quite a few trump cards up my sleeve." Nuoka frowned. "Oh, you still have trump cards? Then show them to me." "Are you sure?" "Sure." Bon spread his hands. "All right then. Captain Jimmy said he wants to see them." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying surge of magical energy swept in from the side, instantly blasting the 2 insects away, spitting out green slime that looked utterly disgusting. "Huh?" Nuoka was startled and looked to the side. Jimmy, leading a group of men, slowly approached, his eyes radiating a chilling killing intent. "Nuoka, so it really is you." It turned out that Jimmy hadn't led any troops north at all, but had instead been lying in ambush nearby, ready to rush in and rescue Bourne at the slightest sign of trouble in the hunting grounds. However, Bourne was currently positioned far too close to the front lines, and although a battle had broken out, Jimmy's men hadn't noticed in time. Fortunately, Bourne possessed a communication talisman, which allowed him to inform Jimmy of the situation. Jimmy immediately led his men to attack. Bourne grinned. "All right, Nuoka, I caught you, you little bug." Chapter 592. Damn it! Nuoka's face contorted with rage. He never expected Jimmy to arrive so quickly to provide support. "How did you manage to get them here?" Bourne chuckled. "Want to know? Surrender if you want to know, and maybe I tell you." Nuoka roared. "Bullshit. There's no way I surrender." With that, he immediately commanded the monstrous insects to attack Jimmy and his men. Jimmy waved his hand. "Kill them. Kill all these monstrous insects. Leave no one alive. Kill." Jimmy's men were all top-tier experts. Besides 2 deputy company commanders, there were 2 battalion commanders and 4 deputy battalion commanders, a veritable cloud of experts. Dealing with these insects was naturally a piece of cake. Jimmy himself, longsword in hand, charged directly at Nuoka. Nuoka was taken aback. Jimmy's strength was among the best in the entire legion. Although he had concealed his true strength, his actual power was around the 6th level of the Supreme Origin realm. Even so, he was no match for Jimmy. Nuoka immediately cast a spell, burrowing into the muddy ground and disappearing instantly. Trying to run? Jimmy's eyes narrowed. He stomped his foot on the ground, the powerful magic churning up the mud beneath him, sending countless splatters of mud flying high into the air. Nuoka was forcibly pulled out of the mud by this force. Before Nuoka could react, a booming sound rang out. Bourne, like a bolt of lightning, instantly appeared before Nuoka, his soul-severing blade crackling with purple electricity, slashing fiercely towards Nuoka's head. "What are you? How dare you fight me?" Nuoka roared, spitting out a mouthful of highly corrosive, foul-smelling slurry. Bourne leaped into the air, dodging the slick mass of slime, and then slashed down from above. Meanwhile, Nuoka transformed into a slime machine gun, relentlessly spewing out slime. Under such a high-density attack, Bourne was forced to retreat, but his attack still managed to restrain Nuoka. Jimmy stretched out his right hand and grabbed Nuoka fiercely. "Nuoka, you can't escape. Come back with me and face your punishment." "Impossible. Don't even think about it." Nuoka's face contorted with rage as he roared, more slime surging from his body. He slipped away from Jimmy's grasp. Oh no! Born immediately sensed danger and tried to help, but a strange insect suddenly attacked him, forcing him to turn and block its attack. Meanwhile, Nuoka, using some kind of magic, burrowed back into the mud below and began a frantic escape. The surrounding monstrous insects seemed to have received a command, risking injury to restrain Jimmy. One even self-destructed, injuring 2 vice captains. Jimmy and Bourne worked together, unleashing their full power, and it took them quite some time to kill the insects. When they tried to find Nuoka again, he was nowhere to be found. Damn it, he got away! LB stamped his foot angrily, extremely resentful. Jimmy frowned. Nuoka has been with the Legion for a long time, and is deeply trusted by Aiden and others, but I never expected him to betray the Legion and join the Purple Fire Mummy. Bourne said, I'm also very curious. Nuoka is so powerful, yet he always hid his strength and kept a low profile in the Legion. What was his motive? Did the Purple Fire Mummy offer him even more benefits? Jimmy shook his head. Everyone else is gone, so they know even less. Bourne suddenly brightened up. Nuka may be gone, but I think there's someone else who might know something. His gaze swept around, searching for a round figure. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. Bourne couldn't help but wonder, huh? Did you guys see a slime just now? A slime? LB shook his head. I don't remember. Aren't they everywhere? A vice captain said, I did see a slime. He seemed to have gone that way. He pointed in a direction. Bourne immediately said, he's Naka's accomplice. Go and catch him. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him in that direction. A short while later, they brought back a slime. Yumu, we meet again. Bourne looked at Yumu with a half smile. As a slime, he couldn't run fast at all, so he was quickly discovered and captured. Yumu's face was filled with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. You can't kill me. We can spare your life, Bourne said, but you must tell me what you're planning? And how did you get involved with Nuoka? Yumu's face was pale, and she timidly replied, I met Nuoka through the Purple Fire Mummy. At first, Nuoka didn't ask me to do anything, he would even bring me some resources. Later, he asked me to pass on some information for him, but of course, I didn't know the content of that information. So, who did you pass this information on to? LB asked. Yuma honestly replied, just an ordinary soldier of the Purple Fire Mummy, but I don't know who he passed it on to. Bourne suddenly understood. No wonder he knew the location of the Purple Fire Mummy's secret base. I knew a wandering undead couldn't possibly know so much about the Purple Fire Mummy. When Yuma took Takala and the other to the Purple Fire Mummy's secret base before, Bourne had already been suspicious. After all, if this base could be found so easily by a wandering undead, then the Purple Fire Mummy guys were incredibly incompetent. Especially Kadyrov, the guy is meticulous and extremely patient, as evidenced by the fact that he waited for Bourne in the swamp for a year. Such a person wouldn't easily let the base's location be exposed. Thinking this, Bourne asked again, based on my understanding of Kadyrov, he wouldn't put the war on someone like you. Do you have accomplices? Or are there others doing the same thing as you? Yumu's face immediately showed terror. No, only me. I said everything I needed to say. Can you please let me go? I promise to leave immediately and never come back. Jimmy frowned. You think that's all? What about the undead soldiers who died because you revealed information? Do you think they agree to let you go? Yumu's face turned ashen. I'm willing to make amends. I do anything you ask. I do it wholeheartedly. Jimmy looked at Bourne and asked, what do you think? Bourne thought for a moment and said, killing him is actually easy, but he still has some value. After all, he has a deep relationship with the purple-headed mummy. If we can use him, it might have a surprising effect. Yumu immediately nodded, yes, I can help you deal with the Purple Fire Mummies. They trust me completely, there won't be any problems. LB objected, I don't think this guy can be kept alive. Who knows if he's trying to escape? Bourne approached Yumu with a smile and asked, will you run away? Yumu trembled. In his eyes, Bourne's smile seemed like that of a demon from hell, filling him with involuntary fear. He immediately shook his head frantically, saying, no, I absolutely won't run away. If you let me go, you're my benefactors, and I do everything in my power to help you. Bourne smiled slightly and said, that's good. Of course I believe you, but as you've seen, others might not. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Yumu swallowed hard. I can take you to their new base, not far in the northeast. It's very well hidden, you definitely won't find it yourself. Bourne clapped his hands. That's right. Then he turned to Jimmy. Captain Jimmy, what do you think? Jimmy nodded slightly. All right, then we trust you this once. Take us there now. If you try anything funny, don't blame me for being impolite. Yumumu didn't dare refuse, and could only lead the way. The group followed behind Yumumu, not afraid he would escape. After all, he was just a slime, he couldn't run fast. Jimmy watched Yumumu's hopping figure disappear into the air, and whispered to Born, "You really think this thing is trustworthy?" Born smiled slightly. "How could I? This guy has absolutely no credibility, but even someone like that has some use." "Oh! How do you plan to use him?" Born chuckled. "How about we put on a show?" Jimmy immediately became interested. "What's your plan? Tell me already." Born said mysteriously, "Captain Jimmy, first of all, I need to apologize to you. Initially, Commander Aiden asked me to investigate the mole within the Legion, and I suspected you. However, now that the mole has been identified, you are naturally no longer a suspect." Jimmy waved his hand. "Don't even mention you. Even Aiden might have suspected me, which is why he so readily let you join my Legion. Although you're not the mole, many people probably know about your feud with Commander Aiden. I think this is an opportunity." Jimmy's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Bond chuckled. "Don't worry, just listen to me. If this play goes well, it'd be enough to make that Kadyrov guy suffer a great loss." The group quickly arrived at a swamp. Just as Yumumo had said, it was very well hidden. Under normal circumstances, even Jimmy wouldn't suspect this place, but unexpectedly, there was a temporary stronghold of the Purple Fire mummies. However, this stronghold was very small, seemingly just an outpost. Jimmy gave the order, and in a short time, the stronghold was taken over, and several undead were captured as well. After interrogation, they all revealed that they were Kadyrov's men, whose main task was to receive information from Yumumu. When Bond asked if there were any other sources of information, they all denied it, and all showed the same expression as Yumumu. Bourne didn't press further, simply saying, "That's great. This way, our intelligence won't be leaked." Hearing this, Yumumu visibly relaxed. "Obtaining information is extremely difficult. Without Nuoka's help, I couldn't do anything on my own." The captured undead weren't very strong, and their status within the Purple Fire Mummy Legion was likely quite low. LB pointed at them and asked, "What should we do with them? Keep them alive?" Bourne's lips curled slightly. "I don't think it's necessary. Keeping them alive is pointless. Let's just kill them all." The prisoners were immediately terrified and begged for mercy. "Please don't kill us. We can help you find other strongholds." "Other strongholds?" Bourne raised an eyebrow. A zombie said, "Of course. The Purple Fire Mummy Legion has controlled this area for years, and their influence here is deeply entrenched. Without our help, you wouldn't be able to find any other strongholds." Jimmy nodded slightly. "The Purple Fire Mummy really puts a lot of effort into this. No wonder I always lose out on intelligence." Bourne stroked his chin. Then one person will suffice. So many are useless." He then dragged out a skeleton soldier and said, "You're probably of no value now, so I kill you." Seeing Bourne raise his soul-severing blade, the skeleton soldier was so frightened he could barely speak. I have other information I can provide." Bourne stopped what he was doing, pressing the blade against the soldier's throat. "Tell me, and see if this information will save your life." The skeleton soldier stammered, "Actually, our sources of information aren't limited to Yumumu." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, including Yumumu's. "What nonsense are you spouting?" A zombie roared, its face contorted in rage. "Besides cooperating with Yumumu, where else would we get our information?" That's right. Don't spout nonsense just to save your life." Yumumu chimed in. Bourne frowned. "Did I tell you to speak?" Everyone's expressions hardened, and they fell silent, their eyes fixed on the skeleton soldier, seemingly warning him not to speak recklessly. But the skeleton soldier was clearly frightened by Bourne and began to slowly say, "I'm not talking nonsense. Actually, we are." However, before he could finish, a magic circle suddenly appeared, instantly enveloping his entire body. A contract circle? Jimmy recognized it immediately. "You all sign contracts with the Purple Fire Mummies people?" The skeleton soldier clutched his head, his face contorted in pain, his mouth agape, but no sound came out. Finally, the magic circle tightened, completely destroying his soul. Bourne frowned. "This news is so important that Kadyrov specifically used a high-level contract array to bind you. It seems you do have other sources besides Yumumu." Yumumu said with a pained expression, "Since you already know, then don't ask. You won't get anything out of us, and it will only kill us all." Jimmy slammed his fist on the stone wall beside him, shattering it. What on earth is Aiden doing? So many problems have arisen within the Legion, hasn't he noticed? At this rate, the Legion will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. Chapter 593. LB immediately chimed in, Captain, your abilities are no less than that fat guy's, and this commander's position clearly belongs to you. It was that fat BS Aiden who stole it. Why don't we take the Legion back from him? I believe you're definitely stronger than him, Captain. The others around him echoed his sentiments. Yes, Captain, I wanted to say that for a long time. Captain, just give the order, and I go through fire and water to help you take the commander's position. Let's all oust Aiden, and make Lord Jimmy the commander. Yes, Commander Jimmy. Everyone chimed in, and the emotions of everyone present were instantly stirred up. Jimmy gestured for everyone to quiet down, saying, Everyone, please be quiet. Although I want to help the Legion grow stronger, Aiden has been suppressing me, which is obvious to everyone. Now that he's managed the Legion like this, I truly reached my limit. Therefore, we establish a base here, secretly expand our power, and when the time is right, we drive Aiden down in one fell swoop. Good. Commander Jimmy is awesome. LB led the shout, and everyone else joined in. Yumumu and the others looked at this scene, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes gleaming with a sharp light. After everyone quieted down, Jimmy looked at Born and said, Brother Born, I need your help to become the captain. What do you think our first step should be? Born scratched his head and said, Actually, it doesn't matter to me who the captain is, as long as the Slime Legion and the Nader Legion are still around. But I think we get along quite well, Lord Jimmy, and I'm willing to help you. Given the current situation, I think we need to consolidate our territory. After all, this area still belongs to the Purple Fire Mummies, and we must drive them out first. He then looked at Yumumu and said, I need you to do something for me. Yumumu was taken aback and asked, What is it? Born said, I need you to pass a message to Kadyrov, saying that our main force went to hunt down Nuoka, and now our defenses are weak. Yumumu hesitated. You want to lure him here, right? But after Nuoka escapes, will he still believe me? Born laughed. Don't worry about that. He has no choice but to believe you. After all, Nuoka is a figure in our Slime Legion, and his betrayal is a huge blow to us. If we can't capture him, how can we survive in the swamp of sloth? Yumumu nodded. I try. I don't know if I succeed. Also, I need one of them to come with me, otherwise I won't be able to see Kadyrov. Born looked at the prisoners, and randomly pulled out a zombie. You're the one. You go with Yumumu. If the mission is completed, you'd definitely be rewarded. The zombie was grateful. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely complete the mission. Afterwards, Yumumu and the zombie left the stronghold together, heading towards the Purple Fire Mummy. After Yumumu left, Born's expression immediately turned cold, and he made a kill gesture to LB. LB nodded, and immediately swung his sword, killing one of the prisoners. The other prisoners were terrified. Sir, please don't kill me. We surrendered sincerely. Born sneered, What use are you with your strength? Don't think I can't see through you. You were ordered by Kadyrov to be used as bait. Since you're pawns, it's not a problem for me to kill you for him. The prisoners turned pale, staring at Born in shock. Born waved his hand. Enough with the nonsense, get rid of them. Jimmy's men immediately moved in, and the prisoners were instantly killed. Jimmy asked Born, Is this really alright? Born smiled confidently. Kadyrov isn't stupid. He won't believe everything he hears, especially now that Nuoka has been exposed. He'd definitely be more cautious, so we need to make this a complete charade. Captain Jimmy, how much do you think Commander Aiden trusts you? Jimmy thought for a moment and said, Probably not. Aiden is a very cunning and suspicious man. He's been trying to expel me from the Legion, but my prestige within the Legion has prevented him from doing so. If we're talking about trust, he probably trusts Nuoka more than me. Born scoffed. Let me rephrase the question. How's your teamwork with Captain Aiden? Huh? Jimmy paused, puzzled. Why are you asking that? Before Jimmy could answer, LB replied, The captain and the captain have been comrades in arms for a long time. In terms of teamwork, they're probably even better than us. That's good. Born clapped his hands. The news of Naka's exposure will definitely reach the captain's ears immediately. What would happen if Captain Jimmy rebelled now? Jimmy shook his head. That's actually quite illogical. If I could first defeat the Purple Fire Mummy Legion, and then use that momentum to launch my rebellion, it might be better. Born chuckled. That's right. In that case, Commander Aiden would think the same way. Jimmy immediately understood, but he still said with some worry, What if Aiden takes this opportunity to attack me directly? Wouldn't that be a double loss? Leave that to me. Bourne said, I'm sorry, but I also have something to hide from you. Before I reported to the first company, I had already received a mission from Commander Aiden. This mission was to find the mole within the Legion. Now that the mission is complete, Commander Aiden still owes me a reward. Jimmy frowned slightly. If you can really persuade Aiden, then this plan is indeed feasible, but the risk is indeed too great. Bourne shook his head and said, no matter what you do, there are risks. Yes, and the matter between you and Commander Aiden needs to be resolved sooner or later. This is also an opportunity. If Commander Aiden can put aside his personal grudges and fight alongside you against the Purple Fire Mummy Legion, that would be the best case scenario. But if Commander Aiden knows you have no intention of rebelling, yet still uses this opportunity to drive you away, then this Legion is no longer suitable for you to stay. Jimmy took a deep breath. You're right. After so many years, it's time to settle things. Jimmy then ordered, now, all battalions, immediately mobilize your forces and gather in the east to prepare to seize the stronghold. Yes. On the other side, Yumumu and a zombie spirit, after passing through layers of checkpoints, finally arrived at Kadyrov's temporary stronghold and met this core general of the Purple Fire Mummy. You're the slime who's been delivering intelligence to us, aren't you? I know you. Kadyrov sat on a white bone chair, his gaze fixed on Yumumu. Yumumu nodded. Lord Kadyrov. I come to tell you important intelligence. Kadyrov raised an eyebrow. Oh, important intelligence? How important? Yumumu immediately said, Jimmy has now occupied a stronghold in the north and is preparing to launch an attack from there. However, before he could finish, Kadyrov interrupted, you mean he plans to have you deliver false information to lure us to the north to set up defenses, while simultaneously launching a surprise attack on the east? Yumumu was taken aback, then quickly nodded, yes, sir, you are indeed astute, your foresight is uncanny. TCH. Kadyrov spat. Such a simple scheme, it's hard not to notice. I know Nuoka has been exposed, that guy has already come to me, saying you might have been captured by Jimmy, and now that you're back here then? That says it all. But I'm quite curious, you weren't punished for violating the contract. The zombie said, of course we wouldn't dare reveal that secret. When they asked, we just said we didn't know. Didn't they force you? The zombie and Yumumu exchanged a glance and shook their heads simultaneously, saying, no. Kadyrov waved his hand and said, all right. That Jimmy is just an idiot. He was probably just incredibly lucky to discover Nuoka. Then he waved his hand and said, men. Get rid of these two useless things. Yumumu and the zombie's expressions changed drastically. Sir, why? I didn't do anything wrong. Kadyrov sneered, you didn't do anything wrong, but you lost your value. It's time for you to die. Yumumu, his face filled with terror, cried out, no sir, please give us another chance. We definitely do our best. I know disguise magic, it can be very useful. However, Kadyrov was unmoved by Yumumu's desperate pleas, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Seeing this, the zombie said to Yumumu, isn't there that other news? Yumumu was startled, then quickly shouted, sir, we have another important piece of information. Kadyrov still didn't react. Yumumu continued, Jimmy's preparing to rebel. Upon hearing this, Kadyrov immediately signaled his men to stop. You said Jimmy's going to rebel? What do you mean? Yumumu breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's like this, because of Nuoka's matter, Jimmy is extremely dissatisfied with Aiden. They're preparing to gather forces in the northeast to oust Aiden from his position as commander. Kadyrov frowned. I always known Jimmy and Aiden don't get along, but Jimmy's decision to raise an army at this time is a bit suspicious. Is your information accurate? Yumumu nodded. Of course it's accurate. I heard it from them myself. He can vouch for it. He pointed to the zombie beside him. The zombie immediately nodded, yes, I heard it too. Kadyrov sneered, such an important matter, and he actually said it in front of you, isn't that a bit too inconsiderate of the occasion? Could it be a trap? Yumumu said, speaking of which, it was purely coincidental that we heard this news. Then, he recounted what had happened at the stronghold to Kadyrov. Kadyrov's brow furrowed deeper as he listened. If that's the case, it does have some credibility, but we still need to investigate thoroughly. If Jimmy really intends to rebel, Aiden will be the first to act. Let's wait and see. Hearing Kadyrov's words, Yumumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he probably wouldn't die this time. In the Slime Legion, several core members gathered together, each with a grim expression. However, Aiden, constantly enveloped in a sticky substance, made it impossible to discern his emotions. Markla slammed her hand on the table, angrily shouting, "Jimmy is absolutely outrageous. How could he do such a thing?" Polson echoed, "Yes, even if he's not a core member, he's still a company commander in our legion, with power and status. What exactly does he want?" "Humph. Didn't he already say? He wants to be a regimental commander. It's that simple," Markla said. "So much time has passed since that incident, yet he's still so fixated on it. Does the Legion's interests matter less than a regimental commander's position to him?" Polson said, "That's just the kind of person he is, always putting himself first." The deputy regimental commander couldn't stand it anymore and said, "What you're saying is going too far. Jimmy has made great contributions to the Legion after all. There must be a reason for this. We can still talk. What else is there to talk about?" Paulson said, "He's concentrated his troops in the northeast. With just one order, he can take the eastern strongholds. His subordinate legions won't resist him. They already gone this far. What else is there to talk about? At least we haven't started fighting yet." The deputy regimental commander continued, "We have no reason to start a civil war at this time. Jimmy definitely knows this. He must have other reasons for doing this." He looked at Aiden and said, "Commander, I suggest we contact Jimmy and find out what's going on. We absolutely cannot start a war so easily." All eyes turned to Aiden. Aiden was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Whatever his reason, he has indeed sent troops to the vicinity of the eastern stronghold and has already besieged 2 of them. If he has any plans, why didn't he discuss them with us first? Since that's the case, I don't think there's any need to say anything to him. Makla, Paulson, you 2 stay behind to guard the Legion. I will personally lead the troops to meet the enemy." "Commander, think it over," the vice commander said. "You and Captain Jimmy are old comrades in arms. You know his ways. There must be something fishy about this." Aiden waved his hand. "No need to say more. My mind is made up. This is between him and me. None of you should interfere." Makra said, "Commander, I request to go into battle with you. My battalion commander has defected, and I am partly responsible for that. I want to go and bring him back to make amends. Let's put Nakar's matter aside for now. After all, no one expected him to betray the Legion. For so long, he's been leaking our information. Speaking of which, Jimmy is the one who suffered the biggest loss." Another vice commander said. Chapter 594. Karnas, Doko, you 2 don't need to say anything more. Aiden waved his hand and said, "I know you 2 have a very good relationship with Jimmy, but this isn't the time for personal feelings. Jimmy has done something like this, and he needs to give us an explanation, and I want to hear it myself." The 2 vice captains lowered their heads. They knew that they couldn't persuade Captain Aiden to give up no matter what. The 2 had a long-standing feud that couldn't be resolved in just a few words. After the meeting, Makla and Polson huddled together again. "Hey, do you think Jimmy has a chance to take down Aiden this time?" Polson scoffed, "He's dreaming. If he had accumulated more experience, he might have a chance, but right now, Commander Aiden is definitely stronger than Jimmy, and with his large army, Jimmy is no match. I don't understand why Jimmy made his move now. If he had been more patient, his chances would have been much better." Makla said, "You're right, but if he's driven away, our Legion's overall strength will still decrease considerably. After all, their first company controls a lot of resources and combat power." Polson waved his hand. "Instead of thinking so much, why not focus on improving your own strength? If you can break through to the 7th level of the Supreme Origin Realm, wouldn't that also increase our power?" Makla nodded, "That's true." That same day, Aiden led 20,000 men directly to the eastern region. Just as he said, he didn't bring any core members, he truly came alone. Jimmy, on the other hand, was already prepared. He had surrounded 2 outposts belonging to Aiden, but he did not rush to launch an attack. As Aiden's army approached, Jimmy immediately ordered a retreat of about 1 kilometer, avoiding a direct confrontation. Aiden, seemingly in agreement, halted behind the stronghold, the 2 armies facing each other across the barrier. The undead soldiers trapped within the stronghold, as if finding saviors, immediately withdrew and merged into Aiden's army. Generally, the soldiers in these outer strongholds were not very strong, only the squad leaders possessed some skill. They were unlikely to play a significant role in regular combat, primarily serving as intelligence gatherers and messengers. Elby, gazing at Aiden's army, swallowed hard and asked, "Captain, are we really going to fight?" Jimmy smiled slightly. "Fight? Of course we fight, and fight hard. You all go prepare now. First, unleash a volley at the stronghold and flatten it." Elby was taken aback, unsure of Jimmy's intentions, but could only give the orders. In a short while, magical light slowly illuminated the first company's camp, forming a magnificent spectacle. Then came the whooshing sounds of air being pierced as tens of thousands of ranged attack spells were unleashed, slamming into the stronghold ahead. A series of deafening booms echoed continuously. The bombardment lasted for about half a minute. When the smoke cleared, the stronghold had been reduced to rubble, and a huge crater had appeared in the swamp. LB glanced at Bourne, who was still standing to the side, and said, "Aren't you going to talk to Commander Aiden?" "What's the rush?" Bourne laughed. "Let's see how Commander Aiden reacts first." LB chuckled wryly. "What kind of reaction can we have? If it were me, I'd just blast them back." However, his words were barely out of his mouth when a deafening roar erupted. The stronghold, already reduced to ruins, was now under attack again, this time from Aiden's army. "Huh?" LB was taken aback. What's going on?" Bourne and Jimmy exchanged a glance, a smile playing on their lips. Jimmy said, "Looks like you won't need to explain for now." Bourne nodded. "Ha ha, yes. Now things are getting interesting." Jimmy turned to LB and said, "LB, you're in charge here. The rest of you follow me." "Huh?" LB looked bewildered. "Where are you going?" Jimmy and Bourne replied almost simultaneously, "To catch bugs." In Kadirov's tent, the group was listening to a report from a scout below. The scout was a death worm, possessing excellent reconnaissance magic and superb escape skills. Therefore, although not particularly strong, he enjoyed Kadirov's deep trust. "Sir, Jimmy and Aiden are really fighting, but Aiden didn't bring anyone else. He probably wants to settle his conflict with Jimmy himself." Kadyrov stroked his chin. "Is it a real fight or a pretense?" The scout thought for a moment and said, "I think it's a real fight. The battle is extremely fierce. Both sides are using ranged magic to bombard each other, and they even blew up a stronghold." Nuka laughed. "It seems Aiden is truly enraged. No matter what Jimmy's intentions were in doing this, Aiden won't let this opportunity pass. He's definitely going to get rid of Jimmy." Kadyrov looked at Nuoka. "Are you so sure?" Nuoka nodded. Back then, the two of them had a huge fight over who would become the captain. Because of that incident, Aiden has always refused to give Jimmy a core member status, and the two also have many disagreements on various matters. Knowing Aiden as I do, he will definitely make a move against Jimmy. Kadyrov's lips curled into a smile. "Heh, that's good. Jimmy initially tried to lure me to the northern outpost, but after realizing I didn't fall for it, he started targeting Aiden. Does he really think I'm afraid of him?" Nuoka laughed. "That's Jimmy for you. He's decisive, but also extremely arrogant. This time he underestimated us, so we can take this opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, strike at the heart of the enemy, and wipe out Jimmy's stronghold." Kadyrov looked at Yumamu and said, "You did a great job. This intelligence is crucial for us. I will reward you when we get back." Yumamu was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." Nuoka then asked, "So what should we do this time? Should we let that person make a move?" Kadyrov narrowed his eyes. "Do you think he will make a move? You've been with him for so long. Don't you know what kind of person he is?" Nuoka sighed. "To be honest, I still can't understand why he's doing this. This person is very difficult for me to see through." "If you can't see through him, then don't try." Kadyrov said, "He has been helping us for so long, that's undeniable. You don't need to overthink it. When the time is right, he will naturally make his move." Then, Kadyrov ordered, "Now we can almost set off. I personally lead the team, detouring from the northeast to block Jimmy's retreat and launch a pincer attack. I refuse to believe we can't kill him this time." That night, under the crimson blood moon, Kadyrov led his men on a rapid march. This time, he brought 3 Supreme Realm experts plus Nuoka, making their overall strength even greater than before. He was determined to kill Jimmy this time. With Jimmy dead, the Slime Legion's strength would be severely weakened, and there would be no legion in this area capable of contending with the purple fire mummies. Boom! 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 The distant roar of magical explosions continued, indicating that the battle between Jimmy and Aiden was still ongoing. Definitely good news for Kadyrov. They also took care of several of Jimmy's spies along the way, ensuring their march wasn't discovered beforehand. Nuoka, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "I never expected Jimmy to make such a mistake. Did he really think these scouts could discover our location? Didn't he realize I'm here too?" As a 6th-tier Supreme Yuan Deathworm, Nuoka possessed not only strong reconnaissance abilities, but also even stronger counter-reconnaissance capabilities. He could essentially attack and kill the enemy before they even detected him. Kadyrov felt that bringing Nuoka along was an absolutely correct choice. With Nuoka present, the success rate of this operation would be significantly higher. Almost there. We'd be there soon. The gate to the first company's camp was already visible ahead. If they could capture this location and launch an attack on Jimmy's rear from there, Jimmy would undoubtedly be defeated. However, just as they were about to reach the camp entrance, a barrage of magical attacks rained down upon them. Kadyrov's expression froze, then he roared, unleashing a torrent of purple fire from his body, which coalesced into a massive shield. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, accompanied by the screams of the undead and the cracking of bones, throwing the scene into chaos. What's going on? Kadyrov felt a sense of foreboding. Naka whirled around to Kadyrov's side. It's bad, it's Jimmy. He's back. What? Kadyrov's eyes widened as he looked back. Jimmy was smiling at him. Kadyrov, long time no see. Jimmy! Why are you here? Naka exclaimed in surprise. Jimmy snorted coldly, showing no mercy to this traitor. Do you think I should be fighting Aiden to the death in the east? Aiden may want to kill me, but he also knows me best. He knows I won't attack him at this time. So what you're seeing is just a show. A show put on for you. Kadyrov's face was extremely grim. Aren't you afraid Aiden will take the act seriously and wipe out all your men? He won't do that, Jimmy said confidently. He won't make the first move if he doesn't understand what I'm up to. That's our understanding. Kadyrov laughed angrily. Head Jimmy, what a clever scheme. To lure me here, you've gone to such lengths. Everyone has become your tool, including Aiden, Nuoka, Yumamu, and even me. Jimmy shrugged and said, You really overestimate me. Actually, this wasn't my plan. Someone else devised the whole scheme, and you know that person. Immediately, a cold glint shot towards Kadyrov, a powerful slash imbued with the power of lightning. Kadyrov's eyes narrowed sharply. He then swung his sword, shattering the slash, his gaze filled with hatred as he looked towards the source of the attack. Born twirled his soul-severing blade, his eyes filled with mockery. Kadyrov, haven't you always wanted to kill me? You waited a year in the swamp to kill me. I have to admire your resolve. But this time, you still fall into me. Kadyrov scoffed. You really think you can trap me like this? The outcome of this battle is still uncertain. Jimmy swung his great sword and charged forward, slamming it down. If he's not strong enough, what about me? Kadyrov frantically tried to block, and with a deafening boom, he was blasted several meters away by the force. Jimmy was slightly stronger than Kadyrov, but defeating him quickly would still be difficult. Seeing the two had already started fighting, the others also joined in, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Jimmy, you can't kill me! Kadyrov roared. Jimmy, equally unwilling to back down, retorted, Then I show you that even among those at the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm, there's a difference. Boom! 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 The battle was incredibly fierce. More than 10 Supreme Realm experts simultaneously unleashed their domain power, various magical energies clashing together, creating a series of booming sounds. Born was immediately targeted by Nuoka. Nuoka had been infiltrating the Slime Legion for many years without being discovered, even gaining the trust of its core members. But because of Born, though not by Born's own intention, Born discovered him, exposing his whereabouts and forcing him to flee the Slime Legion. He naturally pinned this grudge on Born, since he wouldn't seek revenge against Jimmy if he wanted to. Brother Born, is this how you repay me for bringing you into the Slime Legion? Nuoka said while unleashing a magical attack. Born swung his soul-severing blade to parry, but was still forced back step by step. To be honest, I never imagined you were the traitor from the beginning. Although you took me to the Slime Legion and answered many of my questions on the way, now our positions are different, and it's a life-or-death situation. Bang! Nuoka struck, sending Born back several steps, his eyes filled with hatred. I almost succeeded. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I could have completed the mission and returned to my own legion. My own legion? Born was taken aback. Were you originally part of the Purple Fire Mummy's group? Nuoka snorted. The Purple Fire Mummy is nothing. You don't need to ask any more questions. Even if I die today, I take you down with me. With that, he charged again. Although Born could challenge opponents of higher levels, Nuoka's strength was truly terrifying, especially as a deathworm. His agility and elusiveness in the swamp made him a major headache for Born. Fortunately, Nuoka no longer has any monster insects to control. Jimmy had eliminated most of the ones in the hunting grounds. Born released the battle puppet, inserting the last 2 supreme magic cores into its eye sockets. These 2 cores were the most powerful, reaching the mid-level of the supreme magic core stage. Chapter 595. The moment the battle puppet appeared, the entire battlefield situation changed instantly. Born and the battle puppet coordinated their attacks, launching a combined assault on Nuoka. Nuoka, who had initially held the upper hand, immediately lost his advantage. What is that? Nuoka cried out in shock and anger. Back at the hunting grounds, Born hadn't used the battle puppet, so he was completely unaware of its existence. Born chuckled, whatever it is, it can kill you. Damn it! Nuoka turned and immediately burrowed into the mud, attempting to escape. But Born wouldn't let him get away so easily. The battle puppet slammed into the mud like a cannonball, splashing up a large amount of mud. Soon, Nuoka was forced out again, cursing, Born, don't push your luck. If you push me too far, I do anything. Born spat, you even betrayed the Legion, what else wouldn't you do? Enough talk, prepare to die. With that, he and the battle puppet launched another attack. Nuoka gritted his teeth, assumed a fighting stance, seemingly preparing to take the attack head-on. Then, just as the battle puppet was about to close in, Nuoka twisted his body again, like a slippery worm, slipping out through an opening in the attack and charging towards Born. Born immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Nuoka's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Born, this is all your own doing. Bear my wrath. Nuoka channeled his magic, unleashing his strongest spell. The slime around him seemed to come alive, forming countless thin, slimy tentacles that frantically lashed out at Born. Born immediately swung his soul-severing blade, attempting to sever the tentacles. However, when the blade touched them, it was as if he were striking cotton. He felt no force whatsoever, and instead, the tentacles simply bound him, rendering him immobile. Not good. Born's heart sank. His inner power of retribution erupted, crackling electricity around him, but it was utterly ineffective against the tentacles. Ha ha ha, give up. Nuoka laughed maniacally. You can't break my tentacles, after all, you're just a skeleton soldier. Nuoka swiftly closed in, whipping Born away with his tail. Born suffered a heavy blow, several ribs instantly breaking. Fortunately, the battle puppet intervened in time, otherwise, that single attack would have been fatal. After landing, Born remained bound by the slimy tentacles. He used his heavenly soul power, but to no avail. He was puzzled, wondering, what is this thing? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Nuoka continued charging towards Born, who immediately commanded his battle dolls to intercept it. Elby also rushed to his aid, finally managing to stop Nuoka. At this moment, Dao Quang's voice echoed in Born's mind, can't you use your brain? There's no magic without flaws. There must be a way to break it. Born said with a bitter face, I know that. But I really can't find the weakness of these tentacles. Teacher, can you give me a hint? Dao Quang slowly said, let me ask you, isn't heavenly soul power the most violent power in the world? Of course. Heavenly soul power is born from heaven and earth. In terms of purity, even the elemental spirits aren't as pure. Born replied without hesitation. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than his eyes flashed with a sharp light. That's right. If even the power of the heavenly soul can't break through, then it means that the power of these slimy tentacles is even stronger than the heavenly soul itself, which is illogical. There must be something wrong here. Born frowned, carefully sensing the power of the tentacles on his body. He quickly discovered the anomaly. Whenever he used magic, the tentacles seemed to absorb water, becoming even thicker and more difficult to break free from. Conversely, as soon as he reduced his magic power slightly, the binding force also decreased accordingly. I see. A smile played on Born's lips. This slimy tentacle is like quicksand. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. It might absorb the power of those it binds through some means, growing stronger with each encounter, but I rarely detect this in battle. Dao Quang smiled and said, yes. That's why you need to strengthen your training. Even in battle, you must observe carefully, and not lose your composure, understand? Born nodded. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. He then immediately withdrew his domain power, as if entering a state of hibernation, his entire body devoid of any magical aura. Nuoka, who was being attacked by the battle puppets and Elby in the distance, frowned upon seeing this. He hadn't expected Born to discover the solution so quickly. This advanced magic was his trump card. Even opponents stronger than him could fall victim to it. After all, in the heat of battle, it's difficult for anyone to completely reclaim their magic power. That would be tantamount to offering their neck for a fatal blow. Nuoka's eyes darted around. He didn't want Born to break free easily, so he knocked the battle puppet back with a single blow and charged towards Born at the same time. At this moment, Born had withdrawn all his magic power, making him indistinguishable from an ordinary skeleton soldier. If he were hit by Nuoka again, his life would truly be in danger. Elby tried to stop him, but another purple fire mummy arrived, holding him back. Watching Nuoka approach, Born's mind was clear. Stay calm, you must stay calm. He took a deep breath, relaxing his entire body. Sure enough, as the magic power dissipated, the slimy tentacles loosened their restraints. Born slowly twisted his limbs and body, gradually freeing himself from the tentacles' grasp. However, Nuoka was already close at hand. Ha ha! Born, so what if you break free? Die! Nuoka channeled all his magic power, and terrifying death energy seemed to solidify, unleashing the powerful force of a 6th-tier Supreme Realm cultivator, forming a terrifying maw that viciously bit down on the struggling Born. The moment he broke free, Born's eyes snapped open. The heavenly soul power within his mind, like a newly awakened beast, instantly converged its violent force onto the soul-severing blade. A dazzling light shone from the blade as it slammed into the gaping maw with earth-shattering force. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the two terrifying forces collided and exploded, their powers shaking the heavens and earth, drawing the attention of everyone around. Born! Jimmy's heart skipped a beat. Born's actions recently had given Jimmy a new perspective on him. Initially, Jimmy had simply thought Born possessed great potential. Not only was he capable of defeating opponents far stronger than himself, but he also harbored many secret techniques, making him the perfect choice to lead the Ghost Squad on the nearly impossible mission. But later, Bond not only completed the mission of single-handedly taking on the Purple Fire Mummy stronghold, but also killed one of their Supreme Realm experts. He further discovered Nuoka, the traitor, and plotted to lure Kadyrov there. Bond's displayed strength and intelligence greatly impressed Jimmy. If this matter were resolved, Jimmy planned to make Bond the company's vice-captain, officially involving him in company affairs. But now, Bond was very likely to die here. However, when the light faded, everyone's eyes widened. Bond was still standing in place, his feet barely moving, while Nuoka had retreated 10 meters away, his tail severed, a sticky, dark green liquid continuously oozing from the wound. How is this possible? Kadyrov exclaimed in shock. He couldn't understand how Born, merely a 3rd-tier Supreme Realm cultivator, a whole major realm lower than Nuoka, could be completely unharmed, even managing to injure Nuoka. Nuoka's eyes flashed with fear and apprehension. What power was that? That's something a skeleton soldier like you could never possess. Born sheathed his sword and stood still, saying calmly, "You don't need to know what power this is. Defeating you is enough." Nuoka's gaze hardened. Such extraordinary power shouldn't be used continuously, right? Heh, you failed to kill me with that attack, now it's my turn to retaliate. Is that so? Born casually waved his hand, and the battle puppet returned to his side. Then let's try it out, and see who the final winner is. Nuoka's expression froze. The battle puppet was still giving him a headache. If he couldn't deal with it, he couldn't inflict any real damage on Born, especially since he himself was injured and his tail was no longer usable, consequently reducing his strength. However, his expression quickly hardened again. Born, you forced me into this. You have that wretched puppet, and I have my helper. Come out, my little darling. With that, he spat out a magic stone. The stone shattered upon hitting the ground, releasing a powerful surge of magic that swirled and eventually coalesced into a strange insect. Born frowned. Normally, magic stones were only used to store magic or embed magic into them through engraving arrays. This magic stone, however, had directly condensed into a physical creature. It was indeed strange. Nuoka said viciously, "This magic stone is priceless. Using it on you is a waste. But there's no other way. I'm going to kill you today." Under his command, the insect roared and attacked the battle puppet, while Nuoka simultaneously moved, heading straight for Born. Born understood that since this was Nuoka's trump card, the insect was incredibly powerful. The battle puppet could only manage a draw at best. However, this meant he would have to face Nuoka directly. Nuoka's strength was indeed formidable, making him a difficult opponent even within his own realm, let alone one a whole realm lower. Just now, Bond had risked unleashing his full heavenly soul power. Fortunately, because it was a mixed type of heavenly soul power, the powerful figures present probably hadn't sensed it. But if he used it again, he would likely be discovered. The heavenly soul is priceless to anyone. Once discovered, he would be targeted. Therefore, he couldn't use his heavenly soul power yet, but winning without it would be extremely difficult. There's no other way, looks like that's the only option. Born made up his mind, his eyes hardening once more. Faced with Nuoka's full force attack, he retreated, constantly channeling his wind elemental power to enhance his speed, barely managing to dodge Nuoka's attacks. Nuoka gave Born no chance to breathe, relentlessly pursuing him. Every move was a deadly strike. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Born remained calm, merely dodging without attacking. He was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Nuoka's body trembled, unleashing the same slimy tentacles once more. Once entangled by those tentacles, Born would be helpless. Born's eyes flashed. Now! Born's body flickered, then he was tightly bound by the slimy tentacles, unable to break free no matter how much he struggled. Seeing this, Nuoka burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I admit you're powerful, but you're no match for me, Born. I remember you after you die. You were a rare and formidable opponent. With that, he conjured a black spear and thrust it directly at Born's brow. This time, he wasn't going to give Born any more chances. Jimmy and Elby's hearts were in their throats. They each had opponents and couldn't spare the time to rescue him. They could only watch helplessly as the spear pierced Born's skull without warning, exploding his head into fragments with a bang. Ha ha! I finally killed you. Born! Nuoka finally breathed a sigh of relief, his long-suppressed emotions finally erupting as he laughed wildly, throwing his head back. Brother Born. Elby's eyes were filled with regret. Damn it, if only I were stronger. However, Jimmy said, Elby, don't rush, I think there's a problem. Huh? Elby was taken aback, asking somewhat puzzled, what's wrong? Jimmy slowly said, do you remember the battle between Born and Crowley at the selection tournament? Elby tried to recall carefully, but still shook his head, saying, that battle was indeed exciting, but it was so long ago, I don't remember it very well. Jimmy said, at the time, everyone thought Born was going to lose, but he still won the final victory. Elby's eyes lit up. That's right. I remember now. Could it be? However, before he could finish speaking, Kadyrov shouted, watch out. Nuoka didn't even have time to react before a sudden, extremely uneasy feeling arose within him. Before he could even move, an invisible hand had already reached into his mind, grabbing his soul fire. Nuoka felt a pulling force acting on his soul fire, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. He was terrified and quickly circulated his magic, frantically fighting against that force. It's useless. Born slowly revealed himself, walking step by step towards Nakam. Nakam could only stare wide-eyed at the resurrected Born, his body unable to move an inch. In the end, I still won. A smile curled at the corner of Born's lips, then with a swift stroke of his soul-severing blade, he cleaved Nakam's head in two. Chapter 596. How could this be? Kadyrov's face was ashen. With his limited knowledge, he couldn't comprehend what Born had done. Having witnessed Born's power, Kadyrov's men were equally terrified. Even the 6th-tier Supreme Origin level Nuoka had been slain. How could they, low-tier Supreme Origin undead, possibly fight him? Jimmy snapped out of his daze and shouted, Kadyrov, surrender. You have no chance. Kadyrov knew defeat was inevitable, but he was still unwilling to give up. If he surrendered now, he truly would have no chance left. No! I won't surrender. Even if I die in battle, I won't surrender. Jimmy said in a low voice, if that's the case, then I have no choice but to kill you. Kadyrov roared, tilting his head back and drinking a vial of potion. Come on! Jimmy, let me see what you're capable of. Jimmy's eyes burned. Even with the help of the potion, you're no match for me. Prepare to die? With that, he took the initiative and charged towards Kadyrov. Kadyrov wasn't afraid at all. Since Born severed his arm last time, he had actually benefited from the misfortune, breaking through another level and becoming a high-level Supreme Realm expert, which gave him the power to fight Jimmy. Now, with the help of the potion, his strength had increased again, making him even stronger than Jimmy. However, Kadyrov caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and suddenly noticed Born quietly approaching from the side, instantly becoming wary. Previously, Born used his domain power to cut off Kadyrov's weapon and one of Kadyrov's arms. Kadyrov never understood why, but he became more cautious. In the battle between Born and Nuoka, Nuoka didn't use a weapon, and Born rarely retaliated, so the destructive power didn't materialize. This gave Kadyrov some ideas. The key was to avoid direct contact with Born's weapon, and this was indeed the simplest way to break Born's domain. Born's domain was actually a destructive domain. Attacks had a certain probability of shattering the opponent's defenses, increasing with the number of attacks, but the overall probability wouldn't exceed 10%. Last time, Born had only tried it out, but unexpectedly triggered the destructive effect immediately, achieving unexpected results. However, this time was different. Clearly, Kadyrov was on guard. He coldly snorted, flicked his hand, and conjured a bone wall between himself and Born. Simultaneously, he flashed forward, exchanging 3 blows with Jimmy in an instant. Bang! 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 The two were pushed back, and Born, at that moment, broke through the bone wall, slashing at Kadyrov with his sword. Kadyrov pushed off with both feet, unleashing several powerful slashes that sent Born flying. After all, their cultivation levels were different. Even with Born's immense potential, he was no match for a high-level Supreme Realm expert. Without pausing, Kadyrov launched another attack on Jimmy. The two exchanged blows, each unleashing their deadly moves without holding back. By this time, the other battles were nearing their end. Kadyrov's team, demoralized by the defeat of Nuoka, had lost their will to fight and quickly collapsed. Some were captured, some were killed, and only a few remained to resist. But Kadyrov completely ignored all of this, as if Jimmy was the only opponent in his eyes. Even when Born occasionally tried to sabotage him, he remained unmoved, never shifting his focus. "Kadyrov, your men are all dying, won't you surrender?" Jimmy shouted, unleashing a series of sword strikes. Kadyrov remained silent, blocking the attack while simultaneously slashing down with his own blade. Jimmy raised his greatsword to parry, but the next moment, a loud bang was heard, and purple flame shot into the sky. Everyone was stunned, for the flames emanated from Kadyrov. Not good. Jimmy's heart sank. He tried to react, but it was too late. He felt a purple light before his eyes, unable to see anything. He immediately channeled his magic, clearing away the purple flames, but Kadyrov had vanished. "Captain!" Born rushed to Jimmy's side. "What happened?" Jimmy said in a low voice. "Kadyrov must have planned to escape all along. He's been stalling me for so long, just waiting for this moment." That's a unique magic of their purple fire mummies, capable of affecting the opponent's vision on a mental level. However, when unleashed at full power, the caster is also affected, so it's not suitable for attacking, but it's very useful for escaping. Born frowned. "Damn it, I didn't expect him to get away even like that." LB asked, "Should we go after him?" Jimmy shook his head. "It's useless. He took the potion, his strength has already increased significantly, and he's delayed for so long. Even if we wanted to chase him, we wouldn't know which direction he ran in." "Ah!" Just then, a scream rang out, and Kadyrov's body was suddenly sent flying backward in one direction, crashing heavily into the mud. "Huh?" Everyone was stunned. How did Kadyrov, who had clearly escaped, suddenly get thrown back? Jimmy frowned, assuming a fighting stance, his eyes fixed on the direction Kadyrov had come from. There, a massive shadow slowly appeared, and a familiar voice rang out, "Jimmy, so that's what you were planning. Not bad, not bad, you're quite clever." Jimmy's eyes flashed. "Aiden! Wasn't it because you cooperated so well?" Everyone's expression changed. The newcomer was none other than Aiden, the commander of the Slime Legion. Aiden slowly appeared in everyone's sight. He looked at the somewhat astonished Born and smiled. "Born, you were quite good too. You surprised me by not only finding the traitor, but also helping the Legion overcome a major crisis." Born took a deep breath. "Commander, actually, I didn't do much. It's all thanks to Captain Jimmy." Aiden waved his hand. "No need to say more. I already know what you done." Then he looked at Kadyrov, who was getting up from the ground, and with a wave of his hand, a sticky mass enveloped him. Kadyrov struggled desperately, but to no avail. Jimmy asked, "Aiden, what are you going to do with him?" Aiden was about to speak when a bone spike shot out, instantly piercing through the slime binding Kadyrov and freeing him. "Huh?" Everyone was stunned. Aiden's slime binding was a truly powerful restrictive spell, requiring no skill whatsoever. Anyone who could break this spell must be stronger than Aiden. Aiden frowned and hissed, "Who is it? What kind of creature are you, sneaking around like this?" A deep voice echoed from the nearby swamp. "Moo, Captain Aiden, let's be lenient this time." All eyes turned to the voice, whereupon a figure clad entirely in armor suddenly appeared, unnoticed by anyone beforehand. Because the armored figure's face was also covered by armor, no one could see his features, but it was clear that he had a very large head, as his helmet was disproportionately large to his body. "Who are you?" Jimmy asked in a deep voice, raising his greatsword. The armored figure ignored Jimmy's question and instead beckoned. Kadyrov ran to his side, looking dejected, head bowed and silent, like a child who had made a mistake. Aiden waved his hand again, flicking out several streams of slime towards Kadyrov. "Trying to snatch someone from me? No way." The armored man was unfazed, stomping his foot forcefully, causing the swamp beneath his feet to erupt into the air, blocking the slime a short distance away. "Captain Aiden, if I want to take someone, I can take them." Aiden's heart sank. The armored man's effortless deflection of his attack startled him. This man's strength was definitely at the 9th level of the Supreme Origin Realm, or even the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm. Such strength was rare in the Swamp of Sloth. He immediately made a guess. Could it be that you are? Enough. The armored man interrupted. That's enough for today. Consider it a favor, Aiden. Until we meet again. With that, the armored man left with Kadyrov. After the armored man left, Jimmy asked, Aiden, what exactly happened? Do you know that armored man? Aiden shook his head. He was dressed so warmly. How could I recognize him? But I have some guesses. Jimmy pressed, what guesses? Aiden looked at the mess at the scene and said, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and discuss it. Jimmy knew it wasn't appropriate to discuss this now, so he instructed his men to quickly pack up and headed towards the Legion headquarters with Bourne. Shortly afterward, everyone returned to the Slime Legion. This operation was so large that the entire Legion was mobilized. Makra and Paulson, who remained at the Legion, were completely bewildered to see Aiden and Jimmy return together. What happened? Weren't they fighting to the death just now? How did they come back together? However, Aiden didn't explain much, only telling them to quickly prepare and come to his tent for an emergency meeting. The core members of the Slime Legion gathered in Aiden's tent, along with two non-core members, Jimmy and Bourne. They exchanged glances, none speaking first. After a while, Aiden slowly said, Gentlemen, Jimmy's attack on me earlier was merely a ploy to lure out the purple flame mummy, Kadyrov. Now that the ploy has succeeded, we have not only killed the traitor, Nuka, but also captured or killed most of Kadyrov's powerful subordinates. It's a resounding victory. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected it to all be a charade orchestrated by Jimmy and Aiden. Aiden then explained the whole story, saying, the success of this battle was entirely due to the wisdom and bravery of Jimmy and Bourne, which also proved their loyalty to the Legion. To recognize their valor, I propose that Jimmy be included as a core member, and a new fourth company be established, with Bourne as its commander. What? Jimmy and Bourne were both stunned. They knew Aiden would reward them, but they didn't expect the reward to be so direct. Jimmy looked at Aiden. Aiden sighed, there are no outsiders here, so I be frank, Jimmy. I'm sorry, I had doubts about you before. After all, the old commander's matter created a great rift between us. But now I understand, if we fight each other, it will ultimately harm the interests of the Legion, which is definitely not the outcome the old commander wanted. One day, we will both break through to higher realms, and perhaps we will also participate in the interplane war like the old commander. At that time, our fates will not be in our own hands, so it's better to put aside our differences now and join hands to build a better Legion. Jimmy shook his head. Aiden said, so many years have passed, and I'd long since given up on the position of commander. If it weren't for the old commander saving me back then, which gave me some affection for the Legion, I would have left long ago. But honestly, Aiden, you're a competent commander. I believe the Slime Legion will definitely go even further under your leadership. While we may not dominate the entire Sloth Swamp, we at least be invincible in this region. Aiden nodded, with your help, I think there won't be any problems. Then he looked at Bourne, brother Bourne. Your performance, this time has truly impressed me. Recruiting you into the Legion was definitely the best decision I ever made. Bourne scratched his head. If you put it that way, I'm a little embarrassed. Jimmy sighed, it's a pity Kadyrov still managed to escape in the end. Speaking of this, Jimmy asked, Captain, you mentioned having some guesses earlier, what were they? Aiden's eyes showed a hint of worry, as he slowly said, I suspect that the armored man might be one of the Guardian's subordinates. What? Everyone was shocked. Jimmy frowned. If he's one of the Guardian's subordinates, that makes sense. Such a powerful figure is definitely a celebrity in the Swamp of Sloth, but he refuses to show his face, and doesn't want us to know who he is. Karnas then said, Captain, could it be that person? Aiden took a deep breath and nodded. Very likely. Jimmy was a little confused. Hey, can you two stop playing games? Who exactly is that armored man? Karnas explained, Jimmy, don't worry, I explained slowly. Actually, the Guardians held a meeting a while ago, and that meeting was with. The captain went with us. Jimmy frowned. I vaguely remember, it seems like it was 3 years ago. What happened? Karnas said, back then, Guardian Oaks wanted to wage war against the Cavern of Lust. The captains voted, and Captain Aiden was the last to vote. The votes were tied, so the final decision rested with the captains. Oaks pressured the captain to vote in favor, but he resisted and voted against. This greatly displeased Oaks. He didn't do anything at the time. After all, he wasn't the only guardian of the Swamp of Sloth. Chapter 597. Aiden continued, after that, everything was calm. I thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, from that time on, Nuka appeared in my field of vision, followed by a series of actions by the Purple Fire Mummy. Of course, I didn't think about it that way until that armored man appeared. Jimmy stroked his chin. Ox? If he's a minotaur, he needs a helmet big enough to cover his huge horns. Born understood somewhat. It seemed that Aiden had offended the guardian ox, and was held in a grudge, which caused all this trouble. Nuoka must have betrayed the Legion, because he received some benefit from Ox. As for the contract binding Yumamu and the others, it was probably because of this matter. The person they kept avoiding talking about must be that armored man. Everyone looked somewhat uneasy. Being targeted by the Guardian was not a good thing. However, Aiden said, "Don't worry too much, everyone. After this is over, they probably won't make any more moves. After all, even the Guardians can't openly attack us. Oak's actions are against the rules, and if the Lord finds out, he'd be in big trouble." Jimmy nodded. "That's right. Lord Nier has been very kind to our Legion before. If Oaks really targets us, we can ask Lord Nier for help." Aiden said, "Makla, you handle this. You happen to have a young fellow under you who's connected to Lord Nier. Take him with you, and give him a full report on this matter." Makla nodded. "All right, leave this to me." Doko asked, "Commander, you just said you wanted to form a fourth company and make Born the company commander. I have no objection to that, but what about the team members?" Aiden smiled and looked at Born. "We don't have any more manpower for you. As for the team members, you have to find them yourself." Born gave a wry smile. "I originally came from the low-level undead district, and I don't know many people here. It's indeed a bit difficult to form a company in a short time, but since the commander trusts me so much, I will naturally do my best." Aiden smiled. "Don't worry, I won't completely abandon you. You can choose a battalion commander from the Legion to assist you, or you can select personnel from subordinate legions." Born nodded slightly. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." He turned to Makla and said, "Makla, Captain, once Crowley returns from Lord Nier's, I'd like him to help me form the company. What do you think?" Makla looked somewhat troubled. "You really know how to make things difficult. Crowley is now a backbone of my third company. If you take him away, I suffer a great loss." Born thought for a moment and said, "Of course, I won't let you give up someone for nothing. I'm willing to offer some materials as compensation." Aiden waved his hand. "No need. Makla, I handle the compensation. You just need to provide the man." Since the commander had spoken, Makla had no choice but to nod and say, "Okay, I understand." "Oh right, there's one more thing." Born suddenly said, "I want to talk to the Legion's alchemists." "Where are they?" Aiden paused, then said, "The alchemists are a separate brigade, directly under my command. Talking to them isn't difficult, but be careful. Those guys are all rather eccentric, and only I can keep them in check." Aiden didn't ask Born for specific reasons, but instead gave him a token. "With this token, you can enter the alchemist's camp. If you want to ask anything, find a guy named Hatakomo." After the meeting, Born left the tent and headed to the alchemist's camp. On the way, he contacted Annie via telepathy. "Annie, what are you doing?" Annie replied, "Nothing much, just taking a walk with my brother." Born was exasperated. "You're really taking it easy." He then briefly explained his situation. Annie exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect it to be so lively over there. I wish I could go and see." Born waved his hand. "Don't bother coming, it's chaotic enough here. By the way, Annie, could you contact Akeem and the others for me, and see how much longer they need to break through?" Annie replied, "They already broken through and gone to the higher level undead realm." "Huh?" Born was taken aback. "How come I didn't know?" Annie covered her mouth and laughed. "It happened a while ago, but they're all in different areas. You probably have a hard time finding them." Born thought for a moment. "Isn't one of them in the Swamp of Sloth?" Annie counted on her fingers. Poker went to the Devouring Swamp. Akeem went to the Cave of Lust. Burford went to the Raging Volcano. They're all in different territories. Born was speechless. "I was hoping they could come and help, but it seems like that's out of the question." Annie laughed. "I don't think it matters. You're all developing your own forces in different territories. If you could join forces later, wouldn't you be even stronger?" Born shrugged. "You have a point. But speaking of which, you still have 2 summoning slots. Have you decided how to use them?" Annie shook her head. "No, do you have any suitable candidates?" Born thought of Jimmy and Aiden, but both were stronger than Annie, making force summoning quite difficult. However, Born quickly thought of someone. "I do have someone, but it'd have to wait a while. I'd bring him to my company first." Soon, Born arrived at the alchemist's camp entrance. There were some guards, but after seeing the token in Born's hand, they allowed him free passage. "Where is Hatakomo?" asked Born. A guard pointed inside and said, "Go straight ahead. There's a huge boiler, and next to it is a guy who looks a lot like the captain. That's Hatakomo. Looks a lot like the captain? Born was completely bewildered. Aiden was always covered in a sticky liquid, so he couldn't make out what Aiden looked like at all. How was he supposed to compare them? Born entered the camp with a head full of questions. After walking for a while, he saw a huge boiler belching black smoke. This should be it. His gaze lingered around the boiler. He saw many undead busy at work beside it, death worms, slime zombies, all sorts of undead. He couldn't tell which one looked more like Aiden. Just as he was at a loss, a massive figure came into view. Born's eyes widened. Commander Aiden? No, could it be? The creature, like Aiden, was covered in slime, leaving a long trail wherever it went, and it was impossible to tell what kind of undead it was. Born stepped forward and cautiously asked, Are you Hatakomo? The undead slowly turned its head, glanced at Born, and then continued walking without a word, completely ignoring him. Born quickly caught up and said, Commander Aiden sent me to find you. I'm Born, and I just became the captain of the 4th Company. I came specifically to ask you some questions. Hatakomo coldly replied, If you want a potion, register over there. Someone will deliver it to you once I made it. No. Born waved his hands repeatedly. It's not about the potion. I want to borrow the alchemy equipment here. Hatakomo finally stopped. You know alchemy? Born shook his head. No. Hidakmo snorted and turned to leave, wasting my time. Born was speechless. Just as Aiden had said, this guy was really hard to talk to. Don't rush me. If it really doesn't work, I can offer you a reward. Hidakmo stopped. If it weren't for Aiden's sake, I would have kicked you out long ago. What exactly do you want? Actually, Born was also helpless. He only had one communication talisman from the soul-severing blade, and the rest was a crafting manual. If he wanted to craft a communication talisman, he would have to do it himself. Since Born knew nothing of alchemy, he had to consult Dao Quang. Fortunately, Dao Quang had some knowledge of alchemy and taught Born some methods, but the necessary equipment was required. Brother Hatakomo, please, lend me your boiler for a bit. I provide the materials myself, and you be paid according to the time I use it. How about that? Hatakomo frowned and said, Giving it to you is no problem, but if you break the boiler, I won't let you off the hook. Seeing that the other party had relented, Born quickly said, Don't worry, I be very careful. Hatakomo waved his hand and said, All right, I let you use it for 3 days. You must return it to me after 3 days. No need for payment, but my men must stay here to watch over it. No problem. Born readily agreed. Immediately afterwards, Hatakomo instructed his men to vacate the boiler and arranged for some men to stay there, partly to help Born move the materials, and partly to monitor Born's movements, while Hatakomo himself leisurely returned to his tent to rest. Born gazed at the massive cauldron, recalling what Dao Quang had taught him. He first retrieved the materials needed to craft the communication talisman, which he happened to have some of on hand. Wind elemental beast hide, blazing ore, primordial magic core or magic crystal. Most of the materials were relatively common, but 3 were quite rare: blazing ore, elemental crystal, and gale reed. These materials weren't even found in the netherworld. Born had collected them back in the prime material plane, and he never expected to use them here. However, the materials he had were quite good. He could only refine a maximum of 3 communication talismans. Then, Born instructed the undead beside him to start a fire and heat the boiler. The first thing to melt was the blazing ore, which was very hard and difficult to integrate with other materials, so it had to be processed first. Born carefully began the refining process. Due to his clumsy technique, he could only proceed slowly, causing the other alchemists nearby to shake their heads in disapproval. This guy clearly has no experience. What's the point of learning alchemy? Exactly, but the materials he has are quite rare. What a waste. Look, some of the materials seem to have been brought from the prime material plane. What a pity. What a waste. However, Born paid no attention to these comments, remaining focused on refining the ore. Meanwhile, the Mad Blade was providing guidance in his mind, speaking aloud to remind him at each crucial step. 3 days passed quickly. Born worked day and night by the boiler for 3 whole days. Hidakmo emerged from the tent, paused slightly at the still smoking boiler, then walked to Born and asked, Is it ready? Can I have the boiler back now? Born let out a deep breath. Phew. It's done. But I need to take out what's been refined first. The alchemist beside him scoffed. With your refining skills, what could you possibly produce? All those good materials are probably just ashes. Another alchemist chimed in, Indeed, Alchemy isn't that simple. If you really want to learn, become Hidakmo's apprentice, maybe you can even refine some low-level potions. Hidakmo's eyes held a hint of arrogance. Alright, little skeleton, go get your stuff and get lost. I need to hurry up and brew some potions. Born shrugged. He'd grown used to these guys' sarcastic remarks these past few days, so he didn't care. He flipped over and landed on top of the boiler, opening the lid. A wisp of smoke rose. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see what Born could produce. Born beckoned towards the boiler, and 2 communication talismans fell into his hands. Alas, what a pity. My skills aren't up to par. I couldn't refine 3, and the quality seems far inferior to the previous one. Dao Quan laughed. You should be content. For someone like you with no foundation, being able to refine 2 low-quality communication talismans at the beginning is already quite good. Below, Hatakomo frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the communication talisman in Born's hand. This kid really refined something? Born jumped down from the boiler, laughing. Brother Hatakomo, thank you. My thing is finished. See you later? Everyone stared in disbelief as Born left. No way, he really succeeded. One alchemist exclaimed. Another nodded. I saw him take something out, but it didn't look like a potion. It's runes, Hatakomo said. This guy created runes. What? Everyone gasped in shock. That's something lost to time. How could he possibly create something like that? Hatakomo took a deep breath. Runes? It seems I have to find this little skeleton named Born. Chapter 598. Just as Aiden had predicted, since the armored man rescued Kadyrov, neither the Purple Flame Mummy nor the Guardians had made any moves, and the Slime Legion had enjoyed a rare period of peace and development. During this time, Born recruited Dukala and Scheller from the Nader Legion, and also brought Ollie back to the 4th Company. Dukala, utilizing his former status as a wandering undead, recruited more undead from other places, and the 4th Company now had over 50 members. However, 50 members were still not enough to form a company, and Born was somewhat helpless. Forming a company in a short time was indeed difficult, but adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have bad ones, he absolutely refused to let anyone with an unclear background join the company. Dukala and Shella were both appointed as battalion commanders, while Ollie became the deputy company commander. Furthermore, with Born's help, Annie gave Ollie a summoning slot, making Ollie a summoning undead as well. Ollie was naturally overjoyed. This not only allowed him to join the Slime Legion as he wished, but also gave him the opportunity to further improve his strength. Dukara, Born suddenly said, go out for a while, and do me a favor. What is it? Dukara asked. Born slowly said, before, because of my own lack of strength, I let the brothers Jairus and Jeremy escape. Actually, those 2 guys have great potential. If we can find them, they can be a great asset to us. You have many friends among the undead hunters, so you're naturally well informed. Go and find the brothers Jairus and Jeremy, and invite them to join our company. Dukala nodded slightly and said, all right, I think I already found out some information. Leave this to me. Born then turned to Scheller and said, Scheller, you be in charge of training the troops. These 50 undead soldiers will all be under your command. You know my style? Scheller smiled and said, don't worry, I've been with you for so long, I know your requirements. Ollie asked, what about me? What will I do? Born smiled slightly, you have many tasks. Now that the 4th Company is starting from scratch, there are many things that need to be prepared, such as building the company warehouse, the military affairs office, the command post, etc. All of these will need your responsibility. I know you were originally. You're a core member of the Legion, so you should be familiar with these things. Ollie nodded, that's right. I designed all these facilities for my Legion. But these materials. Get the materials from the Legion's main warehouse. Commander Aiden has already given instructions. Ollie clapped his hands, then there's no problem. Once I finish the design, I arrange for people to start construction. Dukala looked at Born and asked, we all have work to do, what about you? Born shrugged, I'm a company commander, of course, I have company commander duties. You don't need to worry about it. With that, Born turned and left, not giving them a chance to ask any more questions. Actually, it wasn't that Born didn't want to work, he mainly wanted to return to the prime material plane to cultivate with Annie, and improve his own cultivation level. After all, improving one's own strength was the most real thing. Annie cast a necromancy spell, summoning Born and the others, except for Ollie, who was engrossed in designing. Upon seeing Akeem and the others, Born laughed and scolded, you guys are really something. You didn't even tell me you were in the high-level undead zone. Burford scratched his head and said, "You've been busy the whole time. We couldn't find you either." Bourne waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about that. How's it going on your end?" Akeem said, "Everything's going well. I contacted Asmodeus, and he's now in Jessica's Legion." Poker said, "I also found Pick and joined his Legion." Burford added, "I contacted Samuel. He keeps asking about your whereabouts. I didn't tell him, but he still arranged for me to join Atawa's Legion." Bourne nodded slightly. That makes sense. You were able to break through the Fengyuan realm and enter the high level. The undead district has already proven your potential, and they need your strength. So, who's in charge of the elite troops now? Akeem said, "Ron and Layton. After some training, they're capable of handling one on their own." Bourne sighed, "Well, let them handle the rest themselves. We can't interfere." "Yeah," Poker said, "Can your hands travel through space?" "You really can." Bourne's lips twitched. "If you can't speak properly, then shut up." Robert asked, "Bourne, I heard you're forming a company. How's it going?" Bourne shook his head. "We only have 50-odd men right now. Forget a company, we can't even gather a battalion. But it's okay, we take it slow. However, I do have another problem now." "What?" Bourne pulled out 2 sound transmission talismans and said, "I obtained a method for crafting sound transmission talismans, but I'm not skilled in alchemy. I tried it out in the Legion's furnace before, but the results weren't good, and I wasted some materials. I only managed to craft these 2. You all work under the Guardians. See if you can find a way to solve this problem." "Sound transmission talismans? What are they for?" Robert picked up one of the talismans and examined it closely. Bourne explained, "These can transmit the caster's voice to a specific target within a certain range. They're quite useful for information transmission in emergencies." Robert's eyes lit up. "That's true. How far can this thing transmit?" Bourne smiled wryly. "The quality of the ones I crafted is too poor, at most 10 or 20 kilometers. But high-quality ones seem to reach hundreds of kilometers in radius, and there are even god-level ones that can ignore spatial limitations." "That's amazing," everyone exclaimed in surprise. Robert said, "Bourne, maybe I can give it a try. Could you tell me the crafting method?" "Of course." Bourne readily agreed, handing Robert the crafting method for the sound transmission talisman. Robert said, "I told you before, I was able to rapidly increase my strength because I learned alchemy. I think I can try crafting this kind of sound transmission talisman." Bourne exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. I don't think I have any talent in this area at all. I feel relieved to have you here." However, after looking at the crafting method, Robert frowned slightly. "But some of the materials are extremely rare. For example, blazing fire ore is only produced in small quantities in the extreme fire lands. What should we do?" And said, "I have Luke help us figure out the materials for the main plane. As for rare materials, like blazing fire ore, they generally exist in magical realms. Although we Supreme Realm experts can enter and exit magical realms, each entry and exit takes up one or even several slots, which is somewhat counterproductive. It's better to let the younger generation use them. However, I have a partner in the magical realm, Little Spider, who has now broken through to the Supreme Realm. He's not in a hurry to come out though. I can have him help the young people of the Norma Empire collect more of these materials to bring out." Kay stroked his chin and said, "But even so, each of them can only carry a limited amount of materials. It's impossible for them to go to the magical realm specifically to collect materials." And he sighed, "There's nothing I can do then. I can only give them the heart-protecting mirror." Bourne nodded, "It's alright. Give me anything you need to store. Let them use the heart-protecting mirror for now. The soul-severing blade has now reached its 7th level, its internal space many times larger than the heart-protecting mirror. Even the things they plundered from various warehouses couldn't fill it completely." After discussing the matter, the group sat together and began cultivating. This was the true purpose of their gathering. Bourne and Annie's combined soul-splitting and soul-merging technique was now nearing perfection. This technique was unparalleled anywhere. Once unleashed, its power was immense, greatly increasing cultivation speed. Even those nearby would benefit. Unfortunately, Annie's necromancy spell didn't last long. Even with the help of the summoning domain, it could only last for about an hour before everyone had to return to the netherworld. After everyone left, Annie slowly emerged from the room, only to be met by Margot, who was rushing downstairs. Sister, what's wrong?" Margot asked quickly upon seeing Annie. "Annie, come quick, it seems the Vatican has arrived." Annie was taken aback. The Vatican had reconciled with her, and the two sides were cooperating in various areas. Even if they had come, They shouldn't be so flustered. However, Annie followed Margot outside. When she saw the scene outside, she understood why Margot was so agitated. At the doorway, Simon was smiling and waving to them with a group of people, and Adams stood beside him. "Adams, you're back." Annie immediately went forward, looking at Adams with delight. During the negotiations, the Vatican had promised to let Adams return to the Norma Empire, but there were still some procedures to go through, which had caused the delay. Compared to before, Adams was noticeably thinner, with deeper-set eyes, but upon seeing Annie, he still smiled knowingly. "Annie, thank you. Without you, I might already be dead in the dungeon of Divine Beast Mountain." Annie sighed. "I'm so sorry. It's all because of me that you suffered such unfair treatment." Adams chuckled. "It's all right. I'm very gratified to see my hometown develop so well. I'm already very satisfied to be back alive." "Lord Simon." Margot's eyes held a complex expression. Simon smiled and said, "Margot, I didn't misjudge you. You are very talented. Bringing you out of the Norma Empire back then was definitely the right choice. It's just a pity that our positions were different, and in the end, we were not destined to be master and disciple." Margot smiled slightly and said, "The events of the past are like fleeting clouds. Now the world is at peace, and everything is moving in a positive direction. I think that's quite good." Simon nodded and said, "Yes. I always thought that the Divine Beast Mountain and the Norma Empire would eventually clash, but I never expected it to be like this. This is all thanks to Annie and Peter." And asked with a smile, "Lord Simon, did you come here specifically to bring Brother Adams back?" Simon shook his head. "On the surface, yes, but actually, I have some things to discuss with you." Seeing the serious expression on Simon's face, Annie also became serious. "Then come in, let's talk in the study." The group returned to the castle. Drew's study had been renovated, becoming more secure, ensuring no sound could escape, a good place for discussion. The group sat down, and after the servant served tea, they left, closing the door tightly, and asked, "Now you can speak." Simon nodded. Now only the two of them remained in the room. "Annie, although relations between Divine Beast Mountain and the Norma Empire have eased somewhat, don't let your guard down. From what I observed, some people still harbor considerable resentment towards you." And nodded. "It's Cliff and the others, isn't it?" "Not just Cliff," Simon said. "Besides Andre and me, the other protectors are the same. Peter doesn't seem to care. Perhaps he thinks some discontent can actually motivate everyone to cultivate." And smiled bitterly. "I understood before that completely changing the mindset of the people at Divine Beast Mountain would be harder than killing them, but there's no other way. As long as I'm alive, I won't allow the Holy See to return to its former state. Whether it returns to its original state or not is irrelevant. They simply don't want anyone to be above Mount Divine Beast. It's a grave disrespect to the Goddess of Light, and a violation of doctrine." And shrugged. "I haven't interfered in the internal affairs of the Holy See. Isn't thinking like this a bit redundant? But since you reminded me, I definitely handle it carefully." Simon shook his head. "Not just carefully. I know that as the holy body of death, you possess immense potential beyond the reach of ordinary people, but there are two holy bodies on Mount Divine Beast. Have you thought about what to do in the future?" And was taken aback. The holy bodies' identities were now very clear. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Willow and Blue would stand by her side, while Greta's stance was unclear. Even if Pule really joined forces with Cliff, she wasn't afraid of anything. "Speaking of the sacred body, Lord Simon, how much do you know about it?" Simon slowly replied, "The sacred body, as the name suggests, possesses an extraordinary adaptability to the elements, in no way inferior to the elemental spirits. It's a unique physique developed by humanity, as a product of the world's earliest beginnings, a result of their ability to contend with other races. However, historically, very few have achieved such a large number, and those who attain the sacred body ultimately achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Without a doubt, all 6 of you have the potential to break through to the origin realm and enter the God plane." Chapter 599. Simon continued, "Now, the Divine Beast Mountainside has figured it out. To truly regain the initiative, they mainly need top-tier combat power. But Peter alone is simply not enough. After all, Elena and Addix, 2 top powerhouses, are on your side. Once the 2 sides go to war, Divine Beast Mountain will be at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, their plan is to fully cultivate Cliff and Puller, right?" Annie said with burning eyes. Simon nodded. "Yes, now the entire Divine Beast Mountain is pouring all its resources into these 2. I must remind you, once these 2 reach the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm, the flames of war are very likely to reignite. Annie frowned, lost in thought. Simon's concerns were not unfounded. This was indeed in line with Cliff's style. Peter's age is actually not much younger than Leo's. His lifespan is almost over, and given that he is primarily skilled in defensive magic, his offensive power is only mediocre, with very limited room for further improvement. The other guardians are even less likely to improve. Cliff is the only chance for Divine Beast Mountain, while Puller is merely their tool. Simon continued, although Austin hasn't made any moves, I estimate they're also focusing all their efforts on nurturing Greta. Rumor has it that Greta has already broken through to the second level of the Supreme Origin Realm, a speed that's clearly problematic. Annie took a deep breath. The world seems calm on the surface, but undercurrents are still surging. Thank you for telling me all this, Lord Simon. Simon shook his head. I just don't want to continue the war. What's the point of our constant fighting? Only a handful can break through to the Supreme Origin Realm and enter the God Plane. In the end, everyone will turn to dust, scattered by the wind, and reintegrate into this world. Cliff is still too young, he doesn't understand the purpose of living. And laughed, I think Lord Simon looks quite young. Simon smiled wryly, I'm over 200 years old, what's with the talk of youth? Alright, I should go now, or those guys will think I'm going to defect. And knew he was joking, but didn't try to stop him, and had Margot see Simon off from the castle. Adams asked, what did you talk about inside? Annie shook her head. Nothing much, just about Divine Beast Mountain. By the way, have you been to Norma City since you came back? Adams suddenly became a little shy and said, not yet, Lord Simon brought me here directly. Are we going to Norma City? Of course. Annie smiled. What? Are you nervous about seeing your mother? Adams took a deep breath. A little, after all these years, Is she alright? Annie said, you don't need to ask me, you know for yourself when you go see for yourself. Princess Mommy is no longer the vice principal of the Magic Academy, but continues to teach students as a senior professor, and her strength has reached the Qi Yuan realm. Anyway, I haven't been to Norma City for a while, so I go with you. The next day, Annie and Adam set off together, accompanied by Angela and Xiaoxue. Angela and Adams didn't know each other, but Angela was naturally talkative, and the two quickly became acquainted. Adams recounted Annie's glorious exploits in the magic realm to Angela, who listened with astonishment and regretted not having entered the magic realm with Annie back then, and was speechless, but now that they were both at the Supreme Realm, they were qualified to enter the magic realm again, though it would mean taking away other people's opportunities. Compared to before, entering the magical realm now offers little benefit. Reaching the Supreme Origin Realm makes further advancement extremely difficult. Only someone like Annie, possessing the Spirit Division Manual and a holy body, could achieve consecutive breakthroughs in a short period. With Xiaoxue's frantic running, the group arrived at Norma City in less than half the time. Norma City was now much larger than before, having expanded to include several surrounding suburbs. The streets were wider, bustling with vendors and merchants. Walking the streets, Annie felt as if she had returned to a different world, as if she had returned to the time when she was 8 years old, going to register at the Magic Academy. Until the grand gate of the Magic Academy came into view, Douglas stood smiling at the entrance. Behind him were the Vice Dean and professors. Dean! Angela flapped her wings, and instantly appeared before Douglas. Douglas chuckled and patted her head. Haha, I'm not the Dean anymore, Angela, long time no see. Angela shook her head. You always be my Dean. Annie also walked over with a smile, asking in confusion, how did you know we were coming today? I don't think I told you beforehand, did I? Douglas said, His Majesty told me that the Holy See recently applied for border crossing, and Protector Simon led a team directly to Gore City. I figured it must be something important, and judging by the time, you should be here soon. Annie scratched her head. The old Dean is still so perceptive. Adams. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Douglas. Mamie, her usual icy demeanor gone, had tears welling in her eyes, as she stared intently at Adams beside Annie. Adams was slightly startled. Countless memories flooded his mind. He had left home at a very young age, and the image of his mother in his memory had begun to blur. But the moment he saw Mamie, he knew this woman was his mother, the woman who had appeared countless times in his dreams, but whose face he had never seen clearly. Now, he could finally see her clearly. Mom! Adams uttered a soft cry from deep within his throat. Mamie could no longer suppress the surging emotions within her. Like an arrow released from a bow, she rushed forward, taking 3 steps at a time. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Adams, opening her arms without hesitation and embracing him tightly. At that moment, all the longing, worry, and pain turned into tears, gushing out like a burst dam. She cried her heart out, sobbing uncontrollably. Adams, held in Mamie's arms, trembled slightly. He bit his lower lip hard, trying to use the pain to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. But how could the torrent of emotions be so easily stopped? In the end, those crystal-clear tears still slid down his resolute cheeks, drop after drop, soaking Mamie's clothes. And watching this scene quietly, raised her hand and gently patted Adam's shoulder, whispering, "Welcome home." These simple 4 words seemed to possess magical power, like a spell to break the seal on the heart. The instant he heard those words, the defenses that had tightly bound Adam's heart, protecting his fragile soul, instantly crumbled. "Wah! Mom!" he cried out, like a child who had suffered endless injustice and finally found a warm harbor. His cries echoed in the air, filled with boundless sorrow and joy. No one disturbed the mother and son. Even Angela and the others secretly wiped away their tears. Douglas gently wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and sighed, "Alas, I'm getting old, I can't bear to see this. Let them be alone for a while. Annie, let's go inside and talk." Annie nodded and walked with Douglas into the Magic Academy. "Old headmaster, how is the academy doing now?" Annie asked. Douglas said, "I've taken over most of the work, the younger generation handles it now. Their thinking is much more agile, far superior to us old folks. The academy has recently invited teachers from the elf and dwarf races. The elf teachers are responsible for teaching magical plants, beast taming, and other related knowledge, while the dwarf teachers are responsible for teaching magical minerals, alchemy, and other related knowledge." "Alchemy?" Annie was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the dwarves were skilled in metallurgy, and must be very proficient in alchemy as well. Perhaps Luke and Robert could have a good exchange. "That's certainly good, but it must have taken you quite a bit of effort to invite them over, right?" "Ha ha ha." Douglas laughed. "It's nothing. It's all thanks to the good foundation you and Angelia laid. The elf and dwarf teachers are paid according to the standard for ordinary teachers, without any special requirements. In addition, we also invited 2 orc teachers to teach melee combat techniques and body refining arts, and the results have been very good." "Oh!" Annie raised an eyebrow. "That's interesting. Will they agree?" Douglas nodded. "These orcs are quite straightforward and get along very well with everyone. Besides, the demons have sent 2 scholars, a succubus and a blood demon, who occasionally teach the students. However, succubi are too dangerous in the academy, making the male students lose interest in their studies." Annie sighed. "True powerhouses shouldn't be so easily seduced." Doran shrugged. "They're all young, full of youthful vigor, and succubi are naturally alluring, every smile and gesture carrying a seductive power, which is indeed a headache. So we rarely let her teach anymore." Annie thought for a moment and said, "Mind control magic does need to be taught, but succubi aren't suitable. I talked to Cadix later, and asked the dream demon to come." Douglas nodded. "That's great, you helped me a lot." Bang! Suddenly, an explosion came from the adjacent teaching building, and a cloud of green smoke slowly rose. Annie's expression was strange. She didn't even need to guess to know who was behind this. "Professor Cania is still working on her research?" Douglas said, "Yes. And now she has an accomplice. The elf from the Dark family possesses extraordinary magical botanical knowledge. Aside from teaching, she spends most of her time with Cania." "What exactly are they researching?" Doran thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be researching puppet potions, but I don't know the specifics of their effects." Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs rang out. "Why don't you try it, and you know what it does?" Doran trembled. "Cania, please spare me. I don't want to be your guinea pig anymore." Cania appeared before the crowd with messy hair. Annie greeted her with a smile. "Professor Cania, how did your experiment go?" Cania shrugged. "It was all right, little Annie. What brings you here today?" Annie replied, "This is the cornerstone of the Norma Empire's development. Of course, I had to come and see." Cania grinned. "Don't worry, the academy is thriving now. Look, they even got me a new lab." Douglas said speechlessly, "It's because your experiments keep exploding, so they keep you away from everyone else." Cania laughed. "Once my experiment succeeds, you'd be begging me for help, not complaining about me now. Come, Annie, let me show you my new achievement." With that, Cania pulled Annie into her lab, and spent the entire day exploring the Magic Academy. Seeing its thriving state filled her with immense joy and satisfaction. The Marcella Rebellion had devastated Norma City, including the Academy, but now it had finally regained its former glory. Afterwards, Annie visited the palace and had a long talk with Reiner. She relayed the news Simon had brought and explained her plans. And are you also going into seclusion? Reiner asked with some concern. And nodded. The situation is what it is now. If I don't go into seclusion, I fall behind others, and we be at a disadvantage in any conflict. Reiner took a deep breath. Is there anything I can help you with? Annie shook her head. My resources are quite plentiful. We don't need to use the national treasury. However, since I've been away for so many years, you have to handle many things yourselves. Please be careful. Reiner sighed. Yes, everything has gone so smoothly thanks to your help. Without you, there would be no Norma Empire today, yet you don't even have a proper identity. Annie chuckled. What identity do I need? Is there anyone in the Norma Empire who doesn't know me? Is there any place I can't go? That's true. Reiner smiled wryly. When will you be back? Annie thought for a moment and said, about 10 years. I think 10 years is enough for me to break through. Reiner nodded. All right, good luck. Good luck to us. Afterwards, Annie and Angela Shushua returned to Gore City. She still had the Golden Dragon's corpse, which she could use to cast the resurrection spell on Bon. The basement of Gore Castle was originally a massive magic circle used for magical rituals. It was here that Annie awakened her power of death. Now, it has been converted into a secret cultivation chamber. Next, Annie will retreat here to cultivate in seclusion until she reaches the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm. At that time, the entire continent will once again witness a clash of titans between the strongest. Chapter 600. In the magnificent study of the Norma Empire's palace, sunlight streamed through the enormous French windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Emperor Reiner sat regally before a beautifully carved desk crafted from precious wood, engrossed in a mountain of documents. At times, his brow furrowed as he carefully read the documents. At other times, he picked up a quill pen and scribbled dense annotations and instructions. Beside him stood the head guard, Adair, ramrod straight as a statue, ever vigilant. Adair had grown tall and robust, clad in a magnificent golden armor, a razor-sharp sword at his waist. His handsome, resolute face and deep, piercing eyes revealed a seasoned composure and decisiveness. He was not born into a noble family, but rather rose from humble beginnings as a lowly city guard, gradually distinguishing himself through his exceptional talent and relentless effort. Although Adair never had the chance to join the renowned 1,000-strong squad founded by Anne, he seized every opportunity in the years that followed, constantly honing his skills and abilities. Ultimately, he broke through his limits, rapidly rising to the transformation realm, thus becoming one of Emperor Reiner's most trusted personal guards. Reiner frowned slightly as he flipped through a document. Lyndon and Rupert are fighting again? Why are those two always so troublesome? Adair asked. Should we call the Archmage? Reiner shook his head. Forget it. We mediated countless times, and every time there's a truce, they start fighting again. Without Anne, there's really no one who can control them. Fortunately, despite their fighting, they still adhere to the rules they made with Anne. So let them be. After speaking, Reiner gently reached out and slowly rubbed his temples, as if they bore the weight of endless weariness and pressure. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly rose from his seat. Time had left its mark on his once strikingly handsome face. His once sharply defined features were no longer so sharp. Fine wrinkles had appeared at the corners of his eyes, and on his forehead, like ripples swept by the winds of time. On his chin, however, a carefully trimmed tuft of beard, far from making him appear older, added a touch of mature masculine charm. But what was most striking were his eyes. Despite the passage of time, his gaze had become sharper than ever before, like two arrows capable of piercing the heart. Whenever he looked at someone, his piercing gaze always inspired an involuntary sense of awe. Reiner exuded an aura of majesty reserved only for emperors. This imposing presence didn't stem from his lavish attire or dazzling jewels, but rather from his inner character, a composure born of experience and absolute control over power. When he stood there, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, drawing everyone's gaze involuntarily. It's been 10 years since Annie went into seclusion. I wonder if she's made a breakthrough, Adair said. Marquis Oren mentioned in his report that there was some activity in Annie's secret chamber recently. It seems she's made progress. Reiner nodded. That's good. The world situation isn't as calm as it appears, especially with the anti-demon alliance in the west. Jack still wants to rebuild the Harry Empire, but his strength is far from enough to command those powerful warlords, especially the 5 generals of the former anti-demon military region. None of them are easy to deal with. Although they made peace with the demons, they're still secretly carrying out various activities. If they really decide to attack us, it will be dangerous. Adair said seriously, they shouldn't attack us, right? After all, we return the central military district to them. And even if they do, with Veles and the demons' help, they won't gain anything. Ryder remained non-committal. Always relying on others isn't a long-term solution. With Annie gone, who will communicate with Veles and the demons? Nickel? Or the Imperial Uncle? Adair was speechless. To be honest, Veles and the demons cooperated with the Norma Empire purely because of Annie. Without Annie, they would never have chosen to cooperate with the Norma Empire. Of course, the situation isn't that urgent. Ryder walked to the window and looked northwest. Everything depends on whether Annie can complete her breakthrough. I believe that as long as she's there, there's nothing that can't be solved. Report. The Archmage requests an audience. Suddenly, a voice announced from outside the door. Ryder raised an eyebrow. What's Nickel doing here at this time? Has something happened? A moment later, Adair led Nickel into the study. Upon meeting, Nickel immediately said, "Your Majesty, the situation in the west has changed." Ryder's heart sank. It was exactly what he feared. The Anti-Demon Alliance is going to attack us? Nickel slowly shook his head, his face grave. No, that's not it. They already attacked the demons. However, that's not the most crucial point. The truly important news is, Arnos has awakened. Hearing this name, Ryder's eyes narrowed sharply, his face showing disbelief. You must understand, Arnos is no ordinary person. He's a super strong individual on par with Addix and Elena. Before this powerful being had been under the control of the nightmare demon leader Morphos's strange magic. However, precisely because Arnos's own strength was so overwhelming, even with Morphos using all his abilities, he could only drive him into a berserk state, unable to kill him. Later, Annie ordered him imprisoned in the dungeons of Stonekin. This is no joke, Arnos really woke up? Nickel nodded emphatically. Absolutely. The demons have given definitive news. The nightmare leader Morphos has also awakened. According to his description, Arnos is now much stronger. He continuously enhanced his mental power in his dreams, eventually breaking free from Morphos's control. Ryder frowned. From what he knew, Arnos was no pushover. This former emperor of the Hari Empire was once called a tyrant, yet for decades no one could shake his position. Moreover, he was one of the very few peak-level experts to emerge in the human world after the Orc War 300 years ago. Nickel continued, the Anti-Demon Alliance has now reunited, with Arnos at its core, establishing a complete unified organization and organizing a superior force to form the Hari Legion. They launched an attack on the demons from 3 directions, and have already broken through the Kozar Mountain defenses, capturing 3 cities, and inflicting heavy losses on the demons. Ryder took a deep breath. It seems Arnos is planning to rebuild his kingdom. If we let them repel the demons, their next target will definitely be us. Should we send troops to aid the demons? Nickel asked. Ryder hesitated. But that might make people think we're colluding with the demons to oppress our fellow humans, which wouldn't be good for us. Nickel scratched his head in frustration. What can we do? Are we just going to watch the demons get defeated? If you ask me, we shouldn't have returned Stonehill City to them back then. Ryder waved his hand. Returning Stonehill to Annie is our only option, and it's also the only way for us to reconcile with the Anti-Demon Alliance. It's a last resort. After all, no one expected Arnos to regain his senses. So, we purchase more weapons and equipment from the dwarves to provide to the demons, hoping it will be of some help to them. Okay. Mount Kozar is located in the central part of the former Hari Empire. Due to its steep terrain, it forms a natural barrier. The northeastern part is guarded by the Anti-Demon Alliance's demon-slaying legion, while the southwest is occupied by the demons. A major battle has already broken out here. Under Arnos's leadership, the Anti-Demon Alliance army has captured 3 cities, and is approaching the southwestern edge of Mount Kozar. Further south lies the former Eliza military district. In the frontline command post, the high-ranking members of the Anti-Demon Alliance are sitting around a large round table. Each of their faces displays a different expression, like a vivid and complex painting. Some have excited glints in their eyes, seemingly filled with anticipation and confidence for the upcoming battle. Others, their brows furrowed, wore expressions of worry, perhaps contemplating the potential consequences of the war. A small group sat expressionless, their true thoughts elusive. Among this group, a tall man sat firmly in the center. His long, flowing hair, cascading to his waist, swayed gently in the breeze, adding to his ethereal beauty. His resolute face, sharply defined like a chisel, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The tiger-striped armor he wore gleamed with a cold, sharp light, as if proclaiming its owner's strength and fearlessness. Even sitting quietly, His imposing figure still towered over everyone else around him. This remarkable figure was none other than Arno's Hari, the former emperor of the Hari Empire, who had just awakened from his slumber. The man who once ruled a vast empire had reappeared on this turbulent battlefield. Gaia. Arno suddenly spoke, and everyone's expressions brightened, listening intently to his next words. I heard you suffered a defeat in your battle against the ogres. Is that true? Gaia trembled. Your Majesty, it's only temporary. I will find a chance to repel them. A glint flashed in Arno's eyes. I don't want useless men under my command, Gaia. You better keep your word. If you fail again, you should know the consequences. Gaia immediately nodded. I understand. If I don't win this battle, I won't return. Good that you understand, Arno said coldly. Humph, while I was away, you all really regressed too much. Not only have vast swathes of our territory been invaded, but we even been bullied beyond recognition by a small country. It's outrageous. Jack said, Brother, we can't blame everyone for this, it's mainly because... Don't give me excuses. Arno's interrupted. Failure is failure, including myself. We fell for Morphos's dirty tricks, and wasted decades of our lives. But now, I will take back everything I lost. After defeating the demons, I will raise the Norma Empire to the ground, and show them the consequences of offending my Hari Empire. Your Majesty, Dason said cautiously, the Norma Empire is not what it used to be. They have a powerful figure. Before Dason could finish speaking, Arno sneered, You mean Annie? I've been hearing her name a lot lately. She's just a junior. Jack said, Brother, this woman is no ordinary person. Even the Divine Beast Mountain had to give way, and she has the Desert Eagle and Elena backing her up. Currently, no force on the continent dares to provoke her. At the mention of Addix and Elena, a hint of disdain flashed in Arno's eyes. Those two old guys have remained at the same level for so many years. I'd like to go and meet them myself. You all continue fighting here. I'm going to Vela. Sigh. Everyone's expressions brightened. Your Majesty, you. Arno's waved his hand dismissively. What are you afraid of? I may not have been their match back then, but things are different now. Did you think I did nothing in the dream? You're sorely mistaken. Dason was the first to react, immediately shouting, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your resounding victory. Everyone else echoed, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your resounding victory. Arno's laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Good. Watch me pluck all of Addix's feathers. With that, he strode out of the tent, a flash of bloody light, and vanished. Dason swallowed hard. Has His Majesty's domain power improved again? Jack nodded deeply in agreement. Indeed. Back then, my brother's domain power was far from reaching this astonishing level. Seeing it now is truly terrifying. In my opinion, even someone as powerful as Addix might not be able to rival my brother. Gaia then asked, So what are we going to do now? Wait here. Jack turned to Gaia, a hint of reproach in his eyes, and slowly said, Who is it that confidently patted their chest and made those promises? Were those words just empty words? Do you really want to sit and wait for my brother to return so he can chop off your head? Before he finished speaking, Gaia's body trembled violently, as if enveloped by an invisible fear. Without a word, he vanished in a flash, like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a gust of wind behind.